Dapeng, you will treat me well, won't you? For a whole lifetime, if you don't treat me well. The rest grew indistinct in Liu Dapeng's ears, broken and muffled. All he could clearly feel was a warm, supple body rubbing lightly against his own. The sensation was deeply pleasurable. He turned over, pressing the woman beneath him. He was convinced he had to be dreaming. Such a bizarre, sensual dream. Since it was only a dream, he simply stopped caring about anything else. When he woke, it was the sunlight that roused him. Groggy and half asleep, he opened his eyes. Hadn't his roof just been repaired? How was the sun still shining directly in? Could it be that the curtains hadn't been drawn? When he finally took in the scene before him, he was startled out of his wits. This was clearly not his room. Had he sleepwalked in the middle of the night? Had he run into someone else's house? Yet this household was far too poor. Even the windows were covered only with paper. The door, too, was just a battered wooden panel, utterly dilapidated, nothing like the grand house he was used to. He might have lacked ambition, but he had a capable father. Thus, at a young age, he had already resigned himself to an easy, idle life. What on earth is going on? Irritated, Liu Dapeng raked his fingers through his hair and was about to get up to investigate when the wooden door was pushed open from the outside. The piercing sunlight streaming in made his eyes ache. A figure stepped into the light and slowly walked toward him. Dapeng, you're awake. The woman's cheeks were still tinged with a rosy flush as she looked at him. Liu Dapeng stared at the woman before him in a daze. Why did she seem so familiar? Then it came to him. Last night's erotic dream had been about this very woman. What was going on? Had his soul been hooked away in the middle of the night? At that thought, a wave of embarrassment washed over him. After all, it had been his first time. His mind was still muddled, yet when he carefully recalled that feeling, he had to admit it had been unbelievably pleasurable. Very soon, scenes began to play in his mind like a film revealing the life of another Liu Dapeng. He realized he had transmigrated into the body of a man with the same name, yet the era was the 1970s, utterly different from the modern world he knew. While he was still in a daze, the woman slowly approached him and placed a hand on his forehead, muttering softly, "No fever." Then why has he gone silly? Hearing her call him stupid, Liu Dapeng was about to flare up, but then he remembered that this was the wife the original owner had just married, and that the original had not yet so much as touched her, while he had taken full advantage. Swallowing his temper, he forced himself to hold it in. Before he could say anything, a group of people hurried in from outside. Big brother, sister-in-law, good morning. Several pairs of large, curious eyes stared simultaneously at Liu Dapeng and Xie Xuanlan, making Xie Xuanlan so embarrassed that her cheeks burned. I'll go make breakfast. Come over to eat in a while, she said and hurriedly ran out. Only Liu Dapeng and the younger siblings were left in the room. The original owner had 4 younger siblings, 2 brothers and 2 sisters. Including him, the family had 5 children, and with a new wife that made 6 people in all. Their parents had died early, so the original owner had become head of the household while still very young. Now at barely 20, he had taken a wife, but only by borrowing money from outsiders to pay the bride price. With so many children to feed, how could the family possibly have had the means to marry him a wife? So he had no choice but to borrow from others, and now he was drowning in debt. Thinking of this, Liu Dapeng felt a headache coming on. He had not only inherited the original owner's wife and siblings, but also all of his debts. Big brother, look what I found today. Liu Erbao opened his palm to reveal several tiny bird eggs, one of which seemed to have been crushed by his fingers. A second brother, how could you be so careless? You crushed one of the eggs. What a waste. The little girl beside him looked at Liu Erbao in reproach. Feeling embarrassed, Liu Xiaobao scratched the back of his head. I don't know how it happened. I thought I was holding them really gently. I didn't expect one to break. Its shell must have just been too soft. What's that got to do with me? You crushed it, so of course you broke it. Stop making excuses, Liu Wuya huffed, pouting at her second brother. Then she turned her bright, sparkling eyes on Liu Dapeng. Big brother, did you and sister-in-law fight last night? I heard sister-in-law crying. Hearing Wuya's innocent words, Liu Dapeng's face flushed scarlet. Had they really been that loud last night? Even these little brats had heard them. The thought made him acutely self-conscious. No, your sister-in-law just accidentally bumped into the table last night. That's why she cried, Liu Dapeng declared righteously. Oh, when Wuya bumps into the table, it hurts a lot too, and I cry as well, Liu Wuya sniffled. She wore only a thin patch garment so mended that one could no longer tell what it had originally looked like. Because the family was poor and had no parents, their days were bitter and harsh. All the clothes on the younger siblings were pieces Liu Dapeng had worn out, altered, and passed down to them. They did not even own a single decent pair of shoes. When Liu Dapeng glanced at their feet, he saw that they were all barefoot on the earthen floor. Fortunately, the weather was not too cold now, but even in winter they were like this. They had grown used to it. Poverty had forced them into such a life. Breakfast is ready, breakfast is ready. Xie Xuanlan's call sent the children scampering out on their bare feet. Liu Dapeng rose slowly as well. He had just taken a few steps when he suddenly heard a mechanical chime inside his mind. Ding, congratulations, the hunting space system has been bound. Congratulations to the host on receiving a novice gift pack. Would you like to accept it? What? Liu Dapeng only hesitated for a heartbeat before answering quickly that he wanted it. A free benefit was not something to be refused. He had barely responded when the reward was delivered, a bow and arrows. The bow looked extremely primitive, the simplest of designs. Liu Dapeng could not help doubting whether such a thing could actually bring down any game. Can this thing even be used? All products provided by the system are of the finest quality. The host is encouraged to work hard, the calm voice replied. In the next instant, Liu Dapeng was brought into a separate space. The place was utterly barren, nothing but emptiness, with only a bow and a few arrows scattered on the ground. Liu Dapeng was thoroughly exasperated. So this was the novice gift pack the system had promised. How stingy, just a single bow and nothing else. Big brother, time to eat, sister-in-law is calling you, came a child's shout from outside. Hearing the voice and worried that the children might see him suddenly vanish, Liu Dapeng hurriedly exited the space. As for the bow and arrows, he would study them when he had time. Right now, eating was more important. Once outside, he discovered that their home actually sat at the foot of a mountain. In front of him stretched rows of earthen and wooden houses. Seen like this, every household seemed better off than his. Theirs alone was a thatched hut, the poorest of all, perched at the very top, from where one could overlook the entire village. Dapeng. Xie Shuanglan called his name again. Following his gaze downward, she saw nothing out of the ordinary. Why was he staring fixedly at that spot? Hearing Xie Shuanglan's voice, Liu Dapeng slowly turned back. He looked at his wife, standing in front of him. She was truly beautiful, an oval face, fair and delicate skin, a slender figure with graceful curves in all the right places. Seeing her man staring fixedly at her, Xie Shuanglan shyly lowered her head, a rosy flush spreading across her cheeks. Weren't we going to eat? Come on, Liu Dapeng said, withdrawing his gaze. When they reached the table, Liu Dapeng froze. In his bowl lay several coarse corn buns with only some dried pickled vegetables on the side, and a large bowl of vegetable gruel. That was all the food their family would have for the day. Xie Shuanglan came over and saw Liu Dapeng staring into his bowl. Thinking she had cooked poorly, she spoke nervously. I heard from Wuya that this is what our family usually eats. If it doesn't suit your taste, he'll change it next time. No, you've done very well. It's even better than what I usually make, Liu Dapeng answered with a smile, trying to put her at ease and show she need not be so tense. He was no ravenous beast that would devour anyone. When they began to eat, Xie Shuanglan and the children did not touch the corn buns. Liu Dapeng looked at the untouched buns in his own bowl and frowned slightly. From the original owner's memories, he knew that the corn buns were usually reserved for him alone because he was the main laborer of the family. But since he had crossed into this life, he was determined to break this pattern. He did not want to eat the best while his family ate worse. In that case, he would not be able to swallow a single bite. Liu Dapeng divided the corn buns from his bowl and gave one to each person. Everyone's eyes turned to him in unison. Big brother, why are you giving the corn buns to us? Keep them for yourself, you still need them this afternoon. The first to speak was Liu Erbao, who was about to put the bun back into Liu Dapeng's bowl. Liu Dapeng said solemnly, you all eat. They'll just have some gruel at noon. Gruel doesn't fill the stomach. The corn buns are more substantial, Xie Shuanglan said as she pushed her own bun toward him. Liu Dapeng did not take it and said earnestly, if you don't eat, then I won't eat either. All right then. Hearing Liu Dapeng say this, everyone had no choice but to eat the corn buns. Yet when they took the first bite, they all quietly closed their eyes. They rarely had the chance to eat such buns. This was their first time. The younger children were so moved that tears nearly spilled from their eyes. Liu Dapeng turned his gaze away, unwilling to watch. It was only a few coarse buns, yet the children were so content. This place was simply too poor. He sighed inwardly. After the meal, Liu Dapeng entered his spatial realm, picked up the bow and arrows lying on the ground, and looked at the empty space around him. He felt he should plant something. He had heard that things grew extremely fast inside such a space. He wondered if his family had any seeds at home. He could scatter a little of whatever he found and see what would happen. Hey Shuanglan, where are the things that were in this clay jar? Where did they go? He asked, looking at the jar, which had been scrubbed spotlessly clean. In the past, the original owner had been too busy to clean the jar, and the children would not help either, so he guessed it must have been his wife who had done it. Hearing Liu Dapeng call her, Xie Shuanglan walked over. I've put everything over here. See if anything is missing. Looking at the items laid out on the ground in perfectly straight rows, Liu Dapeng was stunned for a moment, then praised. Wife, your hands are truly skillful. Even the way you arrange things is so neat. Flustered by the compliment, Xie Shuanglan's face reddened again. Dapeng, what do you need? They'll find it for you, she asked. Liu Dapeng's sharp eyes quickly spotted a paper-wrapped bundle on the ground. It seemed to contain seeds, though he could no longer clearly remember. So much had happened that his mind was muddled, and his memories of the original owner were somewhat blurred. He picked up the packet from the floor, opened it, and seeing the seeds inside, smiled. Fortunately, they were still there. Xie Xuanlan saw the seeds in his hand, which looked like cabbage seeds, though it was not the right season for planting them. She looked at Liu Dapeng with a face full of doubt. Dapeng, what do you need cabbage seeds for? Liu Dapeng only mumbled something vaguely and went out. Although Xie Xuanlan found it strange, she did not press him. After all, cabbage could not be grown in this season. Liu Dapeng found a secluded spot and entered the spatial realm. He scattered all the seeds over the soil inside and observed for a long time, but did not see a single sprout. Had he been overthinking it? After all, in novels, things always sprouted quickly once planted in such a space. Yet now not only were there no sprouts to be seen, even the seeds themselves had vanished. Utterly depressed, Liu Dapeng left the space. Not long after he departed, however, the seeds within the spatial realm quietly began to sprout. Brother, where did you get that bow and arrows? Liu Erbao asked, seeing his big brother heading out with a bow slung over his shoulder, and he could not help but want to laugh. In these times, who still went hunting with a bow? People all used hunting rifles now, though their family was too poor to own one. Seeing Liu Erbao like that, Liu Dapeng knocked him lightly on the head. Still daring to make fun of your brother, are you? Although he himself doubted whether this thing could actually bring down any game it had been given by the system, so he had to keep it. No, brother, I absolutely didn't mean to laugh at you. I believe you will definitely bring something back, Liu Erbao said, patting his chest with solemn seriousness. Liu Erbao thumped his chest, earnestly convinced that his big brother would surely make a catch. Liu Dapeng was speechless. The disbelief that he could hunt anything was plainly written across the boy's face. Today he would prove it to him. The mountain was teeming with life. Although there were hunters in the area, the mountain was vast, and there was no way they could catch everything. Brother, you go ahead. They'll take our younger brothers and sisters to the river to catch fish. Liu Erbao then called the younger siblings to go down to the river to feel around for fish. It was something he did often. Even if they rarely caught any, they still liked to try their luck at the river. Sometimes they would find a few little crabs, enough to make them ridiculously happy. Liu Dapeng let them be and simply hoisted the bow and headed up the mountain. It was only because it was the slack farming season, otherwise he truly would not have had time to slip away into the hills. After all, the production team also needed hands to work. No sooner had he entered the mountain than, whether out of luck or something else, he spotted several wild pheasants before him. Thinking he would probably miss, Liu Dapeng loosed an arrow anyway. Just when he thought it would go wide, the arrowhead seemed to curve in midair and struck straight into the pheasant's heart. The other birds froze stunned as they saw their companion fall. Without another word, Liu Dapeng grabbed a few more arrows and shot again. Just as Liu Dapeng lifted the 3 wild pheasants, he heard the jubilant voice of the system. Congratulations, host, you have completed the wild pheasant hunting achievement. Congratulations, host, on going from 0 to 1. The system will now automatically open them all for you. As soon as the system finished speaking, Liu Dapeng was swiftly drawn into the system space. A display screen appeared before him, densely packed with items he could exchange for. However, when he glanced at his points, he saw he had only 3 in total. Even so, having 3 points was already remarkable. After all, a single point could be exchanged for a whole bag of flour. Just as he was feeling delighted, he heard voices speaking nearby. Have you heard? Wangda from the neighboring village caught a wild boar. I heard that boar weighs over 100 gene. Once he sells it, he'll definitely get a good amount of money and grain coupons. Something that big. How could I not have heard? Our whole village is green with envy. I'm heading up the mountain to try my luck, but don't mention wild boars. I haven't even seen a single field rat. The two of them joked and laughed as they headed down the mountain. At that moment, Liu Dapeng also exited the system space. A wild boar could be exchanged for a lot of money and grain coupons. He wondered if he would be lucky enough to encounter one. His gaze grew deep as he looked into the mountains. But it was already late and he was afraid his family would worry, so he could only go back for now and return to the mountain tomorrow. Afraid of attracting attention, Liu Dapeng deliberately chose a small side path on his way home. At this time, Xie Xuanlan was just about to bring in the laundry. When she turned around, she caught sight of a furtive figure and was so startled that she instinctively clutched the clothes tighter. Once she realized all the children were already home, her fear eased a little. Wife, it's me. Did I scare you? Covered in dust from travel, Liu Dapeng slapped the dust off his clothes. Seeing how tense she looked, he knew his sneaky appearance had frightened her. It's you. I thought it was someone else, Xie Xuanlan murmured, leaving the rest unsaid. Have the children come back yet? Liu Dapeng lifted the pheasants in his hand a little. Xie Xuanlan's eyes lit up at the sight of them. 3 birds and all of them big. How about it, wife? I hunted them. Got them up in the mountains, Liu Dapeng said, a hint of smugness in his tone. Big brother, you're amazing. At that moment, Liu Erbao and the others all ran out. Seeing the pheasants in their eldest brother's hands, they nearly drooled with craving. They had not eaten meat for a long time. No, that wasn't right. They hadn't had meat for a month. No, for a very, very long time. Big brother is awesome. Liu Sanjun chimed in, joining the chorus. Wife, go clean these 3 pheasants. Tonight, great fortune, we'll feast on chicken. Hearing that Liu Dapeng wanted all 3 birds prepared, Xie Shuanglan came back to her senses and hesitated before speaking. Dapeng, wouldn't it be a bit wasteful for us to eat all 3? I think we could save 2 and trade them for some things. In their village, people could barter freely. As long as it was nothing too outrageous, no one would report it. But Liu Dapeng did not want to take that risk. He could afford to eat these 3 pheasants. If 3 at once is too much, we'll just eat 1 a day. How about that? Inwardly, Xie Shuanglan rolled her eyes in helplessness. How was that any different from not compromising at all? Her intention had been for Dapeng to trade some of the meat with the villagers for other things. Instead, he was still thinking only of eating chicken. Yet since the birds were hunted by her man and he wanted to eat them, she could hardly object. Besides, the children were practically drooling with desire. In these times, it was no easy thing to have meat to eat. We'll do as you say, Xie Shuanglan agreed, heading into the kitchen to dress the birds. Since all 3 pheasants were already dead, they had to be cleaned as soon as possible. The children quickly followed to help. Seeing everyone go inside, Liu Dapeng slipped into the system space again. As soon as he entered, he discovered that the cabbage had sprouted and had already grown quite tall. It wouldn't be long before it was ready to eat. The thought filled Liu Dapeng with quiet joy. Since this land could accelerate the sprouting of seeds, he could try planting some grain and other crops. Then the whole family, old and young, would not have to worry about going hungry. Smells wonderful. Your cooking is impressive, wife. Just as Xie Shuanglan set the chicken on the table, she turned and saw Liu Dapeng. Hearing his praise, she felt so embarrassed that her face flushed red again. Watching his wife flee in flustered embarrassment, Liu Dapeng could not suppress the curve of his lips. Times were good now. Women of this era were simple and pure. Not like in his own time, when you could never tell how many men a woman had shared a bed with. Soon his younger brothers and sisters gathered around, filling the table. Each person held a bowl, 6 bowls in all. Without Liu Dapeng's word, none of them dared start eating. After all, he was the head of the household. The children stared fixedly at the meat in the pot, so hungry they were practically drooling. Liu Wuya even wiped her lips with her small hand. She clearly could not wait any longer. Go on, eat, he said. They had only slaughtered 1 pheasant today, but thanks to her skill, she had made a big pot of soup. Everyone would get to drink some. It's delicious, so delicious. The younger siblings all let out sounds of satisfaction. Liu Dapeng himself felt deeply content. Though the chicken soup had nothing in it but a bit of salt and no other seasonings, he still found it wonderful, and he downed a large bowl. Sister-in-law, let us wash the dishes, the little brats called out, scrambling to take over the chore from Xie Shuanglan. She replied, no need, I'll do it myself. Let them do it. It's good for them to handle what they can, Liu Dapeng said with a smile. Sigh, I still worry. I'd better go take a look, Xie Shuanglan answered, picking up the bowls. With the pot now clean, they began heating water again. When Xie Shuanglan came out carrying a basin of hot water, Liu Dapeng was taken aback. He thought she was going to wash her face, but she set the water down by his feet instead. Dapeng, let me wash your feet, she said. You. For a moment, Liu Dapeng was at a loss for words. He had never enjoyed such treatment before. Xie Yulan only lowered her head without a word as she began untying his shoes. Aren't you afraid my feet stink? The words slipped out of Liu Dapeng's mouth on their own. He then looked at Xie Shuanglan, unsure how she would respond. Why had he brought up his smelly feet out of nowhere? As for whether they smelled, truth be told, they were indeed rather pungent. You're my man. How could I possibly dislike you? Xie Xiaolan answered with utter seriousness, carefully washing and wiping his feet, as if doing such things was only natural. The sight left Liu Dapeng feeling embarrassed. When Xie Shuanglan had poured out the water and returned, he reached out and pulled her into his arms. Wife, he murmured. Dapeng. Under the moonlight, the two of them entwined with each other. When Liu Dapeng got up, he went to the space again and found that the cabbage was ready to eat. The cabbage had grown, but the key question was how to take it out. There were no cabbages in this season. Taking them out would surely frighten his wife. He pulled out all the cabbages and planned to plant some seasonal vegetables so that taking them out wouldn't be so burdensome. Dapeng, Dapeng. Hearing someone call his name, Liu Dapeng stepped out and saw a middle-aged man approaching with something in his hands. It was his uncle. His father had 2 brothers. His uncle's children were all married, unlike their family, which was quite poor as both parents had died early. So he had to support the family from a young age, and occasionally his uncle would help him out. This time, being able to marry a wife was also thanks to his uncle, who lent him some money and helped him borrow a bit from others in the village, enabling him to bring his wife home. Uncle, you're here. Liu Dapeng hurriedly invited him to sit down. Xie Shuanglan was also busy and immediately poured a glass of water and handed it over. Liu Yin took a sip of water and said, You're going to visit Shuanglan's family tomorrow. I've prepared everything for you. He smiled as he pushed some items in front of Liu Dapeng. He had prepared some candies and snacks. In rural terms, this gift was already quite substantial. Seeing the items his uncle pushed over, Liu Dapeng thought they must be quite expensive. He had already taken a lot from his uncle, and taking more would be a bit unreasonable. Dapeng, I am truly happy to see you getting married, he said, his eyes brimming with tears. His younger brother had died early, so he had never seen his own son marry. This was also a way for him to represent his elder brother. If he were to pass away, he could at least face his brother. Uncle, I owe you so much. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to marry such a good wife like Shuanglan. We are all family, and seeing you get married makes me happy. Save up a bit more, and life will get better and better for you. Liu Yun said seriously. Our life will definitely get better and better, Liu Dapeng confidently replied. Looking at the confident Liu Dapeng, Liu Yun felt genuinely happy for him. Previously, Liu Dapeng always seemed listless, but now having married, he seemed like a different person. Uncle, wait here for a moment. Liu Dapeng went into the kitchen. The 2 chickens from yesterday hadn't been finished, and now that his uncle was here, he could take the chickens away. To his surprise, he found Xie Shuanglan had already tied up the chickens and handed one over to him. Dapeng, take this. Wife, you. Liu Dapeng didn't know how to respond. His wife was simply too thoughtful and understood him so well. Xie Shuanglan just smiled and didn't explain further. How could she not understand that the 2 families had such a good relationship? She was certain her husband would give 1 chicken to his uncle. Seeing the valuable items handed over, she felt a mix of emotions in her heart. Liu Dapeng didn't stay in the kitchen for long before coming out with the chickens. Liu Yun's eyes widened when he saw the chickens. Dapeng, where did you get these? Could it be? Liu Yun thought, as they didn't raise chickens at home, and he wondered where they came from. He couldn't help but suspect if Liu Dapeng had stolen them. Be careful, Dapeng, you shouldn't do such things. Stealing is a crime. Liu Yun had misunderstood. Liu Dapeng smiled and explained, Uncle, I didn't steal these chickens. I caught them on the mountain. Don't you see these chickens are different from ordinary ones? Hearing Liu Dapeng say that, Liu Yun took a closer look and indeed found they were quite different from regular chickens. Could it be true that he actually caught them? But wild chickens on the mountain are so cunning, how did he manage to catch them? If you caught them, then keep them for yourself. With so many people at home, we hardly get to eat meat. Save it for your younger siblings. Uncle, you take this one and we still have one at home. I caught 3 yesterday. Hearing that he caught 3, Liu Yun became uneasy. Who on earth had such luck? To catch 3 at once was already impressive. Catching 1 would be good enough. He took a deep breath and looked at Liu Dapeng seriously, asking, Did you really catch 3? Uncle, I wouldn't lie to you, so you can rest assured and take this chicken back. It's good for a feast. Oh, by the way, Uncle, take your things back too. I won't go empty-handed when I visit Shuanglan's family. Oh, I've prepared some gifts already. Liu Dapeng had already thought about buying some things from the system to take back. He didn't want to take more from his uncle. Their family already owed his uncle a lot and had no ability to repay him. Taking more would feel unreasonable. Moreover, his aunt might not have expressed it, but she surely didn't want his uncle to bring so much to support them. Otherwise, why wouldn't she come along? In his memory, although his eldest cousin was easy to talk to, there was still some distance between them. Every time she looked at him, there was an inexplicable disdain, as if fearing their family would bring her down. I told you to take it, so why are you being so polite with Uncle A? Liu Yun thought Liu Dapeng was just being modest, pretending to refuse as their family was so poor they had nothing to take back. I've truly prepared gifts, so don't worry about it. I will definitely return to Shuanglan's family in style. I won't let anyone look down on me. Seeing Liu Dapeng insist on refusing his things, Liu Yun couldn't say anything more. The items went back, but he left with an extra chicken. He felt a bit smug and thought to show it to his wife. Oh, wasn't she looking down on his nephew? Look how well they treat him, and he even brought back a chicken. Liu Yun quickly returned home, but when his wife saw him at the door, her expression stiffened. She couldn't understand why her husband continued to support his nephew's family, who had already helped them a lot. Now the money for Liu Dapeng's marriage had mostly come from them. She didn't know when they would ever pay it back. Now he was bringing things to their house, making it seem like Liu Dapeng was his son. This made her very reluctant. Wife, look what I brought back. Liu Yun presented the wild chicken in front of him. He had hidden these things behind his back, wanting to surprise his wife. Where did you get this chicken? Wang Xiaofan looked at her husband with a sulky expression. Dapeng caught a few wild chickens in the mountains. He thought of me and brought one back. Liu Yun replied, but he didn't notice Wang Xiaofan's rather unpleasant expression. Was giving her 1 chicken enough? They had just given a lot of valuable things. This chicken was worth much less. You are the foolish one, thinking highly of your nephew. Wang Xiaofan silently scoffed to herself, yet on the surface she remarked, that nephew is truly impressive. Liu Yun, hearing his wife praise their nephew, chuckled and added, Of course. My nephew has become quite sensible. Marrying a wife changes a man. Thanks to your generosity, wife, or else how could my nephew afford to marry? Upon hearing her husband say that, Wang Xiaofan felt a pang in her heart. Was she really that generous? It was out of necessity. If it weren't for her husband insisting that she contribute money, she wouldn't have been willing. Soon Liu Yun brought out what he had taken. Wang Xiaofan's eyes widened in surprise. What is this? Every time he took something to Liu Dapeng's house, her husband always returned empty-handed, never bringing anything back. This was the first time he had something to show, which is why she was so astonished. Seeing his wife's reaction, Liu Yun smugly said, Dapeng said he didn't want these things, so he let me bring them back. Don't you think he seems like a changed man since marrying? Seeing her husband acting foolishly, Wang Xiaofan didn't know what to say. Regardless, the items had returned, and she cheerfully suggested, shall we have chicken for dinner tonight? Upon hearing this, the two grandsons in the house rushed out, tugging at Wang Xiaofan's clothes, saying, Grandma, we're having chicken tonight, right? Watching the children in such high spirits made Wang Xiaofan even happier, murmuring to herself, he finally did something right. Wife, what are you mumbling about? Liu Yun couldn't quite hear her and wanted to listen closely, but he realized his wife had stopped speaking. I didn't say anything, you must have misheard. Wang Xiaofan denied it, but she didn't dare speak these thoughts to her husband. If she were to voice them, she would surely receive a scolding, and she was skilled at playing both sides. Otherwise, how could she manage her husband? I'm stepping out for a bit. Liu Dapeng tidied his bow and arrows and prepared to leave. He planned to go up the mountain to hunt a wild boar so that when he returned, he would have money to visit his wife's family and wouldn't shame her or himself, while also earning for their household. Xie Shuanglan, seeing his demeanor, knew what he was up to and worriedly said, Dapeng, maybe you shouldn't go. I've heard there are many wild beasts in the mountains. What if you encounter danger? He'll be careful. Don't worry, we just married. How could I leave you behind? Liu Dapeng said as he pecked her forehead, causing Xie Shuanglan to blush and her heart to race. Embarrassed, she tightly clutched her clothes and said, Dapeng, promise me you'll come back safely. Liu Dapeng replied before grabbing his tools and heading out. Xie Shuanglan watched his retreating figure lost in thought, then sighed as she began tidying up in the room. Once on the mountain, Liu Dapeng's first task was to head into his space and take out all the cabbages. He planned to use them as bait. These cabbages, having absorbed the aura of the spatial realm, would surely attract the attention of the animals, whose keen sense of smell would lead them right to it. Liu Dapeng thought this way. Whether the animals would react as he anticipated was another matter, but he wanted to give it a try. As the cabbages spread out on the ground, he heard some rustling. Quickly hiding nearby, he observed that a rabbit approached. Although it was just a rabbit, Dapeng didn't want to let it escape. He shot the rabbit, tossed it into his space to cover the scent of the deceased, or else the other animals wouldn't come. He also managed to shoot a wild chicken, but then saw no other animals. Just as Liu Dapeng was puzzled, he heard a grunting sound approaching. It was a wild boar with shiny black fur weighing at least 100 pounds. It charged excitedly towards him, drawn by a delightful scent. Liu Dapeng's hand gripping the bow became sweaty. After all, this was the first time he was hunting such a large boar with a bow. He was worried about missing the shot. Or if he didn't kill it with one shot, what would happen if it got angry? After all, wild boars are highly aggressive. They could seriously injure him. The wild boar drew closer and closer, and Liu Dapeng's heart raced. He held his breath and shot an arrow, hitting the wild boar, but the boar became enraged because it was merely a single arrow. Even if it was a system-generated arrow, it couldn't compare to a hunting rifle. The wild boar chased after Liu Dapeng, arrows still sticking out of its body. Liu Dapeng felt frustrated, thinking, what is going on? This arrow isn't killing the wild boar. Suddenly, he heard a thud and, turning around, saw the wild boar that had been chasing him collapse to the ground, followed by a system notification. Congratulations, host. You have single-handedly killed a wild boar. Reward 1 energy pill. While the system's reward came just in time, he was running low on energy. Seeing the pill in his hand, Liu Dapeng did not hesitate to put it in his mouth. The pill melted instantly. He hadn't even tasted it before it dissolved, and at that moment, he felt his body brimming with strength, as if he had endless power, feeling as strong as an ox. Now feeling exceptionally powerful, he didn't even take a moment to rest and directly dragged the wild boar. He found that 100-pound wild boar was nothing much. He could easily carry it as if he were lifting cotton. Who would believe it if he told them? After all, this was 100 pounds that should at least bend his back. Yet he felt no strain at all and was even light on his feet. No wonder it was the energy pill. Oh, it was genuinely powerful. While dragging it down, he encountered some villagers, unable to avoid them. When they saw him carrying the wild boar, their eyes widened in disbelief. Dapeng, that's a wild boar you hunted. How are you so strong? We've gone up the mountain several times and haven't seen a single wild boar. Damn it, how did you manage to find one and even kill it? Did you use a hunting rifle or something? The man then noticed the bow and arrows on the wild boar and immediately shut his mouth. Comparing themselves to him was infuriating. They relied on rifles, yet he managed to shoot the boar with arrows. Who would believe that? I'm just lucky to have hunted a wild boar. The man felt increasingly bitter upon hearing Liu Dapeng's words. Luck. Why was his own luck so poor? Liu Dapeng paid no mind to the man's thoughts. He knew there were many who envied him. He figured that in the future there would certainly be plenty of people feeling jealous of him, so he might as well get used to it in advance. He quickly descended the mountain, followed by the man. He felt drained and was troubled seeing others catch wild boars. Wife, look what I've caught." Before Liu Dapeng even entered the house, he shouted to those inside. Xie Xuanlan heard her husband's voice and hurried out, seeing him grinning widely while carrying a hefty wild boar. She quickly exclaimed, "Dapeng, did you really catch such a big wild boar? Isn't it impressive, my wife?" Liu Dapeng winked playfully at Xie Xuanlan. She felt that her husband must be exhausted carrying such a large wild boar and said, "Put the wild boar down. Don't carry it any longer." "Knowing my wife cares for me," Liu Dapeng said as he quickly put down the wild boar just as someone came over to see the commotion. "Dapeng, Dapeng," someone called from outside. Hearing that familiar voice, Liu Dapeng furrowed his brow. He remembered that the original owner had a few friends, but they weren't truly good friends. They only came around when there were benefits, and now they were likely here because they heard he had caught a wild boar. During the days since he married, those friends hadn't come by, probably out of fear of bringing a gift. Thinking of this, Liu Dapeng snorted. He wanted to see what they were up to. He was not the original owner easily fooled. "Wang Dage, what brings you here? You didn't come by when I got married a few days ago. What's the occasion today?" Wang Dajuan was caught off guard by this remark. He had no retort. The reason he hadn't come was to avoid gift-giving, yet this guy actually remembered it and brought it up. Wang Dajuan felt a bit embarrassed, his expression darkening as he said, "Are you blaming me? I told you I was accompanying my wife to her family that day, so I couldn't come. By the way, I heard you caught a wild boar. Can I take a look? I heard it weighs over 100 pounds. How did you get so lucky?" As Wang Dajuan spoke, his eyes scanned around, quickly locking onto the wild boar. Seeing it made him greedy, he wished he could get a leg of the boar. Liu Dapeng could see the greed in his expression and understood what he was thinking. Wanting a share of the meat, how naive. "Dapeng, my kid has been clamoring for meat every day. Could you spare me a few pounds?" As he spoke, Wang Dajuan reached out to touch the wild boar, practically drooling over it. This scene made Liu Dapeng feel extremely awkward. How could he shamelessly say such things and even dare to touch his wild boar? He really wanted to cut off Wang Dajuan's hand. Instead, he lightly slapped the back of Wang Dajuan's hand, causing him to pull back in pain. "Dapeng, what are you doing?" "Wang Dajuan, I want to ask you, what are you doing? If you break it, can you pay for it? I plan to sell it at the supply and marketing cooperative. Taking such a big one to sell, isn't that a bit wasteful? We're friends. Can't you just spare me a few pounds of meat?" Wang Dajuan was not giving up. He kept insisting on getting meat from Liu Dapeng. If Liu Dapeng sold it at the cooperative, there would be nothing left for him, so he wouldn't allow that. "You can have meat, but you have to pay for it. Otherwise, you can give me your tickets, that works too." Hearing Liu Dapeng's words, Wang Dajuan's face turned even darker. He had come here empty-handed, not wanting to trade anything of his own. "Dapeng, if you say that, we might not even remain friends. We're all friends, and isn't it natural to exchange things? How can you say such hurtful things? Who wants to be friends with you?" Liu Dapeng scoffed inwardly, his gaze sharp as he looked at him. "If you don't want to trade, then leave. Don't waste my time." Seeing he wasn't getting any benefits, Wang Dajuan angrily left, throwing down a harsh remark, "Liu Dapeng, there will come a day when you'll need me." With that, he walked away, acting as if he really had to ask Liu Dapeng for something. Liu Dapeng found it amusing, while Xie Xuanlan felt sorry for him. "Wife, do you want to go with me to sell this wild boar at the supply and marketing cooperative?" Xie Xuanlan was taken aback by his suggestion, as she hadn't expected Dapeng to want to take her to the cooperative. "Do you want to go? We can exchange for some goods there. Aren't we going back to your family tomorrow? We can't go empty-handed. Look, we need to take something with us." Upon hearing her husband say this, Xie Xuanlan's eyes turned red. "Dapeng." After saying this, she leaped into Liu Dapeng's arms. Liu Dapeng was taken aback, but didn't want to push his wife away, as she was fragrant and soft, and moreover, she was his. All right, let's go to the supply and marketing cooperative now. Xie Xuanlan wiped her eyes and went with Liu Dapeng to the cooperative. At this moment, the news of Liu Dapeng catching a wild boar in the mountains had spread throughout the village. "Have you heard? That rascal Liu Dapeng actually caught a big wild boar in the mountains. They say it weighs 100 pounds. That wild boar is probably over 100 pounds, not just 100. Wang Dajuan, aren't you close with Liu Dapeng? Why didn't he take you to the cooperative? When he makes money, he could even treat you to a meal. Why didn't you go with him?" Someone couldn't help but tease Wang Dajuan, knowing he was on good terms with Liu Dapeng, something everyone in the village knew. It was a first for him to be left behind while Liu Dapeng went to the cooperative, hence the remarks. Wang Dajuan's expression grew increasingly grim as he coldly replied, "Who wants to go to the cooperative with him?" Hearing this, the other person's temper flared. "I see you want to go but can't. He doesn't want to take you." Soon the two calmed down. After all, the wild boar had nothing to do with them. Why should they fight over a non-existent wild boar? Thinking of this, the two merely huffed and fell silent. Wang Dajuan angrily walked away, feeling not only humiliated today, but also nearly beaten by others. It was all Liu Dapeng's fault. Seeing his lack of understanding only fueled Wang Dajuan's resentment. Meanwhile, Liu Dapeng and his wife Xie Xuanlan had already arrived at the supply and marketing cooperative. In this area, wild animals pose a significant threat, so if one were to catch a wild boar, they could sell it directly to the cooperative and even receive a reward. This is why Liu Dapeng dared to sell the wild boar at the cooperative rather than the black market. Although he considered selling it at the black market, it was impossible since the villagers had seen the wild boar. Wang Xiufan, let me tell you something. A woman mysteriously approached Wang Xiufan, who was washing clothes by the riverbank, and pulled her aside. What are you doing? Can we talk nicely? Why are you grabbing me? Don't delay my washing. Seeing Wang Xiufan's displeased expression, the woman patiently said, I saw Liu Dapeng today. He carried a big wild boar to the town. What did you just say? Wang Xiufan paused, clearly in disbelief. You must be joking. How could Liu Dapeng possibly catch a wild boar? If he could catch a wild boar, my husband would surely be soaring high. She thought it was amusing and couldn't help but chuckle. That's impossible. Wild boars are huge. Normally, hunting teams wouldn't dare to hunt openly. They only engage in small covert operations. Liu Dapeng definitely couldn't catch one. What do you mean I'm lying? What relationship do we have? I never exaggerate. I truly saw Liu Dapeng taking his wife to the cooperative. The woman spoke with a hint of sarcasm, and then reminded Wang Xiufan, Xiufan, isn't your family close with his? Now that he's making money, he would surely share some with you, right? Wang Xiufan sneered, saying, share what? That's his money. What relation does it have to us? Don't keep rambling in front of me, and my husband can't stand this talk. Now don't delay my washing. The woman, seeing Wang Xiufan's obliviousness, grew anxious and quickly interjected again, are you foolish? Your man supports your nephew so well. Now that your nephew is making money, how can it not benefit your family? I think you're just foolish, only knowing how to support others without considering how they can support you. Wang Xiufan continued washing, ignoring the woman, though inside, she felt a pang of envy. Why had her nephew caught a wild boar? Would he bring something back for their family? Thinking of this made her uneasy, but she didn't show it. Seeing that the woman truly ignored her, the woman finally decided to stop talking and began washing clothes herself. After finishing her laundry, Wang Xiufan returned home. Why did you wash clothes so quickly today? Liu Yan joked with his wife. Wang Xiufan shot him an annoyed glare and said, have you heard about your nephew catching a wild boar? Oh, he really hasn't heard. After all, he hadn't left the house today and didn't even know if his nephew indeed caught a wild boar. Our families are so close, would he not bring us something now that he's making money? This question seemed to be a deliberate reminder for Liu Yan, who rolled his eyes at her, saying, what relationship do we have? Aren't you often annoyed with him? Now that he's making money, you're just eager to get benefits from him. Am I doing this for the family? Besides, I never stopped you from getting along with your nephew. I'm just saying this because he's making money now and you act as though I'm in the wrong. The more Wang Xiufan spoke, the more wronged she felt, and tears almost flowed down her cheeks. Liu Yan, seeing her like this, quickly slipped away, not wanting to witness her distress. Liu Dapeng and his wife had just exited the cooperative, having sold the wild boar for 60 yuan and received an additional 10 yuan in rewards, making a total of 70. Seeing her husband make so much money, Xie Shuanglan felt somewhat unreal, walking as if she were in a daze and nearly bumping into someone. Wife, are you alright? Seeing his wife's reaction, Liu Dapeng found it amusing. She was so startled by such a small amount of money. If he were to earn more in the future, would she faint from shock? To him, this amount was trivial. After all, he once had savings of several thousand yuan, but now comparing it to the past seemed pointless. Dapeng, this isn't a dream, is it? Have you really earned this much money? Xie Shuanglan tightly grasped his hand to confirm its reality. Liu Dapeng gently pressed her palm until her expression changed before he released it. Do you think this is a dream? Does it hurt? Very much. This isn't a dream, Xie Shuanglan replied, her pain confirming the reality of their good fortune. Let's go, I'll take you to buy some things. Tomorrow we're going to your family, and we can't go empty-handed. Today our money-making news will surely spread like wildfire in the village. He had already anticipated that many people would come to their home, possibly even those wanting him to repay debts. He certainly needed to repay the money he borrowed from his uncle, and it was time to do so. The first thing to do after earning money was to settle debts. Xie Shuanglan nodded. She felt very happy of being with Liu Dapeng, felt right. Although his family was poor, he treated her exceptionally well, and now that he was making money, their life would surely improve. Xie Shuanglan was filled with anticipation for the future, feeling energized. The two bought some items and returned home, getting only a pound of meat, as they could only buy 1 pound a day. On their way back, they indeed saw many people looking around. Upon seeing him return, they rushed over to ask, Dapeng, how much money did you make selling the wild boar at the cooperative? Liu Dapeng chuckled and didn't engage in their idle chatter. How much he earned was none of their business. Xie Shuanglan, being clever, immediately said to Liu Dapeng, Dapeng, there are still some things to handle at home. Let's not delay and hurry back. Xie Shuanglan pulled Liu Dapeng away, disappearing into the crowd. The others, left with a belly full of questions, could only sigh as Liu Dapeng walked away. You're still my clever wife, Liu Dapeng complimented, causing Xie Shuanglan's face to flush again. I won't talk to you anymore, you just keep saying these sweet words. Someone has come to visit. Upon seeing Liu Dapeng, he hurriedly asked, Dapeng, I heard you went to the company to sell wild boar today. That man, nervously addressing him, recalled his name as Liu Dachui, who had borrowed money from the original owner before. He guessed that today he was here to repay the debt. This person valued his pride and hadn't mentioned it, so Liu Dapeng had to be tactful. Although he wasn't the one who owed the money as the current owner of this body, he should repay it. Dachui, thanks to you our family would have gone hungry without your help. Since I earned some money, I wanted to repay you. I didn't expect you to come here just in time for me to return the money. Liu Dapeng was about to go fetch the money, which made Liu Dachui feel uncomfortable as it seemed a bit pushy. If your family truly can't spare any money for now, it's alright not to repay it immediately. If it weren't for my wife insisting I come here, I really wouldn't have wanted to. We're all from the same village, oh why the hurry? Let me repay you first. I'm financially stable now, and it's been tough for you to lend me money for so long. Liu Dapeng took out the money and handed it over. He owed 10 yuan, and now he had managed to repay it. Liu Dachui gazed at the 10 yuan being handed over, his heart filled with emotions. Who would have thought that Liu Dapeng would repay the debt so quickly? Their family was the poorest, yet due to one wild boar they had turned their fortunes around. It truly was a strange twist of fate. I won't disturb you any longer, I'm leaving now. If you want to hear anything in the future, just come and ask me. After saying this, Liu Dachui left as he felt he had overstayed his welcome. Wife, I'm going to my uncle's house for a bit, Liu Dapeng said to Xie Shuanglan, so she wouldn't worry about not finding him later. Xie Shuanglan nodded, understanding in her heart why Liu Dapeng was going. He had spent 20 yuan to marry her, and their family was so poor. He probably borrowed some money from his uncle's family, and he had to repay it. Although repaying the debt left them with little money, only by doing so could they sleep soundly at night. As he left, Liu Dapeng planted a kiss on Xie Shuanglan's forehead, making her feel shy and embarrassed, causing her to quickly retreat into the room. Liu Dapeng wasn't empty-handed either. After all, they had lent him so much money and treated his family well. He brought some candies as his uncle's family had several grandchildren, so he thought it would be nice for them to enjoy some sweets. Uncle, Liu Dapeng called out as he entered. The door opened, revealing his aunt Wang Xiufan, who was quite surprised to see him. Oh Dapeng, you're here. Your uncle isn't home. They'll go find him outside. Wait here for me, Wang Xiufan said, preparing to leave. Liu Dapeng stopped her. Since his uncle wasn't home, it was the same to give the money to her. After all, she was present when he borrowed the money. Wang Xiufan hesitated, looking at Liu Dapeng, unsure of what he was up to, then saw him pull out 30 yuan from his pocket and hand it to her. Upon seeing the 30 yuan, she understood he was there to repay the debt. This money is for you. Thank you for taking care of me, Liu Dapeng said sincerely to Wang Xiufan. No matter what she thought, the fact that she did not stop her husband from lending him money back then was already commendable. Why are you being so polite with me? We only lent you 20 yuan. Why are you returning 30? Just take it back. Your family is struggling too. Wang Xiufan said, returning the money. She wasn't an unreasonable person. Sometimes she just got carried away by others' words. Now seeing Liu Dapeng like this, she truly couldn't bring herself to take an extra 10 yuan from him. And don't be so polite. Your husband has taken care of me for much more than 10 yuan. Consider this my repayment to you. Please don't refuse me. And if you continue like this, I won't recognize your husband anymore. Since he had already said this, Wang Xiufan felt it was inappropriate to say anything else and took the money. Later she would discuss it with her husband, and how to handle the money would depend on his decision. Liu Dapeng then handed her a handful of candies, and Wang Xiufan looked at the candies, feeling an indescribable warmth in her heart. We have vegetables from our own garden. I'll take some back. You must need vegetables to eat. Wang Xiufan said, not waiting for Liu Dapeng to respond, and hurried into the house, soon returning with a basket of vegetables. The vegetables were all seasonal edibles. Liu Dapeng didn't refuse, and took the basket back, promising to return it later. When he returned home, his wife had already prepared the meal. Today they had made some money and bought a bit of food, so lunch was much better than usual. The 4 younger siblings stared at the food on the table, salivating. Big brother, what day is it today? Why is the food so good? Liu Erbao couldn't take his eyes off the dishes. Today isn't a special day, it's just an ordinary day. From now on, our family will live like this every day. Don't worry, big brother will surely lead you to a happy life. Hearing Liu Dapeng say this, everyone found it hard to believe. If their family could live like this every day, that would be wonderful. They all knew Big Brother had caught a wild boar, which must have been sold for money, allowing him to buy so much good food. They also wanted to help Big Brother with whatever they could in the future. If there's anything Big Brother needs me to do, just let me know. I'm strong now, and I've grown up. Liu Erbao, wanting to show he had truly grown up, flexed his muscles for Liu Dapeng to see. Liu Dapeng couldn't help but laugh, looking at his thin little body. Where was the muscle? I can also help with work at home. I can pull weeds and I can earn work points. The younger siblings said in unison, their voices particularly loud. In this era of scarcity, one had to work to earn food. Seeing this scene, Liu Dapeng felt a pang in his heart. Enough talking, or the food will get cold. Everyone should hurry up and eat. It was Xie Shuanglan who reminded them to eat, and only then did they all start digging into their meals. Xie Shuanglan's eyes turned red as well. This whole family. She didn't know what to say. Her mother thought she would suffer after marrying into this place, considering there were so many younger siblings who needed to be fed, but it wasn't like that at all. She would definitely tell her parents about this later. Liu Yun returned after wandering outside for a while. He learned that his nephew had indeed caught a wild boar, and he felt genuinely happy for him. With this money, their family could have a slightly better life in the days to come. Upon returning, he saw his wife picking vegetables. He tried to quietly pass by her, but was caught by Wang Xiufan. "You old rascal, you're back, huh?" "I just didn't want to disturb you," Liu Yun said, sitting next to her to help with the vegetable picking. He found his wife's incessant chatter quite bothersome. To his surprise, his wife didn't scold him today, but looked at him seriously. "Do I have a flower on my face? Why are you looking at me like that?" "What do you mean?" Wang Xiufan said, wiping her hands clean, then pulled out 30 yuan from her pocket and handed it to him. Liu Yun was taken aback when he saw the 30 yuan, confused. "Our son hasn't returned yet. Where did you get so much money?" Thinking of this, Liu Yun's eyes widened. "You should return it quickly. We can't keep this much money." In this day and age, if one picked up so much money and didn't return it, they would be criticized by the villagers. So Liu Yun couldn't sit still and hurriedly took the money to find their village leader, but Wang Xiufan stopped him. "Where are you rushing off to? Can you let me finish speaking? You're always like this." Liu Yun turned around to look at his wife. "What do you mean? This money isn't from picking it up, so where did it come from? It can't be that a pie fell from the sky and you just happened to catch it right." Wang Xiufan glared at Liu Yun, annoyed by his useless speculation. She then said seriously, "It's your nephew who came to return the money." "That's not right. We only lent him 20 yuan, and he returned 30 yuan. He overpaid by 10 yuan. When you counted the money before, did you not see clearly?" Liu Yun, feeling uneasy, counted again carefully. It was indeed 30 yuan, and he was puzzled. Did something happen to his wife's hand? "It's 30 yuan. Your nephew insisted on returning 30 yuan, saying that our family had helped him before, so he wanted to compensate us. I said no, but he insisted on giving it to us. You can decide what to do with it." Wang Xiufan stopped nagging him. Nagging endlessly would get them nowhere. Liu Yun took the money, intending to return it, and turned to leave. Wang Xiufan watched his back and sighed deeply. Her husband was like this. He would rather give others an extra 10 yuan than take an extra 10 for himself. It was just his nature. "Is everyone eating?" Liu Yun stood awkwardly at the door, not expecting to arrive at mealtime. After all, his nephew's family was not well off, and if they knew he was here, they would definitely pull him in for a meal. Liu Yun planned to return the money right at the door. Xie Shaolon saw this and hurried over. "Uncle, have you eaten? Come eat with us." She then went to the kitchen to get chopsticks and bowls. Liu Yun wanted to stop her, but his nephew came over. "Uncle, sit down quickly. I already ate at home." How could Liu Dapeng not know whether he had eaten or not? That was just how his nephew was. He was too kind-hearted to spare even a grain of rice from his own home. So he said firmly, "Uncle, if you don't eat, then don't come to my house. I'm just inviting you for a meal. If you're like this, how can we continue to have contact in the future?" "You kid." Liu Yun could do nothing but feel helpless. Xie Shaolon placed the bowls and chopsticks on the table. Liu Dapeng invited Liu Yun to eat. At first, Liu Yun felt a bit awkward, but when he saw the dishes on the table, he couldn't help but inhale deeply. They smelled so good. "Uncle, hurry and eat. You used to take care of our family, and now we can return the favor." The two little nephews said with smiles, feeling very proud. They owed their uncle a lot of favors, and now their uncle could eat at their home too, which made them happy. Hearing his nephew's words, Liu Yun couldn't help but shed tears. His two nephews had grown up and become so sensible. He turned to go to the fields to tell his younger brother. When Liu Dapeng saw his uncle crying, he didn't know what to say. He felt equally depressed. After dinner, Liu Yun took the extra 10 yuan and said, "Dapeng, keep this money. Your family needs money for many things, so just forget about giving me the 10 yuan. You can return the principal to me." Liu Dapeng didn't accept it and said, "Uncle, you took care of my family so much before, feeding us and giving us things. Just consider this 10 yuan as my respect for you. When I earn a lot of money in the future, I will repay you properly." Saying that is being too formal. "We are family. It is natural for family to help each other, especially since I promised your father." Liu Yun refused his money, saying that helping him was the right thing to do. After all, he was the child left behind by his second brother. He couldn't just watch them starve while he had food. It was his conscience and bottom line to ensure they had something to eat. Liu Dapeng wanted to say something more, but Liu Yun slammed the table and placed the 10 yuan on it, walking away without looking back. Xie Shaolon looked at the 10 yuan and then at her husband, asking, "Should I chase after Dapeng and give it to uncle?" "No need. Uncle is stubborn. He definitely won't take this 10 yuan from me. If he wanted it, he would have taken it long ago." Don't go after him. Here, take this 10 yuan and keep it. If you need anything, just let me know. He did not give her any more money because he reserved it for other uses. Xie Xiaolan didn't dare to take the money and quickly shook her head. Dapeng, I don't want the money. Just buy what you need for the family. You keep the money and worry that if it's in my pocket it might get lost, and that would be troublesome. Alright, I'll hold on to it for you. If you need anything, just ask me. Liu Dapeng kept the money while placing it in a secure spot. It was better than leaving it outside. If it were outside, he would have to find a jar to hide it to avoid it being taken by someone else. While Liu Dapeng's family was enjoying a harmonious atmosphere, Wang Dajin's home was shrouded in gloom. His wife saw him return and asked unhappily, why didn't Liu Dapeng bring back some pork after catching that wild boar? She had hoped her husband would bring back some pork for her to enjoy, but unexpectedly, he returned empty-handed. Didn't he go to Liu Dapeng's house? How could he come back empty-handed? The two had a very good relationship, and usually if Liu Dapeng's family had something good to eat they would share some with them. So she naturally thought Liu Dapeng should have given them some. In the future, don't mention that person in front of me, alright? Are you taking your frustration out on me because you didn't gain anything at Liu Dapeng's house? His wife stood up angrily, and as their conversation grew more heated they began to fight in front of the children. The two were fighting, frightening the children, who began to cry loudly and ran outside to call for help. Soon someone arrived to separate the couple, exclaiming, hey, what happened between you two? Why are you fighting? You wretched woman, stop spewing filth. Wang Dajun attempted to strike again, but was grabbed by a man. Wang Dajun, what are you doing? She is your wife. If you keep hitting her, she could die. She is the mother of your children. How can you be so cruel? Wang Dajun, though still angry, slowly calmed down. He then noticed his wife beaten and bruised, let out a hum, and turned to go inside, slamming the door shut. The woman nearby helped Wang Dajun's wife up and asked, what are you two doing? Everything was fine. Oh, why are you fighting? If those two children hadn't come to call us, your husband might have killed you today. He has never raised his voice at you before. What happened? Stop talking, just stop. Wang Dajun's wife did not wish to speak, only sobbing over the embarrassing situation as she didn't want to discuss it. The woman beside her was at a loss on how to comfort Wang Dajun's wife as she cried. News of Wang Dajun hitting his wife quickly spread throughout the village. Upon hearing that Wang Dajun had actually hit his wife, the villagers expressed their disapproval, saying, as a man, how can you hit a woman? Exactly, no matter what a woman does, she shouldn't be hit. After all, she is your wife. Everyone chattered away, and soon these words reached Liu Dapeng's ears. Hearing this, he merely clicked his tongue, saying nothing. It was fortunate that Wang Dajun hadn't killed his wife. He understood Wang Dajun's bad temper well. The original owner was also afraid of him. Otherwise, how could their relationship be so good? It was all due to Wang Dajun's fist that the original owner was willing to share some things with him. The uproar continued until the next day, when Liu Dapeng, taking his wife, addressed his younger siblings, saying, you all stay home. Don't go anywhere. We will be back soon. Big brother, don't worry about us going to sister-in-law's family. We will not run around. We are all grown up. You can trust me to look after the younger ones. Liu Erbao patted his chest in assurance, making Xie Shuanglan laugh at his antics. Alright, I'll leave the house in your care. Liu Dapeng said a few words to them, and then took Xie Shuanglan's hand as they left. It was the first time her husband held her hand like this, making her feel somewhat embarrassed, as if everyone was watching her. Dapeng, why don't you let go of my hand? I feel like everyone is staring at us and laughing. Seeing others staring, Xie Shuanglan assumed they were mocking her. However, Liu Dapeng felt indifferent. In their time, not only was hand-holding in public common, but even kissing was rarely criticized, as everyone had grown accustomed to it. Don't be shy, my wife, we're just holding hands, not doing anything else. There's no need to feel embarrassed. Hearing her husband's teasing, Xie Shuanglan's cheeks flushed red, feeling so ashamed that she wanted to find a hole to hide in, but there was no place for her to hide. Xie Shuanglan's family home was quite far away, and they had to walk for several hours. Liu Dapeng regretted not borrowing an ox cart in the village, otherwise they wouldn't have to walk. He learned from this experience and decided to do so next time he visited his wife's family. Isn't your Shuanglan still on her way? A woman with a sarcastic tone approached the Xie family to make her presence known. Xie's mother glanced at her and replied, my Shuanglan is on the way, as she will be here soon. It's still early. The woman internally scoffed, thinking, what does she mean she will be here soon? Perhaps her husband isn't letting her come. They are so poor, why would she come here? Sister-in-law, I'm not criticizing you, but why did you have to marry Shuanglan so far away? Couldn't you have chosen someone from the next village? That family is much better than the one Shuanglan married into. I heard they have so many younger siblings. Marrying into that family will only bring her suffering. I really don't understand why you rejected that marriage. The woman rambled on, even though she was the one who initially suggested that marriage to Xie's daughter, but the daughter didn't take a liking to it. It's not surprising she rejected it. That man, while decent, is already old and still wants to marry my daughter. Isn't that an old cow eating young grass? Honestly, you really don't know how to treat people. You're pushing my daughter into a fire pit, aren't you? Seeing Xie's mother lose her temper, the woman quickly shut her mouth. She had thought that Xie Shuanglan would willingly marry that old man, and she could profit from it, but unexpectedly Shuanglan outright rejected it, leaving her embarrassed. Moreover, she had been laughed at by many in the village because of this, so she occasionally came to gloat and undermine Xie's mother, claiming that her son-in-law was a penniless man. Mother, elder sister is here. At this moment, Xie Yun ran in from outside. The woman had no intention of leaving as she wanted to see what this penniless son-in-law would bring with him. She intended to promote her own reputation in the village by showcasing the contrast with Xie Shuanglan's marriage to an old man, since marrying a poor man was the real disaster. Mother, I'm back. Xie Shuanglan's voice came from outside, and Xie's mother wiped her hands, put down her things, and went to the door to greet the couple. The woman quickly squeezed to the door, looking around. When she saw that Xie Shuanglan was empty-handed, she was about to mock her when she noticed her husband carrying many packages. Seeing so much, she was dumbfounded. Her son-in-law didn't bring this much during the new year. How could he dare to bring so many things? Was he trying to court death? Their family was so poor, yet he brought so many items to his wife's family. Trying to save face when you can't afford it, the woman said sourly. Hearing this, Xie's mother became displeased and shot her a glare, causing the woman to shut her mouth. Liu Dapeng is also here at my house. Xie Shuanglan didn't like this woman, who almost caused her to marry that old man, so her tone was not very friendly. Liu Dapeng also sensed that his wife did not like her. Shuanglan, you've come back to your mother's house. Liu Shi feigned concern as she approached her, glancing repeatedly at Liu Dapeng's hands. When she saw the meat he was carrying, her eyes widened. Daughter, son-in-law, let's go inside. You must be tired today. Xiamu directly pushed the woman aside, smiling as she welcomed the two in. This made Liu Shi quite angry, stamping her feet in place. However, no one paid her any mind, leaving her to stamp in solitude. Come, have a drink of water to moisten your throat. Xiamu poured 2 cups of water for them, but Xie Dapeng wasn't thirsty, so he didn't drink. Xie Shuanglan, on the other hand, took several sips and said home water tastes the best. You child, even after getting married, you still remember your mother's water, Xiamu said with a hint of annoyance. Xie Shuanglan stuck her tongue out at her mother, her playful demeanor causing Liu Dapeng's gaze to linger on her face unconsciously. Seeing Liu Dapeng like this, Xiamu secretly delighted in her son-in-law's affection. Her daughter couldn't take her eyes off him. It reminded her of when she married her own husband, and their relationship had grown stronger over time. Even though they were a bit poor, they had never quarreled, unlike other families that were always in chaos. The old woman heard that our daughter is here, didn't she? Before Xie arrived, his voice had already reached them. Liu Dapeng glanced outside and saw a middle-aged man wearing a cloak entering. Liu Dapeng quickly stood up to greet his father-in-law. At this moment, Xiamu quietly asked, "Is Dapeng good to you?" Though I know this question is pointless, Xiamu just wanted to hear it from her daughter's mouth. Mother, Dapeng treats me very well, Xie Shuanglan shyly replied. Good, then I can rest easy. This time you've married the right person. Even though Dapeng has several younger siblings, as long as you both are happy together, don't worry about other matters, understand? Treat those younger siblings well. They'll grow up and eventually need to marry and separate from the family. Xiamu's only regret was that Liu Dapeng's family had too many people, but without in-laws to impose restrictions, it might not be so bad. Those younger siblings are very good to me, and they are quite obedient, never making me worry. They even help share the household chores, so I will treat them well, Xie Shuanglan said earnestly. From the joy on her daughter's face, Xiamu knew her daughter was living well there, and she felt relieved. In the future, when you come home, don't buy so many things, understand? It's a waste of money. You are in need of money right now, and if you have a child later, it will cost even more. So save this money, okay? Xiamu chattered nonstop. Seeing this, Xie Shuanglan quickly said, Mother, we have money now. This time Dapeng hunted a wild boar in the mountains, so we made quite a bit of money. Dapeng has become successful actually hunting a wild boar in the mountains. But I've heard those things can be fierce. You mustn't let Dapeng risk his life for money, understand? I understand. The two chatted for a while before heading to the kitchen, and then her younger siblings returned. Xie Shuanglan had 2 younger brothers and a sister, and when they saw her back, all of them gathered around. They all chattered excitedly in Xie Shuanglan's ear, and she listened attentively without showing any annoyance. Xiamu smiled slightly at this scene. The good bond among the children brought comfort to her as a parent. On the other hand, Liu Dapeng's father-in-law was also inquiring about him, making Liu Dapeng feel particularly embarrassed. What made him even more nervous was when he noticed his father-in-law's bow and arrows. His eyes immediately lit up. Dapeng, do you like that sort of thing? Xie was a bit surprised to see Liu Dapeng's gaze fixed on the bow and arrows. He thought he was the only one who enjoyed hunting in the mountains. He didn't expect his daughter's husband would also share this interest. Thinking of this, he spoke as if he had found an old friend after many years. Dapeng, want to try going into the mountains? Is that all right? Liu Dapeng felt a bit bored staying here. Of course. Let's go. Xie Fu tossed the bow into his hands, and Liu Dapeng realized just how heavy it was. He had once complained about the system for being stingy, but he didn't expect that his bow was a treasure. He could draw it with ease. He'll go tell your mother, so she won't worry about where we went. After Xie Fu spoke, he hurried out, and Liu Dapeng followed him outside, soon hearing Xie Mu and Xie Fu talking while occasionally glancing their way. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I won't take Dapeng deep into the mountains. All right, you handle it. If Dapeng loses a single hair, we'll see how my daughter reacts. After Xie Mu finished her instructions, she went back to busying herself in the kitchen. Let's go. Xie Fu glanced at Liu Dapeng and saw that he was carrying the bow with ease, which reassured him. He was genuinely worried that Liu Dapeng wouldn't be able to handle his bow since it had been passed down through generations and couldn't be found elsewhere. The two of them ascended the mountain. This mountain was quite similar to theirs, and upon entering they split up to search for prey. Hey, these days the prey has become cunning. Sometimes I come back empty-handed. It's not like you can catch something every time you go up the mountain. Xie Fu spoke these words with deep emotion, realizing that if they relied on hunting for a living, their family would starve, so hunting had become his hobby. Hearing this, Liu Dapeng understood that the prey must indeed be clever. The last wild boar he encountered had been lured out by the cabbage from his space. Otherwise, how could he have come across such a wild boar? Those creatures were notoriously sly. This time he planned to use the same cabbage strategy to deal with the mountain's prey. Noticing that his father-in-law wasn't looking his way, Liu Dapeng secretly took out a cabbage from his space and scattered it on the ground, pretending to be casual. Then he didn't move closer and quietly waited for the prey to take the bait. It seems today we'll end up empty-handed, Xie Fu said helplessly, having been on the mountain for quite a while without seeing a single creature. That isn't necessarily true. We will definitely catch something. Liu Dapeng didn't believe it. How could the things from his system not attract those little creatures? Hearing his son-in-law say this, Xie Fu relaxed and sat down on the ground, chatting with him about his past hunting experiences. At that time, I punched wild boars and kicked fierce tigers, Father Xie said with great enthusiasm, saliva nearly dripping from his mouth. Liu Dapeng, listening from the side, felt that he was just rambling. This was getting fantastical. Still punching wild boars. Even someone with a system wouldn't dare to do that. I must say my father-in-law is quite an interesting person. After spending some time with him, listening to his stories has its significance. Half truth, half fiction. Anyway, I just took it as a story. Don't speak, a prey is coming. His father-in-law suddenly closed his mouth, looking around with vigilance, then motioned for Liu Dapeng to crouch down with him. Liu Dapeng didn't know why he had to do this, but imitated him and crouched on the ground. Then he heard footsteps, definitely not human. It's here, Father Xie exclaimed excitedly, grabbing a nearby bow and arrow to shoot. Then they heard something chirp a few times before going silent. Father Xie hurriedly went to push aside the grass to take a look. Liu Dapeng saw a bamboo rat lying on the ground. It must be the largest bamboo rat, otherwise how could there be such footsteps? It weighed at least 8 pounds. Father Xie weighed it in his hands and said with delight, "We're really lucky. I thought we wouldn't get any prey today, but unexpectedly we encountered one." He could boast to his wife again, but remembering that he had brought his son-in-law hunting today, he felt quite annoyed and said, "Son-in-law, let's wait a bit longer and see if there are any other prey." Looking at his father-in-law's embarrassed expression, Liu Dapeng glanced at the sky. It was getting late, and the meal must be ready. If they didn't return soon, they would probably worry, so he declined to continue hunting. The two of them made their way down the mountain, but on the way back it was his father-in-law who ended up carrying the bow and arrow. As they walked, his father-in-law babbled, "When we get back, you tell them that the bamboo rat was your kill, understand?" Why? Liu Dapeng didn't understand why his father-in-law arranged it this way. It clearly wasn't his kill. Why insist on saying it was? "Don't ask. Just do as I say," his father-in-law said sternly. Liu Dapeng just went along with it. On the way back, they encountered quite a few villagers who greeted Father Xie warmly. "Oh, old man Xie, is this fellow next to you your new son-in-law? He really is quite handsome." Hearing others praise his son-in-law's looks, old man Xie felt quite pleased. He smiled and said, "That's indeed my son-in-law's appearance, exceptionally good. Otherwise, how could my daughter fall for him? Moreover, my son-in-law is also very skilled at hunting. Look, he brought down such a large bamboo rat. You must not have seen one this big before." Understanding his father's intention to boast, Liu Dapeng suddenly realized why he wanted to say the prey was his kill. It was all for bragging rights. "Wow, such a large bamboo rat. Your son-in-law is really impressive," the person teased, and Father Xie snorted. "That's right, you haven't seen such a country bumpkin before. I'm not chatting with you, I have to head back." Heading back with Liu Dapeng couldn't help but chuckle at his father-in-law's antics. He didn't expect the old man to be so stubborn. "Wife, I'm back." "You're back? Come eat. We've been waiting for both of you. Why did you take so long?" Mother Xie rolled her eyes at her old man, but when she saw her son-in-law, her smile widened. Father Xie felt a little gloomy. Why was she cold towards him, but different with his son-in-law? Did you catch anything, brother-in-law? A few little ones, seeing the prey in Liu Dapeng's hands, started bouncing around. What a big one, what a big one. Sister, sister, come see what brother-in-law caught. The little ones yelled to those inside. Xie Xuanlan washed her hands and came out smiling slightly at Liu Dapeng. Put it on the ground. Hurry and wash your hands, dinner is ready. Okay. Liu Dapeng dropped the bamboo rat on the ground, and the little ones bravely touched the rat's body. Mother Xie got angry and called them to stop, otherwise they wouldn't know when to stop. Hurry and wash your hands again, they're filthy. Mother Xie looked at her children, and the child quickly went to wash his hands. Then the whole family sat down together for dinner. Father Xie even brought out his cherished old wine. Mother Xie looked at him and said, just drink a little, okay? I'm happy. My son-in-law came back today. What's wrong with drinking a bit more? On ordinary days they tell me not to drink too much, I want drink much. But today is different, you can't restrict me. Daring to negotiate with her made Mother Xie quite angry as she rolled her eyes internally, thinking that when her son-in-law left, she'd settle the score with this old man. Father Xie felt quite uneasy as well. He knew his wife would definitely settle the score. However, the wine was already in his belly, and he couldn't care less. Dad, you should drink less wine for your health, Xie Xuanlan said with concern. Yes, father-in-law, drink less, Liu Dapeng echoed. Don't mind what they say, oh well, drink our own. Father Xie felt irritated. It was just a bit of wine, he wasn't going to die, did it need to be such a fuss? Seeing his father-in-law unhappy, Liu Dapeng stopped saying anything. After a few rounds of drinks, his father-in-law still wanted to pull him into drinking more, when Mother Xie said, don't mind him, your father is just like that. After a bit of wine, he forgets his own name. Daughter, it's so hard for you to come home, why not stay for a while? How about you stay at home? Xie Xuanlan didn't dare to decide alone. She looked back at Liu Dapeng and he understood, saying, wife, why not stay for one night? Since my wife is staying, I naturally have to stay as well. Although there are a few younger siblings at home, they are all grown up and can take care of themselves. Sometimes when I'm not home, they manage fine, so I'm not worried. That night, Xie Xuanlan didn't sleep with him. Her mother-in-law took her to a room to chat for a long time before returning. No one knew what the two women talked about. She stealthily climbed into bed thinking Liu Dapeng was asleep, but unexpectedly, she was hugged by the man as he swiftly turned, causing Xie Xuanlan to feel quite shy. Dapeng, this is my mother's house, Xie Xuanlan said softly. How could Liu Dapeng resist the gentle voice of his wife? He softly said, don't be afraid, just take it easy. Xie Xuanlan obediently nodded, saying no more as they embraced the day together. On the way back, Xie's mother and father had somehow gathered an abundance of items, dried bamboo shoots, their sun-dried vegetables, and a variety of other things, far more than they could carry. There were also the bamboo rats caught yesterday. Liu Dapeng was astonished at the sight. How could they possibly give him so much? Mother, why are you giving me so many things? We came to visit relatives, not to empty your home. Xie Xuanlan looked at the pile of goods, reluctant to accept. Xie's mother was displeased upon hearing this, and said, if your daughter tells you to take it, just take it without so much fuss. These are just some dried goods I gathered myself, nothing of great value. If you don't want these, then don't come to my house anymore. But it's too much, just a little please. Xie Xuanlan felt both amused and exasperated. This was enough food for their whole family for half a month. There's plenty here. Your family is large and this food is just enough for you all. Enough talk. They'll have your father take you to the village entrance. As Xie's mother spoke, she became more convinced of her idea. However, Xie Xuanlan didn't want her father to come back with them, as it would take too long to reach home, and she and her husband could manage to carry it all without causing trouble. Mother, please don't let father come with me. We can handle these things, you don't need to worry. Are you trying to keep your father from going, or are you just shy? Xie's mother teased her on purpose. Before long, Xie Xuanlan's face turned red. Mother, you think too much. I'm not shy at all. Saying this, she turned away to keep herself calm. Liu Dapeng couldn't help but feel overwhelmed by the sheer amount of items. His father-in-law's family was truly generous. He thought he would honor them with good things in the future. He felt fortunate. His wife's parents were kind, and so was his wife. Wife, how about I find a bullock cart in the village to help us? Carrying this much back for just the two of us would take until dark. Seeing the amount of goods, Xie Xuanlan felt a headache coming on. Although her parents had taken them to the village entrance, the items were indeed too many. All right then. At the village entrance, there was indeed a bullock cart. Sometimes it carried goods or people around. Liu Dapeng quickly struck a deal with the driver, who eagerly brought the cart over. Your husband treats you well. He doesn't want you to walk such a long way, and even arranged for a cart. The cart driver, also from the village, had seen Xie Xuanlan before when she was small and thin. He never expected that after staying with her husband for a while, she had become plump and pretty. Initially, everyone thought she had married a poor man, but it turned out to be quite the opposite. Not at all, Uncle Xie. We have too much stuff, which is why my husband got a cart. Otherwise, we would have certainly walked back. I wouldn't want my wife to walk back. If I had the money, I'd let her ride the cart every day. Liu Dapeng said seriously. This made Uncle Xia laugh. The young man had potential. He was both eloquent and charming. No wonder their life was thriving. Dapeng. Xie Shuanglan shot him a glance, wishing he would stop saying such things. She was shy and couldn't handle it. Liu Dapeng chatted with Uncle Xie from time to time, and time flew by quickly. Before they knew it, they reached the village entrance where many people were chatting. They were surprised to see Liu Dapeng back, especially since he was in a bullock cart. When did he become so wealthy? The amount of goods on the cart was astonishing. People were saying that the couple had gone to visit Xie Shuanglan's family. Was it really such generosity from her parents? Liu Dapeng and Xie Shuanglan returned with their items amid the astonished gazes. Before they had gone far, several younger siblings rushed over to help them carry things. Liu Dapeng handed the items to them, feeling relieved, while Xie Shuanglan carried some herself and let the little ones help with the rest. Standing at the door, Liu Dapeng hesitated to enter. His house still looked a bit shabby. It seemed he needed to work hard to save money and build a proper home, otherwise it would surely leak during rainy days. Chirp chirp. Liu Dapeng heard a sound and looked over, surprised to find a nest of chicks had appeared in his home. Seeing his brother staring at the chickens, Liu Erbao explained these were given to us by Uncle. He said once the eggs hatched he would bring them over, thinking that with so many people in our family we would surely be able to raise them well. Take good care of them. Liu Dapeng expressed a few words of concern, wondering if he could also raise some of these in his space. He planned to go to his space to research this shortly. His system had been unlocked, and he could buy some items to put in there later to sell at the black market for a profit. With this thought, Liu Dapeng felt reinvigorated. Liu Dapeng entered the space which had emptied out. Besides planting some cabbage last time, he hadn't done much else. It wasn't that he didn't want to plant, but he had been too busy. Now that he had the time, he exchanged for some seeds. He planted some seasonal vegetables and some grass that rabbits loved. He hoped to head up the mountain and try his luck to catch a few wild rabbits. If he could catch some alive, that would be even better. He could raise them in his space, and when they gave birth, he would have many rabbits. The system mall had its perks, but it couldn't exchange for living creatures. It could exchange for food and clothing, but not for animals. Perhaps his level was too low. He hoped to raise his level soon to see if he could exchange for some. After busying around in the space for a while, Liu Dapeng came out and saw his wife bustling about. In these times, having a wife was truly wonderful, as she helped him with everything, unlike some wives who acted like royalty and would leave if they weren't pleased. After all, back then there were far too many single people. Wife, I'm going out for a bit. Xie Shuanglan looked at her man holding the bow and arrow and immediately knew where he was going. Remembering what her mother had told her, she quickly spoke up. Dapeng, be careful. There are still me and the younger siblings at home. Don't worry, I will be fine. Your man is quite clever. Seeing Liu Dapeng's nonchalant demeanor, Xie Shuanglan was at a loss for words. What should have been a serious matter was treated so lightly by him. Before long, the man's figure disappeared as he went off to busy himself with his own matters, leaving her to sort through the many things at home. Unbeknownst to him, Liu Dapeng had already entered deep into the mountains. There were hardly any animals around the outskirts because they wouldn't venture out there. Too many people were present, and the animals were quite wary. To hunt larger game, one had to venture deeper into the mountains. In the past, he might have been afraid, but now it didn't matter since he had a system. A howl echoed through the air. The frightening sound startled Liu Dapeng. Just moments ago, he had been bragging about not being afraid, only to be slapped in the face by reality. Fortunately, there was no one else around. He rummaged through the grass ahead and spotted two wolves fighting. There were many wolves, but they did not move. Liu Dapeng watched in amazement as the two wolves battled. Was this a fight for the position of the alpha? Liu Dapeng was stunned. He hadn't expected to witness such a scene on the mountain. The two wolves fought fiercely, their furs stained with blood. One of them was destined to die. Liu Dapeng thought that only with the death of the alpha could one safely claim the position of Wolf King. While the position of the Wolf King was not so easily attained. A mournful howl echoed from the mountain, and the other wolf fell without hesitation. At that moment, two wolf pups dashed out, howling at the fallen wolf, while the other wolves paid them no mind. The victorious alpha wolf bore a scar on its face. It coldly observed the scene, let out a few howls, and led the other wolves away as if nothing had happened here. Watching this unfold, Liu Dapeng felt a surge of excitement. He hadn't expected to stumble upon such an opportunity. With the wolf dead, he could sell its pelt for money. This trip up the mountain hadn't been in vain, and those two pups could be kept in his space for later. He confidently approached the two pups, noticing they had little fighting spirit. Upon seeing someone approach, they merely stared at him warily, then began to howl, as if to say, if you come any closer, I'll bite you. But Liu Dapeng was not scared at all. He walked over to the fallen wolf, which weighed at least 80 to 90 pounds. It was roughly the same size as a large pig. In these times, very few could raise a pig to 200 pounds. It was only those in later generations who could achieve that through feed. In the present day, a pig weighing around 100 pounds was already quite substantial. Seeing Liu Dapeng approach, the two wolf pups lunged at him, but he merely touched them lightly, causing them to vanish into thin air as he tossed them into his space for reflection. With such a large wolf, Liu Dapeng planned to bring it down after dark. Money needed a clear path. If he simply tossed the wolf into his space, his family would surely wonder why he suddenly had so much money. Sister-in-law, has my elder brother not returned yet? Lu Waya asked. Xie Xuanlan also felt unsettled. How could he still not be back after so long? As night approached, what would they do if it got dark? They should prepare to take the younger siblings up the mountain to look for her man. Even if they couldn't find him, they had to search. Dead or alive, she wanted to see him. Let's go to the mountain and search. Xie Xuanlan couldn't wait any longer. She didn't want to delay. Once it was completely dark, the mountain would become dangerous. If they went now, they might still have a chance, so she took the younger siblings and went into the mountains, closing the door behind them. Meanwhile, Liu Dapeng was carrying down the wolf, feeling that the smell of the wolf was quite pungent. Elder brother, where are you? Shouts came from the mountain. Liu Dapeng heard it. His family had come to find him. I'm here. Why did you all come up the mountain? Liu Dapeng was surprised to see that every member of his family had come. He thought that by going down now he could prevent them from worrying, but they still did. If he had known, he would have returned home first and then waited on the mountain for a while. Elder brother, how can you still ask? Why have you been up here for so long? Liu Erbao complained, feeling wronged. But the most aggrieved was Xie Xuanlan. Although she said nothing, she was secretly wiping her tears. What would she do if something happened to her man? So she didn't dare to think or speak. As their sister-in-law, if she cried now, it would surely frighten everyone. I found a wolf in the mountains, so I came back a little late. I originally planned to return earlier, but I was afraid of being seen by the villagers, which wouldn't be good. Everyone sighed in relief upon hearing this, but then they were dumbfounded. What wolf, elder brother? You actually found a wolf? Are you joking, or did you really hunt this wolf yourself? Looking at Liu Dapeng, they indeed saw a wolf quietly lying there. The wolf was already cold, its fur stained with blood, and Liu Dapeng himself was also covered in blood. This made Xie Xuanlan's heart ache greatly. Dapeng, if you're hurt, you must tell me. Hearing his wife choke up, Liu Dapeng felt guilty. Wife, I really am fine. I found this wolf and stayed there because I saw it. I didn't go anywhere else. Look, I'll let you check me thoroughly when we get home, okay? You? Xie Xuanlan stomped her foot in anger and embarrassment, but in the end reason prevailed, and they both descended the mountain together. Xie Xuanlan was genuinely worried about her man, so when they got home, she fetched him a clean set of clothes and led him into the room, carefully checking him over before she felt reassured. Wife, I told you I'm fine. Why do you have to check me? Or shall we get to know each other more intimately? Hearing her man's frivolous words, Xie Xuanlan's face inexplicably flushed. I won't talk to you anymore. If I'll go see how the younger siblings are doing. They are still watching the wolf. Seeing his wife flee in panic, Liu Dapeng smiled and also went out. He needed to deal with this wolf quickly. He planned to take it to the black market to sell in the morning. After a night of toil, Liu Dapeng collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep, holding his wife close. Aren't you eating at home? How about eating first before leaving? Even though Xie Xuanlan had gotten up early, Liu Dapeng still wasn't planning to eat, as he wanted to head to the black market early. Moreover, if he didn't leave soon, it would be hard to explain to the villagers. I want to eat. I can eat when I come back. Liu Dapeng was organizing his things as he was about to go to the black market to buy some items. Hearing Liu Dapeng's words, Xie Xuanlan couldn't help but feel a bit disappointed. She had almost finished preparing breakfast, yet her husband was leaving without eating. Go early and come back early. Be careful, all right? Xie Xuanlan reminded him, knowing that her husband had picked up a wolf. He shouldn't travel the usual route. It could only be sold in the black market, so he had to be extra cautious. If he got caught, it would be troublesome. I understand. Liu Dapeng wasn't impatient. After all, being nagged by his wife was a form of happiness. Soon he left the house. In a secluded place, he directly stored the wolf in his space, as he wouldn't be foolish enough to carry a wolf into town. The black market is well known. Everyone knows where it is located. However, whether people go there is another matter, as those who do are often in dire situations. If not, they wouldn't venture there unless they had something illicit to trade. The market opened early. It also closed early, so some people wouldn't even be caught trying to grab them. Moreover, there were dedicated guards there who would hastily ensure that items were packed up if anything unusual occurred, making it relatively safe. Hey bro, can I borrow a light? Liu Dapeng immediately spotted a man smoking heavily beside a dilapidated toilet. The man's face was unshaven with a lot of stubble. He looked up at Liu Dapeng with a dazed expression and blew a puff of smoke, causing Liu Dapeng to cough. Kid, you want to borrow a light? Come with me. The man leaned against the toilet, but now stood up directly, leading Liu Dapeng over. Liu Dapeng had already hoisted the wolf. After all, he planned to trade it eventually. So he had taken it out early and didn't see the need to hide it. Those people knew what they were doing, so once he brought his item over, they could immediately give him a price. Bro, do you think I can borrow a light? The man asked, pointing at Liu Dapeng behind him. The man sitting nearby glanced at Liu Dapeng and saw the wolf on his back. He was astonished. Wolf pelts are valuable and wolf meat can be traded for money. How did this kid manage to catch a wolf? He suddenly became interested, saying, "Of course you can borrow it, but ask him if he's willing to come over." With this information, the man walked over to Liu Dapeng and said, "Kid, they are willing to lend you a light. Hurry up and go over." "Oh." The man gestured for him to approach. The man sitting there scrutinized Liu Dapeng and asked, "Did you catch that wolf?" "I just got lucky. I found the wolf dead in the mountains and brought it back." The man was even more shocked to hear this. "If I had that ability, I would have killed a wolf myself. I just found it." Seeing that Liu Dapeng didn't seem to be lying, the man thought Liu Dapeng was quite extraordinary for being able to bring back a wolf. This kid had some luck. He might have more goods to sell in the future. Thinking this, the man became enthusiastic. "I can give you 100 yuan for the wolf pelt, and as for the wolf meat, 5 yuan a pound. What do you think?" Liu Dapeng was unsure if this was the black market price, but he wanted to make a quick sale. He nodded, "Sounds good." Seeing Liu Dapeng agree so readily, the man laughed heartily. "Kid, if you have more goods like this in the future, you can sell them to me. I'll always be here." This was exactly what Liu Dapeng wanted to hear. He would definitely be sending more goods to the black market in the future, so he said, "That's great. When I have goods, I'll definitely send them here." In the end, Liu Dapeng received 155 yuan from this transaction and bought some items like cloth and food. Here with money, he could buy a lot. On his way back, he carried a lot of items and casually stored them in his space. He came and went as lightly as a feather. When he returned, he took out these items. This way, he wouldn't draw attention. When Xie Shuanglan and the children came out, they saw so many items. "Quickly close the door tightly, so we won't be seen." Hearing Liu Dapeng speak, Xie Shuanglan gradually came to her senses. Remembering something, she hurriedly closed the door. They had bought so many items, and if someone with bad intentions saw them, it would be bad if they reported it. Moreover, in this day and age, things like food tickets have strict regulations on how much each person receives. "Why did you buy so many things?" "I made some money, so I bought some necessities for the family." "Look at your clothes and compare them to the children's clothes. They don't have any new clothes. How can that work?" Liu Dapeng felt it didn't matter to him, but if he had money, he would definitely improve the family's living conditions first. His younger siblings were still wearing his old clothes, which had been altered for them. They had never had a new piece of clothing in their lives. Hearing Liu Dapeng's words, the children stood frozen in place. They were going to have new clothes. They were especially happy. Xie Shuanglan opened her mouth, but said nothing in the end. Liu Dapeng just wanted his family to live better, which is why he did this. How could she criticize someone like him? He was just too kind. "Wife, can you sew clothes? If not, I can find someone to make some for the kids later." Liu Dapeng asked this because he was worried that Xie Shuanglan couldn't sew. Xie Shuanglan rolled her eyes at him and said, "Of course I can sew clothes. Don't underestimate me. I can make clothes for the kids, but it might take me a while to finish all these. It's all right, take your time. They can wear them whenever they're ready. They're not in a hurry." Xie Shuanglan went to organize the items, locking some of the precious items in the cupboard. She couldn't let such valuable things get damaged, even the fabric. She wouldn't dare to let it get dirty. Liu Dapeng had already entered his space where the vegetables he had planted had sprouted and were ready to be harvested. After harvesting all the vegetables and setting them aside, Liu Dapeng replanted a new batch only to discover that the 2 wolf cubs had grown significantly. When he first placed the 2 wolf cubs into the space, they had been cautious, watching Liu Dapeng. This time, however, their gaze towards him had inexplicably softened. Unsure if it was just his imagination, he called out, "Come here." The wolf cubs responded to his call, scampering over and nudging his hand with their heads. Liu Dapeng was delighted, never expecting these 2 wolf cubs to be so obedient. Liu Dapeng discovered the reason behind the accelerated growth of the wolves in the space. Just yesterday they were so small, and today they had grown so much. At this rate, they would likely be the size of adult wolves in no time. Liu Dapeng intended to bring the 2 wolf cubs out with him for hunting, as they would not only assist him, but also guard his home. Therefore, he didn't need them to grow too large. When the time came, he would release them. "You two behave well in the space." Liu Dapeng exited the space, and shortly after, Xie Shuanglan came looking for him. "Dapeng, I heated up your meal. You should eat quickly." "Okay." Liu Dapeng felt genuinely hungry, so when Xie Shuanglan brought the food, he began to eat. Just then a series of knocks echoed at the door. "Who's there?" Xie Shuanglan paused for a moment when she opened the door. The man standing there was Wang Dajuan, but she wondered why he was looking for her man. Without a glance in her direction, Wang Dajuan went straight to Liu Dapeng, saying, "Dapeng, help me out." As Liu Dapeng was eating, he feared he would laugh. "Help you with what?" "My son just turned 1 right. My wife wants to give him a longevity lock. Can you lend me some money to get one for my son?" Hearing this, Liu Dapeng spat out his food. "Your son isn't my son. Why should I lend you money?" Wang Dajuan wiped his face, which was sticky with food. If it weren't for needing money from Liu Dapeng, he wouldn't have endured this for so long. He said, "Dapeng, you're my only hope. You're my good friend, right? How can you ask for so much? We're not even related." Dapeng, how can you say that? You weren't always like this. We're brothers, good brothers share blessings. Wang Dajuan was persistent, having promised his wife that he would get money from Liu Dapeng. If he couldn't borrow it, he would lose face. What good brothers? I treat you like a brother, and you treat me like a fool. I've given you enough over the years, yet you won't even spare a cabbage for me. How dare you call me a good brother? Is it your thick skin or my foolishness that allows you to deceive me like this? Liu Dapeng's barrage of words stunned Wang Dajuan. He never expected Liu Dapeng to speak so harshly. In the past, he would do whatever Wang Dajuan asked without complaint. Dapeng, do you really have to be like this? Wang Dajuan feigned seriousness, attempting to intimidate Liu Dapeng. I'm just being myself. One day you'll come begging me. Wang Dajuan left in a huff. As he left, he kicked Liu Dapeng's table, but it was sturdy and didn't fall. Wang Dajuan, on the other hand, yelped in pain, dragging his leg back home. This scene amused Liu Dapeng, who thought he deserved it. After finishing his meal, Liu Dapeng handed a handful of candies to Xie Shuanglan, who was taken aback. I'm not a child. Why are you giving me candy? Though she said this, she felt a warm sweetness in her heart and unconsciously tightened her grip on the candies. It's for you. Just take it. If you don't eat it, leave it there. Dapeng, Dapeng. Hearing someone call his name, Liu Dapeng rushed outside to see his uncle Liu Yun approaching with a bucket, which left him puzzled. Uncle, where are you going with that bucket? You wouldn't know, but we're going fishing. It's been hot lately, so many fish have come closer to the shore. If we're lucky, we can catch a few. All right, I'll go grab a bucket now. Liu Dapeng dashed inside. He loved fishing. Even if he didn't catch anything, just being part of the excitement was fun. When he arrived, Liu Dapeng saw many villagers bent over the riverbank, catching something. One person excitedly exclaimed, "Wow, I caught one." Liu Dapeng rushed over to the excited person and saw he had caught a tiny loach. It was so small, he couldn't believe the person was so proud. "Hey Dapeng, look at the loach I caught. Isn't it amazing?" The person boasted, but Liu Dapeng was speechless. How could he be proud of something so insignificant? "You're so impressive, you caught a loach. I'm going to try my luck and see if I can catch a fish," Liu Dapeng said, then dashed off. "Dapeng, there are fewer people over here. Let's fish here instead. It's too crowded over there, and the water is all stirred up. It'll be hard to catch fish." Liu Yun looked at the murky water stirred by the villagers, feeling frustrated. "This is how we're supposed to fish. All right, this spot seems better with fewer people." Liu Dapeng rolled up his pants, preparing to take off his socks. He had to get into the water to catch fish, though otherwise how could he catch any? "Uncle, why don't you stay back? How about I catch them for you? I'm not that old, though I can catch them myself. You do your thing, and don't be jealous when I catch bigger ones than you." Liu Yun, hands on his hips, excitedly, said, "How about we have a competition to see who catches more? How does that sound?" "Sure." Liu Dapeng was indifferent. They each picked a spot, not crowding each other, so no one could blame anyone else if they didn't catch anything. "Oh no, you caught my fish, that's why I lost. Are you worried? I can't handle losing, Uncle." Liu Yun laughed helplessly. Liu Dapeng was quick-witted. Fish occasionally slipped past Liu Dapeng's feet, but fish are cunning. They can bump into you, yet you may not be able to catch them. Even when fishing in muddy waters, you still might not touch them. Damn, I didn't expect fish to be this hard to catch. Liu Dapeng's mind raced quickly. He couldn't just sit there doing nothing. Relying solely on luck wouldn't yield such good fortune for him, so he had to take out something from his space. "Dapeng, how's it going over there?" His uncle's voice called out again, and Liu Dapeng didn't want to bother with him. His uncle was a bit too smug, his tail almost wagging to the sky. Soon he would catch a big fish to slap his face hard. But he still replied that things weren't going well, and then ignored him. "Just as I thought." Liu Yun mumbled to himself, thinking that if his nephew couldn't catch any fish, he would give him a few. He felt a bit proud, not expecting he would also be good at fishing. Liu Dapeng took out the grass from his space. Upon smelling the aroma of the grass, the fish immediately swarmed over. These fish were herbivorous, so the grass suited their taste perfectly, and soon many fish gathered. Liu Dapeng just had to reach in and catch them. He effortlessly filled a bucket with other fish. Liu Dapeng didn't plan on catching more. He could always come back to fish when he felt like eating. He had already sat down under a tree to rest. Seeing him resting under the tree, Liu Yun sighed, realizing that experience still mattered. It was clear that one had to rely on themselves. "Dapeng, even if you didn't catch any fish, don't get discouraged. Uncle has some in the bucket for you to take home." Having caught plenty of fish, Liu Yun approached with a bucket and set it down, telling Liu Dapeng to catch some fish. Liu Dapeng stood up from under the tree and said, "Uncle, I don't need your fish. Ooh, just look at my bucket." When Liu Yun saw the fish in his bucket, his eyes widened. What was going on? He had fished for a long time and couldn't compare to Liu Dapeng's short effort. While Liu Dapeng had filled a bucket, he had only caught a few. This was quite the embarrassment. He had even said he would share a few fish with his nephew, but now he felt he couldn't offer any, blushing in shame. Seeing his uncle's awkward expression, Liu Dapeng chuckled secretly. "Uncle, how about you take a few from my bucket? I have so many fish that I can't eat them all. If you can't eat them, you could sell them, right?" Liu Yun firmly refused Liu Dapeng's fish. He could take them to town to sell instead. Every few days there would be a market, though small, so no one managed it. They could buy and sell freely, but the quantity couldn't be too much. When selling, all transactions involved their own agricultural products. Nothing else was allowed there. Uncle, you really don't want any. They'll just take them away. Liu Dapeng asked him one last time, but Liu Yin still refused. He hoped Liu Dapeng would just take the fish to exchange for money, since there were many family members and plenty of places to spend. Liu Dapeng happily took the bucket back, running into several people on the way. Tsk tisk, Liu Dapeng, you've caught fish, huh? Yes, uncle, would you like to buy a few to take home? Liu Dapeng started a small business in the village. If he sold out in the village, he wouldn't need to take them to town after all, though it would take time. Upon hearing this, the man's eyes lit up. Not everyone had such good luck. Just going to the river to catch fish could yield results, and he had never seen fish as big as the ones Liu Dapeng had caught. He'll take 2 from you, but the price must be cheap. Plus, you don't have to go to town, saving you quite a bit of time, right? Alright, since we're all neighbors, there's no problem making it cheaper. How many do you want? You pick them, or should I choose? The man let Liu Dapeng catch him 2 large fish for 3 jiao each, and they were soon weighed. The largest was only about 4 pounds. In the end, Liu Dapeng received 2 yuan, and also asked the man to spread the word. If anyone had fish, they should come to his place. The man left, bringing him a small fish as a gift, which made him very happy. He promised to spread the word thoroughly, and soon enough people started coming his way. Big brother, why didn't you call us to catch fish? Several younger siblings gathered around, seeing the many fish Liu Dapeng had caught, envious and eager to fish as well. What are you gathering for? The water by the river is so deep. If you fall in, it's all over. Listen to me, you must not go into the river to fish, understand? Don't worry, we usually just hang around the riverbank and definitely won't go into the water. We know that people have drowned there before. Several children promised seriously not to go into the water, which reassured Liu Dapeng. By this time, more and more people were arriving. Dapeng, I heard you caught a lot of fish. Do you still have some at home? Can you pick 2 for me? An old aunt came with a basket, clearly to buy fish. Liu Dapeng warmly welcomed her inside, and Xie Shuanglan came over to help. Aunt, which ones do you want? Our fish are big and good. I love to hear you talk, girl. Your words are so sweet. The old aunt smiled brightly at Xie Shuanglan. This praise made her shy, and her face quietly turned red. You can catch me 2 fish, oh, any 2 will do. Xie Shuanglan hurriedly picked 2 fish and weighed them. The old aunt happily left with the fish. Don't move around, let me wipe your forehead, your hair is all wet. Xie Shuanglan took a clean cloth to wipe the sweat from Liu Dapeng's forehead. Oh, you 2 are so sweet together, just like I was when I was young. As more and more people arrived and saw the couple so sweet, they began to tease them. Xie Shuanglan felt embarrassed, lightly hitting Liu Dapeng. It's all your fault. Why blame me? I didn't do anything. Liu Dapeng thought. This bucket of fish was sold out completely, he didn't even need to go to town. Liu Dapeng counted the money he received, it totaled more than 10 yuan. Big brother, are we going to catch fish again tomorrow? We want to go too. Several younger siblings, seeing their brother earn so much money, eagerly clamored to help at home. Liu Dapeng thought for a moment, and said, let's not go tomorrow, we'll go in a few days instead. If we keep catching fish, who knows who might get jealous. Hearing their big brother's words, everyone felt disheartened. Next time, if we have the chance, we can go fishing together again. Don't be like this, cheer up, do you know that we earn money at home today? Xie Shuanglan couldn't help but chuckle at Liu Dapeng's words. Looking at the faint smile on his wife's face, Liu Dapeng felt very satisfied. His wife was so beautiful that he could never get tired of looking at her. When Xie Shuanglan caught him stealing glances at her, he didn't hide, but Xie Shuanglan felt shy and walked out. In the evening, Liu Dapeng saved a fish for himself, and he had Xie Shuanglan prepare sauerkraut fish. It was the first time they ate like this, and he didn't expect that sauerkraut could be added to the fish, which left Xie Shuanglan quite confused. She asked uncertainly, Dapeng, eating like this won't give us a stomach ache, will it? Don't worry, it definitely won't upset our stomachs. I saw others eat like this, so that's why I said so. Liu Dapeng reassured her, and with that Xie Shuanglan stopped questioning. Soon the sauerkraut fish was ready, and the aroma was even better than Liu Dapeng had imagined. Xie Shuanglan couldn't help but sniff as she realized that fish could be prepared this way. Sister-in-law, what delicious food are you making? We can smell the aroma from far away. Do you all have dog noses? How could you smell it so quickly? Liu Dapeng teased his younger siblings, and they, feeling bold from the teasing, said, Brother, you can't say that about us. If we are dogs, then what are you? Liu Dapeng was left speechless by their comment, feeling as if he was scolding himself, while Xie Shuanglan stifled a laugh beside him. Everyone stop talking, or the food will get cold. If it gets cold, it won't taste good. We should eat while it's hot. The children were too busy eating the fragrant sauerkraut fish, and they looked quite satisfied. In the end, they finished every drop of the fish soup without leaving a single drop. Next time we catch fish, we should eat like this again, the children said longingly. Liu Dapeng patted one of them and said, Why aren't you helping your sister-in-law? Do you want to tire her out? If you want to eat, well, you have to help with the chores, Liu Dapeng said. Upon hearing this, the children immediately scurried off to help. That night, Liu Dapeng snuggled up to his fragrant wife to sleep. The next morning after breakfast, he was heading out when he bumped into someone who looked somewhat familiar. Dapeng. Cousin, is that you? You're back. His cousin had married a girl from the town, so with connections he got a job at the factory and unexpectedly returned today. I came back today to see how my parents are doing. I heard from my father that you've gotten married. What's up? Are you doing better now, even marrying a wife? Liu said with a smile. He didn't dislike this younger cousin and knew that his family's elder had been helping him. How could anyone do well in the village? You definitely have to go outside to make it. Cousin, you are the impressive one already working in the town. Actually, it's not that easy out there, Liu said, handing him a cigarette. I don't smoke, I'm not used to this kind of thing. Liu Dapeng did not take the cigarette from Liu, who said nothing further, taking the cigarette back and silently lighting one for himself, taking a deep breath and saying, I came back mainly to see how my parents are doing. If they are well, I'll be at ease. Later I have to go back. How about you come to my house for a drink? Since he was being so warm, Liu Dapeng didn't refuse and agreed. However, he wanted to try his luck in the mountains. If he wanted to upgrade the system and earn points, he had to go hunting, otherwise he wouldn't earn any points. That's why he hunted every day. When he was truly busy, he wouldn't have much time to run up the mountain. Now that he had the time, he wanted to earn more points. As he walked up the mountain alone, he didn't notice a pair of eyes watching him intently from behind. It was Wang Dajuan, who saw Liu Dapeng come out alone and felt that he had a chance. Though he didn't dare to kill Liu Dapeng, he could still scare him. Sneaking up on people was his specialty. Liu Dapeng hummed a tune, feeling quite good. Perhaps it was because he was going up the mountain, but his mood was particularly bright. He didn't notice the person behind him. As he walked, he saw a wild chicken fly past him. With a swift shot, he aimed and shot, hitting the wild chicken squarely in the heart. Wang Dajuan, who was following, felt his heart drop to his feet. Damn, was he that skilled? If that arrow had hit him, could he have survived? Originally, he intended to harm others, but now he was scared and quietly stayed to the side, afraid that Liu Dapeng would discover him. Damn, this wild chicken is pretty light. I wanted to catch a bigger one. I wonder if I'll have the chance. Liu Dapeng was rambling on when he suddenly received points from the system, and this time, it even issued a task for him to hunt a silly roe deer. Are there silly roe deer in the mountains? Liu Dapeng was puzzled, but since the system said there were, then there must be. He wandered around the mountain for about 2 hours, his feet nearly numb, before he spotted a silly roe deer staring at him blankly. This silly roe deer was indeed foolish. No wonder it was given such a name. As he approached, it didn't move, just stared at him with a dazed look. Liu Dapeng had no trouble taking it down, completing the system's task, and was rewarded with a spiritual spring well. Receiving the spring well made Liu Dapeng particularly excited. Oh, with a spiritual spring, it was a great thing that could nourish the body. In the future, he could let his family drink more to improve their health. Having completed the task, and with the time not early, Liu Dapeng hurried down the mountain. At that moment, Wang Dajuan returned home with lingering fears, sitting down in a daze, unsure of what to do. He had initially wanted to sneak up on someone, but ended up being frightened instead. Liu Dapeng brought the hunted game directly to his uncle's house. Seeing him come with so much, his cousin extinguished the cigarette in his hand. It was unexpected that his cousin had such a strong smoking habit. He had smoked one when he saw him and now had dropped several on the ground. Dapeng, you went to the mountains. You actually got skilled at hunting. Liu looked at him eagerly, his eyes sparkling. Can you take me with you next time? Of course. When will you come back? I'll take you with me. Oh, you could come without bringing so much. What are you doing carrying all that? You know you're going to take it back, right? His uncle started nagging as soon as he saw him bringing so much. Liu Dapeng glanced at his uncle, unsure of what to say. Liu, knowing his father's character, directly pulled him into the house. Dapeng, that's just how your father is, don't be upset. I'm not upset, I know uncle means well for me. Seeing that Liu Dapeng wasn't upset, Liu let out a sigh of relief and said, that's good. I brought something back this time and you can take it with you later. I won't be free on your wedding day, so I came back just to give you a gift. He saw Liu take out some brown sugar and a few pastries, which were considered excellent gifts in the countryside. Typically people exchanged things like eggs, but these were bought with money and were not easily obtainable, indicating that his cousin was quite thoughtful. Liu Dapeng didn't refuse and accepted everything while thanking him. We are relatives, there's no need for such formalities. Next time you must take me hunting. It seemed his cousin was also fond of hunting. Just after they finished eating, before they could chat more about life, they heard someone shouting outside. Not good. A wild boar has injured someone. Instinctively, Liu Dapeng wanted to go out to see. Liu quickly followed, mumbling, a wild boar injuring someone is serious. Once it picks up a human sin, it will want to attack. With so many people in our village, we mustn't let these wild boars cause harm. Even Liu Yun rushed out to see the situation and spotted someone injured being carried down from the mountain. A fierce wild boar was charging wildly through the forest. Isn't that the hunter from Old Sun's family? How did he get such severe injuries? He was attacked by a wild boar. What do we do now? We must hurry and send him to town to see a doctor, otherwise will he even survive? At that time, everyone envied being a hunter because they could eat meat and earn some money. But seeing that person's miserable state, they could no longer feel envy. Their lives were more important. We need to get him to town quickly. Who's bringing the ox cart? This is a matter of life and death. Everyone don't just stand there. Hurry up and do what needs to be done. Once the captain lost his temper, everyone got busy, otherwise they would just stand there watching the commotion. Captain Liu Jun also spotted Liu Dapeng, his eyes lighting up. He approached and said, "Dapeng, you're here too. Didn't you catch a wild boar last time? You can take care of that wild boar on the mountain. What do you think?" Before Liu Dapeng could respond, Liu Yun spoke up for him, saying, "Captain, this isn't a joke. The wild boar on the mountain is fierce. Many people have gone up and haven't returned. Are you sending Dapeng to his death?" His words were harsh, but not unfounded. He didn't want anything to happen to his nephew. The captain looked displeased and said, "We're all from the same village. What's wrong with your Dapeng going? If he goes, it won't be a death sentence." "Uncle, stop talking. Captain, you don't need to say anything either. I'm going to the mountain to see the situation now." "Dapeng." Liu Yun wanted to say something, but Liu Dapeng gave him a reassuring look. Liu Wen then added from behind, "Dad, I'm going to take a look too." Liu Yun nodded. He couldn't bring himself to say not to let his son go. After all, his nephew was going and his son would definitely want to follow. Perhaps they could look out for each other and reduce the danger. The wild boar attack had left everyone in the village uneasy. Xie Shuanglan closed the door early, her face filled with worry. She didn't know where Dapeng was and feared he had gone to the mountain where the wild boars were so dangerous. What if he got hurt? But there were still children at home, so she didn't dare to go out recklessly. The captain had said to keep the women and children at home to prevent the wild boars from charging down and hurting them. "Sister-in-law, why are you so worried? Isn't your brother so capable? He surely won't get into trouble. You can rest easy." Liu Erbao comforted her. "I believe my brother will be fine. Oh, wasn't he eating at Uncle's house? He probably hasn't even come out yet." Xie Shuanglan reassured herself and comforted the children. However, everyone stayed at the door ready to respond if anything happened. Meanwhile, Liu Dapeng and Liu Wen ascended the mountain together. The mountain was unusually quiet, and they couldn't find anyone, or it seemed that Liu Dapeng and Liu Wen had not seen any wild boars. With Liu Wen there, Liu Dapeng felt it was inappropriate to take out any equipment from the air, so he could only proceed step by step up the mountain, hoping to find everyone. "I wonder how many wild boars there are. If it's just one, that's fine, but if there are many, we could be in serious trouble. In case of any sudden situation, listen to me. Don't rush ahead recklessly, got it?" Liu Wen anxiously reminded Liu Dapeng. Liu Dapeng nodded. He understood and wouldn't act foolishly by rushing ahead. After all, he wasn't a saint. "Help! Help!" The two exchanged glances and moved towards the direction of the cries for help, only to find a man trapped by a snare. Liu Wen breathed a sigh of relief. He thought it was a wild boar attacking someone, but it turned out to be just a person caught in a trap. "Uncle Dashi, are you alright? How did you get caught in the snare?" "Ozai Wenzi, you're back. I came up the mountain looking for wild boars, but unexpectedly got caught in a snare. Everyone else went ahead. You're here to hunt wild boars too, right? But first you need to help me down, or my foot will be ruined." Wang Dashan was sweating profusely, clearly in agony. Liu Dapeng noticed a homemade hunting rifle beside him. Homemade rifles are generally very powerful and useful, but getting an actual rifle is quite troublesome. If the higher-ups don't approve, you won't get one. "Cousin, why don't you first take Uncle Dashi down? I'll go up the mountain to see what's happening. Can I use this hunting rifle?" "Dapeng, if you want to use it, just go ahead. There's no need to be polite with me." Wang Dashan raised both hands in agreement, as it could save his life at a critical moment. "Can you manage on your own? Otherwise, you can wait here while I take someone down and come back." Liu Wen expressed his concern, unaware of Liu Dapeng's capabilities. "You will waste a lot of time going back and forth. I can go up alone, especially since I have this thing with me." Liu Dapeng patted the hunting rifle in his hand, something he was using for the first time and was still unsure how to operate it. Wang Dashan also considered this and looked seriously at Liu Dapeng, asking, "Do you even know how to use that? I remember you don't have such a thing at home. You probably can't use it. Should I demonstrate?" "Sure, Uncle Dashan, if you could demonstrate, that would be perfect." Liu Dapeng sat there watching Wang Dashan demonstrate. Suddenly a gunshot echoed, startling those below the mountain. No way could it be. Everyone hoped the wild boar had been taken down. With the sudden gunshot, those who could ascend the mountain were also alerted. Surely the wild boar hadn't turned back right. "So that's how you use it." Liu Dapeng looked at the hunting rifle with great interest. Wang Dashan had just demonstrated, and he had already grasped the essentials. "All right, then I'll take Uncle Dashan down. Dapeng, be careful on your own. Even though you have that thing in hand, don't confront the wild boar heathen. Going toe-a-toe will only get you killed, understand?" Liu Wen made the situation sound serious, hoping for his safety. After watching them walk away, Liu Dapeng began his ascent up the mountain. With a gunshot, I doubt the wild boar was taken down. It was probably someone shooting recklessly. Isn't Wang Dashan not here? Doesn't he have a hunting rifle? Someone spoke convincingly, and everyone felt it could be true. It was unlikely that the wild boar was struck down instantly. There were so many wild boars, how could one be killed immediately? They wouldn't even know which one to aim for. After all, there were plenty of wild boars on the mountain, and there were even plans to have them eliminated since they harmed crops. Anyone who took down a wild boar could not only enjoy the meat, but also receive rewards. Such opportunities are hard to come by. Damn, those people move really fast. I've started running yet I can't catch up. Where did they all go? Liu Dapeng was speechless. He really had started running, but hadn't seen anyone on the mountain. Not a single shadow, not even the wild boars. Was there really no one and no pigs? At that moment, a bloodied wild boar was fixating on Liu Dapeng. He was still unaware of the impending danger, casually fiddling with the handgun, eager to test its power. I wonder who I can test this on. After all, bullets are precious, wasting one is a real loss. What's that awful smell? Liu Dapeng covered his nose. Could someone have fallen into a dung pit? That's impossible. He hadn't seen anyone while coming over. Just as he turned around, he spotted a massive wild boar glaring at him with blood dripping from its mouth, its eyes bloodshot, and emanating a stench so foul, it nearly made Liu Dapeng vomit. Damn, you're hiding here. This is too easy. Liu Dapeng's eyes lit up as he gazed at the wild boar. If he could take it down, he'd get a share of the meat, and he could potentially earn rewards as well. This was a dangerous wild boar, and the rewards would surely be more substantial than the last time. The wild boar, upon seeing Liu Dapeng, also felt a surge of excitement, thinking how delicious this human might taste. Both stared at each other, neither moving. This standoff lasted only a moment before the wild boar lunged at him. It wasn't human and lacked the capacity for independent thought. Liu Dapeng grabbed the hunting rifle and fired several shots. Though the wild boar was hit multiple times, it still charged fiercely, attempting to gore Liu Dapeng with its tusks. Liu Dapeng then pulled out his bow and shot a few arrows, finally taking the wild boar down. After several shots, everyone sensed something was off. Could it be true someone had actually shot a wild boar? The sound came from that direction. Let's go down and check it out. Liuwen had just sent Wang Dashan down when he heard several gunshots and instinctively glanced back. He wondered what was happening with Liu Dapeng. Was he in any danger? Liu Dapeng was bewildered. He hadn't expected that by merely taking down a troublesome wild boar, he would earn a real hunting rifle. Before he could even check out the space, he heard someone yelling. Who's there? Did you manage to take down a wild boar? I took down this troublesome wild boar, Liu Dapeng shouted at that person, who recognized Liu Dapeng's voice. Hastily, people rushed down, and indeed saw a fallen wild boar, blood still dripping from its mouth. Whether it was human blood, he wasn't sure, but it likely was. After all, the boar's mouth didn't seem to have been injured, so it was very likely human blood. This kid is impressive. Glancing back, they noticed it was Liu Dapeng. Damn, Liu Dapeng, you're amazing. You actually managed to use that thing. Where did you get it? Uncle Dashan lent it to me. Where did Wang Dashan go? Someone curiously asked, having searched for him without success. He got injured and was helped down the mountain by my cousin. Hearing this, everyone admired him even more. They hadn't expected him to single-handedly take down such a large wild boar. He truly was a hero of wild boar hunting. Impressive. Last time you took down a wild boar, and now you've done it again. Looks like you're destined to be in the wild boar business. Some joked while others looked at Liu Dapeng with envy. With a single wild boar, there was plenty of meat to share, and he could also collect significant rewards. Liu Dapeng was truly fortunate. He was unaware of what others were thinking. In his mind, it was the wild boar he had shot, and thus the rewards would surely be his. What are you all standing around for? Hurry up and carry it down. Someone finally spoke up, snapping everyone back to reality as they quickly lifted the wild boar down. This wild boar weighed at least 200 GE, otherwise it wouldn't have hurt anyone. They successfully carried the wild boar down. The captain curiously inquired who had done the shooting, only to find out it was Liu Dapeng. This realization changed the way they looked at him. Liu Dapeng was truly impressive. Dapeng, you'll definitely receive a reward. I'll go get it for you later. Then I will trouble the captain. Liu Dapeng said, politely grateful that someone was going to award him, sparing him the trouble. It's not trouble at all, it's just that the meat from this wild boar should be distributed among the villagers. The captain stared at Liu Dapeng for a moment before speaking. This was the rule. Since the wild boar had injured someone, its meat didn't need to be submitted, the villagers could directly share it. However, since it was Liu Dapeng who hunted it, they needed to ask for his opinion. Liu Dapeng understood immediately. Since everyone had worked together to hunt the wild boar, it was only fair that they all received a share. Even if he had personally killed it, everyone had contributed their efforts, so sharing was appropriate. It was already quite good that the captain sought his opinion, giving him enough face. Captain, you can handle this as you see fit. I just want that reward. All right, I will send some meat over to your house later. The captain sighed in relief upon hearing Liu Dapeng's response, fearing that he might refuse. Everyone carried the boar down the mountain. Since they were going to distribute the meat, many did not linger at the foot of the mountain and headed straight to the meat distribution area. Liu Dapeng wasn't in a hurry, since the captain said he would get a share. It was guaranteed. He decided to head home first. He found the door tightly shut. He gently knocked on it, and soon heard a voice from inside. "Who is it?" "It's me, your husband is back," Liu Dapeng replied directly. It was Liu Dapeng who had returned. Xie Xuanlan hurriedly ran over, opened the door, looking at him with lingering fear, then noticed he was covered in grass. "Where have you been?" Seeing his wife, so anxious, Liu Dapeng hugged her tightly. "I didn't go anywhere, I just went to the mountain to hunt a wild boar." His absence must have scared his wife. Since the wild boar had injured a person, everyone in the village was on edge, closing their doors tightly. "How did you hunt a wild boar on the mountain? I heard they can be dangerous. Did it hurt you?" Xie Xuanlan hurriedly pushed him aside, wanting to check if he was injured. Her concern made Liu Dapeng chuckle. Seeing him laugh, Xie Xuanlan got annoyed. "I'm worried, and you still have the nerve to laugh. I was afraid you might get bitten by the wild boar." Seeing his wife's puffed cheeks, Liu Dapeng found her adorable and pinched her cheek. I know, I won't laugh anymore. I just feel so grateful for how good you are to me, so it makes me happy." "You sure know how to talk," Xie Xuanlan said, lightly hitting him. At that moment, the children came out, and the two of them parted. "By the way, I killed a wild boar. The captain said he would reward me, but I don't know what the reward will be yet." Liu Dapeng quickly changed the subject, and the children were ecstatic. Hearing that their big brother had killed a wild boar and might receive a reward made them very happy. "Big brother, you're so amazing. You're awesome at hunting wild boars. Can you teach me how to hunt on the mountain?" "Me too." The children eagerly vied for Liu Dapeng's attention, all wanting to be heroes who hunted boars. Liu Dapeng flicked his hand on their heads. "What are you thinking? You're still too young. When you grow up a bit more, I'll take you hunting. How about that?" Hearing Liu Dapeng say this, the children felt disappointed. They were already grown up. Why did big brother still say they were not? They could already help with chores at home. "Dapeng, the meat has been divided. Do you want to come over?" A villager came to inform Liu Dapeng. Liu Dapeng didn't want to watch them butcher the meat, so he stayed behind. But his younger siblings wanted to go, so they went instead. The little child scampered off, leaving Liu Dapeng alone at home. Xie Xuanlan, feeling uneasy, followed the younger siblings. Seeing that no one was around, Liu Dapeng hid inside his space and looked at his hunting gun. The gun was very light. Even though he didn't know how to use it, he found it easy to understand since it was a system item. "If I get the chance, I must try out this gun's power." The two wolf cubs saw him come in and immediately nipped at his pants. Liu Dapeng then noticed that the two wolf cubs had grown quite a bit. Could it be that keeping them in the space made them grow faster? They were now the size of dogs, and Liu Dapeng thought it was about time to let them out. If they grew any larger, they would become adult wolves, and it would be difficult to take them out. Before everyone returned, he let the two wolves out. The wolves behaved well. When Liu Dapeng told them to stay still, they wouldn't move. They were obedient and would guard the house when told, bringing immense joy to Liu Dapeng. Before long, his younger siblings returned, each holding several pounds of meat. Normally, even with meat tickets, they couldn't buy this much. Now, with this much meat, every one of them wore a radiant smile. "What is this? Are these dogs?" The two wolf cubs approached Xie Xuanlan, acting affectionately like little dogs. Perhaps because they often stayed with Liu Dapeng, the wolf cubs were especially affectionate towards Xie Xuanlan, but were not as friendly to the younger siblings. "They're dogs. I found them in the mountains and didn't bring them back at first. Since we don't have any dogs at home, I decided to bring them back." Liu Dapeng explained, not daring to say they were wolves, as his family would surely be frightened. Although these wolves posed no threat, people still held a strong fear of them. "Found them in the mountains. Could they belong to someone in the village? Should we ask around?" Xie Xuanlan instinctively felt that they might belong to someone in the village, and it would be troublesome if the owners came looking for them. It would be better to proactively return the dogs. Seeing his wife's silly expression, Liu Dapeng stifled a laugh and said, "Wife, I found these two dogs about a month ago. If someone was looking for them, they would have done so by now. They probably aren't from our village, but from the neighboring one. Regardless, two dogs aren't worth much, don't worry about it." Liu Dapeng noticed that everyone had brought back so much meat and several pig bones as well, which reminded him of his father-in-law. If it weren't for his father-in-law treating him well, he wouldn't have thought of him. After all, who would think of someone for no reason? "Wife, look at all this meat. Should we send some to your parents?" Xie Xuanlan was taken aback, not expecting her husband to say that. To be honest, she was a bit inclined to send some to her parents. After all, she was their daughter. But thinking of how many people were in her family, she shook her head and refused, saying, "No need, my parents have enough to eat. Let's keep this for ourselves since our family is large." Hearing his wife's words, Liu Dapeng felt that she was quite a good person, as she didn't overly concern herself with her family, so he didn't need to act like a domineering figure. Xie Xuanlan was quite skillful That evening she made a delicious braised pork dish, and everyone ate until their bellies were round. The little radishes had already run off to play with the wolf cubs who chased after them, while they ran, not knowing what fun they were having. Sigh. Xie Shuanglan suddenly sighed, and Liu Dapeng frowned and looked at her. What's wrong? Did you eat too much and feel uncomfortable? Go away, just want to make fun of me. I'm not uncomfortable at all. Xie Shuanglan hesitated. I'm just a bit bored and miss home. Then why don't you tell your husband what's wrong? Liu Dapeng sat beside her and blew gently in her ear. Xie Shuanglan's face immediately turned red, and she stood up, stamping her feet and gritting her teeth, saying, I'm not talking to you anymore. You always bully me. Watching his wife flee in embarrassment, he couldn't help but smile, though she truly was amusing. In the middle of the night, a light drizzle started, making it much colder. Xie Shuanglan felt like a warm furnace in Liu Dapeng's arms, not feeling cold at all. The two of them didn't fall asleep until late at night. Afterward, it started to rain heavily, so they were reluctant to get up as there was nothing to do in such downpour. What about the kids? If you want, let me get up. Don't my younger siblings need me? Xie Shuanglan glared at Liu Dapeng several times, wanting to walk out of the room, but her husband held her waist tightly, making it impossible to move. My younger siblings are old enough, they don't need you to worry about them. If they're hungry, they'll find food themselves. Just stay and sleep with me. Don't you want to serve your husband? Xie Shuanglan was getting quite upset if this man wanted her day and night. Even if she were made of iron, she couldn't withstand such demands, could she? Seeing his wife's pitiful expression, Liu Dapeng stopped teasing her and let go, saying, Then how about you go down? Your brother hasn't gotten up yet. Newlyweds are just different. They want to stick together all the time. Suddenly, they heard the voice of the captain outside. Liu Dapeng thought of the captain and guessed he probably came to deliver a reward. Without saying a word, he got up and Xie Shuanglan shot him a fierce glare. Take a seat. Liu Dapeng came out to greet the captain, leading him inside. The captain opened an umbrella and placed it outside, then took out 10 large bills from his chest and handed them over. This is a reward from above. Yesterday you took down a giant wild boar and eliminated a threat to the people, so this is the reward for you. Without hesitation, Liu Dapeng accepted the money and said seriously, Captain, I appreciate your hard work coming all this way to deliver my reward. The captain waved his hand, saying, Oh, it's not a big deal. Liu Dapeng knew that since he had killed the wild boar, the captain also gained a lot from it. That's why he was so diligent in delivering the reward. Otherwise he wouldn't have come all this way. Liu Dapeng was well aware of these matters. Captain, have you eaten yet? If not, why don't you sit down and have a meal with us? We haven't eaten either. The captain wanted to say no, but suddenly he caught a whiff of the delicious aroma in the air. He swallowed hard and feigned surprise, saying, Oh, how could I refuse? Liu Dapeng chuckled. It's just a meal, and we have some wine at home as well. Let's sit down and enjoy a few drinks together. Hearing that there was wine at home, the captain's interest was piqued. He rarely drank as his wife was strict and didn't allow him to drink much. So upon hearing about the wine, he felt a bit lost. The morning meal was just the leftovers from last night, which was fine for rural people. They weren't picky, and they didn't have a habit of avoiding leftovers, so they poured drinks and started to eat, while Liu Erbao also sat down next to them. Brother, can I have a taste too? I'm a little man now. Liu Erbao exclaimed. Sure, but you must swallow it and don't spit it out. Liu Dapeng narrowed his eyes as he poured a cup for his brother. Liu Erbao thought the wine must be delicious since so many men liked it. After all, how could a man not drink? What kind of man would he be otherwise? When Liu Erbao took a sip, he immediately started coughing violently. You little brat, did you think the wine would taste that good, eh? How is it? Tasty or not? Seeing Liu Erbao's expression, the captain burst into laughter. He remembered how he looked the first time he drank too. He was just as clueless. However, the more you drink, the more you get used to it. Initially, it might be a bit confusing, but eventually it would taste better. Why does it taste so bad? Why is it so spicy? Didn't they say it was good? Liu Erbao's face turned red as he looked at the wine, feeling quite frustrated. He didn't waste any of it, or else his brother would definitely scold him. With his younger brother asking a series of questions, Liu Dapeng didn't know how to respond. Some people liked it while others didn't. How could he explain that? Once you get used to it, you'll appreciate it. As a man, how can you not drink? Want another cup? The captain asked Liu Erbao. Liu Erbao shook his head vigorously, refusing to take a second sip. It was just too awful. Seeing that Liu Erbao didn't want to drink anymore, the captain and Liu Dapeng continued drinking and chatting. The captain became quite tipsy while Liu Dapeng was fine, as he had a small trick. When drinking, he would take a small sip and then fill the captain's cup again, making the captain think he had drunk a lot. In the end, only Captain Liu was completely drunk, and Liu Dapeng had no choice but to help him outside and send him home. Why is he drinking like this again? The team leader's wife Feng Xiaoju and chattered non-stop, always smiling at everyone, showing no airs, which made her quite popular among the villagers. Sister-in-law uncle is in a good mood today, so he drank a bit more. You need to take care of him. I'm leaving now. Liu Dapeng couldn't stand a woman chattering incessantly in his ear. Thankfully, Xie Shuanglan wasn't like that, otherwise he might have gone mad. Watching Liu Dapeng flee in a panic, Feng Xiaojun wanted to say more, but seeing everyone had already left, she had to drop the topic. Dapeng. He turned around upon hearing someone call his name and saw a woman in a floral dress. She looked petite and cute. Liu Dapeng had some memory of her. They had a close relationship growing up together, as she had always lived in her grandmother's house in this village since her parents died young. Wu Yan. Hearing Liu Dapeng call her name, Wu Yan's eyes reddened. It had been many days since she last saw him. She heard he had married, and they were both referred to as a couple in the village. However, because her grandmother demanded a high bride price, Liu Dapeng did not marry her, and instead married someone else. Liu Dapeng averted his gaze, unwilling to meet Wu Yan's eyes, which were too piercing. He was now a married man, and naturally needed to maintain his distance from Wu Yan. Although the original owner had a good relationship with her, that was in the past, and had nothing to do with him. Seeing Liu Dapeng's cold gaze, unwilling to meet her, Wu Yan felt a sharp pain in her heart, as if pricked by needles. She couldn't understand why Liu Dapeng had changed so much. She heard he was earning money and had received a reward from the team leader, which is why her grandmother asked her to find him. Previously, whenever Liu Dapeng had something delicious, he would share it with her, so her grandmother knew very well why she was here. She selfishly thought Liu Dapeng still liked her, believing she could still keep him even though he was married. Wu Yan dashed over with tears in her eyes, but ended up missing him. Liu Dapeng stepped aside, maintaining his distance, and said, "Wu Yan, what are you doing? If someone sees this, it won't be good. I'm a married man now, so we need to keep our distance." The mention of married man caused Wu Yan's tears to flow uncontrollably. Liu Dapeng was unwilling to look at such a person. That's how it was. When something was unattainable, it seemed desirable, but once obtained, it was not cherished. The original owner had mentioned wanting to marry her more than once, but she had never agreed to treat him as anything more than a backup option. The original owner was foolish, easily deceived. If it were him, he wouldn't even bother to acknowledge her and would just walk away. Liu Dapeng left without looking back, and Wu Yan called after him, Dapeng, wait for me. I haven't finished my words." She talks so much. Liu Dapeng thought to himself, isn't it just the same few words? He would rather spend time talking to his wife. "Wife, I'm back." Liu Dapeng rushed in like a gust of wind, hugging Xie Shuanglan around her waist. Xie Shuanglan was startled. "What are you doing?" "I missed you, wife." Liu Dapeng wrapped his arms around Xie Shuanglan's waist, unwilling to let go, and then pulled her into the room. Xie Shuanglan understood the man's hungry gaze, wondering what he wanted to do. She decided to play along. After a good night's sleep, it didn't rain the next day. "Dapeng, you're up so early, why not sleep a bit more?" Xie Shuanglan rubbed her sleepy eyes, staring dazedly at Liu Dapeng for a while. Her husband really had a good physique. Liu Dapeng turned around and noticed his wife's cheeks were flushed. He smirked and said, "Are you satisfied with me yesterday, wife? Stop saying nonsense. I want to sleep a bit more. You can do whatever you want." Xie Shuanglan pretended to be shy, then covered her face with the blanket to avoid Liu Dapeng's gaze. Liu Dapeng chose not to look at her anymore. He had things to do. Since it wasn't raining today, he had to go to the mountains, especially now that he had a hunting rifle. He couldn't miss the opportunity to go. He also took the 2 wolf cubs out. Once they reached the mountains, the wolf cubs ran around excitedly, as the mountains were their favorite place. They sniffed around, howling. No wonder these wolf cubs, having lived in his space, were so clever. In no time, one caught a rabbit and presented it to Liu Dapeng. Liu Dapeng rewarded it, knowing the rabbit was still alive. He sent it to his space to nurture it, planning to have a litter of rabbits. Just thinking about it made Liu Dapeng feel delighted, and he wanted to keep going. Liu Dapeng walked deeper into the mountains with his hunting rifle. He heard that there had been tigers in Tea Mountain. He wondered if he might have a chance to encounter one and test the rifle's power. Wu Yan, unwilling to give up, came to Liu Dapeng's house and gently knocked on the door. At that moment, Xie Shuanglan opened the door. She was taken aback when she saw Wu Yan, because she didn't know anyone in the village. She had only married in recently and spent all her time with Liu Dapeng. So she felt a bit at a loss, seeing a young and beautiful girl suddenly appear. As Xie Shuanglan looked at her, Wu Yan was also carefully sizing her up. Seeing Xie Shuanglan's striking features, she felt a surge of hatred. It must be those beautiful eyes that captivated Liu Dapeng. Otherwise, why would he treat her this way? Thinking of this, her expression darkened. Xie Shuanglan, not understanding why the girl had such hostility towards her, still spoke kindly. "Miss, do you need something?" "Where's Dapeng?" "I'm here to find him." "Where is he?" "Let him come out." Wu Yan called out Liu Dapeng's name affectionately, making Xie Shuanglan feel nauseated. What is this? How dare she call her man by that name in front of her? "My husband is not home. If you want to find him, come back another time. Besides, is it really appropriate for you to call a man's name like that? You're still unmarried. If others hear you, it won't be good for you either." Xie Shuanglan seized the opportunity to lecture her, leaving Wu Yan's face flushed and her hands tightly gripping her palms. I grew up with Dapeng, I've always called him that. What's wrong with it? Everyone in the village knows. That was in the past, not now. He is married now, and you are still single, so it's better to be clear about things. Xie Shuanglan said bluntly. Wu Yin could no longer hold back, roaring. If it weren't for you, I would have been with Dapeng long ago. What right do you have to marry Dapeng? It should be me marrying him. What right? Because he married me, so in this life, and the next you can forget about marrying Dapeng. Xie Shuanglan looked at Wu Yin with a mocking gaze, showing no fear of this woman. This woman was just arrogant in her own territory. If she truly wanted to be with Liu Dapeng, she would have married him long ago. Why drag it out until now? As for the complicated matters involved, she was unaware. When Liu Dapeng returned, she would definitely confront him to clarify everything. The presence of a rival was simply disgusting. Oh. Wu Yin was beside herself with rage. Xie Shuanglan, seeing her reaction, directly closed the door. At that moment, Wu Yin felt her heart shatter. Leaning against the doorframe, Xie Shuanglan was also panting heavily, her hands clenched tightly into fists. Achut. Liu Dapeng sniffed, unsure who was talking about him. It must be his wife thinking about him. He guessed that since he wasn't around, his wife would miss him soon, and he felt a sense of delight in his heart. A large mountain goat appeared before him, passing by in a flash. Liu Dapeng saw it clearly, and the sound was not far from him. It was the first time he had seen a goat in the mountains moving at such speed. He quickly commanded 2 wolf cubs to drive the goat over. The goat, entangled by the 2 wolves, had no choice but to turn back. Seeing this, Liu Dapeng drew his hunting rifle, and with a bang the goat fell to the ground. What was that sound? The villagers who had just arrived at the mountain were stunned by the gunshot. Who among them had come up the mountain earlier than they did? I really want to see who shot, and what they hit. Otherwise, let's go see the commotion, shall we? Then let's go have a look. The villagers all headed towards the direction of the gunshot. Liu Dapeng looked at the goat lying on the ground. It was quite a large one. Without a second thought, he tossed the goat into his space and wiped his hunting rifle. This hunting rifle was indeed a valuable item. A single shot could take down prey. If another goat came along, he could make it meet the same fate. It's Dapeng. Dapeng, what are you doing here? A villager jumped down from the slope, looking at Liu Dapeng and then at the gun in his hand. Where did you get that? I borrowed it from someone else, Liu Dapeng said calmly. Everyone naturally did not believe him, but they couldn't find a flaw. After all, Liu Dapeng's family didn't own guns, and this gun looked just like a rustic one. So no one paid much attention to it. Liu Dapeng felt relieved when everyone stopped looking at his hunting rifle. Thankfully, the system was clever enough to use a gun suitable for this era to conceal its power, otherwise he would have trouble explaining. That shot you fired, Dapeng, was at you. How did it go? Did you hit anything? Everyone glanced around and found nothing nearby. For some reason, seeing that Liu Dapeng hadn't hit anything relaxed them considerably. If he had actually shot a wild boar or other prey, they would have thought differently. There was nothing. I just wanted to test the power of this gun. Liu Dapeng revealed a hint of mockery in his eyes towards this group of people. They were just like that. Oh, this little dog you raised is quite impressive. It looks big and fierce. I wonder if it can catch a silly rabbit. The man smiled at his 2 wolf cubs, but when he tried to touch them, the wolf cub bared its teeth and bit his hand. The man yelped, and only when Liu Dapeng called the wolf cub did it let go. The man no longer dared to touch his dogs. Damn, both man and dog are fierce. The man silently complained. Dapeng, do you want to join us for hunting? Someone invited him to join them in hunting on the mountain. Liu Dapeng shook his head in refusal. It was a joke. He had already caught something and didn't need to hunt again. Going with them would just be a formality. They likely wouldn't share their catch with him anyway. All right, then we'll head up the mountain. I wonder if we'll have the luck to encounter anything today. The person who invited him muttered to himself, and then the group went up the mountain together. Dapeng is really lucky. He caught a wild boar last time, and now he's caught another. I heard the captain went to get him a reward. There are plenty of big rewards. Someone said enviously, while another nearby retorted, being envious won't do you any good. That's money earned by Liu Dapeng, and he won't share a penny with you. He won't share with me, but if it were you, you wouldn't share with others either, would you? I'm just expressing my feelings. Look how worked up you've gotten. The man suppressed his anger. He was the one who had just been bitten by Liu Dapeng's wolf cub, and his expression was fierce. Big rewards, big rewards. Wang Dajin's head was spinning with thoughts of Liu Dapeng earning money and receiving big rewards. Now the entire village knew that Liu Dapeng had received quite a few rewards from the supply and marketing cooperative. I think you're going insane. Are you going crazy over big rewards, eh? Wang Dajin's wife spat at him. She was still upset over last time because her husband had embarrassed her in the village, and her family had also said she shouldn't return home anymore due to the shame. Damn, how dare you speak to me like that? Do you believe I'll beat you to death? Wang Dajun was about to hit her, but this time his wife had wised up. Seeing him raise his hand, she shouted anxiously, Wang Dajun is going to kill someone. Upon hearing her shout, Wang Dajun dropped his hand and ignored her. He hurriedly rushed out the door. Strange, why is the door so tightly shut today? Liu Dapeng tried to push the door open, but couldn't. He could only shout to the people inside, wife him back. Hearing that Liu Dapeng had returned, his younger siblings rushed to the door, but Xie Shuanglan shot them a glare. You all stay here obediently, he'll go open the door. Seeing this, the younger siblings began to whisper. I think sister-in-law is acting very strangely today. Big brother is doomed. Should we help big brother? Wu Yi said with overflowing sympathy, feeling sorry for her eldest brother. I see sister-in-law is so angry. A big brother is tough-skinned and thick-fleshed. Even if he gets beaten up, it won't be a problem. Liu Erbao said with a grin, even looking forward to the drama. Second brother, why are you so cruel? The younger siblings chuckled together. Wife, what's wrong with you? Liu Dapeng looked at Xie Shuanglan with a confused expression, sensing something strange about her. Wife, please don't look at me like that. Can we talk it out? You're scaring me. You know fear now? Today your little lover came to see me. She said she wants to marry you. How lucky you are to be liked by so many people. Xie Shuanglan spoke with a slightly sour tone. She stared at her husband for a moment, thinking he wasn't particularly good-looking, so why were there so many people who liked him? They say beauty is in the eye of the beholder, but she wasn't so sure. Liu Dapeng was bewildered. What little lover? He didn't entertain such notions. He could barely support his wife, let alone a mistress. He said seriously, Wife, what on earth are you talking about? Why can't I understand you? Seeing her husband looking genuinely confused, which didn't seem like an act, Xie Shuanglan replied, It's Wu Yin. Wu Yin came to see me. Upon hearing that name, Liu Dapeng froze for a moment. He hadn't expected her to dare come here. Thinking of this, Liu Dapeng's expression turned grim. Xie Shuanglan thought she had caught him in a little secret, saying, Dapeng, do you still have feelings for her? What nonsense. How could I still have feelings for her? We have nothing to do with each other anymore, especially since I already have a wife. As he spoke, he embraced Xie Shuanglan. She tried to push him away, but couldn't. Wife, don't be angry. I really have nothing to do with her. If she comes again, you can just hit her. Ah, how embarrassing. Waya ran out to watch, seeing her brother and sister-in-law hugging, and immediately covered her eyes and ran back inside. So did Waya get into a fight? Liu Erbao asked curiously. However, he didn't dare to pique himself. Instead he encouraged the younger ones to sneak a look. Waya replied seriously, No, they just hugged. Oh no, that's not the excitement I wanted to see. Liu Erbao said with a tone of disappointment. Hearing this, Liu Dapeng immediately pinched his ear. Hey, big brother, take it easy. You little fool, how could you be laughing at big brother's misfortune? Liu Dapeng wasn't too harsh. I'm not the only one watching the fun. Oh, why are you specifically picking on me? Liu Erbao felt wronged, which amused Xie Shuanglan. She had just clarified things with Liu Dapeng, but both had let go of their concerns. Some things needed to be said clearly face to face, and once clarified, everything would be fine. You guys are just loafing around. Today go and do some work. Hurry up and get out. It's your turn to cook. Your sister-in-law and I will finally have some time to rest, so get moving. Liu Dapeng released Liu Erbao and kicked a few of his younger siblings. They quickly ran off, barely escaping his kicks while laughing and joking. Then he turned to look intently at Xie Shuanglan. She took a step back and asked, What do you want? Wife, are you still angry, mother? I'm not angry as long as you clarify things with me. Xie Shuanglan said seriously. She wasn't a petty person, as some things needed to be clarified. If not, hiding things from her would only make her angry. Wife, you are truly wonderful. That night, Liu Dapeng's family slept in a daze, and two figures sneaked to the corner of his house. They'll go and you keep watch. If anything happens, let me know, okay? The man said to Wang Dajuan. They had agreed to come to Liu Dapeng's house to steal money. Got it. Stop talking. We already discussed this at home. You'll take 70, and he'll take 30. Why keep saying so much? Wang Dajuan was impatient, wanting only to steal all of Liu Dapeng's money. Even if he got nothing for himself, he couldn't let Liu Dapeng live well. Thinking of this, he felt quite pleased. The two of them crept towards Liu Dapeng's place, one in front and the other behind. The two little wolf cubs, who were originally asleep, perked up their ears upon hearing the noise. Unlike dogs who would bark, these two wolf cubs simply lay there with their eyes half closed, motionless. If one wasn't careful, they wouldn't notice these two guarding outside. Dajuan, you really know where he hides his money. You're not tricking me, are you? If we get caught, it'll be a hassle. The man, feeling uneasy, asked Wang Dajuan again. Wang Dajuan, nearly out of breath from talking, replied, I already told you last time he showed me where he hides his money. How could I not know? All right, then I'll trust you this once. As they were about to enter, suddenly a wolf cub bit his foot, and he couldn't shake it off. Ouch, it hurt so much that he grimaced, and it was hard not to make a sound. At this moment, Wang Dajuan panicked too, because another wolf cub charged at him. He tried to block it with his hand, but it bit his hand. Is that a dog? They have dogs. Why didn't you tell me? The man was angry because he felt like his leg was about to be bitten off. If this continued, he might lose his leg. Wang Dajuan also didn't know when Liu Dapeng's family had gotten a dog. He was furious as well. How was I to know? If I had known, I wouldn't have come. My hand is still being bitten. Let's hurry out of here. Don't worry about anything else. If they wake up and catch us, we'll be in trouble. This was reasonable. The man said nothing more, and ignoring the creature biting his leg, rushed outside. However, they were still a bit slow. Liu Dapeng opened the door at that moment and rushed out with a stick. Liu Dapeng showed no mercy to such intruders. Besides, hitting them at that moment would be self-defense. Liu Dapeng struck these people one after another. They cried out in pain, unable to retaliate because the wolf cub was still biting them. Stop hitting. Stop hitting. Dapeng, it's me. I'm Wang Dajuan. If you keep hitting like this, I'm going to die. He felt every bone in his body ache, thinking Liu Dapeng was doing it on purpose. He couldn't recall Liu Dapeng being so harsh to anyone before. What nonsense, Wang Dajuan. I see you're just pretending, using that name to trick me. I won't fall for it. Liu Dapeng pretended to be serious, mercilessly striking these two men with the stick. They cried out in pain. Xie Xuanlan, standing behind the door, could hear their anguished cries. She was a bit afraid that Liu Dapeng might accidentally kill someone. Dapeng. Xie Xuanlan rushed out, grabbing his hand to stop him from hitting anymore. The two individuals had already been knocked unconscious. Liu Dapeng put away his stick, saying, if it weren't for the fact that killing someone would send me to prison, I would have definitely killed these two today. Seeing the man's demeanor, Xie Xuanlan realized he was serious. She hurriedly said, all right, let's go inform the captain. If we do this right, this matter won't concern us anymore. Liu Dapeng instructed a few younger siblings to call the captain over. They stayed by the two unconscious men, and soon the captain arrived with a group. Upon hearing that someone had stolen from Liu Dapeng's home, he rushed over. Hearing that he had caught the thief, he was even more eager to see which thief had the audacity to steal from their village. That idiot actually dared to steal from our village. Doesn't he know that our village is as solid as an iron barrel? Isn't that just asking for death? Before he arrived, his voice reached them first. Liu Dapeng couldn't help but twitch his mouth at the captain's boastful words. If their village was really as solid as an iron barrel, then no one would dare to come here. Dapeng, are you okay? I heard those two passed out. Where are they? The captain scanned the area and quickly spotted the two lying on the ground, feeling a strange familiarity. Upon closer inspection, wasn't that Wang Dajuan? What was going on? How did Wang Dajuan end up here? The villagers were also confused. They had no idea that the thief was actually Wang Dajuan. What a rascal to steal from his own brother. Is this something a person would do? Captain, it's these two who stole from my house. If it weren't for my two little dogs discovering them early, I estimate our home would have been completely cleaned out by these two. As Xie Xuanlan spoke, she began to cry. Her tears prompted sympathy from those around her. It's truly unforgivable. They are people from our village. How could they do such a thing? Exactly, wasn't Dajuan a good friend of yours? How could he possibly do such a thing? He probably got envious seeing me make money, so he did this. I didn't expect it to be him, which is why I hit him a bit harder. Liu Dapeng explained how he had knocked them out. Everything seemed so logical, clearing himself of any blame, even though he had done it intentionally. Someone go get a basin of water to wake these two up. Upon hearing the captain's orders, everyone hurried to fetch a basin of water. Without hesitation, the captain poured the water over the two men who were just regaining consciousness, ready to curse whoever had drenched them. They soon realized the captain was glaring at them, and upon seeing so many villagers, Wang Dajuan shrank his neck, feeling doomed. Wang Dajuan actually engaged in theft. Not only that, but he stole from our villagers. You are truly despicable. Given that Wang Dajuan was stealing from Liu Dapeng, daring to steal from someone who was also the captain was utterly unthinkable. Furthermore, his family was far wealthier than Liu Dapeng's. Thinking of this, the captain's expression turned quite grim. Don't misunderstand, we didn't steal anything. If you don't believe us, search us and you'll see. We just saw a suspicious figure at Liu Dapeng's house, so we came to check it out, and unexpectedly his dogs bit us. Wang Dajuan quickly fabricated excuses, hoping to twist the narrative, and one of the men beside him chimed in. Yes, we just came to see who was entering Liu Dapeng's house. We didn't expect to be misunderstood by him. You clearly came to steal. Liu Dapeng's younger siblings were displeased. Who goes to someone else's house at night, without any business? I see those thieves are just thieves, crying stop the thief. Everyone thought what his siblings said made sense. It was already late at night, and those two were sneaking around outside. If they weren't thieves, were they there to catch thieves? Absolutely not. Who would be bored enough to do that? We are not thieves. We came to help Liu Dapeng catch thieves. Dapeng, you have to believe me. We have been good brothers for so many years, you know what kind of person I am. Wang Dajuan looked at Liu Dapeng, hoping he would go easy on him. However, Liu Dapeng ignored him and said, Captain, do you believe this? Liu Dapeng asked if the captain believed it. If he did, then this matter would be resolved, as he hadn't suffered any losses. Those two's legs should be broken. If he didn't believe it, then it would be easier. He could directly convict the two, and they would end up spending a long time in prison. As they were all from the same village, the captain probably wouldn't be that ruthless. It was likely he would just issue a simple punishment. Thus Liu Dapeng thought of this. The best outcome would be for the captain to handle it. In that case, even if Wang Dajun were to hate him, he couldn't blame Liu Dapeng. After all, it was the captain who made the decision. The captain stared at Liu Dapeng, feeling that this kid was intentionally setting a trap for him. Captain, I am truly wronged. We are not thieves, we are the ones catching thieves, we are the benefactors here. We came to catch the thief, Captain. You can't just wrongfully convict us. Farais looked eagerly at the captain. The captain pressed his lips together and said, You were in someone else's home, and yet claim you didn't come to steal. That doesn't hold up. He spoke sternly. You two appeared in someone else's house and were caught red-handed. Regardless of whether you stole something or not, that is unacceptable behavior, so you must be punished. In no time at all, it was decided that they would have 3 months of work points deducted. Realizing it was only a deduction of work points and not imprisonment, both men felt a wave of relief. As they were leaving, the captain cast a meaningful glance at Liu Dapeng, who faced the captain's scrutiny without any concern. Upon exiting the captain's side, thinking something big is about to happen in our village. Captain, what do you mean by that? I don't understand. Is Wang Dajun going to steal again? That won't do, I need to guard my money jar more carefully. The captain shot a glance at the people behind him who pretended to understand. You two are benefactors, and I remember that. Liu Dapeng patted the 2 little wolves who obediently rubbed against his palm. This scene made Xie Shuanglin's heart burn with desire as she reached out her hand but hesitated to touch the wolf cub, retreating instead. Liu Dapeng observed this and took her hand to stroke it. Will it hurt you? They are the smartest, they know who are family and who are outsiders, so you can touch them anytime without fear. Xie Shuanglan nodded, unsure if she truly understood or pretended to. They both entered the house and went back to sleep, and that night, everyone slept exceptionally well. When they woke up, the sun was already shining brightly. Opening his eyes, Liu Dapeng found that his wife had already gone out. He thought of the sheep he had stored in the space and eagerly headed to the black market. A fine drizzle fell from the sky, yet the black market was still bustling with people. Liu Dapeng naturally walked towards a familiar stall. The middle-aged man initially did not recognize Liu Dapeng and asked, Brother, do you have any good goods? Uncle, don't you know who I am? Liu Dapeng chuckled, and the middle-aged man immediately remembered. Oh, it's you, Dapeng. I didn't expect you to come back so soon. I was lucky I caught a wild goat. Can you give me a price? Liu Dapeng brought out the wild goat, and the middle-aged man was stunned for a moment. This was indeed a good catch, and he usually dealt with rare goods. This kid was not only lucky, but also skillful. What do you think? Is this good stuff? You should say something. Liu Dapeng joked. He already knew that Wang Ming would like this item. I want this. In the future, if you have such goods, just bring them to me. We can negotiate a fair price. Wang Ming said, worried that Liu Dapeng might not bring him goods in the future. This century-old ginseng is rare. Whoever finds a century-old ginseng will prosper, someone nearby exclaimed. Indeed, I heard the brigade secretary's daughter has a strange illness and is looking for medicine everywhere. If someone can connect with such influential people, they can do whatever they want here in the future. Don't speak carelessly. Close your mouth, or you might invite trouble, someone warned. I'm just saying it here, I wouldn't dare to say it elsewhere. All right, let's not talk about it. We are just honest farmers. Let's go. Have you sold the goods? How much did you earn today? The 2 men left as if they had never spoken those words. Wang Ming smiled and asked Liu Dapeng, Are you interested in ginseng too? Liu Dapeng glanced at him. If I find ginseng, can you introduce me to some secretary? Wang Ming was taken aback. Don't boast. If you really find ginseng, I will do everything to introduce you, but it's not easy to find. It's not like cabbage that you can find everywhere. If you're lucky, you might encounter 1 or 2, but they won't be 100 years old. Even our local old Chinese doctors don't have any at home. Don't worry about whether I can find it. If I do, I will definitely come to you. All right. He didn't take this matter to heart, thinking Liu Dapeng would surely not find it, as it was impossible to be so lucky. As Liu Dapeng came out, his mind was elsewhere, constantly thinking about this matter. Ginseng, he wondered if he would have the opportunity to encounter it. Recalling what his wife told him before leaving, it seemed his uncle had a birthday today, so he needed to buy something to bring back. Wandering around, he arrived at a shop and was about to step inside when he heard someone calling him Brother Dapeng. Liu Dapeng turned around to find it was Wu Yin, that persistent woman. What did she want this time? He hadn't even settled the score with her from last time. Seeing Liu Dapeng looking at her unfavorably, Wu Yin swallowed her saliva and ran over, saying, Brother Dapeng, can we find a place to talk? There are some things I need to clarify with you. There's nothing to clarify, we aren't close to begin with, Liu Dapeng said as he tried to enter the shop. Wu Yin quickly blocked his way, saying, Wait, I'm getting married. She pursed her lips tightly, not wanting to marry anyone else, only wanting to marry Liu Dapeng. She looked down on that man, and her grandmother was rushing her to marry for the bride price. She was unwilling. If you're getting married, what does it have to do with me? Why tell me? Liu Dapeng rolled his eyes at her. Wu Yin felt furious in her heart, thinking Liu Dapeng had surely changed his heart. Otherwise, why would he treat her like this? She hated Xie Shuanglan 1,000 times in her heart. How can you say that? We had our good times. Brother Dapeng, don't you really want to help me? Just lend me some money to leave my grandmother's house, and I won't bother you again, okay? Wu Yin looked at Liu Dapeng with a pitiful expression, hoping to soften his heart, as he always took care of her when she looked at him like that before. This time she miscalculated. Liu Dapeng ignored her and stepped inside, leaving Wu Yin with a graceful back, not wanting to delay his business. Seeing him enter, Wu Yin felt an urge to rush in, but was stopped by someone who ran up to her. You little wretch, where have you been? I've been looking for you for a long time. If you dare run around, do you believe I'll beat you to death when we get back? The man grabbed her hand. It was her uncle who glared at her fiercely. Do you think I don't know your little schemes? You want to run away, don't you? You can forget it. Everything you eat and wear comes from our family. It's time for you to repay us. Uncle, let me go. I really don't like that person, and I don't want to marry him. Her uncle ignored her pleas and dragged her back. He brought her out today to buy her 2 sets of clothes. Because she was getting married, she couldn't wear torn clothes to her wedding. Liu Dapeng bought a few pounds of liquor and came out. By then he no longer saw Wu Yin and didn't care much, heading straight back. On the way back, Liu Dapeng didn't dare to tell Xie Shuanglan about running into Wu Yin in town, fearing it would make her overthink. Because it was his uncle's birthday, the whole family went to his uncle's house. On the way, Xie Shuanglan suddenly said, Dapeng, have you heard? Liu Dapeng looked up at his wife in astonishment. She seemed a bit melancholic and had an indescribable expression. He felt something was off, but couldn't discern what she wanted to say. What? It's Wu Yin. She's getting married. After saying this, Xie Shuanglan secretly glanced at Liu Dapeng's reaction, and fortunately, he did not overreact. What does her getting married have to do with me? I'm not her man. Liu Dapeng said with a stern face. From now on, don't talk to me about her. I don't want to hear it. Xie Shuanglan seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, her face full of smiles. The two walked together toward his uncle's house, where several mischievous kids had already run ahead, and the door was open waiting for them. Hurry up and come in. We've been waiting for you too. The food is ready. Let me tell you, if you come, what's the point of bringing wine? His uncle said this, but his eyes kept glancing toward the wine. That was his favorite hobby. If Liu Dapeng had brought something else, he would have definitely sent him back for wine he still wanted to drink. Uncle, it's your birthday today. Oh, I can't come empty-handed. What's wrong with bringing wine? You're my uncle. Isn't it proper for me to show you respect? If you say it that way, then I won't come again. Stop talking here. Hurry and sit down, or the food will get cold. We've been waiting for you. His aunt Wang Xiufan quickly added. Several people gathered around the dining table, eating and drinking while the women chatted. Then Wang Xiufan asked Xie Shuanglan, you and Dapeng have been together for quite a while, haven't you? Is there any news? Huh? What news? Xie Shuanglan momentarily got confused and didn't understand what her aunt meant, looking completely lost. Wang Xiufan sighed and said, I mean, are you pregnant with Dapeng's child? Me? Xie Shuanglan felt shy and lowered her head. How would she know if she was pregnant? Her mother had secretly told her that if her period was late, it might mean she was pregnant, but she hadn't reached that time yet and didn't know. You are both still young. Who knows, you might get pregnant later. Wang Xiufan regretted asking such an awkward question, realizing she shouldn't have brought it up. It was just a casual inquiry out of concern, but it turned out to be embarrassing. The two of them moved past this topic and didn't discuss those awkward matters anymore. Liu Dapeng finished drinking at his uncle's house and then returned home with his wife, while several younger siblings were stuffed and round from eating. The moon was beautiful and bright today. As they walked, Xie Shuanglan supported him and said with annoyance, why did you drink so much? Would it kill you to drink less? I was happy today, so I drank a bit more. Wife, please don't scold me. Liu Dapeng looked aggrieved. Seeing her husband like this, Xie Shuanglan couldn't help but laugh. I really can't do anything with you. Xie Shuanglan helped him into the room, took off his clothes, and tidied him up before coming out. When she returned, Liu Dapeng was already asleep. Where's this? Liu Dapeng looked around and felt it was familiar. Wasn't this his space? How did he get here? Wasn't he asleep? He touched himself and felt a bit ethereal. Could it be that just by looking at himself he could float into this space? What a strange sight this was. He found that his space had expanded and there was a thin layer of mist over there, but he couldn't enter that mist. He sensed that there must be something behind it, but he just couldn't get past. Liu Dapeng simply decided not to go over. He closed his eyes and returned to his physical body. When he opened his eyes again, he realized he was still in bed, which meant his soul could actually come to this space. Perhaps it wasn't the soul, but rather consciousness, he thought. He tried again and found that his consciousness could leave his body and go directly to the space. He purchased ginseng seeds in the system. After all, to grow 100-year ginseng, he had to plant it in the space. Once grown, it could not only sell for money, but also help build good relationships with others. He spent all his points just on buying ginseng seeds, so he immediately returned to square one. Thinking of this, Liu Dapeng felt like crying, but it was fine as long as he was willing to work hard. The points would surely come back. What are you all making noise about outside? Liu Dapeng yawned and came out. He saw his younger siblings seemingly discussing something, and their voices were getting more and more intense, as if they were about to fight. If he didn't intervene, it would be troublesome if a real fight broke out. Big brother judge for us. This flower was painstakingly dug up by me, and second brother wants to throw it away. No way, I can't let him throw it away. Cici held the flower out to show him. When Liu Dapeng saw the flower, he was momentarily stunned because it was an orchid. In his previous life, he loved orchids, so although he didn't know all the varieties, he recognized most of them. Big brother, what I mean is that I think we can't keep this flower alive. It's better to exchange it for money. I heard that the family of Dog Dan collects this kind of flower, so I wanted to take it to exchange for some money. Liu Erbao quickly explained. He didn't really want to throw away his sister's flower. He was just trying to trick her into letting him take it to exchange for some money. I don't want to exchange it for money. I dug it up myself, and I really like it. I don't want a big brother. Can I just keep it? Cici started crying. This was the first time Liu Dapeng saw his sister cry. Her red eyes looked like a little rabbit, pitifully gazing at him, hoping to keep the flower. If Cici says she won't sell it, then she won't sell it. Let's keep it, Erbao. Don't do anything silly. If she wants to keep it, let her keep it. The family isn't short on money. Liu Dapeng was speechless, making it seem like he couldn't afford to take care of his younger siblings. He had not skimped on their food and clothing. Fine. Liu Erbao felt particularly wronged and sincerely apologized to his sister. Cici didn't want to pay attention to him. Anyone who tried to take her flower away was not a good person. Cici, how about I help you plant it? Liu Dapeng leaned over and asked. Big brother, you are the best. Second brother and the others are all bad guys, only knowing how to bully people. Cici said angrily, still holding a grudge about what had just happened. Liu Dapeng quietly moved a few orchids into the space and pretended to plant flowers for Cici. They'll go get some water. Liu Dapeng stood up and secretly took some spiritual spring water from his space, mixed it in with the water he was using to water the plants, otherwise the orchids wouldn't survive. After planting the flowers, Liu Dapeng went to wash his face. His wife had already prepared the meal, waiting for them to come and eat. Have you washed your hands? Xie Shuanglan turned to Liu Dapeng and asked, still need to ask. Of course I've washed my hands long ago, so don't worry. Xie Shuanglan brought the dishes out, and Liu Dapeng, not idle, went to help. Just after they had finished eating, someone knocked on the door. Dapeng, are you two at home? I happen to have something to discuss with you. A middle-aged man from the village. Liu Dapeng recognized him as Wu Yan's uncle. He didn't know what the man was here for. He had no good feelings for Wu Yan's family, even for this uncle he had never met. After all, they weren't family, and sometimes disliking one person could extend to their entire family. Not knowing who this person was, Xie Shuanglan politely asked, what is it? Looking for us? The man replied, my daughter Wu Yan is about to get married. In a couple of days, could you come and help? Wu Yan was getting married. Xie Shuanglan was taken aback for a moment, then replied, sure, when? We will definitely come to help then. This is how it is in the village. When something happens in a household, they ask the villagers for help. Everyone assists each other, otherwise how could one person manage everything? Therefore some tasks must be helped, even though Xie Shuanglan had a strong prejudice against Wu Yan. Now that she was getting married, she wouldn't hold it against her too much. 3 days from now. After the man finished speaking, he hurriedly left to notify the villagers to come and help. Liu Dapeng sighed upon hearing it was in 3 days, surprised how quickly time had passed. However, that was their matter and had nothing to do with them. They just needed to go help when the time came. Wife, are you relieved now? What nonsense are you talking? There are still some things I haven't settled with you yet. Now you're just saying this yourself. Xie Shuanglan stepped hard on her husband's foot. Liu Dapeng pretended to be in great pain, and Xie Shuanglan, feeling sorry, quickly asked, where does it hurt? I'm sorry, I wasn't doing it on purpose. Haha, just kidding you. Liu Dapeng grinned slyly, and Xie Shuanglan was so upset she cried, I won't talk to you anymore. Why did you lock Wu Yan up? Wu Yan's grandmother came over with a stick, leaning on her cane, looking distressed. In this family, if anyone treated Wu Yan the best, it was her grandmother. However, she had no authority, so for some matters she could only turn a blind eye. Her wife sarcastically replied, why would I lock her up? Don't you know? If she wants to run away, what should I do if I don't lock her up? We already accepted the betrothal gifts. If she runs away, we would still have to return the gifts double. If I don't lock her up, she won't behave. Oh, my poor granddaughter. Liu Po's eyes reddened instantly. Seeing this, her wife couldn't stand it anymore and said, what are you pretending to be so sentimental for? Where were you when she was getting married? When Wu Yan was getting married, you agreed to it. What do you still want to put on a show in front of me? I'm not interested. Before long, her daughter-in-law left, ignoring Liu Po. Liu Po immediately stopped her tears, as she had just said those things on purpose for the people inside to hear, but unexpectedly her daughter-in-law contradicted her. My dear granddaughter, you've suffered so much. Liu Po leaned against the door, talking to Wu Yan. Upon hearing her grandmother's voice, Wu Yan hurried over. Grandma, let me out, I won't run away, please, can you? I want to let you out too, but I don't have the key. Child, I'm sorry, it's my fault. Hearing her grandmother's voice made Wu Yin feel very distressed. In this household, she had the best relationship with her grandmother. Now her grandmother couldn't help her. Thinking of this, she felt despondent and said, "Grandma, in the future your granddaughter might not be able to honor you anymore. Silly child, even if you get married, you can still come back often. We can still talk then." Her grandmother comforted her again, but Wu Yin had long since lost hope. Now there was only one way for her to escape, which was to die. "I'm sorry, Grandma. In the future, I won't be able to honor you. On Qingming Festival, just burn me some paper, I'll go down and reunite with my parents." As Wu Yin spoke, she choked up and then smashed a bowl. Hearing the sound of the bowl breaking, Liu Posey was frightened. Would this girl really want to do something foolish? She hurriedly pushed the door open and indeed saw her granddaughter, holding the broken piece, trying to cut her wrist. "Oh, what are you doing, child? Let's talk things over nicely, okay? Don't do this." Liu Posey rushed over to grab the shard, but Wu Yin wouldn't let her take it. During their struggle, Liu Posey was cut on the hand. Wu Yin looked at her grandmother with a pained expression and said, "I'm sorry, Grandma." Wu Yin then hugged her grandmother and began to cry. Although Liu Posey felt a bit harsh, she had raised her granddaughter, and seeing her cry made her heart ache. Choking back tears, she said, "Child, it's not that Grandma can't protect you. Just accept your fate and marry that man. Although his family is a bit poor, he will treat you well. Don't think too negatively, all right? You and Liu Dapeng are not meant to be. If he truly liked you, how could he abandon you? Forget about him, okay? It doesn't matter who you marry, right?" She cried and didn't answer her grandmother. She didn't want to get married not because of Liu Dapeng, but because she didn't want to accept her fate. Even without Liu Dapeng, she would find a way to escape. "Grandma, please help me. I really don't want to marry that man. I beg you, in the future, I'll earn a lot of money to spend on you, okay?" Wu Yin pleaded desperately with her grandmother. Liu Posey's heart was almost softening when someone outside walked by and said, "What's still thinking of dying? Then go ahead and die, show me. Don't think that we're scared of you saying this. We've already accepted the money. Even if you die, we'll still have to carry your body over." "Xiaolu, stop saying that. Your niece is already suffering so much, why speak to her like that? If you two are just playing along with each other, I'm telling you it's no use. You'll marry whether you like it or not. And you old woman, if you open this door again, I'll make sure you regret it." Liu Posey was called out, leaving Wu Yin alone in the room. All the things that could be used to cut her wrist were taken away by the Liu family. Liu Dapeng took a look inside the space and found that his ginseng had grown quite large, but it was still far from becoming a century-old ginseng. Even though time passed quickly within the space, it was still impossible for it to grow any faster. Upon exiting, he heard his wife chatting with someone else. "Oh, Xuanlan, how do you maintain your beauty? Your skin looks so fair and rosy. You look truly beautiful. I remember when you first married Dapeng, you were so sallow. How have you become so radiant? Dapeng, do you pamper her every day?" Xie Xuanlan blushed at the compliment. Although she was an experienced woman, was it really appropriate for her to be addressed this way? She, feeling shy, explained, "It's not like that. It's just that the food at home is better than at my family's, so my skin has improved over time." "Is that so? What do you eat every day? I think I should improve my lifestyle too so I can be as beautiful as you." The woman looked at Xie Xuanlan with envy, increasingly satisfied with her appearance. She looked more like an unmarried woman than someone who was already married. She truly looked radiant. Only Liu Dapeng knew the truth. He improved the physical health of his family daily, which naturally made them more beautiful. Even the children were growing increasingly charming. He wondered who would benefit from it in the end. Reflecting on this, Liu Dapeng felt a bit sentimental. Although he was merely the eldest brother among the children, he had already given it much thought. In simple terms, the food at home wasn't as exceptional as they claimed. Mainly, they didn't want to evoke envy. Their living conditions were indeed far better than most, but Xie Xuanlan never spoke of it to outsiders. "Tomorrow we will go to help Wu Yin. Speaking of Wu Yin, I heard that girl doesn't want to get married. She keeps shouting that she doesn't want to marry. Even though the bride price has been paid, how can they force her to marry? I really don't understand how the Liu family could be so heartless. Their niece doesn't want to marry, yet they still insist on it." Xie Xuanlan didn't know how to respond to the woman since she was also an outsider and couldn't interject. She merely said, "Yeah, that's quite pitiful." After that, she said nothing more. Seeing that Xie Xuanlan was uninterested in the topic, the woman moved on. The next day, Xie Xuanlan got up early to help out. Marriage typically happened in the morning. Even though they had gone to help the previous evening, they still had to wake up early. "Wife, why don't you sleep a little longer?" Liu Dapeng said groggily as he opened his eyes. "It's not even dawn yet." His wife had already gotten up. Although going to help required an early start, wasn't this a bit too early? "Then go back to sleep. I'll go help first, otherwise it wouldn't look good if everyone from the village went, and I didn't." His wife spoke decisively, and Liu Dapeng couldn't object, so he let her go. After just a bit more sleep, he got up again and went to check on the space. He found that the century-old ginseng had grown quite well, and the system had the advantage of marking how many years the ginseng had been growing. Otherwise, being an ordinary person, how could he recognize what a century-old ginseng looked like? He was overjoyed to harvest the century-old ginseng, and with such a large patch growing, he could live comfortably for generations just by selling ginseng. However, he dared not recklessly take out so much at once, for he would surely attract envy. The black market was not without its dangers, including robbery and murder. After taking a tour of the space, Liu Dapeng decided to let the ginseng grow a bit longer. After all, it would be better and more valuable, wouldn't it? Therefore, he didn't rush to pull it out, but went to help instead. Wu Yan had already gotten up early and was dressed in new clothes. Although she was reluctant, she knew she couldn't escape this time. She was considering how to run away during the journey, having already resolved to do so. "Wu Yan, you look really beautiful today." A young girl beside her looked at Wu Yan with envy. As it was her wedding day, many young unmarried girls were there to see the bride. Many girls showed expressions of envy, but Wu Yan replied coldly, "Whoever likes this dress can wear it. I don't want to wear it." Everyone thought Wu Yan was joking, so they didn't take it seriously and continued to laugh and chat. Wu Yan sighed internally, her fists clenched tightly. She glanced outside and soon heard the sounds of drums and gongs. "They're here. The groom is coming." Someone shouted, and many children began to shout excitedly, "The groom is here. The groom is here. Let's go see what the groom looks like." The young women who had been gathered inside hurried outside upon hearing that the groom had arrived, leaving only Wu Yan behind. Liu Dapeng took a glance at Wu Yan's husband, a young man with a birthmark under his chin. He appeared quite simple and honest, though Liu Dapeng inwardly doubted if such a man could truly handle Wu Yan. The groom seemed a bit nervous, even with a matchmaker beside him assisting. He looked particularly tense. Liu Dapeng exchanged a brief greeting with him before he went inside to fetch Wu Yan. Wu Yan, dressed in a red outfit, was led out by her husband. They then sat on a cart which was pulled away with a large red flower hanging from it, making the scene quite festive. However, Wu Yan's expression was devoid of emotion. On the way, Wu Yan claimed she had a stomachache and needed to relieve herself. Her husband, not suspecting anything, allowed her to go. However, she didn't return after that, which left her husband frantic. He had spent a considerable amount to marry her, and now that she had run away, what could he do? Thus, he could only return to her family to demand her back. Liu Dapeng and a few others had just sat down for a meal after helping to send off relatives when they unexpectedly saw the groom return. Everyone was stunned upon seeing the groom again, as they clearly remembered his appearance. Soon someone called for Wu Yan's family, and upon seeing the groom back, her family thought something was wrong. Wu Yan must have run away, otherwise why would he return? Wu Yan has run away. You need to give me an explanation, or I will report this. If you deceive me, you'll face serious consequences. This statement left Wu Yan's family speechless, fearing that any poorly chosen words might lead to consequences, and they were terrified. What is there to discuss? Why did that Wu Yan girl run away? Isn't she supposed to be with you? If you couldn't keep her, who can you blame? Wu Yan's sister-in-law said sarcastically. However, the other party refused to listen, stating, "Your family accepted my betrothal gifts. How could her running away not concern you? It seems like you conspired to defraud the betrothal money." "We didn't defraud anyone. The betrothal gifts were given willingly because you liked Wu Yan. Where's the deception in that? If you couldn't keep her, who's to blame?" The argument continued, with each side claiming to be right. Liu Dapeng felt a headache coming on and said, "What matters now isn't assigning blame, but finding Wu Yan first." Everyone ceased their bickering. The captain requested the villagers to help search for Wu Yan, believing that as a woman, she wouldn't be able to run far. Liu Dapeng was also called to help look for her. He felt speechless. Wu Yan had agreed to marry, so how could she just run away? He truly didn't understand what she was thinking, as the man seemed quite decent. He noticed Wu Yan's man, who looked utterly lost, unsure if he was heartbroken over the betrothal gifts lost or over Wu Yan's disappearance. If she has hidden in the forest, we'll be searching in vain. Someone complained, saying they had walked all this way, their feet sore and blistered, only to discover that Wu Yan had run into the woods. What a damn nuisance. This was unlike the later era where there were houses. Here, most of the area was forest with only one village. The rest was enveloped by trees, making it exceedingly difficult to find someone in the mountains, as any hiding place could be behind a large rock. The captain frowned and questioned a relative of Wu Yan. "What were you thinking? Are you trying to deceive her into marriage?" Wu Yan's family was displeased by the captain's words, shouting back, "How can you call it a deception? We accepted the betrothal gifts and he was given Wu Yan. If he couldn't keep her, how is that our fault? Did Wu Yan even agree? Did you force her into marriage? Otherwise, how could she possibly run away? What do you propose we do about this? Though we are from the same village, if this escalates, I can't help you. How much betrothal money did you receive? If Wu Yan is not found, you should return the betrothal money," the captain stated. "That's out of the question. We've already given it to him. Unless he returns her, I'm not giving back a single cent. The person is lost, and I haven't even had the chance to settle accounts with him. Why should all the blame fall on me?" Wu Yan's family said indignantly. The captain opened his mouth, but didn't know what to say. They weren't wrong, the person had already been taken away, and now that she was missing, what could they do about it? Let's split up to search. They all separated, calling out for Wu Yan as they searched through the forest. As everyone said, Wu Yan didn't move quickly. Being a woman, she often stopped to rest. Upon hearing her name being called, she shivered and hid in a cave, unafraid of any wild beasts that might be inside. She would rather be eaten by a beast than marry a man she didn't like. Liu Dapeng heard a faint sound, a soft and unclear noise. Curious, he moved aside some grass and discovered a nest of baby rabbits, white as clouds, still with their eyes closed. It seemed their mother had wandered off, leaving the little ones behind. Soft and fluffy though Liu Dapeng was a man, he couldn't resist the cuteness of the little creatures. He walked over, gently scooped up the nest of rabbits, and placed them into a space he had, intending to take them home for his wife and children, certain they would raise them to be plump and healthy. Once the rabbits were inside the space, they opened their eyes, lazily yawning and looking around, still oblivious to what had happened. Liu Dapeng came out of the space and left some grass that rabbits liked, then resumed searching for people. There's a cave. Liu Dapeng spotted the cave, but had no intention of entering. He glanced at the cave and then turned back. Whether Wu Yan was found or not had nothing to do with him. He was merely helping because they were from the same village. Otherwise he wouldn't have bothered with this. He came down and saw that many people had returned, each with a strange expression indicating they had not found Wu Yan. So no one was found. The captain looked worriedly at everyone, who fell silent, and Liu Dapeng also became quiet. The area is not that big, and Wu Yan, being a woman, shouldn't have been able to run far. Could it be that you all weren't careful enough? Wu Yan's family became upset seeing that no one had found her. If she wasn't found, they would have to return the money, but they had already received it. Who would willingly give it back? We have done enough to help you search. If we weren't from the same village, we wouldn't have spent our time here. Are you blaming us now? Wu Yan's family was about to say something when the captain glared at them. All right, let's keep quiet. Wu Yan is your family. If she is missing, you need to figure it out. I can't get involved. Either return the money or report it. The choice is yours. Hearing that the captain was unwilling to intervene, Wu Yan's family became anxious and hurriedly said, Captain, please help us. I truly handed her over. It was him who couldn't keep her. I can't just walk away with nothing. The captain sighed internally, although he said that he still had to lend a hand. Come, let's go speak with him and see if we can reduce the amount. The following matters were no longer Liu Dapeng's concern, so he and the villagers left, chatting casually on their way back. Sai, where do you think Wu Yan has gone? I don't know what Wu Yan is thinking. This man is quite decent. He looks honest and reliable. If she just puts in some effort, it wouldn't be a bad life with him. She must have been bewitched. Someone scoffed, then turned to Liu Dapeng beside him and asked, Dapeng, didn't you have a good relationship with Wu Yan usually? Do you know where she might be hiding? Liu Dapeng quickly replied, don't say that. I have nothing to do with Wu Yan. If the Wu family hears this, they might think I've kidnapped their daughter. Please don't misunderstand. I already have a wife. Seeing him getting angry, the villagers stopped teasing him. In truth, everyone knew that since Liu Dapeng married, he had no contact with Wu Yan anymore. So Wu Yan's disappearance had nothing to do with him. Many people thought this way, but others like Wang Dajun disagreed. He had suffered quite a bit from Liu Dapeng, unable to find a solution. Now that he heard Wu Yan was missing, an idea struck him. He would send his wife to stir the pot. Sai Lu Dama, have you found Wu Yan yet? Wang Dajuan's wife was deliberately waiting for them at the door. Wu Yan's family was in no mood, as they had just returned all the money they owed, leaving only a small amount that was hardly enough to fill a gap. They felt resentment towards Wu Yan's selfishness, thinking, how could she just run away like this? After all, they had raised her. Even if there was no credit, there was effort. Don't mention Wu Yan to me anymore. She is simply not human. We raised her with so much effort, and she just left without even a word, especially on such an important day. It's disgraceful. Wu Yan's uncle, feeling humiliated, angrily went into the house. Wang Dajuan's wife grabbed his wife and said, I have something to tell you. Then speak. Why are you pulling me? Just say what you have to say directly. Why are you being so secretive? Don't you doubt whether Wu Yan was abducted or if she ran away by herself? Wu Yan has no money on her. Where could she go? Have you thought about that? Wang Dajuan's wife's words stunned Wu Yan's sister-in-law. Indeed, Wu Yan had no money. Where could a woman like her go? Seeing that Wu Yan's sister-in-law was listening, Wang Dajuan's wife continued, I suspect she might have planned this with someone, which is why she ran away. Perhaps someone guided her, otherwise why would she just leave? What do you mean? Do you know something? Just say it, don't be so vague, it's driving me crazy. If we can't find Wu Yan, it's all your fault. I was just trying to remind you, but now you're blaming me. I won't say anything more, I'm going back. Wang Dajuan's wife pretended to leave, but Wu Yan's sister-in-law grabbed her. I was just joking. I tend to say things that sound harsh. Don't take it to heart. Alright, I won't hold it against you. I only said a few words because I think your family is honest. Who does Wu Yan usually get along with best? Think about it. Wu Yan's sister-in-law pondered for a moment about Wu Yan's social interactions, but she couldn't pinpoint anyone. It seemed like Wu Yan got along with everyone, but also with no one. Does Wu Yan have someone she likes? Otherwise, why would she do something like this? This question illuminated Wu Yan's sister-in-law's mind, and she suddenly wondered if Liu Dapeng was the man who took Wu Yan away. Thinking of this, her expression turned dark. Seeing it was about time, Wang Dajuan's wife decided not to talk any longer. I have things to do at home. My husband is waiting for me to take care of him. It's all that Liu Dapeng's fault. How could he be so ruthless to my husband? We're from the same village. Without caring about what Wu Yan's sister-in-law thought, she left. It wasn't until Wu Yan's sister-in-law came to her senses that she realized Wang Dajuan's wife had already disappeared from the door. Was Liu Dapeng the one? Wife, let me show you something. Liu Dapeng came back excitedly, calling over Xie Shuanglan. Xie Shuanglan looked at him curiously. So, did you find the person? It's difficult to find her. Let's not discuss her anymore. We shouldn't meddle in other people's affairs. If we help look for her, fine, but if we can't find her, it's not our fault, right? Liu Dapeng presented 2 rabbits in front of Xie Shuanglan. Upon seeing the cute rabbits, Xie Shuanglan was overjoyed and stood up straight, asking where did they come from. I found them on the mountain, so I brought them back. I thought you might like them, do you? I'm just worried I won't be able to take care of them. Xie Shuanglan hesitated. Aren't I here to help take care of them? We have so many little ones at home, they can help gather some wild grass to feed the rabbits. They're easy to care for, and they'll even have a litter of bunnies later. Xie Shuanglan held the rabbit, unable to let go. This little rabbit was much cuter than the big one, with its small, adorable face and wet eyes looking at her, almost melting her heart. Wise also came back delighted to see the 2 rabbits at home. One wanted to pinch the rabbit's ears while the other wanted to squeeze its little feet. They were truly adorable. Both girls wanted to hold the rabbit to sleep, but Xie Shuanglan stopped them, thinking that even if they loved the rabbit, it was still unclean, so she didn't let them hold it to sleep and placed it aside. Wife, you're the only one who can control them. They never listen to me. Nonsense, the younger siblings are very well behaved. Xie Shuanglan said seriously. She truly felt that her younger siblings were exceptionally well behaved, far better than others. Especially thinking about how Liu Dapeng had lost his parents early and was raising these younger siblings himself, she felt it was tough. Wife, why are you looking at me like that? Did I get more handsome again? Xie Shuanglan didn't say anything, just kissed him on the face. Liu Dapeng was taken aback for a moment, then hugged his wife, clothes happily rubbing against her. Open the door, open the door. Who is looking for people so early in the morning? Liu Dapeng was speechless, while Xie Shuanglan, not having risen, yet said upon hearing the sound, I'll go open the door and see who's here. Okay, Liu Dapeng yawned. As Xie Shuanglan opened the door, she was unexpectedly bumped into by a woman who rushed inside, shouting, Liu Dapeng, come out. I have something to ask you. Sister-in-law, you can ask me whatever you want, but my husband is still asleep. Can't you leave him alone? Xie Shuanglan also lost her temper, wondering who the good person was. It's early in the morning and you're causing a disturbance at someone else's house. What is there to say between us? You understand nothing. Do you know what Liu Dapeng has done in the past? You know nothing. You are just a foolish woman who married into this family. Liu Posey spat as she spoke, saliva flying out. If Xie Shuanglan hadn't been standing far away, it would have splattered on her face. I thought it was someone shouting at my door this early, but it turns out to be an old bitch. Liu Dapeng had quite a sharp tongue, and his words nearly drove Liu Posey to the brink of rage. Xie Shuanglan covered her mouth, secretly laughing, realizing that her husband had such a way with words. You, how dare you say that to me? Liu Posey pointed at Liu Dapeng, her hand trembling uncontrollably. A group of onlookers had gathered behind, all of whom were Liu Posey's family. They dared not intervene, but allowed their elderly relative to handle it. If only Wu Yan were here, everyone thought, as they were unhappy about the money they had lost because of her and were looking for an outlet for their anger, leading them to Liu Dapeng. I didn't name anyone specifically. If you think you're an old bitch, then so be it. What does that have to do with me? You. Liu Dapeng, I ask you, where have you hidden my Wu Yan? Wu Yan's disappearance has nothing to do with me. Why are you causing a scene at my house? Do you believe I won't call the police right now and report you for trespassing? Then your whole family will end up in jail. Wu Yan isn't familiar with the other villagers, and besides, she has no money. Where could she possibly go? You must have hidden her. Hurry up and hand over my Wu Yan, and I won't hold it against you too much. Otherwise, I will call the police. Liu Posey began to shout, regardless of whether Wu Yan was actually at Liu Dapeng's home. She just wanted an explanation from him. Xie Shuanglan felt a surge of anger watching such an old hag. Her granddaughter was missing, and yet Liu Posey came to her house to make a scene. Why should she think she could come here? She directly grabbed a basin of cold water and doused it over Liu Posey. Liu Dapeng was stunned. He never expected his wife to be such a fierce woman. Liu Posey cried out, You're bullying me. You're bullying me. Her cries attracted neighbors, but no one felt sorry for Liu Posey. After all, she had a bad reputation in the village, so everyone was secretly gleeful at her misfortune. I say, Liu Posey, you come early in the morning to cause trouble at someone else's home. If they don't splash a bucket of cold water on you, you'll never wake up. Nonsense. He abducted my Wu Yan. I'm here to demand an explanation. How is that my fault? You all criticize me. Just because I'm an old woman doesn't mean you can bully me. The audacity of her claiming to be an elder made everyone want to retch. What kind of elder was she? Her attitude surpassed that of a young person. Even the young ones might lack her level of aggression. When it comes to shamelessness, Liu Posey had no rivals. This old woman came to our house making a scene saying she was looking for Wu Yan. But we don't have Wu Yan. She insists we took her, claiming her granddaughter is missing. What does that have to do with us? Instead of looking for Wu Yan, she comes to my house to make trouble. Do you think she deserves to be beaten? Liu Dapeng's cold voice pierced through everyone's ears. It seemed like Liu Dapeng would strike at any moment, causing Liu Posey to shiver in fear. For some reason, she felt as if Liu Dapeng had transformed into a different person. He had once been so timid that he couldn't muster a word, yet now his voice was so commanding. That's not how it is. Listen to me. My Wu Yan was close to him, so he must have hidden her. Moreover, Wu Yan even said she wanted to marry him. Everyone was taken aback by Liu Posey's words, deeming her shameless. The man was already married, so how could she slander him like this? Moreover, the man's wife was standing right beside him. How could she think like that? Liu Dapeng glanced at the shameless woman and decided not to be polite. He picked up a stick and began to swing it. However, he wasn't aiming to hit her, but rather to scare her off. With so many people watching, if he injured her, he would have to compensate, which wouldn't be worth it. Oh. Liu Posey saw the stick land right by her feet, almost hitting her, causing her to lose color in her face. She quickly stood up, disregarding everything else. What else could she say? With a fierce glare from Liu Dapeng, she dared not speak further and hurriedly ran away. Seeing that there was no more spectacle, the crowd dispersed. After all, Liu Posey was like this, someone who bullied the weak and feared the strong. They were just worried that Liu Posey wouldn't dare to come back to Liu Dapeng's house again. Wang Dejin's wife was also in the crowd, following everyone out, while constantly muttering about how useless Liu Posey was, as a single stick had frightened her away. Liu Dapeng turned around and saw his wife staring at him blankly. He didn't know what to say, wondering if he had scared her. After a moment, Xie Shuanglan hurriedly hugged Liu Dapeng, saying, "Dapeng, you're amazing. Wife, you're not afraid of me." Liu Dapeng was somewhat surprised, expecting her to be scared. But then he thought, given her carefree personality, how could she possibly be afraid? You're my man, why would I be afraid of you? I like you too much to be scared. Xie Shuanglan said, her pride swelling. She felt her man was incredibly capable, being tough with outsiders regardless of whether they were women or not. Some men just couldn't bear to lose face, always letting women handle things. When a man gets tough, those women will still be afraid. You're just sweet-talking. Xie Shuanglan blinked, unsure if her husband was complimenting or mocking her, but she felt it was a compliment. Liu Dapeng glanced at the space. The efficacy of the ginseng had reached 100 years, and it was time to take it out. Wife, I'm going to the town for a bit, I have something to do. Keep an eye on the house. Go ahead, go ahead. Xie Shuanglan waved her hand nonchalantly. Her husband was doing big things, so she wouldn't stop him. She was different from other women and wouldn't cling to him all day. Liu Dapeng turned his head and left the village entrance. Now that his family had money, he didn't want to walk and directly sat on the village's ox cart. Oh, it's Dapeng. At this hour, you're still going out. Yes, some things are missing at home, and I need to buy some supplies. Liu Dapeng casually replied. That's true. Now that you have money, it's time to let your family live better, especially since your wife just came home not long ago. You should treat her well, otherwise if she thinks you're poor and leaves, that would be troublesome. Liu Laotu joked, but Liu Dapeng didn't take it seriously. Villagers were like this, joking around without any harm. Have you heard? The educated youth are coming to the countryside to our village. I wonder if any young ladies will come. I've heard those girls are educated. If one could marry one, that would be wonderful. A young man nearby said with a look of longing. There are many men in the village who haven't married, yet not everyone has such good luck as Liu Dapeng to have a wife. They eagerly await the educated youth to arrive, thinking that once they meet those girls, they will surely marry them, believing this without spending any dowry money. Liu Dapeng scoffed at such notions. He had no such thoughts, he already had a wife. Moreover, those educated youth are quite selective. Even if they agree to marry now, once they can return to the city, they would leave without hesitation, abandoning those children, let alone these country bumpkin men. Stop dreaming. Do you really think those educated youth would look at someone like you? You have no house, and your family lives in a broken straw hut. Someone like me could be a blessing for her if she notices me. Besides, if they marry me, they won't have to live a hard life. I could help them earn work points and support them. Wouldn't that be good? It's better than running around in the fields all day. Those educated youth are delicate young ladies who can endure such hardships. As long as I treat her sincerely, she will certainly repay me. All right, you should go to sleep early. You can dream of anything. The ox cart was filled with laughter again. Liu Dapeng sat on the cart listening to others boast, finding it quite amusing. Before he knew it, they arrived in town, and everyone split up to attend to their own matters. Liu Dapeng went straight to the black market. He had already taken the ginseng out of his space and held it close to himself. When he arrived, Wang Ming was still attending to a customer. Once that customer was done, Wang Ming waved him over, saying, "Any good goods lately?" It seemed Wang Ming had forgotten about the last ginseng incident. Liu Dapeng grinned and said, "Top quality goods. I just want to know if what you said last time still stands." Upon hearing this, Wang Ming was reminded and looked at him in surprise. "No way did you really get your hands on top quality goods." "Uncle, why would I lie to you? I said I have it, and I do. Look, I've brought it with me." Liu Dapeng carefully took out the ginseng. As soon as the ginseng appeared, Wang Ming jumped up in excitement, exclaiming, "Damn, it's really 100-year-old ginseng." He had received many goods before, and he had seen 100-year-old ginseng, but it was rare. He had only seen it once before, since then he hadn't received such good items again. He couldn't believe this kid actually had it. How did he manage that? Or did he originally have a ginseng hidden away? This kid is quite cunning. You're really impressive. Ooh, I admire you. Let's not talk about it anymore. Let's go gather our things and head to the team leader's house. Liu Dapeng followed behind, turning left and right. He didn't even know how many times he turned his head, was almost spinning. Finally, Wang Ming stopped at a house. "Wait for me here. I need to talk to the people inside. Then we'll go in." "Okay." Liu Dapeng obediently stood outside. Wang Ming waved him in. Liu Dapeng felt a bit nervous. There were several militia members standing nearby, each holding a weapon. It seemed that the people inside held significant positions. He had heard that these big secretaries had substantial backgrounds. Even if they were just minor officials here, they still had people backing them. Liu Dapeng saw a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit who at that moment noticed him too. Wang Ming leaned over and said to the middle-aged man, "This is him." The middle-aged man nodded and beckoned Liu Dapeng to come over. "You are Liu Dapeng, right? I heard you have 100-year-old ginseng. Is that true? Don't lie to me. My daughter is sick and urgently needs 100-year-old ginseng. If you can get it, I can promise you something reasonable." Liu Dapeng didn't answer Gu Qingzhe's question and said, "Uncle, just give this ginseng to the doctor first." Gu Qingzhou nodded and instructed someone to take the ginseng inside. The doctor was inside, and because his daughter was sick, they always had a doctor at home. When the doctor saw the 100-year-old ginseng, his eyes lit up, and he immediately began preparing to treat her. While waiting outside, Gu Qingzhou asked, "Dapeng, you haven't mentioned what benefits you want." Gu Qingzhou wanted to quickly repay the favor. Knowing that Gu Qingzhou didn't want to owe him a favor, Liu Dapeng said, "Uncle, I don't want anything. I just hope that when I need help you can lend me a hand." Lending a hand is neither too light nor too heavy. Gu Qingzhou furrowed his brows. Liu Dapeng quickly added, "Uncle, don't worry. I won't put you in a difficult position. I'm not that kind of evil person. I won't need you to do anything too big, just a few words of support at crucial moments." Hearing this, Gu Qingzhe's brows relaxed a lot. He was worried Liu Dapeng would use his daughter's illness to coerce him into doing things he didn't want to do. "As long as you don't do anything too extreme, I would be happy to say a few words for you," Gu Qingzhou promised. Hearing him say this, Liu Dapeng felt much more at ease. Although he hoped he would never have to use this favor, having a trump card certainly made him feel more secure. Liu Dapeng didn't linger there any longer. He had come out with Wang Ming, and during this time Gu Qingzhou gave him many things, including a heavy envelope. Although the other party didn't explicitly say what was inside, Liu Dapeng could roughly guess. Both of them understood each other, especially at Gu Qingzhe's level. Countless eyes were watching him. Therefore, one had to be very cautious in doing some things. "This is for you." Liu Dapeng generously pulled out a stack of money from the envelope and handed it over. Wang Ming blinked at the money. "Are you really giving this to me?" "Of course, you introduced me. Next time something like this comes up, you can find me again." Hearing this, Wang Ming felt a bit confused. Could it be that this guy has many ginsengs? The thought made him drop his jaw. Liu Dapeng glanced at him and knew what he was thinking. "Although I don't have that many ginsengs on hand, I can find a way to get them for you as long as you need them." "Damn, you really are something else. Is your nose that of a dog? Can you smell the ginseng? Otherwise, how could you be so impressive?" This left Liu Dapeng speechless. Was he being praised or insulted? Then Wang Ming burst into laughter. "I was just joking. Take the money back. I don't want it. Moreover, I've already gained the benefits." Wang Ming had never wanted money. He wasn't short of it. After doing business in the black market for so long, he had made quite a bit. What he wanted was connections. Now that he was connected with Gu Qingzhou, that's something money can't buy. It's a rare opportunity. This kid has good fortune. Who knows, he might rely on him to turn his fortunes around in the future. Thinking of this, Wang Ming said earnestly, "Don't worry, if something like this happens again, I will definitely call you." Liu Dapeng didn't hesitate any longer and took the money back. Since the other party didn't want it, it was pointless to say more. If someone else needed help in the future, he would definitely assist, if he could, and the two parted ways. Gu Qingzhou had generously given several cans of milk essence, but Liu Dapeng didn't want to attract attention, so he only took one can out, leaving the rest in his space. If he wanted them, he could retrieve them anytime. On the way back in the ox cart, Liu Dapeng used something to cover the milk essence, so the villagers couldn't see what he was hiding. Brother, you're back. She looked at Liu Dapeng with great excitement. Liu Dapeng asked, where are the others? Why are you the only one at home? Where's your sister-in-law? Sister-in-law went to someone else's house, saying she was learning to make clothes. Your sister-in-law has that hobby. Liu Dapeng placed the milk essence on the table. Waya was very curious. She had never seen this before, so she stared at it for a long time. Liu Dapeng then noticed that this little girl had been fixated on the milk essence and asked, do you want to drink it? What is this, brother? I've never seen it before. Can it be drunk? What does it taste like? Waya looked confused. Liu Dapeng was stunned. The children here had never seen milk essence. Rural families couldn't afford such things. Even newborn boys in some families couldn't afford these. They'll go boil some water to make you a cup. Let's see what it tastes like. Liu Dapeng went to the kitchen, and Waya didn't stop. She went to help, sitting on a stool to help him stoke the fire. The stool was taller than her, but at such a young age, she was starting to learn to help with household chores. Liu Dapeng felt a pang of sadness and helplessness. Isn't this how rural kids are? He remembered how he had lived like this when his family was poor, learning to cook for the family at just a few years old, because everyone had to go work outside and didn't come back, so someone had to make lunch right. Liu Dapeng made her a cup of milk essence, pouring the thick, white liquid into a bowl. Waya couldn't help but lick her lips. It smelled so delicious. Let it cool a bit before you drink it, okay? Liu Dapeng said before stepping out. Oh, Dapeng is back. The village chief came over cheerfully. Liu Dapeng was momentarily stunned. Oh, what did this guy want? Dapeng, good news. I have something to tell you. They spotted a tiger in the neighboring village, and we fear it may harm people. The higher-ups decided to go hunting. If you can catch the mother tiger, you will receive a reward of 20 large unity points, not to mention that the tiger skin will also belong to you. The village chief was so excited to find Liu Dapeng because he wanted a share of the benefits. If Liu Dapeng managed to take down the tiger, he would certainly get something in return. He had high hopes for Liu Dapeng, but not so much for the others in the village. After all, Liu Dapeng was a hero in pig hunting. Liu Dapeng remained silent, for the system had already issued a task to him: hunt down a tiger and earn 100 points. This task seemed particularly daunting, making Liu Dapeng suspect that tigers might not be so easy to catch. Otherwise, why would they offer so many points? Since the system had issued a task, it was necessary for him to go. After all, he was a man with a system. Dapeng, you're not scared, are you? Don't want to go? Seeing Liu Dapeng silent, the village chief curiously asked. It would be normal not to want to go. After all, everyone fears tigers. Wanting to make a fortune is one thing, but fearing for one's life is another. I'm not scared. Oh, I'm curious. Is it just me going, village chief? Aren't there others from our village? Each village will send out 4 people. As long as our village catches the big tiger, the large unity points will belong to us, and so will the tiger skin. If you catch the tiger by yourself, then the large unity points and the tiger skin will all be yours. Don't worry, others won't compete with you. Whoever catches it will claim it. The village chief was always on Liu Dapeng's side, which amused Liu Dapeng. The village chief was so enthusiastic, there must be something fishy going on. All right, when do we set off? I need to prepare a bit. Each village is recruiting people, and they should be able to gather everyone by tomorrow. You'll all head up the mountain. It's quite dangerous there, and I've heard that tigers and leopards frequently appear. I don't know if it's true, but the rumors are quite sensational. I haven't been there myself, so you all need to be careful. The village chief mentioned some precautions before leaving. At that moment, Xuan returned holding a handful of fresh vegetables. Sister-in-law. Waya was the first to rush out excitedly, still holding the milk essence. Liu Dapeng felt vexed. Wasn't he the one who told her to drink it? Why was she bringing it out instead of drinking it? Sister-in-law, drink it while it's still cool. Brother said it's really good. Waya, I couldn't bear to drink it, so I saved it for you. Waya silently licked her lips, staring at the bowl for a long time. She couldn't bear to drink it herself. She just wanted to save it for her sister-in-law, because her sister-in-law had been so kind to her, and she wanted to repay her. Xuan looked at the bowl containing a floating white substance, unsure of what it was. She caught sight of Liu Dapeng and asked Dapeng, what is that in Waya's hands? It's malt milk, Waya. Why aren't you drinking it? Liu Dapeng felt frustrated. He had several jars in his space, and only brought one out to avoid making others envious, yet he was surprised that this girl was reluctant to let her sister-in-law have any. Upon hearing that it was malt milk, Xuan was extremely shocked. This was a precious item. She had heard of it, but had never tasted it. It was said that wealthy people loved to drink this, known for its high nutritional value. She couldn't believe her Dapeng had actually bought a jar. How much did that cost? Thinking of this, she furrowed her brows. Even if you have money, you shouldn't waste it. We need to save for when we remodel the house. After all, it looks so dilapidated now. Waya wants to give some to her sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, is sweet, you should drink it. Waya presented the bowl to Xuan. Xuan gently patted Waya's little head and said, sister-in-law won't drink it. Waya is at an age of growth, so be good and drink it. Otherwise, sister-in-law will be unhappy. But Waya was conflicted. She wanted to share something good with her sister-in-law, but sister-in-law was unwilling to drink. In the end, Liu Dapeng forced Waya to drink it. After drinking, Waya looked utterly satisfied. It was the best thing she had ever tasted, and tears were nearly spilling from her eyes. Watching this, Liu Dapeng felt a pang of heartache, yet it was just malt milk. That evening, Liu Dapeng mentioned the events happening in the town. Xie Shuanglan realized she had misunderstood her man. He hadn't wasted money. These items were gifts from others, which made her wonder just how wealthy those people must be to give away such precious things. There were some things Liu Dapeng did not explicitly say, so Xie Shuanglan didn't fully understand, only knowing that the malt milk was a gift from someone else. By the way, I forgot to mention something. I might have to get up early tomorrow and may not return for several days. Upon hearing this, Xie Shuanglan's expression soured. Where are you going? Why can't you take me with you? Thinking of being apart from Liu Dapeng for so long, she instinctively resisted the idea. She wanted to be with Liu Dapeng every day, even if they said nothing or did nothing, but would still make her feel at ease. The captain came to the house. He wants me to go with the villagers to that nearby village to take a look since there is a tiger there. Liu Dapeng placed all the responsibility on the captain, knowing his wife wouldn't blame him for it. He was indeed clever. Upon hearing it was the captain's request, Xie Shuanglan felt it was inappropriate to say anything further. After all, the captain was considered an official in the village. Be careful when you go there. I heard there are tigers. Pay attention to your safety and don't rush forward, okay? Those aren't wild boars. A wild boar might just bump into someone, but a tiger is different. It can eat people. Watching Xie Shuanglan's exaggerated movements made Liu Dapeng nearly laugh out loud, though he refrained, fearing his wife would get angry. Understood, I will be careful. I know there is a wife at home waiting for me to return. I absolutely won't let you become a widow. Stop it, can't you just say something nice? I don't want to hear those words. I'm ignoring you. Xie Shuanglan covered herself with the blanket, feeling upset and out of sorts, so she chose not to respond to Liu Dapeng, ignoring whatever he said. The next morning, Xie Shuanglan got up early to prepare breakfast for Liu Dapeng. Knowing he would be gone for a long time, she made him some pancakes and other dishes. Now that their home conditions had improved, their meals were much better. To Liu Dapeng's surprise, Wang Dajuan was also there. He and Wang Dajuan had become sworn enemies, so when their eyes met, sparks were nearly flying. Dapeng, let's go. Liu Dapeng was pulled away by someone, and Wang Dajuan was also led off, leaving him confused about why the captain would want these two together. The captain himself was quite troubled. He initially sought out other villagers, but was surprised when Wang Dajuan volunteered to go hunting, claiming he was even better than Liu Dapeng. His boasting was almost unbelievable, making the captain reluctant at first, but recalling how Liu Dapeng had saved his son, he had no choice but to agree. Since they were in a different village, the group walked for quite a while. By the time they arrived, it was nearly noon. Liu Dapeng casually pulled out a few pancakes from his pocket and began to munch on them regardless of how others looked at him. When he was hungry, he just had to eat. The others, unprepared, looked at Liu Dapeng eating pancakes with envy. Liu Dapeng was not a stingy person. He shared with a few people, but he did not give any to Wang Dajuan. Dapeng, what do you mean? Why do you share with them, but not with me? Wang Dajuan was unhappy. Since everyone else had some, he wanted some too. There are none left. If I gave you some, there would be none for me. Knowing Liu Dapeng was just brushing him off, Wang Dajuan grew even more indignant. How come if I get some, you have none left? There must be more that you don't want to share with me, right? Do you not understand human language? When I say there are none left, there are none. What do I gain from lying to you? What if I don't lie to you? Seriously, do you want to fight me? The two were about to start arguing, and the captain's head ached. Had he known, he wouldn't have brought Wang Dajuan along. This time he would repay the favor, but next time he definitely wouldn't deal with Wang Dajuan. All right, we came out to hunt, not to argue. We are about to reach the village, and if you keep yelling like this, others will think we are a bunch of ruffians and bully us, understand? Upon hearing this, both of them quieted down. Liu Dapeng didn't mind, it was just a bit of banter. However, Wang Dajuan thought Liu Dapeng was intentionally targeting him. Just wait and see, once they got into the mountains, he would make sure to deal with him. With that thought, his gaze became fierce. There were already quite a few people when they arrived. Each village sent 4 people, so there were about 20 people here. It was uncertain if they would be able to catch a tiger. The captains from each village greeted each other and exchanged a few pleasantries before the lead person approached. The leader was someone from higher up carrying a gun. Liu Dapeng and his group also had guns, but compared to his, theirs seemed out of place. His gun was clearly much better than theirs, which could only be considered a homemade firearm, while the others had real hunting rifles. Follow me and listen to my orders, understand? Do not run around, there are tigers in these mountains. The person speaking is named Gu Ping. Hearing that this person also shares the surname Gu, Liu Dapeng was stunned for a while, unable to help but connect this with Gu Qingzhou, who also shares the surname Gu. Could there possibly be any relation between these two? He soon felt that this thought was absurd. How could it be? Just because someone shares the surname Gu doesn't mean they are related. He must be overthinking. The group swayed up the mountain, and the villagers began to gossip. Do you think these people can hunt a tiger? Will they be eaten by the tiger? I don't say such things. If they hear you, they'll be unhappy. They came to our village to hunt tigers, and you say such demoralizing things. There were still sensible people among them. They thought it was already good enough for others to help hunt the tiger, so how could they gossip behind their backs? That's not fair. Hypocritical. I don't believe you've never spoken ill of others. What are you pretending for? Really, I'm not talking to you anymore. Then the crowd dispersed. Oh, one person got caught by a branch on his foot and thought it was the tiger touching him, frightening his face pale. It's just a branch. Why are you shouting? If someone didn't know better, they might think you were eaten by a tiger. The people nearby looked at him speechlessly. How was I to know it was a branch? I thought it was a tiger. I've heard there are so many tigers in the forest having litters one after another. Aren't you scared? The person speaking was rather timid, and Liu Dapeng found it amusing. Litters after litters. If that were true, there would be tigers everywhere. He had walked for a long time and hadn't seen a single trace of one. What are you scared of? Are you the one who's scared? If you are, why did you come hunting? The person's face immediately turned ugly. I didn't want to come. The captain made me come. What could I do? Wouldn't it be better if I just stayed home? Who wants to come to this cursed place? All right. If you're scared, just stay close and don't wander off. It'll be fine. The two walked one after the other, no longer engaging in idle chatter. Liu Dapeng glanced around and still didn't see a tiger, not even the shadow of an animal. Wang Dajuan remembered Liu Dapeng, so he would look back at him every so often as if he wanted to eat him. Liu Dapeng, seeing his gritted teeth, didn't mind. The angrier others became, the happier he felt. He wouldn't bicker with others as it would only harm his own health. We might not see a tiger this time. It could take several days. Everyone be careful, listen to my orders, understood? Don't get separated and don't run off alone. If anything goes wrong, you'll have to take responsibility. Gu Ping, feeling uneasy, turned back and reminded everyone a few more times before continuing to lead the way. He has also wandered in this forest for quite a while and encountered tigers, but due to his limited strength, he didn't dare to confront them. This time the tiger actually descended the mountain to harm the crops, so the higher-ups had no choice but to send them to catch the tiger. Sigh, my feet are going to give out. Why haven't we seen a tiger yet? At this rate, how long are we going to stay here? Look, it's almost dark. Damn it, are we really going to have to spend the night on this mountain? So scary. Some people began to complain. They still hadn't seen a tiger, and everyone was lethargic, having come to hunt, but only carrying their rifles in vain. Hey, if you say too much and it reaches Gu Ping's ears, he'll get angry again. What's the use of saying so much? We'll just accompany him here for a few days. If we really can't find the tiger, we'll find an excuse to go down. I don't want to stay on this mountain for long. Gu Ping was also puzzled. He could usually see tigers, but this time, unexpectedly, he hadn't spotted a single one. Could it be that the tigers were hiding because they saw people coming? It wasn't possible for tigers to gain intelligence, perhaps it just wasn't the right time. He sent someone to gather firewood and chose a spot to rest. Liu Dapeng volunteered to collect firewood, and Wang Dajuan followed him, the two walking one after the other as twilight set in. Liu Dapeng ignored the person trailing behind and suddenly slipped into the space. When Wang Dajuan came over, he couldn't see Liu Dapeng's figure. Where is he? Where is he? Where did he go? Damn it. Damn. Wang Dajuan cursed while Liu Dapeng, watching him from the outside of the space, snickered and then picked up something from inside to throw out. What is that? Wang Dajuan felt something hit his head, but when he turned around, he saw nothing. Is that you? Liu Dapeng, where did you hide? Sneaky. Don't think that because you're hiding I won't know. You must be over there, hurry up and come out. But no one came out. He got anxious and searched everywhere, but couldn't find Liu Dapeng. Moreover, he didn't even know what hit him, and then something else struck him on the head. He became frightened, thinking there were ghosts, and ran away immediately. Watching Wang Dajuan run far away, Liu Dapeng finally came out from the space, feeling a bit smug. If he truly wanted to deal with him, it would be a matter of minutes, and no one would know if he tossed the body here. But it wasn't worth it to take a life for such a person. Liu Dapeng picked up a large pile of firewood, and then leisurely returned. Over here, Wang Dajuan was boasting to everyone, claiming he had seen a ghost. Hearing this, others thought he was just rambling, but some were frightened and believed him, especially since there were many graves on this mountain. Liu Dapeng must have been taken by a ghost, otherwise why hasn't he returned? I'm too scared to collect firewood. Ooh, what if a ghost grabs me? Liu Dapeng felt a bit frightened. Everyone looked at him, finding his demeanor quite convincing. Gu Ping was furious. We are all people living under the red flag. How can you be so superstitious? You'll be criticized later. Wang Dajuan opened his mouth, not knowing what to say. He really did see a ghost. Dapeng, is that you? Liu Dashan was very happy to see him back. Just now Wang Dajuan was saying Liu Dapeng was taken by a ghost. Now that he's back, what's his problem? Why is he hoping for the worst for others? Uncle Dashan, it's me. I'm back. What were you all chatting about so passionately? Can you tell me? Liu Dapeng dropped the firewood on the ground, and Gu Ping saw that Liu Dapeng had returned safely. He shot a fierce glare at Wang Dajuan, who was puzzled as to why Liu Dapeng hadn't been taken by the ghost. Why was the ghost only targeting him? Thinking of this, he looked around warily. What can we talk about? It's just that Wang Dajuan has a guilty conscience, and he looks unconvinced no matter who he sees, Liu Dapeng scoffed. He couldn't stand Wang Dajuan's pretentious demeanor. He preferred someone like Liu Dapeng, perhaps because Liu Dapeng had saved him, leading to a deep sense of fondness. Damn you, Liu Dapeng was displeased by his words and blurted out a curse. Gu Ping said, "All right, if you keep making noise, I'll throw you outside to let the ghost catch you." Upon hearing this, Wang Dajuan became obedient again, his gaze fixated on the surroundings as he scooted closer to others. He wasn't sure if he truly had a guilty conscience, but that's how Liu Dapeng felt. The fire crackled to life, and everyone took out their rations to toss on it, casually eating. After all, no one had a pot. Having something to eat was good enough. Since they were going on a long journey, everyone had prepared dry food. Liu Dapeng had flatbreads which were dry but filling. After eating and drinking their fill, everyone leaned against something and fell asleep. Gu Ping also had people keep watch. Some took the first half of the night, while others took the second half. Regardless, Liu Dapeng stayed alert, afraid to fall into a deep sleep. If anything happened during that time, it would be a disaster. The night wind blew gently, yet everyone still fell asleep with snoring that shook the heavens. Liu Dapeng was impressed by these folks, wondering if they were all oxen, their snores so loud that they kept him from sleeping. Liu Dapeng sat up again and saw Gu Ping sitting there wide awake. The two exchanged glances, unsure of what to say, until Liu Dapeng broke the silence. "Gu team, do you often run in the mountains? Have you really seen a tiger?" "Yes, I saw a tiger," Gu Ping replied. "Otherwise I wouldn't have brought everyone to catch the tiger, but this guy seems quite cunning. He knows that so many of us are here and is hiding away. Why aren't you sleeping? If you don't sleep, you'll have to keep watch later. You'll be exhausted. Hurry and get some sleep." Gu Ping yawned, clearly wanting to sleep. However, Liu Dapeng said, "I can't sleep." "How about you sleep first, Gu team? They'll keep watch." Gu Ping was puzzled. He couldn't believe someone was actually unable to sleep. But he quickly understood, with the snoring so loud, who could sleep? "If you're not sleeping, I'm going to sleep then. In the mountains you can't be picky, otherwise it's really tough." Gu Ping said something cryptic and then found a place to rest while Liu Dapeng sat alone. After sitting there for a while, he felt a chill behind him, as if a pair of eyes were intently watching them. He couldn't tell if it was just his imagination. Turning around, he saw nothing. It was dark at night and visibility was poor. During the day he could see quite far, but now he felt somewhat melancholy, thinking if the tiger really was hiding over there, he wouldn't be able to see it. Awoo! The tiger's roar startled everyone awake, and Zhou Ping also came to his senses, vigorously slapping his own face. "It's a tiger." Everyone tightened their grip on their weapons in preparation. The tiger didn't actually approach, merely roaring from a distance. Even so, it created a sense of panic. "Damn, be careful. You stepped on my foot. Damn, you grabbed the wrong gun. That gun is mine. Damn, why are you talking so much? Just grab any gun. Why does it have to be yours or mine? Of course there's a proper measure. The gun is borrowed, not my own. If you break it, I'll have to pay for it." Gu Ping felt a headache coming on, not knowing whether the group he brought was reliable. He shouted, "Everyone quiet down. Stay calm. The tiger hasn't come yet. Don't panic." Upon hearing Gu Ping shout, the two became quiet, and Liu Dapeng also held his forehead. The tiger continued to roar, but showed no signs of approaching. Liu Dapeng found it puzzling. Could the tiger be trying to lure them? After all, it was a tiger, and no one dared to rush forward. Plus, it was dark and their vision was poor. If they went over and got eaten by the tiger, what would they do? Thus, while the tiger roared, none of them had any intention of approaching. The tiger, seeing that no one was coming, became anxious. Then it lunged out, and seeing so many humans, the tiger was drooling. It hadn't eaten a person in a long time. Wow, so big. Seeing such a large-headed tiger, everyone instinctively retreated, a bit in natural fear. Even though they were holding guns, it didn't matter. It felt as if their limbs had lost all strength. "Why aren't you shooting? The tiger is about to charge, but if you don't want to die, hurry and shoot. You're holding a gun, not iron. Why aren't you acting quickly?" Gu Ping urged, feeling quite helpless. Oh. Everyone hurriedly fumbled with their triggers. Liu Dapeng directly aimed a gun at the tiger and fired. A good shot hit the tiger. But one shot didn't kill the tiger, and it became even more frantic. Meanwhile, Liu Dapeng received a notification from his system. Achievement unlocked, hit the tiger. Reward: 1 night vision pill. As the night vision pill dropped, Liu Dapeng swallowed it without hesitation, and his vision outside became as clear as day, even able to see how much fur the tiger had. Why was it really that powerful? Liu Dapeng blurted out, and Gu Ping chimed in from behind. "Isn't it powerful? Such a big-head tiger could easily devour us." Liu Dapeng didn't know how to respond. That wasn't what he meant. "The tiger is so fierce, we should run," Wang Dajuan said to the people beside him. He only had one thought: to run and not lose his life over a tiger. If he ran alone, Gu Ping would definitely call him out, so he incited everyone to flee together. That way Gu Ping couldn't blame him alone. Is running really a good idea? The tiger may look big, but if we work hard, we should be able to kill it, right? How could we possibly kill such a large tiger? The tiger is a man-eater. If we don't kill it, we'll end up in its belly. Is life worth less? You can do as you please while I'm running. Wang Dajun pretended to run, and the others thought about it, and felt Wang Dajun had a point. The tiger was still alive. They might end up dead. What did Gu Ping hear them say? His anger surged uncontrollably, and just as he was about to speak, he heard Liu Dapeng tighten the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. A massive tiger fell dead before them, leaving those wishing to escape, gaping in disbelief. Damn, it's dead. Wang Dajun's eyes widened at the sight of the dead tiger. Damn it, how could they mess up at such a crucial moment? If the tiger was dead and they attempted to flee, what would Gu Ping think of them? Thus he immediately spoke up. I was just joking earlier, Dapeng. You truly have skill. Ooh, I didn't expect you to kill the tiger in one shot. You are my hero for slaying tigers. As he said this, he attempted to put his arm around Liu Dapeng's shoulders, but Liu Dapeng aimed the gun at him, nearly scaring Wang Dajun into a panic. Dapeng, what are you doing? Seeing Wang Dajun's furious expression, Liu Dapeng felt a rush of satisfaction. He didn't plan to put the gun down so soon. He enjoyed watching Wang Dajun get infuriated, and he couldn't act against him. How amusing. Wang Dajun's back was soaked with sweat, and Gu Ping shot him a cold glance, not stopping Liu Dapeng. After all, this man wanted to escape, or if he tried to flee, it would only add fuel to the fire. Sweat dripped down in beads, soaking his clothes. If Liu Dapeng pulled the trigger at that moment, he would die. His legs turned to jelly, and he knelt on the ground. 666 Dajun, what are you doing? I was just joking with you. Look how scared you are. Are you really that afraid of death? Someone covered their mouth and laughed, surprised that Wang Dajun was so cowardly. Wang Dajun didn't care how others perceived him, and as long as Liu Dapeng pulled the trigger, he would undoubtedly die. Liu Dapeng lightly blew on his gun. I didn't expect my bullets to be so powerful, capable of killing a tiger. What do you think would happen if they hit a person? Would it pass right through? Who knows, maybe the bullet wouldn't waste time passing through a body before hitting something else. Wang Dajun's nerves were taut, and hearing Liu Dapeng speak like this nearly made him faint. He felt as if Liu Dapeng wasn't shooting at a tiger, but at him. Dapeng, you are truly impressive. Liu Dashun approached with a congratulatory look. Dapeng is the hero who killed the tiger, and this tiger's skin should rightfully belong to you. I believe no one has any objections, right? Who would dare to object? Since Liu Dapeng was so powerful to have killed the tiger, those people wanted to escape and didn't dare contest Liu Dapeng's claim to the tiger's skin. However, they could share the tiger meat, which had to be submitted. It could sell for a good price later. Gu Ping quickly interrupted their daydreams, saying the entire tiger belongs to Liu Dapeng. It was Liu Dapeng who killed it. Turning around, I'll ensure the rewards are brought back to you, and I guarantee you won't miss out on a single bit. He patted Liu Dapeng on the shoulder, speaking earnestly, well done. Others also dared not object, especially since Gu Ping had said so. As everyone took the tiger down, the villagers, seeing the dead tiger, gathered around. Wow, what a massive tiger. How heavy is it? If this tiger were to eat people, it could probably eat two at once. You make it sound like one wouldn't be enough, someone joked, feeling much more relaxed now that the tiger was dead. After all, having a tiger on the mountain was tense for everyone. Haha, let's not say anything else. I'm just curious who actually killed this tiger. Liu Dapeng, fearing others would swarm around him, left as the tiger was brought down. After all, he would still get his share of the spoils, so why linger? It was Liu Jiatsu and Liu Dapeng, you know, the young guy with the gun. I didn't expect him to be so powerful that he killed the tiger in just a few shots. Oh, so his name is Liu Dapeng. The entire village remembered Liu Dapeng's name. After all, he was the hero who killed the tiger. Sister-in-law, let's go to the fields to catch loaches. Liu Erbao hurriedly found her, wanting to take Xie Xuanlan along to catch loaches. Otherwise, sister-in-law seemed a bit gloomy, probably worried about her elder brother, so he wanted to cheer her up. Hearing this, Xie Xuanlan was taken aback. Catch loaches. Do you know where there are loaches? Loaches are a good dish if fried with oil and coated in flour. They are delicious and fragrant, especially with some green onions. It's simply exquisite. If she could catch more loaches when Dapeng returned, they could all enjoy them together. Thinking of this, Xie Xuanlan felt eager to go. I want to go too, I want to go. Wu Ya raised her little paw, indicating she wanted to go as well. Liu Erbao shot her a glance and said, Wu Ya, you stay here to watch the house. If elder brother comes back, you can notify us. Otherwise, if elder brother returns and can't find us, what will we do? Wu Ya didn't want to stay at home, feeling conflicted. However, her second brother's task seemed important. What would they do if elder brother truly returned and couldn't find them? Wu Ya, be good. Stay home and watch the house. Wait for sister-in-law to catch big loaches for you to eat. Then I'll stay at home. Wu Ya nodded in agreement, and Xie Xuanlan went to fetch a bucket, taking her younger siblings along, leaving Wu Ya at home to watch. When Liu Dapeng arrived, he saw Wu Ya counting her fingers and only turned when he called her elder brother. You're back. Wuya looked delighted to see Liu Dapeng, but Liu Dapeng didn't see the family and asked where are Wuya and the others. They all went to catch loaches. Oh. Liu Dapeng was surprised, not expecting them to go catch loaches. He quickly asked, where are they? Don't you know? Take me with you. With Wuya, Liu Dapeng quickly arrived at the scene where Xie Shuanglan and several children were already in the fields catching loaches. Liu Erbao excitedly shouted, sister-in-law, look. I caught a loach. Wow, Erbao, that's impressive. I haven't caught one yet. Xie Shuanglan praised him. Liu Erbao's face turned red, feeling shy, and Liu Dapeng couldn't help but mentally scoff, thinking this kid is so young, yet knows how to charm women. He'll be something when he grows up. What about me? What about me? I caught one too. Several younger siblings surrounded Xie Shuanglan, chattering away. Liu Dapeng felt a headache coming on for her wife. Come up here. Dapeng, you're here. Xie Shuanglan walked up from the field with Liu Dapeng supporting her. Aren't you afraid of leeches? There are quite a lot of leeches in the fields these days. Originally, everyone was not afraid, but hearing Liu Dapeng say this, they suddenly felt a chill on their scalp and hurriedly ran up. Their movements were quick and nimble. Why are you scaring everyone? Xie Shuanglan glared at Liu Dapeng, dissatisfied. They hadn't encountered any leeches after going down for so long, which proves that there aren't any inside. I didn't scare anyone, I was just telling the truth. All right, you win. So did you catch a tiger this time, when you went hunting? I'm curious, did so many of you really manage to catch a tiger? She checked Liu Dapeng over again and found that he had no injuries, so she felt relieved. She was actually very worried that he hadn't slept well all night, and today she finally saw him. So guess if we caught a tiger? Liu Dapeng deliberately teased, not telling his wife the truth. Xie Shuanglan couldn't figure it out and angrily said, are you going to tell me or not? If you don't say, I'm not listening anymore. Okay, I'll say it. I was the one who caught the tiger, and the rewards for these things belong to me, as Gudu said. Liu Dapeng proudly boasted to his wife. Hearing this, Xie Shuanglan wasn't very happy, because tigers are not easy to deal with. Who could imagine the difficulties her man faced to hunt a tiger? Why isn't my wife happy? I've received a reward. Liu Dapeng felt down, not understanding why his wife was unhappy. He didn't think too much about it. Men are like that. Being a simple-minded creature, he wouldn't think about complicated matters. Don't do such dangerous things in the future. I don't want any rewards, I just want you to be safe. Hearing his wife's words, Liu Dapeng felt warmth in his body. This feeling of being cared for is truly wonderful. You want to eat loach, right? They'll go catch some for you. Okay. Xie Shuanglan grabbed a water bucket while Liu Dapeng went to catch loaches. Brother, there's one here. Quick, quick, quick. It's about to escape. Liu Erbao shouted very loudly. Don't worry. Liu Dapeng caught the loach, which was slippery and almost got away. When he finally held it in his hand, he didn't know if it was because he was too forceful, but it squeaked out a sound. Xie Shuanglan glanced at the loaches in the bucket, and there were at least a pound. Liu Dapeng's face was covered in mud, and Xie Shuanglan found it amusing. You're still laughing. You're still laughing. Liu Dapeng playfully smeared mud on Xie Shuanglan's face, making her almost cry. Big brother is really bad. If I ever marry, I will definitely treat my wife well and won't bully her. Liu Erbao, who was small but clever, said. Liu Dapeng tapped his head. At such a young age, you already know about wanting a wife. You do nothing all day but think about these random things, don't you? I'm not big brother. You're the one bullying me. Liu Erbao retorted. The family was noisy, but it was also harmonious. When they returned, Xie Shuanglan made loach and deep-fried it. The delicious aroma made the children drool. She didn't hold back and told them, if you want to eat, just eat. The children each held a loach and set them aside while preparing other dishes. When they finished eating, the captain came over and asked various questions. Dapeng, I heard you killed a tiger. Is it true? You're quite capable, huh? You've become famous. The captain said with a smile. Not really, I just had good luck and encountered a tiger. Liu Dapeng humbly replied, not daring to claim all the credit for himself. Although it was indeed his effort alone, sometimes one must remain humble. I heard from Liu Dashan that the tiger was taken down by one person and Wang Dajuan wanted to run away halfway. This kid really is as slippery as a loach. In the future, if I encounter such a situation again, I will definitely prevent that kid from getting involved. The captain assured him again in front of Liu Dapeng. Liu Dapeng didn't care about Wang Dajuan. He probably got so scared he peed himself. Let's see if he dares to act up again. Wang Dajuan was indeed frightened. When he returned, he sat there in a daze. His wife saw this and hurriedly asked, what happened? I went out to hunt a tiger, and the tiger stole my soul. In the past, if he had said something like this, Wang Dajuan would have argued with her and even scolded her. But today he had no reaction at all, which puzzled his wife. What exactly happened? It's terrifying, truly terrifying. Do you know what it feels like to have a gun pointed at your head, eh? Wang Dajuan looked straight at his wife, asking. His wife was stunned, not understanding what he meant. What gun pointed at his head? The captain stayed with Liu Dapeng for a while before leaving. Liu Dapeng finally saw him off and felt relieved. He looked at the weeds beside the yard and thought of planting something else. Now that he had a spiritual spring in his space, whatever he planted would yield results. Liu Dapeng said he would clear a patch of land, and several younger siblings immediately helped. They quickly cleared the land. Indeed, many hands make light work. While digging, they also unearthed quite a few earthworms. The younger siblings shouted, taking them to go fishing, and packed the worms in a container, which grossed out Xuan. She really disliked those slimy things. Brother, are you free tomorrow? Shall we go fishing together? Sure. Are you itching to fish? He doesn't big brother wanna. Liu Erbao blinked cleverly. It wasn't just him who wanted to fish, his brother definitely wanted to as well. He used to love fishing with his brother, but recently his brother had been busy, so he hadn't had the chance. Day after day, even when exhausted, Liu Dapeng would still tease his wife before going to sleep. Xuan looked at her husband in discontent, truly a tireless workhorse. Gu Ping led a group of people into Liu's village with a lot of noise. The villagers came out to watch the excitement and saw the banner in Gu Ping's hands, but they couldn't read the characters on it. So they crowded around to ask others, what does this say? Hey, read more books. You wouldn't understand, would you? Don't give me all this literary talk. I don't want to hear it. Just tell me what it says on it, and that will suffice. That person rolled his eyes. Hey, I want to tell you how it is. If you have the ability, go ask yourself. You damn. The person spoke with fragrant words. Oh, Team Leader Gu, why are you here in person? This is... Captain Liu Jun rushed over. He heard that Gu Ping had entered the village, and with the sound of gongs and drums it was quite lively, so he came over not knowing what this guy was up to. Didn't Liu Dapeng catch a tiger? This is a reward from above, and I'm here to deliver it. Gu Ping said earnestly. Everyone also saw a complete tiger skin, feeling quite envious. The tiger skin could sell for quite a bit. Even if it wasn't sold, it would keep one warm as clothing. Hey, why do you think Liu Dapeng has such good luck? What do you mean luck? He has strength, all right. There are so many people who went with him to hunt the tiger. Why is it that he caught one? It's because he is strong. Don't be envious. Damn, the way you say it, it's as if you could get a piece of his meat. Am I wrong for speaking the truth? The captain felt annoyed after hearing this, and the corner of his mouth twitched. This was definitely not just here to deliver rewards. This is to let everyone know that Liu Dapeng is the hero who caught the tiger. You haven't told me where Liu Dapeng's house is. Gu Ping wanted to waste time with this captain. Then let me take you there. The captain took a deep breath and said. He walked ahead, and the sound of gongs and drums behind him made the captain's scalp tingle. Can't they play a bit lighter? He wanted to say something, but when he turned around, he saw Gu Ping staring at him fiercely, and the words he wanted to say were swallowed back. This person is truly terrifying. Wow, the sound of gongs and drums is really getting closer. I wonder what the villagers are up to. Xuan stood at the door, curiously peering out. If you want to know, why not just go over and see? Liu Dapeng suddenly appeared behind Xuan, startling her. She said in a delicate voice, I'm not going to look. Really not going. If you're not going, then I will. You go, you go. Xuan placed her hands on her hips, clearly unwilling to go. Before they could finish speaking, the sound was getting closer. The beating directly made their scalps tingle. Liu Dapeng wanted to curse. Who was so inconsiderate to beat it so loudly? It was as if others couldn't hear. When he ran outside, he saw Gu Ping and the captain together, and he was immediately dumbfounded. Since when did these two mix together? Dapeng, you're home. The captain ran over joyfully and said, Team Leader Gu has come to deliver your reward. Why aren't you hurrying? Liu Dapeng was stunned for a moment, then quickly came to his senses and welcomed Gu Ping and the others inside. The sound of gongs and drums continued, and the nearby children who were watching the fun followed along. This is the reward from above, and this banner is something I had made temporarily. You are now the hero of tiger hunting in our area. Gu Ping handed everything over to Liu Dapeng. Looking at the heavy tiger skin along with the banner, Liu Dapeng felt both amused and helpless. Now everyone in the village knows. How can he go out and face people in the future? Wouldn't he step outside and be pointed at, saying, hey, that's the tiger hunting hero? Liu Dapeng looked quickly. Thinking of that scene, he felt his eyes sting and dared not think further. Xuan poured a glass of water for them. The few of them sat there, and Gu Ping couldn't help but frown as he looked at Liu Dapeng's family situation. He thought Liu Dapeng's family was doing well, but it turned out to be like this. Captain, you all can eat here. I'll have my wife cook for you. The captain didn't respond. If Gu Ping stayed here, he would eat here. If Gu Ping didn't stay, then he had no intention of eating here. Dapeng, you don't need to, it's not that troublesome. I've already eaten, so I won't eat at your house. I've delivered everything to you. Is there anything wrong with it? Gu Ping certainly didn't dare to stay for a meal, seeing how poor Liu Dapeng's family was. Liu Dapeng had no idea what Gu Ping was thinking. If he knew, he would definitely laugh heartily. Although his family was poor, he could still afford a meal. The things Team Leader Gu delivered are definitely valuable, though I won't check them. Gu Ping smiled. You trust me that much? Aren't you afraid I'll keep the goods for myself? Of course I trust Team Leader Gu. Looking at his affirmation, Gu Ping felt much more comfortable. He was not a person who likes to nitpick. As he was leaving, Gu Ping saw the orchids he had planted nearby, and his eyes brightened. Team leader Gu, do you also like orchids? Did my sister dig these up from the mountains? These were really dug up by your sister. You're not bragging, are you? This is a ghost orchid, very rare. How did your sister manage to dig it out? Gu Ping turned back, curiously looking at Liu Dapeng, wanting to see if he was lying. What is a ghost orchid? The captain was confused. Could it be that this orchid has some special significance? He didn't understand these things. Now that he heard someone mention it, he gained some knowledge. He could also boast to others that he was the captain who understood orchids, feeling quite pleased in his heart. It's a particularly rare type of orchid, difficult to see usually. I didn't expect your sister to be so amazing, even discovering ghost orchids. If this were to be sold in the market, it could fetch quite a good price. Is it really that rare? Liu Dapeng was stunned. He had many orchids in his space, so he kept some to raise there. At this point, the orchids in his space had already bloomed, but the ones outside were hard to take care of, so they hadn't bloomed. He didn't expect them to be so rare. Didn't that mean he was going to get rich? Ghost orchids are hard to care for. I don't know if they will bloom. Some people might never see them bloom in their lifetime if they don't take care of them well. Gu Ping said this with a hint of regret. Although he loved orchids and enjoyed raising them, he couldn't claim to be an expert. They should bloom. I saw that there were quite a few buds on top. Liu Dapeng pointed at the orchids on the ground. Hearing him say this, Gu Ping crouched down and lifted the orchids, and sure enough, he saw quite a few petals. My goodness, how did he manage to grow them? Seeing Gu Ping's shocked expression, Liu Dapeng was secretly pleased. He was someone with space, so of course he could grow orchids. Even a nearly dead tree, he could get it to grow. Team leader Gu, if you like them, you can dig a few back to plant. That won't do. You dug this up. Oh, if I take it, your sister will surely cry, Gu Ping said, finding it somewhat amusing that he was coveting someone else's orchid. It's fine. My sister doesn't care about these things, and besides, there are so many orchids. If you take a few, they will grow back. Hearing this, Gu Ping felt conflicted. He truly loved this orchid, but it was wrong to take something that belonged to someone else. Brother, what are you looking at? Did my orchid bloom? Wuya ran towards them on her short legs, thinking that so many people gathered meant her orchid had bloomed. Upon looking, she found that it hadn't, and felt quite disappointed. It hasn't bloomed yet. This uncle wants to dig up a few orchids from you. Is that all right? Liu Dapeng blinked, and Wuya immediately understood. She obediently said, if you want to dig them up, go ahead. There are plenty on the mountain. I was just curious and dug some up. Children are indeed innocent and know nothing, Gu Ping thought to himself. All right, then I'll dig a few up. Gu Ping remained calm, but inside he was overjoyed. He had always been passionate about orchids, and now having acquired what he loved, he felt immensely happy, even looking at Liu Dapeng with a hint of appreciation. Dapeng, come over to my house sometime, Gu Ping said, patting Liu Dapeng on the shoulder. Liu Dapeng nodded. Gu Ping walked away with his orchid, and seeing how carefully he was holding it, the captain asked Dapeng, is this orchid really that valuable? I don't know, I have no understanding of this, Liu Dapeng replied. Liu Dapeng spoke honestly. If it were really that valuable, he could take it to the black market and sell it. After all, there were too many in the space. Selling them for money would be better, right? The captain rubbed his hands together, staring intently at the orchids, and then glancing at Liu Dapeng. His intention was clear. He wanted to plant some. Liu Dapeng was speechless. Captain, can you even keep them alive? If I give them to you, they'll probably die by the next day. What? Just because you can keep them alive doesn't mean I can't. Don't underestimate me. I'm also quite good at farming, the captain retorted, feeling displeased. Fine, take a little back with you. Liu Dapeng finally relented and let him dig some up. The captain happily dug some back, and soon there weren't many orchids left. Liu Dapeng watered the orchids again. The water in the space was much better than the water outside, allowing them to take root and sprout even more. Gu Ping happily returned with his orchids, but was stopped by his second uncle. Ping, what do you have in your hands? Gu Qingzhou looked suspiciously as he saw Gu Ping hiding his hands behind his back, refusing to show him. It's nothing, second uncle. Really? Then show me what you have behind your back. Gu Qingzhou didn't believe his words. This kid was quite slippery, having come here with him and enjoying himself. Second uncle Gu Ping sighed and opened his hand to reveal an orchid. Where did you dig this orchid from? This must be a ghost orchid. I didn't expect to see such a flower here. Gu Qingzhou held the orchid to his nose and inhaled. Although it was just a bud, the fragrance that wafted into his nose invigorated him. Gu Qingzhou instinctively felt that this was a good thing. If his daughter had such a flower in her room, would she recover faster? Seeing his second uncle's silent demeanor, Gu Ping's heart sank. He couldn't let his second uncle snatch the orchid from him. He had asked someone else for it. He hurriedly snatched the orchid back from Gu Qingzhou's hand, saying, second uncle, I'm leaving now. Watching Gu Ping run away, Gu Qingzhou wanted to curse, you brat, come back here quickly. The more urgently he called, the faster Gu Ping ran, fearing he would be caught. He quickly slammed the door shut. His wife, seeing this, asked, what's wrong? Is there a ghost chasing you? Gu Ping replied, it's my second uncle who's chasing me. It's terrifying. He wants to snatch my orchid, and I won't let him take it. I worked hard to get it from someone else. Gu Ping muttered to himself. His wife looked quite annoyed at him for having obtained the orchid. Do you really like orchids that much? This orchid in my hand is no ordinary orchid. Let me tell you, if I take it to the market, I can make a pretty penny. Once I grow it, it will be amazing. Can it really be sold for money? His wife asked, curiously looking closely at the ordinary orchid, unable to see any difference. Are you blinded by money? Let me tell you, this orchid is not for sale, Gu Ping said. He'll just take a look and see if it's worth selling. His wife snorted and stopped looking at the orchid. Gu Ping planted his orchid, feeling reassured. Now that it was planted, his second uncle wouldn't come to uproot it, right? I wonder if Wang Ming has received the orchids, Gu Qingzhou thought as he returned to his house. He went to his daughter's room. She had recovered quite a bit from her ginseng illness, but her body was still weak. Lying in bed, she called out when she saw her father. Dad. Child, don't talk. Just take care of your health, okay? Gu Qingzhou said with concern. He had only this one daughter who was born after his wife had a difficult labor, so he doted on her dearly. However, she had been born prematurely and had always been sickly. If it weren't for the 1,000-year ginseng, she probably wouldn't have lived long. Dad, can I go outside for a walk? Didn't the doctor say my health is almost good now? Gu Shuai looked at her father, having not stepped outside for a long time, spending her days lying in bed in a daze. No way. Once you're a bit healthier, we can go outside. There's no rush, right? Gu Qingzhou didn't want his daughter outside, fearing that if she caught a chill, she would fall ill again. If you're bored, I can bring you some books, he suggested. As Gu Qingzhou said this, he brought the books over. When he approached his daughter, Gu Shuai caught a faint whiff of orchid fragrance, which was truly delightful. Dad, where did the orchid come from? Where are the orchids? Gu Qingzhou asked his daughter, wondering why he had none in his hands. Gu Shuai couldn't believe it, saying, Dad, I can smell the orchids on you. If you say you don't have any, how could that be? Are you trying to trick me? It smells so good. Can I take a look? Seeing her daughter's eager expression, Gu Qingzhou could only tell her what had just happened. Gu Shuai sighed. I didn't expect my cousin to be so lucky to find the ghost orchid, but something that can be encountered but not sought after. If you like it, I can ask around in the black market to see if anyone is selling it. Seeing his daughter's fondness for the orchid, Gu Qingzhou really wanted to buy it for her. He thought of asking Gu Ping, but he figured that Gu Ping wouldn't give it to him anyway, given how precious he found it. So he could only consider the black market, where they usually have common items, and even rare ones, as long as the price is right. If you have it, you have it. If not, then there's no need for you to specially go to the black market to buy it for me. Gu Qingzhou didn't say anything further. Liu Dapeng called Xie Shuanglan into the room and then closed the door. Xie Shuanglan felt a tightness in her heart. What was this guy up to? Wasn't it embarrassing during the day to close the door? Should she remind him? Wife, what's wrong? You look so tense. Liu Dapeng wiped the sweat from her forehead, asking why it was so hot. Xie Shuanglan rolled her eyes in a place he couldn't see, thinking it was all his fault, yet he still had the nerve to wipe her sweat. Dapeng, what are you going to do? Closing the door to keep people from seeing. Is there something going on? I want to show you something. Liu Dapeng cheerfully pulled out an envelope. Upon seeing it was a letter, Xie Shuanglan wasn't particularly surprised, but she curiously asked, Dapeng, what are you giving me the envelope for? I don't write letters anymore. You'll see. Oh. Xie Shuanglan obediently opened the envelope and was stunned to see a thick stack of money inside. She nearly dropped it from her hands, quickly grabbing it tightly. This, she stammered, pointing at the money and then at Liu Dapeng. Surprised. Unexpected. This is what I earned. Liu Dapeng proudly patted his chest. I plan to build a house. Wife, what do you think? I'll build a house. Xie Shuanglan was taken aback. She had never thought she would live in a new house one day. Our house is so old and dilapidated, but can't stay like this. As long as it doesn't rain, it's all right, but if it does, it will definitely leak. Now that we aren't so busy, we should ask the villagers for help to build the house, or we could hire people from outside to do it too. Liu Dapeng had made up his mind, since he had earned enough money, why not build a house first? Basic necessities like food, clothing, and shelter are essential, otherwise what's the point of making money? All right, you can handle this matter as you see fit, Xie Shuanglan replied. Although Liu Dapeng was the head of the family, he always asked for her opinion privately, which made Xie Shuanglan very happy and secure, feeling that being with such a man was worthwhile. Okay, he'll find someone to help build the house. He'll ask the team leader if everyone is available. Building the house is a priority. If the villagers are unwilling to help, he'll hire people from outside. The villagers won't have much to say then. Liu Dapeng hurriedly went to the team leader's house. The team leader's house was much better than his. Liu Dapeng considered that the house didn't need to be too flashy, it could be similar to the villagers' houses. Later, when he had more money, he could buy a house outside. He didn't plan to stay in the small mountain village for life. Dapeng is here. The team leader's wife called out to those inside. Soon the team leader came out wearing a tank top. Dapeng, you're here. Can you help me check if my orchids are alive or dead? Before Liu Dapeng could say anything, the team leader pulled him to see the orchids he had planted. Liu Dapeng secretly watered the orchids with the spiritual spring and said, "Team leader, don't worry, I can take good care of the orchids. I guarantee they'll thrive." The team leader rolled his eyes at this. "Do you think this is farming? Potatoes are much easier to grow. I've heard that these need meticulous care. Maybe I'm just not cut out for this, and they'll probably die one day." Liu Dapeng wanted to roll his eyes in response. "If that's how you think, why did you drag me here? Are you here for something?" The team leader finally realized he was being addressed. "Team leader, I want to build a house. Can you help me find people to build it? If not, I'll look for someone in another village." The team leader thought about it. Liu Dapeng now had money, and he would eventually need to build a house. His current house was already too old. "All right, I'll help you find some people to build the house." The team leader agreed. After finishing their conversation, Liu Dapeng went back. He also ran into several villagers who greeted him with smiles. "Dapeng, can you tell me about your experience hunting the tiger last time? I really want to hear it. I heard from Liu Dashin that you're quite impressive. Is that true?" It wasn't as impressive as he said. Mainly, I had a gun in my hand. One shot, and the tiger would be dead for sure." "You can't say it like that. Some tigers can take several shots and still not die. You're impressive. Otherwise, how could you kill a tiger with one shot? Ultimately, you're impressive." The man looked at Liu Dapeng with admiration, making Liu Dapeng feel embarrassed under such a gaze. "Dapeng, when are you going to the mountains? Can you take me with you to gain some experience? You're so skilled at hunting, you'll definitely catch something in the mountains. I can help you out a bit. Do you take in little brothers? Hey, get out of here. If I'm taking in little brothers, I wouldn't take in soft guys like you." "How do you know I'm soft? Did you sneak a peek at me and my wife at night?" The conversation escalated absurdly, and Liu Dapeng couldn't take it anymore. It was simply too disgusting. Can't they remember that we are civilized people? Seeing them having so much fun talking, Liu Dapeng slipped away, running back home quickly. It was just too terrifying. Sometimes those men were even more difficult to deal with than women. "Brother, you promised to take me fishing. You can't go back on your word." Liu Erbao's voice came from behind Liu Dapeng, startling him. "Brother, are you afraid to go fishing with me? Or are you just scared you won't catch anything?" Liu Erbao intentionally provoked Liu Dapeng, who then gave him a light smack on the head and said, "You little rascal, do you think you can provoke me? So are we going to see if you fall for it?" Liu Erbao laughed after reading something. This scene was overheard by Xie Shuanglan, who simply smiled, her smile somewhat lewd. "You little brat." Liu Dapeng smacked the back of Liu Erbao's head again, but gently, as he didn't want to knock him silly. "Let's go then, you wanted to fish, right? He'll accompany you now." Liu Dapeng asked Liu Erbao to grab his fishing gear, and then the two of them headed out. Due to the hot weather, many people were reluctant to come out, so they could only find a cool place to fish. Upon finding a shaded spot, they discovered someone was already fishing there. "Oh, it's Dapeng. Come, I'll make some space for you. You can sit beside me." The speaker was an old man who showed a mouthful of white teeth when he spoke, giving a unique vibe along with his wrinkled face. "If I sit next to you, Liu Grandpa, how can you catch anything? Our lines would probably tangle. I think I'll go check out the front instead." Liu Dapeng didn't want to sit with him, mainly because he was afraid of scaring him, as he was sure he would be fishing among the weeds. "All right then, see if there's a cool spot up ahead." Liu Grandpa stopped chatting with him. At that moment, Liu Dapeng's fish was about to bite. He was curious about what kind of fish the other person would catch. When the fish was finally pulled up, several people were dumbfounded. "Ha!" Liu Erbao laughed mischievously, receiving a glare from Liu Dapeng. In truth, Liu Dapeng was also suppressing a laugh. Who would have thought that the fish caught was so unclear until they got closer and realized it was indeed a fish, albeit a small one. Liu Grandpa had a pained expression, his face flushed. He didn't expect the fish he caught to be so small. Most importantly, he felt mocked, which made him very displeased. "Erbao, do you want to compete with Grandpa to see who catches more?" "Of course he'll catch more than you." Liu Erbao snorted. Liu Dapeng felt a headache coming on, wondering if it had to be like this. "Brother, let's go. I must win against him," Liu Erbao said enthusiastically. The two found a cool spot and began fishing. Liu Erbao took out his worms, and Liu Dapeng also took out his worms and tossed them into the river. Then he noticed a swarm of small shrimp nearby. He stared at them for quite a while, which caught Liu Dapeng's attention. "Brother, what are you staring at those shrimp for? They are good for stir-frying and taste quite nice. I was thinking of catching all of them to see if I could make a dish." "Brother, are you joking? Can you eat these? They are so tiny that it's a waste of time. It's better to fish instead," Liu Erbao said disapprovingly. "Don't underestimate these river shrimp. If you catch enough, it could fill a big bowl. With some chili, they are delicious. You haven't tasted them, so you wouldn't know." Ignoring Liu Erbao, Liu Dapeng went into the river to catch river shrimp. Just then, Liu Erbao's fishing rod twitched. He quickly pulled out a fish and gleefully glanced at Liu Grandpa, determined to use the fish to win. These shrimp were actually quite easy to catch, swarming in the grassy area by the river. Liu Dapeng knew that with a bamboo net he could easily scoop up a bunch. But he didn't have a bamboo net right now. Seeing a patch of bamboo not far away, an idea struck him. You keep fishing here, I'll go make a bamboo net, and be right back. All right, Liu Dapeng nodded. Soon Liu Dapeng went into the woods to cut bamboo and spotted a bamboo chicken not far away. This bamboo chicken must weigh at least a pound, Liu Dapeng guessed in his mind, but he was unsure of the exact weight. Bamboo chickens are very active and love to stay in bamboo groves, which is how they got their name. He wasn't sure if it was true. He had never seen one in his past life, only read about it online. Unexpectedly, he actually encountered one. Liu Dapeng picked up an arrow from his space. He chose not to use a gun as it would scare it away. Moreover, being small in size, he might not hit it with a gun. When the arrow flew, the bamboo chicken was so frightened that its feathers stood on end. It attempted to escape, but ultimately fell to the arrow. Liu Dapeng approached and lifted the bamboo chicken, wishing he could catch a few more. This bamboo chicken was too small. Compared to wild boars, it was hardly noticeable. While making a bamboo net, Liu Dapeng saw that Liu Dapeng had already caught several fish. You little rascal, you're doing well today, huh? Of course, just look at who's fishing. Big brother, I'm not bragging, my fishing skills are top-notch. Seeing this brat about to boast again, Liu Dapeng didn't want to hear it anymore. He rolled up his pants and went down to catch some small shrimp. In no time, he caught a lot of small shrimp. In his space, there was already a small stream, but it was empty. He casually placed the small shrimp and fish into his space, then tossed in a few shells. After finishing all this, he stealthily returned to the shore, glanced at his fishing hook, and saw nothing was caught. It seemed he wouldn't catch any fish today. The bucket already had several fish. Liu Dapeng, not greedy, decided not to continue fishing. Liu Dapeng was still at it. It's getting late. We should head back and check how many fish Liu Grandpa caught. All right. Liu Dapeng rubbed his sore eyes from staring at one spot for too long. He really couldn't take it anymore, and then he noticed the bamboo chicken beside his brother and was momentarily stunned. Brother, how did you catch this thing? It's hard to catch. It can even fly. I didn't expect you could catch it too, Liu Dapeng said, excitedly admiring the lovely feathers of the bamboo chicken, thinking it would make a great shuttlecock. The younger siblings would definitely love it. Seeing Liu Dapeng drooling over the bamboo chicken, Liu Dapeng said, stop staring. Ooh, let's head back. He'll have your sister-in-law cook it for you. Brother, I'm not being greedy. Ew, I just think the bamboo chicken's feathers are so beautiful. I want to make a shuttlecock for my sister. What do you think? Liu Dapeng didn't expect Liu Dapeng to care so much for his siblings, so he replied, do as you wish. Ooh, just keep an eye on it. When they arrived in front of Liu Grandpa, he also had many fish in his bucket, but compared to Liu Dapeng's catch, it was somewhat lacking. Dapeng, let me see your fish. How many did you catch? Look at Grandpa's. Are there as many as yours? Old Liu stretched his neck to peek into Liu Dapeng's bucket. When he saw so many fish, his face crumpled like a cucumber. What happened? Are you being ungrateful, young man? Did you steal my fish? It's not my fault that Grandpa Liu can't fish. Don't blame me. Look at all the fish I've caught. Grandpa Liu, your fish are too small. The big fish eat the small ones. How about I share a few with you? Liu Dapeng joked. Grandpa Liu glared at him, feeling exasperated. He simply couldn't accept being outdone by a young boy. Dapeng, how about we have a fishing contest tomorrow? What do you say? I must win against you. Fine, no matter how many times we compete, I will definitely win. Liu Dapeng confidently followed Liu Dapeng home. Xie Xuanlan was a great cook, so everyone loved her dishes. Each person's belly was full and round. Since Xie Xuanlan married into the family, their lives have improved significantly, and the younger siblings' faces were getting rounder. Liu Dapeng noticed all of this. In the evening, a white, fluffy creature intruded into Liu Dapeng's house, while two wolf cubs were closely watching it. When it ran in, the two wolf cubs viciously bit into its fur. Although they didn't draw blood, they managed to grab a tuft of fur. The wolf cubs then made a noise, and Liu Dapeng quickly sat up from his bed. I'll go see what's happening. Dapeng, I'll go with you, Xie Xuanlan said worriedly. Hearing the two wolves howling outside frightened her, as she instinctively felt uneasy, as if something big was about to happen. Don't worry, it's nothing serious. Liu Dapeng reassured Xie Xuanlan, then stepped outside. Xie Xuanlan hid at the door, unable to see much in the darkness. Even though Liu Dapeng carried a candle, she still couldn't see clearly. When Liu Dapeng approached, the two wolf cubs surrounded him and spat out a tuft of fur they had in their mouths. Looking at the fur, he was puzzled. What kind of fur was this? Upon closer inspection, he noticed the fur was white and quite long, not like rabbit fur, as the wolf cubs wouldn't carry a rabbit. Why would they bring a rabbit at night? Something must have entered his home. Liu Dapeng couldn't figure it out and instructed the wolf cubs to guard the house, well before going back inside. At this moment, Xie Xuanlan was lying on the bed, half closing her eyes and pretending to sleep. Eventually, Xie Xuanlan could no longer pretend and asked Dapeng, what's happening outside? Did a thief break in? Remembering that Wang Dajuan had once been a thief, she felt scared that this bad person might have returned. It's not a thief, it's an unknown animal. I don't know what it is, Liu Dapeng said thoughtfully. Hearing this, Xie Xuanlan felt less afraid. As long as it wasn't a person, it was fine. Animals come and go in rural homes, which is quite normal. She couldn't worry too much and quickly fell into a deep sleep. However, Liu Dapeng couldn't sleep. He was very curious about what that white fur belonged to and whether he could catch it. The next day, when he woke up, his younger siblings had already gone out, and he didn't know where they had gone. Liu Dapeng cleaned his hunting rifle, breathing onto it to dry it off. Xie Shuanglan watched him with a bittersweet feeling in her heart. Wife, do you want to accompany me to the mountain today? It'll show you how capable your man is. Xie Shuanglan's face turned red, and she didn't know what she was thinking, probably something inappropriate. Liu Dapeng thought so, and she huffily replied, who wants to go with you to the mountain? I don't want to go, you can go by yourself. Fine, I'll go alone, Liu Dapeng replied nonchalantly. Going alone is more comfortable, there's no need to protect my little wife. Liu Dapeng hiked up the mountain. The prey was sparse, so he had to venture deeper into the mountains. The outer areas had likely been hunted out by the many hunters in the village. Those with guns were quite numerous, making the animals very cunning and adept at hiding, so he could only venture further in. The further he went into the mountains, the colder it felt, likely due to the higher humidity. Liu Dapeng, carrying his gun, didn't know where to go. After walking for a while, without seeing any animals, he was about to take a break when he noticed a white shadow float past in front of him. What is that? Damn it, could it be something unclean? As Liu Dapeng pondered, the white figure appeared before him, staring at him in surprise. Liu Dapeng was taken aback to see that it was a white fox. Looking at its fur, he felt he had seen it before. That's right, it must have snuck into his house last night. The fox looked at Liu Dapeng and began to giggle, the laughter sending shivers down his spine, almost as if it were saying, "Come catch me, mighty king." Liu Dapeng stood stunned for a long while, and the fox showed no fear, becoming bolder and daring to approach him. When he reached out to grab it, the fox darted away. The fox was incredibly fast. Before Liu Dapeng could even steady his gun, it had disappeared from sight. Was this a blatant invitation or just teasing him? Thinking of something, Liu Dapeng threw a rabbit from his space onto the ground. The fox, catching the scent, quickly pounced, directly grabbing the rabbit and running away. Liu Dapeng was astonished by its swift actions. Oh, was it really that fast? It seemed capturing this fox would be quite challenging. Liu Dapeng really wanted to keep a fox because this one was pure white. He could only try to tempt it with food. As for whether it would come over, he had no idea. After finishing the rabbit, the fox vanished without a trace. The fox was so cunning that Liu Dapeng decided not to waste time here. After resting enough, he went hunting, catching a foolish roe deer and a few wild chickens. On his way back, he picked some wild fruits from the trees, which were sweet and delicious when eaten. On the way back, he gathered quite a few to let the children taste. He also wondered if planting such fruits in his space would yield even better results. So he dug up a small tree nearby, put it into his space to plant, and hurriedly made his way down the mountain. When Liu Dapeng returned carrying so many prey, Xie Shuanglan was utterly astonished. Her man was truly remarkable. Oh, every trip to the mountain brought her unexpected surprises. If these prey were left too long, they would smell and become troublesome. Xie Shuanglan and Liu Dapeng discussed it and decided it would be better to sell them. As for the fish at home, Liu Erbao had gone fishing again. They couldn't finish the fish at home, so Liu Dapeng took these things to the black market in town. Wang Ming was waiting eagerly for Liu Dapeng. This kid hadn't shown up for several days, was it, because he hadn't found any good goods. Wang Ming also had a task to help Gu Qingzhou find orchids. He really didn't understand why these people liked such things. The asking price was quite high. There were others selling such items, but they weren't what Gu Qingzhou wanted. He was looking for something called ghost orchid. He wondered if Liu Dapeng, who often roamed the mountains, had come across it. If he had, then he'd strike it rich. Uncle Wang, how's business today? Liu Dapeng came over, placing his items beside him. Wang Ming wasn't particularly interested in such ordinary things. He turned to ask him, "You often wander in the mountains. Have you come across any ghost orchids? If you find some, I'll reward you well. Well, split the profits, how does that sound? I have plenty of ghost orchids. They're all over the air, and they're blooming. The fragrance is overwhelming. I can smell it the moment I step in." I just wonder why Wang Ming suddenly became curious about ghost orchids. Seeing Liu Dapeng's foolish expression, Wang Ming continued, "If you find ghost orchids this time, we can make a fortune together." Liu Dapeng replied, "Sure, if I find ghost orchids, I'll give you some of this stuff. Is it really that valuable? If I find a lot, do you want them all?" He thought Wang Ming was joking. How could one find so many? So he nodded without hesitation and said generously, "Don't worry, I'll take however many you have." However, later when he saw Liu Dapeng bringing so many ghost orchids, he regretted saying such things. "All right, I'll go to the mountains and try my luck to see if I can find any." Wang Ming started collecting the prey he had. Liu Dapeng, pocketing his money, was happily preparing to leave when he saw someone nearby selling antiques. In these times, antiques couldn't be traded openly. They had to be dealt with privately. Some antiques had even been smashed. The sellers were also sneaky. "What are you looking at? Aren't you leaving?" Seeing Liu Dapeng standing still, he curiously looked over and saw someone nearby selling antiques. He smiled and said, "Don't mess with these things. There are ways to tell if some are just fakes. I'm telling you the intricacies here are profound. Even I wouldn't dare to meddle, otherwise I'd end up losing everything, not even a penny left. Liu Dapeng just smiled at him and didn't respond. He was merely curious. Surely it was fine to enjoy the spectacle. Seeing Liu Dapeng not listening to his advice, Wang Ming stopped talking. Good words are hard to come by. You cursed be the ghosts, right? What good would it do to say more? People treated his words as nonsense. He shook his head and chose not to continue. After all, they were just partners. Whether Liu Dapeng lost or made money had nothing to do with him. Liu Dapeng slowly walked up to the stall where an old man was selling. The old man had gray hair and was scratching his head. Upon seeing someone approach, he immediately smiled and said, "Young man, take a look. These items are quite old. Oh, by the way, they all come from the Qing dynasty. You see, they are quite good." The old man even tapped on the antiques, producing a crisp sound. Just because I say they're from the Qing dynasty doesn't mean they are. Who knows, they might be fakes. Somebody scoffed upon hearing the old man's words. There are many fakes sold these days, with some being so well made that they could easily be mistaken for real. The naked eye can't distinguish them. Other methods are needed for identification. Liu Dapeng remained silent, his gaze fixed on the stall, looking for something that piqued his interest. Although he didn't understand antiques, he wanted to take a chance. Since he had come, he might as well pick something to take home. If it was cheap, even if it were fake, it would look good with a few flowers in it, wouldn't it? I won't sell fake goods. You young whippersnapper should keep your mouth shut. Your chatter is wasting my time. As the old man spoke, he began to curse. He couldn't make a sale and blamed the young man's endless chatter. What was he talking about? He just wanted to earn a living, yet the young man was ruining his reputation. Seeing the old man curse so fiercely, the youngster didn't dare linger and quickly slipped away, leaving Liu Dapeng alone. The old man turned to Liu Dapeng and said, "You can't believe everything others say you know. You have to use your own eyes. If you think something is good, then buy it. If not, it's okay if you don't buy it. You can't just take others' words as truth." Got it? The old man was extremely angry, his chest heaving. It was clear he was unwell. Liu Dapeng hurriedly said, "Grandpa, please don't be angry." What if he died from anger? He might blame Liu Dapeng for it, and that would be troublesome. "It's an old ailment of mine. Don't mind it. He'll be fine in a bit." After a while, the old man indeed started to look better. Liu Dapeng felt relieved. He touched the antiques, which were cool to the touch, and felt great. As for whether they were genuine, he had no idea. Liu Dapeng touched one and then another. The old man was puzzled. What was this young man doing? He was about to curse. Did he want to buy or not? If you don't want to buy, then don't touch. Touching means you might have to pay for it. Suddenly, he heard the system issue a task: purchase a genuine Qing dynasty porcelain piece. Liu Dapeng nearly jumped up in shock. The system's timing was impeccable. The old man looked at Liu Dapeng's peculiar expression and waved his hand, saying, "If you're not going to buy, then just forget it. You've been touching things for so long and haven't figured anything out. I have to examine them carefully to see which is real. I can't just ask for this or that right off the bat." The old man was left speechless by this reasoning. He felt the young man made a valid point. All these items were collected from the village, and he didn't know if they were real, but he felt they should all be genuine. Haha, he was just that mysteriously confident, the old man thought to himself. Liu Dapeng rummaged through a pile of porcelain, but found no genuine items. Damn it, could it be that there are no real ones? This old man is quite cunning, tricking him with fakes. After feeling around for a long time without any results, the old man puffed on a grass cigarette. He had somehow found blowing a cloud of smoke into Liu Dapeng's face, causing him to choke. This little old man is quite mischievous. Cough, cough. Seeing Liu Dapeng cough, the old man chuckled. "You young lad are already in such poor health at a young age, very weak indeed." Damn it. Liu Dapeng could no longer hold back his curse. Oh, why bring personal attacks into the conversation? Where did he say his wife was amazing? The old man stopped teasing him and asked directly, "Have you found anything you like?" Liu Dapeng hesitated for a moment, but the system indicated which one was genuine. He reached for a small vase, though he couldn't discern its authenticity. Even an expert would need some knowledge to evaluate it. Liu Dapeng said, "How much for this small vase? It looks quite exquisite. I want to take it home for my wife. She would surely be pleased." "A man like you sure knows how to please your wife. That's quite rare. I only need 10 big yuan notes for it," the old man said slowly. Liu Dapeng nearly spat blood. Why was it so expensive? 10 big yuan notes. Does he think money grows on trees? The old man's greed was evident as he demanded that much. "Can you lower the price? Don't think just because I'm young I can be easily fooled. I'm not fooling you, young lad. Let me be honest with you. I acquired this from someone else. If I don't make a profit, how do I eat and survive? Haven't you heard? If you don't open a shop, you won't earn anything, but once you do, you'll eat for 3 years. I haven't even eaten in 3 years." The old man said, looking quite miserable at Liu Dapeng, who found it amusing. How could someone talk so much? Although the item was genuine and worth 10 big yuan notes, he was reluctant to give it to this old man. He was too shrewd. Who knows, maybe after giving him the money he would still ask for more. The human heart is the hardest to trust. For such a small vase you dare to charge me that much. 2 big yuan notes would suffice. I don't even want it unless I think of my wife needing a gift. Otherwise I wouldn't buy it at all. You can sell it to whoever you want. If you offer me 2 big yuan notes I'll sell it. Liu Dapeng turned to leave indifferent to the purchase. The old man grabbed his hair, pulling some out in frustration. Damn, this young man is hard to fool. He initially hoped to make a bigger profit. Unexpectedly, he only accepted 2 big yuan notes for the vase, which he had found, thinking he had still made a profit. All right, young man, it's yours. In the end, Liu Dapeng bought the vase for 2 big yuan notes. Wang Ming approached and asked, "Is this vase really genuine?" "How would I know if it's real? I just thought it looked nice, so I wanted to buy it. If I knew which was real and which was fake, wouldn't I be rich by now? I'm still here hunting, what else would I do?" Creak. Wang Ming felt a headache coming on. That was a logical statement. He thought Liu Dapeng was quite capable, able to identify antiques. He had hoped to benefit from his luck, but it turned out to be all fake. Liu Dapeng just liked the vase's appearance, so he lost interest. When Liu Dapeng emerged from the black market, he stowed the item away and headed home. Upon returning, he saw villagers gossiping at the entrance, and they called out to him, "Liu Dapeng, Liu Dapeng." Liu Dapeng glanced at the person calling him, "Uncle Dashin, what do you want?" "In a few days the educated youths will be sent to the countryside. Will your family take in 2 of them?" Liu Dapeng was taken aback. He didn't want to deal with the hassle of having 2 more mouths to feed. If they were honest and hardworking it would be fine, but if they were lazy or troublesome it would be chaotic, so he shook his head and said, "I'd rather not get involved, and my family can't afford to support more educated youths. You can figure it out yourselves." After saying that, he went to find his wife. Meanwhile, Wang Dajuan began to prepare, thinking it would be great if 2 educated youths came to help with the work. These educated youths are intellectuals, and some even have money. Wang Dajuan felt elated at the thought. If he could get some money from them, that would be even better. "I see you smiling all the time. Oh, what's so funny?" Wang Dajuan's wife shot a glare at him. It wasn't even dark yet, and he was already dreaming. "I just love to smile. What's wrong with that? If we get 2 educated youths living in our house, you better treat them well, understand?" Wang Dajuan warned his wife to be cautious. She felt distressed. Just taking care of her husband was enough, and now she had to look after 2 more people. Thinking about it made her anxious, so she simply left the room. "Wife, I'm back. Why are you shouting so loudly when you return?" Xie Shuanglan glared at him and then turned back to her work. She was making shoes for Liu Dapeng. Many people made their own shoes to save money. "All right, try them on and see if they fit." Xie Shuanglan placed the shoes in front of him. They were a pair of black cloth shoes. "If my wife made them, they must fit well." Liu Dapeng quickly tossed aside his old shoes and put on the new ones. They felt truly comfortable, and the fact that his wife made them even more meaningful. "Wife, you're making shoes for me. Oh, what about yourself?" Xie Shuanglan replied, "I'll make shoes for you and the children first. As for mine, I can manage for now, and we'll make them later." "That won't do. You should make yourself a pair first. The children are used to going barefoot. The younger siblings should be prioritized. They have no shoes. I've noticed Waira's toes have been exposed for quite a while now, but she doesn't have any shoes." Xie Shuanglan said seriously. Liu Dapeng hadn't considered these things. His wife was far more observant and thoughtful than he was. Seeing Xie Shuanglan busy making shoes again, Liu Dapeng chose not to disturb her and focused on his own tasks. He went to check on the space. The ghost orchids had multiplied rapidly, and he needed to deal with them quickly. Wang Ming wanted them after all. He would deliver them tomorrow. In the space, rabbits were multiplying in great numbers. He could only find a fence to contain them, otherwise they would trample everything in the field. The fish in the stream had also grown larger, and the little shrimp, though river shrimp, had been raised into sizable prawns. Looking at the space he had arranged, Liu Dapeng felt a wave of satisfaction. If he could add a few live goats or cows, that would be splendid. The space was so large that it needed to be utilized properly. Liu Dapeng thought to himself. His points were still quite few, and he lacked the qualifications to buy things. To earn points he would need to hunt, but he decided to take it slow. As he stepped out of the space, the captain of the team came to his house. "Dapeng, I found it for you. Just let me know when to start, and I'll inform the others." Of course, Liu Dapeng wanted to start as soon as possible. He didn't want to stay in this house any longer. Besides, it was all right as long as it wasn't raining, but if it rained, that would be troublesome. "Captain, please inform them that they can start work tomorrow. I'll notify them right away. They'll come tomorrow, but your house will need to be torn down and rebuilt. Do you have any idea where you'll stay in the meantime?" Liu Dapeng hadn't thought about that. Noticing Liu Dapeng deep in thought, the captain took the initiative to say, "My house is quite big. Why don't you all stay over there?" "You're so kind-hearted," Liu Dapeng thought to himself, worrying about the captain's intentions. He found it hard to refuse. The captain continued, "We're from the same village, so there's no need to be so distant. Staying at my place will be convenient. Let's settle this, or I'll have my wife tidy up a room for you all." After saying this, the captain happily left. Liu Dapeng watched his back deep in thought. Regardless of the captain's intentions, he decided to go with the flow. After all, he wouldn't let the captain suffer. He would pay him as he was indeed asking for help. Xie Shuanglan had heard all this and frowned, asking Dapeng, "Do we really have to stay at the captain's house? I feel uncomfortable. Why don't we just set up a tent nearby? It's only for a short while after all." The captain said we should stay there. If you don't, he might feel uneasy. It's just for a while. We won't be staying for free. We can pay him right. By then we'll be even and you won't have to worry. Though she said this, Xie Shuanglan still felt uneasy about giving money to the captain. She thought it'd be better to just set up a tent nearby. It's not raining now, we can deal with that later. Wife, please tidy up the things. Keep what's useful and leave behind what's not. We'll be moving to a new house and can buy some new things. Alright, I'll check what things we should take and what to leave behind. The villagers soon learned about Liu Dapeng's plans to build a house and couldn't help but exclaim. Liu Dapeng is making progress. He just married a wife and now he's building a new house. His family is really getting better and better. It wasn't long ago that no one wanted to marry Liu Dapeng. If someone did, they'd be living a good life. Indeed, he killed a wild boar and even a tiger, earning a lot of rewards. Not to mention the money for building a house. He could even build 2 houses. You know, Liu Dapeng and Wu Yin were so close back then. If their families had united, would Wu Yin have been forced to leave? Hey, why bring her up? She's gone now. If her family heard this, who knows what would happen? They might tear your mouth apart. Now they were all struggling to find Wu Yin, hoping to bring her back and then marry her off again. After all, losing a person meant losing a sum of money. Everyone chattered away, gossiping about others. Meanwhile, the Wu family felt quite unhappy. They hadn't anticipated Liu Dapeng would build a house, and they were a bit regretful. Back when Wu Yin and Liu Dapeng were so close, if they had brought them together, Wu Yin could have been living in a big house, and they could have benefited from her too. They could have had Liu Dapeng pay for it, and Liu Dapeng would have gladly handed over the money. Now, all the benefits were out of their reach, and thinking about it made them feel heartbroken. Have you found that little wench Wu Yin? It's been so long, and there's not a single word from her. Without an introduction letter, where could she possibly go? She's probably hiding around here. We need to search carefully, understand. We've really been looking for a long time. My legs are about to give out, and we still can't find her. This place is so vast, even if she's hiding, we wouldn't know. Though they said this, everyone still felt uneasy, hoping to find Wu Yin quickly and marry her off. Otherwise, they would be stuck with this uncomfortable feeling for the rest of their lives. Wu Yin had been hiding in the cave for several days and nights. When she was hungry, she would go out to pick wild fruits, and when thirsty, she would drink water outside. Life was comfortable, but she felt more and more like a wild person, which she despised. She wanted to leave, but without an introduction letter, where could she go? As a woman, even if she went to the town seeking work, no one would want her, so she didn't know what to do. She remembered her past with Liu Dapeng, those sweet moments. If she had resolutely married Liu Dapeng back, then would she have been able to live a happy life? Thinking of this made her feel deep regret. As night fell, a small white creature stealthily entered Liu Dapeng's yard. At that moment, 2 wolf cubs spotted the white fox, their eyes narrowing. This time they didn't bark, but planned to wait for the white fox to come closer and then pounce on it. The white fox, however, was clever. As it landed, it glanced around and noticed the wolf cubs dozing nearby, so it chose to take a different route. Seeing how cunning it was, the wolf cubs charged over. The white fox leaped far away in an instant. Its speed was swift, even faster than the wolves, and it emitted a soft chuckle that rang out sharply in the night. Xie Shuanglan was startled awake. What sound is that? If it weren't for Liu Dapeng having heard this sound during the day, he would have been frightened, for the sound was truly enchanting. It's a fox. They'll go outside and take a look. I encountered it during the day, but I didn't expect it to come into the house. I heard that the fox. Xie Shuanglan grabbed Liu Dapeng's clothes, saying, "Don't go. I've heard that foxes are very cunning, and it's not good for them to come to the house. Some people are quite superstitious about foxes, believing them to be spirits, so they try to avoid them whenever possible, not wanting to encounter such a creature. Don't worry, what era is this? Superstition should have been dispelled long ago. Just go have a look and come back quickly. Stay at home and don't go anywhere." Seeing Liu Dapeng about to go out, Xie Shuanglan had no choice but to let him. When Liu Dapeng stepped outside, he saw nothing but was pitch dark. Even with a candle in hand, the flame flickered in the wind and 2 wolf cubs circled around him. Could it have run away? Just as he thought the fox had fled, it suddenly appeared right in front of him from who knows where. The wolf cubs bared their teeth and were about to bite the fox, but Liu Dapeng stopped them. The white fox squatted in front of him, chattering away in its own language. Well, Liu Dapeng couldn't understand, but he wished the system would allow him to communicate with animals. Perhaps he hadn't leveled up enough yet. He figured he knew why the fox had come, so he took a rabbit out from his storage space. The fox's eyes lit up at the sight of the rabbit, and it quickly pulled it towards itself. In an instant, the fox vanished from Liu Dapeng's sight. He chuckled, realizing it was indeed a cunning fox, only interested in eating his belongings. He turned back to the room where Xie Shuanglan was still awake and asked, "Did the fox leave?" "It has left. Don't worry." Liu Dapeng then held her and fell asleep together. The next day, he had to rise early to go to the black market as he needed to help with the construction of his house. When he returned, the next morning Liu Dapeng left without even having breakfast. He boarded a bullock cart in the village, and the driver had arrived very early, likely having business in town. He caught a ride with him. The morning market was bustling with activity, selling all sorts of goods. They had their own market, and no one managed them. Liu Dapeng browsed around the market, picked out some items, and stored them in his space before heading to the black market. Wang Ming had just set up his stall and was yawning, thinking no one would come to his booth this early. To his surprise, he saw his old acquaintance Liu Dapeng, and he looked at him in astonishment. "You're here, so early. They say the early bird catches the worm. If I don't wake up early, what will happen? My family relies on me." Liu Dapeng joked as he took out a ghost orchid from his bag. Wang Ming's eyes lit up when he saw the ghost orchid. "You kid have some skills. You actually found a ghost orchid. I heard this thing is hard to come by." Wang Ming sniffed the blooming ghost orchid, feeling refreshed. No wonder Gu Qingzhou wanted this. However, he didn't usually care for orchids and had little time. Otherwise, he would have raised a couple of them. "Uncle Wang told you right. My sister dug these up from the mountain." When all the ghost orchids were taken out, Wang Ming was stunned. "Damn, how many are there?" He hadn't expected Liu Dapeng to dig up so many. Seeing all these ghost orchids made him break into a cold sweat, wondering how much money it would take to buy them all. "All the goods are here. These are quality items, so you have to pay a higher price." Wang Ming opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. Damn it, he didn't want so many. "If you give me this much, I can't eat them." He wanted to say what the hell, but he had promised Liu Dapeng to take as many as he had, and now to say he didn't want them would be like slapping himself in the face. He couldn't do that. "Uncle Wang, I have plenty of these at home. If you need more next time, just let me know, and I'll make sure to deliver." Liu Dapeng laughed heartily, but Wang Ming felt miserable inside. Who the hell needs so many? I don't want them. He reluctantly accepted the ghost orchids Liu Dapeng took out and said 800 each. Liu Dapeng was stunned when he heard this. So the ghost orchids are worth this much? Wang Ming felt pain in his heart. Liu Dapeng's ghost orchids must be at least 3, right? That's 1,500 coins. Oh my god, this was his first time doing such a big business. Moreover, this was extremely risky. He quietly said to Liu Dapeng, "You must not advertise that you have this, do you understand? You might get caught without even realizing it. Why didn't you say that earlier? Now it's too late." The village chief took one, and that Gu Ping also took one. "Will I get caught later?" Thinking of this, Liu Dapeng felt uneasy. "It's fine to sell a few occasionally. Don't worry. We're all in the same boat. If you get caught, I will too, right?" Seeing Liu Dapeng's frightened expression, Wang Ming showed some concern. Liu Dapeng organized his thoughts and decided not to think too much. "Oh, whatever happens will happen. In this remote place, nothing should go wrong." In the future, he needed to be more cautious. If he found any rare items, he absolutely shouldn't take out too many, 1 or 2 at most. Thinking about how many ghost orchids he had in his storage, Liu Dapeng felt he was about to get rich. He could occasionally take some out to sell. He definitely couldn't sell the ghost orchids looking like himself. He would have to dress up a bit. After getting the money, Liu Dapeng didn't linger and hurriedly left. When Wang Ming received the ghost orchids, he immediately closed his stall. Wang Ming delivered the ghost orchids to Gu Qingzhou and made another profit. He was delighted, realizing that the greater the risk, the more money he made. When Liu Dapeng returned, the house had already been torn down. It was just a thatched hut, so it was easy to dismantle. Xie Shuanglan saw him come back and called out Dapeng. Liu Dapeng carried meat, as they would be staying at the captain's house today. He couldn't go empty-handed after all the help they had given him. The villagers watched with envy as Liu Dapeng passed by, knowing he was going to build a new house. Now he had better food than them, and look, he was carrying meat while they hardly ever had meat. "Wife, please take these things to the captain's house. I will help out here." Xie Shuanglan understood Liu Dapeng's meaning. She took the meat and went to the captain's house. The captain's wife was busy with chores at home and smiled warmly upon seeing her. Xie Shuanglan had just visited, and she had already made accommodations for them. "Shuanglan, has your man returned?" "Sister-in-law, this is from my man for you. Our family is here. We will trouble you for a while." Xie Shuanglan presented the meat to the captain's wife. The captain's wife waved her hand and said, "We are all from the same village. Why be so polite? If you continue to be this polite, I will feel embarrassed. Just take the meat back and enjoy it yourself. Oh, I don't need it." Xie Shuanglan didn't care and directly stuffed the meat into the captain's wife's arms before turning to leave. The captain's wife smiled at the considerate Xie Shuanglan, thinking what a sensible child she was. No wonder her man wanted Liu Dapeng's family to stay with them. It turned out to have this purpose. She placed the meat in the kitchen. Their family hadn't eaten meat in a long time, and even though they were the captain's family, it was not possible to eat meat often. Xie Shuanglan joined in to help with the work. Many hands make light work, and she could also tidy up the surroundings. Although she didn't know how to build houses, lending a hand was always helpful, which would speed up the construction. Everyone worked busily until noon. It was time to eat, and Liu Dapeng sat down. The meal was ready, and they sat down to eat. He had provided food for them. Looking at such a good meal, everyone was delighted. They had to thank Liu Dapeng. Dapeng, you are really generous putting meat in here. You all are working for me, though I certainly cannot treat you poorly, Liu Dapeng said seriously. He wouldn't be like those who were stingy with food. They were all villagers, and a simple meal was enough. Although they didn't eat meat, every day they could have fish and shrimp. He had plenty in his space, so he wouldn't skimp on food for everyone. Hearing Liu Dapeng's generosity, everyone felt more motivated to work. Good food gives energy. Some were reluctant to eat meat and deliberately set it aside for the children when they arrived. Their kids were old enough, and when they saw the adults saving meat for them, they were very happy. Liu Dapeng watched this scene unsure of what to say. Days passed quickly. Liu Dapeng's white fox did not come that night, but unexpectedly it still arrived. It surprisingly found its way to the captain's house. Hearing the familiar cries, Liu Dapeng came out. You little rascal, you actually know to come here to find me. Fortunately, its cries weren't loud, otherwise if the captain's family heard they would treat him as a monster. When Liu Dapeng approached, he pulled the white fox aside. The white fox had gotten familiar with him and was willing to be held. Most importantly, the white fox wanted to eat the rabbits in his space, so it was very well behaved. Let's make a deal. How about you follow me every day and enjoy a good life? It's not a good thing for you to run around like this every day. Liu Dapeng wanted to take it to his space to raise it. The white fox was a rare treasure. When the time came, he could sell it for a high price. Moreover, the fur was of good quality and very warm. Some people loved fur and preferred fox fur collars. However, he was thinking too far ahead and didn't really want to sell it. The white fox seemed to understand Liu Dapeng's words and nodded. Seeing that it agreed, Liu Dapeng directly threw it into his space. Once inside, the white fox was stunned. Wow, so many rabbits. It started eating immediately, its belly round and full. Liu Dapeng didn't mind. The area it dirted would automatically restore itself in the space, returning to its original state. Besides, there were already many rabbits. If it didn't eat a bit, there would just be more and more, so Liu Dapeng went along with it. After yawning, Liu Dapeng went back to sleep. When he woke up, he felt dazed and heard the system's notification. Congratulations, host, you have captured a white fox. Reward, 500 points. Congratulations, host, you have unlocked the breeding task. Reward, a transformation pill. Upon hearing the reward, Liu Dapeng almost jumped out of bed. A transformation pill. He wasn't very interested in points, but this transformation pill intrigued him. Could it allow him to transform into a superhuman? He looked at the conditions for transformation and felt disheartened. It could only slightly alter his appearance and could only be used 3 times. Thinking of this harsh condition made Liu Dapeng's head ache. Having something is better than having nothing. Liu Dapeng put the transformation pill in his pocket, planning to use it whenever he needed it. When Liu Dapeng came out, he felt refreshed. Xie Xuanlan had already prepared breakfast, which was noodles. I already sent their noodles over. They'll just go fetch the bowls later. Dapeng, you eat first, and then he'll go over. Liu Dapeng nodded and sat down to eat noodles. Now that the house was being built, he didn't have time to go to the mountain. Once things settled down, he would stroll around the mountain. Meanwhile, the educated youth who had been dispatched to this village were looking at the dilapidated state of Liu's village. The educated youths couldn't help but curl their lips in disdain. They were all young ladies from the city. They looked down on such a place. There were 12 educated youths here, 8 boys and 4 girls, and they were siblings. Sister, don't be upset. Once this tumult passes, I will find a way to get you out of this village, okay? Brother, do we really have to live in this place? I feel a bit scared. It's so dirty here. There is mud everywhere. It doesn't resemble our clean home at all. The girl said delicately, wearing a pair of white cloth shoes. Upon seeing mud on her shoes, she was quite disdainful and wished to clean them immediately. Do you think you are still the pampered young lady from the city? Now that you have been sent here, you still complain about this and that. A boy nearby deliberately mimicked her voice, making the girl stomp her feet in anger. Brother, look, he is bullying me. Hey, Zhang Quan, don't speak carelessly and upset my sister, or I will deal with you with my fists, the girl's brother said. Heh, Zhang Quan sneered. I'm just speaking the truth. If you complain about everything, you will suffer later on. Zhang Quan crossed his arms and watched the commotion. Jiang Yu was furious, rolling up his sleeves and ready to fight. The captain, however, was already feeling a headache, never expecting these educated youths to be so troublesome. If they were to be sent down to their village and stay there, it might lead to trouble. Otherwise, let's arrange for them to have collective accommodation. The captain mused. The more he thought about it, the better this plan seemed. You all should say less. It's not as clean here as in the city, so just make do and don't be so picky. It gets dirtier when it rains. The captain warned them not to cause trouble. With a cold stare, he scanned the group, and they all fell silent. Jiang Yu felt unjust, but he had no choice. He knew the captain meant what he said. If he offended him, life in the village would be hard. His sister wanted to say something, but he covered her mouth and shook his head saying, "Don't say anything." When they arrived, many people were already gathered at the village entrance, eager for the educated youths to stay in their homes, hoping to benefit from it, watching with excitement in their eyes. The captain said, "In previous years, the educated youths were arranged to stay with various households in our village, but let's skip that this year. Isn't there a collective dormitory over there? Let them stay there." Some people were unhappy, not understanding why the captain made such arrangements. What does the village head mean by this? Why not this year? In previous years, they always stayed with us. The first to protest was Wang Dejin's wife. "Captain, why have you suddenly arranged things this way?" The captain maintained a serious expression. He couldn't say that these educated youths were restless, so he didn't want them to get too entangled with the villagers. But these people loved to dig deeper. He couldn't just lay it out in front of them. "Sister, come stay at my house. Let me tell you, my home is spacious, beautiful, and clean, with fresh flowers planted nearby. It's perfect for a girl like you to live in." Wang Dejin's wife smiled at Jiang Lingling. Hearing that, Jiang Lingling's eyes lit up. As a young girl, she loved flowers and plants, and the thought of a clean and beautiful house made her even more tempted. She tugged at her brother's sleeve, saying, "Brother, why don't we rent this household?" Jiang Yu also wanted to live in that household, but it wasn't up to him. It was the captain who decided where to stay. Seeing her brother silent, Jiang Lingling felt extremely wronged, her eyes blinking as if she were about to cry. Jiang Yu sighed, planning to advocate for his sister. He walked up to the captain and said, "Captain, could you make an exception? My sister is cleanly inclined. Could you let us stay in that household?" The captain's lips twitched, slightly surprised that someone would voluntarily want to stay in Wang Dejin's home. Wang Dejin's home was not clean or beautiful. It was all just exaggeration, fooling the educated youths who were unaware. So he replied, "The last batch of educated youths that came to our village didn't have as many complaints as you do. Wherever I arranged for them, that's where they stayed." Hearing the captain's refusal, Jiang Yu bit his lip and fell silent, feeling utterly embarrassed. He dared not provoke the captain further and had to suppress his anger. After all, when under someone else's roof, one had to bow their head. Jiang Lingling also dared not speak. The captain took them away, directly arranging them to the collective dormitory, which had already been built. It had just not been in use for years. They placed some things in the dormitory, and now it could be tidied up for living. The boys and girls were separated. Looking at this row of dormitories, Jiang Lingling couldn't help but complain, "It's so filthy here. Look at all that dust on top, but no one has helped us clean." Just as she was speaking, she heard footsteps approaching. Turning around, she saw the same older sister-in-law from earlier, who looked at them kindly and said, "Oh sister, I came to see if you need any help." Jiang Lingling immediately replied, "Sister-in-law, I'm so sorry to trouble you, but it's so dirty here, and I find it hard to clean. Could you help me clean up?" "What's stopping me? I can help you clean. You young ladies from the city aren't used to this. It's all very normal. I really don't understand why our captain arranged for you all to stay in the dormitory. In previous years, you would have stayed with us, and I would have cleaned your rooms." Wang Dejin's wife was starting to win favor. In the eyes of these educated youths, she appeared to be a kind older sister. Once the room was tidied, Wang Dejin's wife looked around, her eyes darting as she watched to see if anyone had brought anything valuable. Each person carried a bulging bag, and she wondered what was inside. That bag belonged to Jiang Lingling, filled with supplies prepared by her parents, including some food. "Sister, this bag is so bulging. Ooh, what's inside? Can you show me?" Wang Dejin's wife feigned curiosity and reached out to grab the bag. Seeing her attempt to snatch her bag, Jiang Lingling quickly protected it behind her, saying, "No, there's nothing in it." Seeing her hesitance, Wang Dejin's wife didn't believe there was nothing inside. She said, "Sister, just let me take a look. I'm just a farmer's daughter and have never seen good things from the city. Can you let me have a look?" "There really isn't anything, but it's just my clothes," Jiang Lingling said, taking a deep breath. But Wang Dejin's wife was not easily fooled. She directly snatched Jiang Lingling's bundle, causing it to topple over. Inside, she discovered many snacks and other items that Wang Dejin's wife didn't recognize. Other educated youths quickly protected their belongings upon seeing Jiang Lingling's items spilled out, fearing they would be the next Jiang Lingling. Jiang Lingling looked at her things scattered on the ground, infuriated, and yelled at Wang Dejin's wife, losing all gratitude from earlier. Hearing Jiang Lingling curse at her, Wang Dejin's wife was not someone to be trifled with, and they began to argue right then and there. If the captain hadn't arrived in time, who knows how long this would have continued. "Are you done yet, Wang Dejin's wife? You should leave. This isn't a place for you to be." The captain was extremely angry. Wang Dejin's wife felt wronged as she was cleaning for free, but was now being chased away, unable to swallow this humiliation. The captain shouldn't bully people like this. Just because she's a sent-down youth doesn't mean she can take advantage of me. I cleaned for her, yet she gave me nothing in return, making me work for free. Is there such a good deal in this world? Now Wang Dejin's wife is no longer pretending to be nice, exposing her true nature. Jiang Lingling listened dumbfounded. What does this mean? cleaning her own room, and still expecting benefits. Hearing Wang Dejin's wife say this, the captain felt a headache coming on. He knew this woman wouldn't be easy to deal with. She actually came to clean the room for the sent-down youth, and even asked for benefits. However, it seemed these sent-down youths weren't so easy to manipulate, which truly vexed him. It's your own choice to clean for us. It has nothing to do with us. Why are you asking for benefits? We haven't even said anything about you. What's wrong with doing a little cleaning? The sent-down youths were displeased. They had brought only a little and wanted to save it for later. They were 1,000 times unwilling to give anything to this woman in front of them. The captain was also troubled, unsure of what to do. Wang Dejin's wife was extremely angry, feeling that she had worked for them for nothing. Unwilling to accept this, she hurried outside. The captain thought she had left, but unexpectedly she snuck back in and dumped a basket of ash on the ground, choking several people until their faces turned white. This woman was really fierce. Wang Dejin's wife, what are you doing? This is my cleaning work. Can I restore it to its original state? Since you won't give me any benefits and expect me to clean for free, you can just dream on. Wang Dejin's wife scattered the ash everywhere. She wanted to restore this place to its original state. Aren't these sent-down youths fond of cleanliness? Let's see how they like cleanliness. The sent-down youths inwardly twisted and went crazy. The room, which had been cleaned spotless, now looked like a mess. They began to resent Jiang Lingling's woman. What was wrong with sharing some of the things with that woman? I'm not serving anymore. Wang Dajuan's wife swayed as she left, leaving a group of people stunned. The captain ran a hand through his hair and said, "You all clean this up yourselves." Then he left as well. Once everyone had left, these people huddled together, directly sidelining Jiang Lingling. Alone, she gritted her teeth in anger, but dared not scold anyone. What if these people banded together to bully her? So she could only slowly clean her small area by herself, while the other sent-down youths cleaned their larger areas, leaving this room looking a mess. I heard a group of sent-down youths came to our village, and the captain arranged for them to stay in the collective dormitory. Xie Shuanglan casually chatted with Liu Dapeng. Liu Dapeng was stunned for a moment after hearing this. In previous years, these sent-down youths would be arranged to stay with village families, never in the collective dormitory. What happened this year? Liu Dapeng didn't know what had happened, but he didn't want to concern himself with these matters. They had nothing to do with him, and he didn't want to interact with these sent-down youths, so he remained silent. Seeing his lack of interest, Xie Shuanglan stopped bringing it up. It was now lunchtime, and the construction workers had all gone back to eat, so Liu Dapeng and others were watching over here. Seeing that no one was paying attention to her, Jiang Lingling decided to step out for some fresh air. This village was unfamiliar to her, and she didn't know where to go. She looked for her elder brother, but he seemed quite busy and ignored her. As she walked, she suddenly smelled a strange fragrance, rich and delightful. Following the scent, she saw a house where construction was happening, and it seemed they had planted something fragrant nearby. If she could place a pot of it by her bedside, she would surely sleep well. Jiang Lingling walked over, but was startled by a girl who suddenly kicked her out. Who are you? What are you doing in my house? The little girl in front of Jiang Lingling was barefoot and curiously staring at her. Jiang Lingling instinctively took a step back, disliking the girl's clothes, which while not torn were dirty and dusty. She didn't want to have too much contact with her, and the girl noticed her disdain, pouting. Xie Shuanglan and Liu Dapeng, hearing the noise, came over and saw a girl in a floral dress at their doorstep. Liu Dapeng quickly thought, could she be a newly arrived sent-down youth? These people really cared about their appearance, coming to the village and still wearing a dress. With so many mosquitoes in the village exposing her arms and legs, wouldn't she get bitten to death? Hey young lady, who are you looking for? Xie Shuanglan politely greeted the young sent-down youth. Jiang Lingling shyly replied, Sister, I came because I smelled something really nice here. I was curious about what you have planted. As she spoke, she looked around as if this were her own home. Xie Shuanglan didn't like this at all, but since she was a guest, she didn't know what to say and glanced at the expressionless Liu Dapeng. Are these orchids? Jiang Lingling squatted down, and indeed it was the flowers that emitted such a pleasant fragrance. With so many, she wondered if she could get one for herself. She looked at Xie Shuanglan and Liu Dapeng with eager anticipation. Sister, brother, could you share one with me? Xie Shuanglan had just opened her mouth to speak when Liu Dapeng quickly interjected. No way, I planted these. I can't give you any. This was ghost orchid worth 800 yuan in the market. How could he share it? Besides, why should he give her any? Who does she think she is? Jiang Lingling thought that if she acted cute, people would like her. That was how it worked in the city before. Everyone would gather around her, giving her whatever she wanted. Now being rejected like this by Liu Dapeng made her feel embarrassed and even more upset, cursing him in her heart. Brother, can't you really give me one? Can't you spare me just a little from all these? Jiang Lingling continued to act all sweet, which made Xie Shuanglan's scalp tingle. She had initially thought of sharing with her, but hearing that girl say such nauseating things made her feel like vomiting. What was she trying to put on? No, you should get out of my house right now. Liu Dapeng shot a glance at the girl, who immediately understood. He disliked the girl in front of him, so he pushed her outside. She liked those orchids so much the fragrance almost made her dizzy. She angrily said, "What's so great about it? It's just an orchid." Jiang Lingling stomped her foot angrily. These country bumpkins simply did not know what they had. It was an honor for them that this young lady took a liking to their orchids. She huffed back home only to find her elder brother laughing and chatting with someone and even flirting with a young female educated youth. This scene was particularly irksome to Jiang Lingling as her brother had only ever revolved around her. When had he started to pay attention to others? "Ah, sister, you're back," Jiang Yu said with a cheerful smile upon seeing Jiang Lingling unaware of her displeasure. Jiang Lingling asked with a sarcastic tone, "Brother, what are you doing?" The female educated youth, noticing Jiang Lingling's sour expression, quickly said a few words to Jiang Yu before leaving. "I wasn't doing anything. Where were you? I was looking for you for quite a while." Hearing her brother ask about this, Jiang Lingling couldn't contain her anger, saying, "I just found some orchids at a country bumpkin's house, thinking of bringing one back to plant, but they weren't willing to part with it." Upon hearing that his sister wanted orchids, Jiang Yu unconditionally supported her and hurriedly asked, "Which family? I'll go ask them. They must not know good from bad. My sister likes orchids, and they should feel honored." Originally very angry, Jiang Lingling's mood lightened upon hearing her brother's flattery, and she said, "Brother, forget it. It's just an orchid." Seeing that his sister was no longer upset, Jiang Yu also relaxed. That night, once Xie Xuanlan had fallen asleep, Liu Dapeng entered the space to take a look. The white fox was nowhere to be found, and Liu Dapeng couldn't locate it. Instead, he noticed that the fruit trees in the space were laden with many fruits. These were the wild fruit trees he had planted. He didn't expect them to bear fruit so quickly, and the fruits were significantly larger than those found outside. Then he saw a white fox tail hanging from the tree. "So you were hiding here, little guy?" Hearing the commotion, the white fox leaped down from the tree and burrowed into his arms, rubbing against him vigorously. The soft, fluffy fur of the fox tickled Liu Dapeng's nose, making him want to sneeze. Seeing this, the fox jumped off him and climbed back to the tree, plucking a few fruits to offer to him. "Are these for me to eat?" Liu Dapeng asked, curiously wondering if this little creature could actually understand him. Indeed, he saw the little fox nodding. Liu Dapeng became excited, realizing that this little creature could understand human speech. If his wife saw this, she would definitely be thrilled, but he feared she might also be frightened. He quickly dismissed that thought. Picking up a wild fruit, he found it dry and sweet, making him feel incredibly comfortable as he ate. Liu Dapeng's eyes lit up. If these fruits were sold on the black market, people would surely fight over them. With that thought, he felt in high spirits. As he was about to exit the space, the white fox tugged at his legs, seemingly wanting to come out too. "Do you want to come out?" The white fox nodded again. It had grown tired of staying in the space. It wanted to go outside. Although it could eat anything inside, it found it boring and thought it would be better to go to the mountains. It would come back to find Liu Dapeng when it wanted. Liu Dapeng carried it out of the space, and the white fox jumped through the window, disappearing into the night. Liu Dapeng wasn't anxious. After all, it had been in his space and would definitely come back if it wanted to. Liu Dapeng and his wife were awakened early in the morning by a commotion. "This is bad, this is bad. The captain just came to our house and said a young educated youth is missing." Liu Erbao excitedly relayed the news, saying that the captain needed Liu Dapeng's help to find the person. Liu Dapeng quickly sat up, listening intently as Liu Erbao detailed, "Which young educated youth is missing?" "I can't say for sure. The captain just said a young educated youth is missing and asked you to help. Brother, do you think I can go with you?" Liu Erbao patted his chest, proving that he was also a little man. Liu Dapeng thought for a moment. Helping to find the young educated youth shouldn't be dangerous, so he agreed. The two of them went out while Xie Xuanlan was cooking at home, anxiously watching outside, not knowing which young educated youth had run away. In these times, some educated youth would flee because they couldn't endure the hardships of rural life. If they weren't caught, it would be fine, but if they were caught, that would be troublesome. The captain was nearly frantic. When he arrived in the morning, he found that a young educated youth was missing, a male at that. If he let him escape, it would be a disaster, so he was extremely worried. If someone went missing under his watch, he would also have to take responsibility. The village was searching for the person, but there was still no news. "Captain, what's the situation? How could someone just disappear? Did he run away, or?" When Liu Dapeng arrived, he saw the captain walking back and forth anxiously, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Seeing Liu Dapeng, the captain sighed, saying, "I don't know. I discovered a young educated youth was missing as soon as I arrived early this morning, and I have no idea where he went. Let's find him first. Our village is so small, where could he run off to? Besides, if he went missing at night, he wouldn't be foolish enough to run around." These words did little to comfort the captain. If the young educated youth truly went missing under his watch, he would face criminal responsibility, which would also implicate his family. Thinking of this made his head spin, leaving him no time to talk to Liu Dapeng as he rushed off to search for the person, with Liu Dapeng following behind. As he arrived, he noticed several villagers whispering about the missing young educated youth and rumors of him escaping. These discussions weren't very important to him. What mattered was to find the person first. Captain, we searched the village and didn't find anyone. Where should we look next? The villagers who had gone out to search returned. Hearing this, the captain felt his heart sink. If these young educated youths truly went missing, it would be a big problem. The village has been searched thoroughly and found nothing. Have you checked the mountains? The young educated youth might be hiding there. Liu Dapeng suggested. Yes. Let's hurry to the mountains. The captain didn't care if there was anyone in the mountains. They should search first. They could only walk, so they shouldn't be too far. Liu Dapeng and the others walked up the mountain with the captain. Meanwhile, the escaped young educated youth was sweating profusely. He originally thought he would be safe once he reached the mountains, but unexpectedly, he had been bitten by a snake. So now he was lying on the ground waiting to die. Had he known, he wouldn't have escaped last night. He thought no one was watching them, and he could flee. Who knew that escaping would also lead to death? Let's split up to search for him. Or Bao, you stick with me. Alright, if you find that educated youth, just call out. We are not far away. The captain instructed Liu Dapeng and a few others before heading off to find someone else. Big brother, why do you think that educated youth ran away? Liu or Bao asked Liu Dapeng, curiously, not understanding. He thought their village was quite nice with clear mountains and beautiful waters. Why would these educated youths want to escape? Liu Dapeng chuckled. Oh, of course those educated youths wanted to run away. They couldn't adapt to rural life after being used to the city. People like them couldn't handle life here, just like that arrogant female educated youth from yesterday. If she were in their village, she would have been beaten to death already. Brother, I really need to go. I'm going to relieve myself up ahead. Wait for me a moment. Liu Erbao quickly ran off, leaving Liu Dapeng to wait for him. Liu Erbao dropped his pants to urinate, and as he did, he accidentally splashed the face of that educated youth. What the heck? The educated youth licked his face, and despite the unpleasantness, when he looked up, he seemed to see someone standing in the bushes urinating at him. Who is this wild brat? What are you doing? The educated youth was indignant, not expecting to be urinated on while lying there, and it made him furious. Hearing someone shout, Liu Erbao looked around, but saw no one. He was startled. Could there be ghosts in this forest? Thinking of this, he howled and ran back to his brother, saying, Brother, something bad has happened. What's wrong? Liu Dapeng asked, noticing Liu Erbao hadn't even pulled up his pants properly. Embarrassed by his brother's gaze, Liu Erbao blushed, turned around, and quietly pulled up his pants. Brother, I saw a ghost. Hearing Liu Erbao say this, Liu Dapeng gave him a light smack on the head, saying, It's broad daylight. Stop talking nonsense. There are no ghosts in this world, you know. Brother, I'm not lying to you, I really saw it. I was just urinating there when I heard someone talking. It scared me. I looked around and didn't see anyone, or what else could it be if not a ghost? Liu Erbao's scalp tingled as he thought about it, feeling that something unclean was certainly present since he hadn't seen anyone. Liu Dapeng, hearing this, thought it was quite serious. Perhaps there was indeed someone there. Could it be that educated youth? With this in mind, Liu Dapeng asked, Where were you urinating just now? Can you take me to see? Brother, do you really want me to take you there? I'm a bit scared, or I don't want to go. Liu Erbao said timidly. Liu Dapeng gave him another light smack on the head, saying, A man should be braver. If you're like this, how will you ever marry a wife in the future? Brother, can you please stop hitting my head? I'm already foolish, though I won't be able to marry a wife either way. He had a lot of excuses. They walked towards the place Liu Dapeng had mentioned. Brother, I told you there's no one here. You insist there's someone. Liu Erbao said, hands on his hips angrily. If there's no one, then what's lying on the ground? Liu Erbao looked down and saw that the grass was indeed pressed down. Could it be that someone really lay there? Liu Dapeng said, The person probably hasn't gone far. Let's walk a bit further. We might just encounter them. After walking for a while, the educated youth who had just been urinated on found another place to lie down, waiting for death. Anyway, he was going to die, so he had no other thoughts. Brother, there's someone. Liu Erbao pointed at the person lying on the ground, not far away. Liu Dapeng saw him too, and said, You go call the captain. I'll keep an eye on him here. Liu Dapeng spoke softly to his younger brother, wary that the person might run if they realized they had found him. Liu Erbao tiptoed away to find the captain, while Liu Dapeng waited. The person showed no inclination to run, just lying there, as if waiting for death. Liu Dapeng was startled by his own thought. How could someone lie there like that? The captain hurried over, and Liu Dapeng turned to see him. Without a word, the captain rushed to the educated youth. When the educated youth saw the captain, he felt extremely guilty, but still lay there, his face unreadable. Well, you actually dared to run away. The captain was furious and began to kick the educated youth hard. The educated youth did not flinch or dodge, startling the captain, who had expected him to resist, but found him resigned to the beating. Just kill me if I'm going to die anyway. I've been bitten by a venomous snake, and I won't live much longer. Just give me a quick end, that way I won't have to wait to die. What? Why was this educated youth talking nonsense? He was dying from a snake bite, but if he were truly bitten, how could he last so long without dying? Where were you bitten? The captain asked. The educated youth didn't hide it, and lifted his pant leg, revealing a snake bite mark. His foot was already swollen, indicating it was venomous, but the poison wasn't too severe, otherwise he would have already kicked the bucket and wouldn't have waited for the captain to find him. Fortunately, the snake that bit you wasn't very poisonous, otherwise you would have been dead long ago. Do you know that in places where snakes are found there are usually herbs that can detoxify? The captain added. Upon hearing that he wouldn't die and could be detoxified, the educated youth immediately recounted the location where he was bitten, and the captain instructed Liu Dapeng to go fetch the herbs. He didn't encounter the snake, as it likely had slithered away after biting him. He pulled out the surrounding grass and soon discovered some dendrobium. Finding so much of it, Liu Dapeng was very surprised. This stuff was quite valuable and could be cultivated in his space. After planting the dendrobium, Liu Dapeng slowly returned. Seeing him come back so late, the educated youth sarcastically remarked, "Why did you take so long? If you had come any later, I would have died." Liu Dapeng, irritated by this remark, thought it was already good enough that he went to fetch the herbs. Did he expect him to choose a specific time to come? So he threw the herbs on the ground. The captain was stunned, not knowing what Liu Dapeng was doing, when he suddenly saw him stepping on the herbs and rubbing them repeatedly. The educated youth was so infuriated that he rolled his eyes and fainted. Everyone hurriedly pinched the educated youth to wake him. When he came to again, he no longer saw Liu Dapeng, and the herbs on the ground had been taken applied to his wound. Brother, that educated youth really doesn't know what's good for him. You went all the way to find medicine for him, and he still has the audacity to complain. Liu Erbao hurriedly followed behind Liu Dapeng, almost unable to keep up. Liu Dapeng suddenly stopped, turned around, and looked at Liu Erbao. Liu Erbao was startled and took a few steps back, feeling that his brother looked quite eerie. "Don't tell your sister-in-law about this. She'll be angry if she finds out, understand?" "I got it." Liu Erbao nodded in confusion, not expecting his brother to care so much about his sister-in-law. "All right, let's leave it at that. In the future, avoid mingling with those educated youths. They're not good people, you know." Liu Dapeng reminded his younger brother with concern, as he didn't want him to get involved with those educated youths who couldn't tell right from wrong. They descended the mountain faster than others. When Xie Xuanlan saw them return, she asked Dapeng, "Did you find that educated youth? Did he escape from our village?" "The educated youth was bitten by a snake on the mountain, but has been rescued. He should be coming down soon." Hearing Liu Dapeng say this, Xie Xuanlan's expression became strange. She didn't expect him to be discovered so quickly. Those educated youths were really foolish for running up the mountain. This side was close to the mountains where there were many poisonous insects and fierce beasts. If they weren't bitten by a snake, they were lucky. The educated youth was rescued, but the team leader was worried and didn't settle him in the village, sending him off to the commune early instead. As for what happened next, Liu Dapeng didn't bother to inquire, as it started to rain, making it difficult to go up the mountain. He had originally planned to hunt on the mountain to earn some points, but it seemed impossible now. With the rain pouring down, no one could build houses, and everyone was left idle. Liu Dapeng stood outside watching the rain. Meanwhile, Gu Shui had already gotten out of bed. There was a pot of ghost orchid in the room, and the fragrance filled the entire space, uplifting her spirits. She crouched down gently, stroking the orchid, truly enamored by it. "Dad, where did you find this orchid? Can you take me there next time?" Gu Shui turned around and saw her father entering the room. "Whatever you want, Dad will buy it for you. Just don't go to that place that's not safe." Gu Qingzhou didn't mention that place was the ghost market. He just didn't want his daughter to go there. Hearing her father's words, Gu Shui didn't press further, guessing that the place must be bad, which was why her father forbade her from going. She squinted her eyes, savoring the scent of the flowers. Not long after, the militia came in. They whispered a few words into Gu Qingzhou's ear, and he quickly rushed out. Gu Shui stared at the orchid, curious about its owner. "Old Gu." At that moment, a man about the same age as him walked up to her. Noticing her haggard appearance, Gu Qingzhou was taken aback. "Old Liu, what have you been up to? I haven't seen you for a while, and you look so worn out. Please sit down. I'll have someone bring you a cup of tea." Liu Hao had come from the same unit. Now retired, and living nearby, their families often interacted. However, he hadn't seen old Liu come around here much lately. "I don't want tea, I came to inquire about something." Upon hearing that he wanted to ask about something, Gu Qingzhou asked what happened. "Don't mention it. It's about your sister-in-law. She was hit by a car and is now in the hospital, critically ill. You know, the current medical conditions aren't great. She needs to be sent to a better place, but with the current situation, we can't send her out. You know an old Chinese medicine doctor who treated your daughter's illness. Could you introduce him to me so he can take a look at my wife?" Liu Hao looked at him with a face full of expectation. "Your sister-in-law is hurt, and you didn't say anything. If you had, I would have come to see her. Do you have the address for that old Chinese medicine doctor?" "No, let me go with you." Gu Qingzhou went to that old Chinese medicine doctor's house. The old doctor had a good relationship with Gu Qingzhou, so the two of them went to the hospital together. The woman lay in bed with her eyes closed on oxygen. The old medicine doctor examined her and said that her bones must have been broken from the impact, and due to excessive blood loss, she remained in a coma. Some people believe more in Western medicine, but Chinese medicine treatments are also quite good, albeit slower to take effect. However, they are the most effective. This has been passed down for hundreds of years. It can be treated, but I don't have that much medicine on hand, the old doctor said awkwardly. He glanced apologetically at Gu Qingzhou as he knew he should understand. His daughter's illness had also taken a long time to treat, and she had only survived thanks to a century-old ginseng. Some medicines are simply hard to come by, so you two can discuss which medicine you need, or I can go find it. Liu Hao became anxious. He felt he couldn't understand what the old medicine doctor meant. Old Liu, it's not about whether we can save her, it's about whether we can find the medicine. Do you know why my daughter, who was sick for so long, was treated successfully? It's because I got a century-old ginseng. Do you know what that means? It's something rare and hard to find. Hearing Gu Qingzhou say that his daughter was treated with century-old ginseng, Liu Hao's heart, filled with hope, fell to the bottom again. He understood the value of century-old ginseng. Century-old ginseng is priceless. Some people cherish it for a lifetime without finding such a ginseng. Even if some possess it, they wouldn't easily give it to others for treatment. He gazed solemnly at the person lying in bed, his eyes reddened. After sending off the old medicine doctor, Gu Qingzhou stayed for a while and said, actually, there's another way. Do you want to hear it? What's the method? Please tell me. Liu Hao adjusted the quilt for his wife. Even though she was now in a coma, he still cared for her. You can search the black market. I found the ginseng there. Oh, whether you can find it depends on your luck. I can't guarantee you will definitely find it, but the black market is your best bet. Liu Hao absorbed all of this. As long as there was a glimmer of hope, he didn't want to give up. His wife had suffered alongside him for a lifetime, and now that they were both retired, he didn't expect such a thing to happen. The person who hit his wife was locked away in prison for life, but his wife remained in a coma. Gu Qingzhou didn't disturb Liu Hao any further as the rain continued to pour. This place is so dirty and damp, Jiang Lingling said, feeling uncomfortable in the muddy ground. Complaints aside, no one paid her any mind, treating her words as mere whispers in the wind. Jiang Lingling grew even angrier, yet she had no idea where to go on a rainy day, unable to do anything. She truly wished to live in their houses instead of this collective dormitory, lacking everything and having to cook for herself. If she could stay with the villagers, she wouldn't have to suffer like this. She found her elder brother and arrived at the captain's house with a string of pearl necklaces and some gifts. Seeing a young girl, the captain's wife welcomed her in without any guards, saying, "Oh, why did you young intellectuals come to my place on a rainy day? Is there something you need? If not, I can call my husband over and you can tell him." Seeing the captain's wife so accommodating, Jiang Lingling couldn't help but say, "Sister-in-law, I'm here to find you. There's something I'd like to trouble you with, if that's all right." The captain's wife was taken aback. Being just a woman herself, she hadn't expected someone to seek her out. Unsure of what Jiang Lingling wanted, she asked, "What do you need from me?" Without hesitation, Jiang Lingling pushed her pearl necklace and gifts forward. The captain's wife was stunned, realizing that this girl was asking for a favor. However, her husband had instructed her not to entertain such requests. Yet since the girl was already at her door, she couldn't remain entirely silent. "You can just tell me what you need," she said. "Sister-in-law, look," Jiang Lingling said as she rolled up her sleeves, revealing her fair, delicate wrists covered in mosquito bites, looking pitiful. "There are so many mosquitoes in that place, I can't get used to it. Could you arrange for me to stay with a family? The mosquitoes are relentless and have nearly bitten me to death. I can't sleep at night. If I can't sleep, how can I have the energy to work during the day, right? Sister-in-law, could you please talk to your husband and see if he can make an exception?" Jiang Lingling coquettishly pleaded, and the captain's wife had never seen such determination before. However, she understood that she couldn't agree, as she couldn't make an exception for just one young intellectual. What about the others? They would say her husband was being unfair. "Do you have a mosquito net? If you bring a mosquito net, you won't have to worry about them. Although there are many mosquitoes here, if you cover yourself tightly with a mosquito net, you won't get bitten." "I didn't bring one, I left in a hurry and didn't have time to pack it. Sister-in-law, can you please let me move to another place? I really can't stay there. I'm begging you." Jiang Lingling pinched herself hard, tears streaming down her face. The captain's wife felt uneasy watching this. "How about this? I'll talk to my husband later and see if he's willing to switch. Could you go back for now?" "Okay." Jiang Lingling eagerly prepared to leave, but the captain's wife quickly added, "Take your things with you. We can't keep them, someone might see and talk." "Sister-in-law, no one saw us when we came. Even if I gave them to you, no one would know. We'll leave now." Jiang Lingling didn't want to take the gifts. If she did, they wouldn't be willing to help her. The captain's wife couldn't catch up to them as they dashed away. When the captain returned, he found his wife sitting at the table staring at the items on it. They were clearly valuable possessions that only wealthy people could afford. How did they end up in their home? Sigh. The captain's wife slowly recounted how the young intellectual had come to her with a request mentioning the gifts she had left behind. She didn't want them, but the girl insisted on giving them to her. When the captain heard this, his expression stiffened. "You need to return it. We can't let her switch rooms. That's out of the question." There are so many young intellectuals living there, why should we make an exception for just one? How could you let her keep the gifts? Seeing her husband speak this way, the captain's wife felt wronged. I didn't want her to keep them, she insisted on leaving them with me, and I couldn't even chase after her. All right, enough of that. Pack up these things to avoid being seen. You need to return them. As the captain's wife came back, Jiang Lingling thought she had accomplished her task and looked around triumphantly, leaving everyone confused. What is Jiang Lingling up to? No idea. So strange. Sister-in-law, you've come. Jiang Lingling attempted to link arms with the captain's wife, but she avoided her, not wanting to create an adversarial relationship in front of the young intellectuals. The girl is here to return your things that you left behind. I brought them for you, the captain's wife said, handing the bag to Jiang Lingling. Upon opening it, Jiang Lingling's expression darkened. Other young intellectuals also tried to sneak a peek inside, but Jiang Lingling guarded it closely, preventing anyone from seeing its contents. With the items handed over, the captain's wife left. Jiang Lingling immediately rushed after her. Sister-in-law, please take care. She breathlessly caught up to the captain's wife and asked, Sister-in-law, what do you mean? I'm truly sorry, but my husband said he can't arrange accommodation for you. You'll have to stay here. Although it's a bit uncomfortable, you'll get used to it. If it's really unbearable, you could try burning some mugwort. The captain's wife said earnestly. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lingling felt amused. Sister-in-law, since you accepted my gifts, I thought you would arrange a place for me to stay. I didn't expect you to return them just because of your husband's words. What do you think I am? Do you believe I could accuse you of accepting my gifts? Hearing Jiang Lingling's threat, the captain's wife's expression turned sour. I never accepted your gifts at all. Don't speak carelessly, young lady. Just now so many people saw you bring me these gifts. Isn't that because you accepted them? Jiang Lingling, being quite clever, cornered the captain's wife with this statement, leaving her speechless. She hadn't expected such a beautiful girl to possess such a wicked mind. The captain's wife was half furious, yet unable to vent her anger, fearing to be seen. She could only glare fiercely at Jiang Lingling with her eyes. However, Jiang Lingling crossed her arms and looked at her mockingly. Sister-in-law, I'll leave the rest to you. Jiang Lingling didn't push her to the brink. She turned and entered the house, knowing that the captain's wife was clever and understood how to handle things. The captain's wife returned home fuming and sat down heavily on a stool. When the captain saw her like this, he knew she had been wronged outside. Why didn't you return the things? Or did they refuse? It's not that. Let me tell you that Jiang Lingling is quite clever. She actually set a trap for me. After saying this, she recounted what had just happened. The captain was also angry, surprised that this girl had such deep schemes. If his wife didn't follow her instructions, she could be implicated in bribery, which would be troublesome. He blamed himself for letting his wife bring things into the house without returning them. I didn't expect things to turn out this way, sighed the captain's wife. The captain couldn't bear to see her like this and comforted her. What does this have to do with you? It's that girl who's too scheming. The captain's wife looked at her husband with a worried expression. What should we do? Will it reflect badly on you if this gets out? It's fine. He'll think of a way. You shouldn't go near the educated youths anymore to avoid any bad luck. Those people are clearly not good. After this incident, the captain's wife was also wary of going near the educated youths, fearing to be set up. It rained for 3 consecutive days, but something strange happened in the village. Liu Dapeng saw many villagers running up the mountain, holding something in their hands that he couldn't tell whether it was wild grass or medicinal herbs. That day he also encountered a villager on the mountain and couldn't help but ask, "Brother, I see you running up the mountain for several days. What's going on?" "There's a sick person at home, and I'm looking for herbs." "Papa, what do you mean there's a sick person at home? My house doesn't have any sick people." "Dapeng, don't talk nonsense. Do you know what we're actually looking for on the mountain?" The man looked at Liu Dapeng smugly, clearly knowing that Liu Dapeng was unaware of what was happening. "What are you looking for, brother? Can you tell me? I'm also curious." Looking at Liu Dapeng's sincere expression, the man said, "I won't hide it from you. We're looking for medicinal herbs on the mountain. I heard these are being purchased at high prices outside. However, what we found was all wrong, Sai. If it's really that valuable and being bought at high prices, could you be getting scammed?" Liu Dapeng's first thought was this: if it were that valuable, how come everyone already knows about it? Could you be getting tricked? "It's true. We met someone at the market who buys medicinal materials. He said he wants these herbs, and as long as we find them, we should go to the market to find him. He pays high prices no matter how many there are. However, we might not be very smart and don't recognize all the herbs. By the time we get there, he says these aren't the right ones. Sai, I didn't expect that finding a medicinal herb could have so many varieties." After finishing this sentence, the man waved goodbye to Liu Dapeng and left, leaving Liu Dapeng feeling a bit wistful. Regardless of whether it was true or not, he wanted to go to the town to see what kind of medicinal materials that person wanted. So he didn't go up the mountain anymore. After talking with Xie Shuanglan for a while, he hurried to the town. The ground was still muddy and his shoes were covered in mud. Although there were ox carts, the town didn't have cement roads, so his shoes got dirty again. Liu Dapeng found a pile of grass, placed his shoes on it to clean them, and then headed to the market. Even on a rainy day, there were still quite a few people at the market. Some were buying this while others were trading that, leaving Liu Dapeng dazzled. "Brother, do you want to buy a chicken to take home?" At that moment, a hunter who had caught a mountain chicken was smiling at him. "No need, I don't eat chicken." Liu Dapeng waved his hand dismissively. If he wanted that, there were plenty on the mountain, why waste money? Then he saw other things such as eggs and casually bought some since he didn't have any at home. After wandering around for a while, he saw a stall surrounded by a lot of people, all of whom were making a commotion. "You say it's fake? How can it possibly be fake? My medicinal material looks exactly like yours, doesn't it? You scammer. Can't you afford this medicinal material? Are you deliberately putting on a show here? We came from far away, and you actually tell me it's fake." The man became unhappy upon hearing this and directly glared at the stall owner. The owner, however, was unafraid, sitting there calmly, and said, "I'm a doctor. How could I possibly deceive you? This medicinal material is fake. Just because you say you're a doctor, that makes you one. Just because you say it's fake, it's fake. I don't agree with you. My medicinal material looks exactly like yours, even down to a few leaves on top. You must pay today whether you like it or not, otherwise I won't let this go. Brothers, he's just a scammer unwilling to pay us. Trying to get something for nothing, and we can't let him go." The men urged the surrounding people to join in, saying, "Yeah, we came all this way just to deliver medicinal materials to you, and you actually tell us it's fake. Where do you find such good things? We're all fake. You must be scamming us. If you don't believe it, you can take it to other pharmacies to ask, you'll know. I didn't deceive you. We won't take it to other pharmacies to ask." Someone snorted. Liu Dapeng watched the commotion from the crowd, wondering how the owner would resolve this situation. After all, with so many people, if everyone hit him, he could be killed. "I'm not afraid of you. I'm telling you the medicinal material is fake. It's really not genuine. If you sincerely want to sell me good medicinal materials, I will buy them. But if you try to fool me with fake medicinal materials, I'm not afraid." The owner said calmly, "Stop talking nonsense. Let's just smash his stall. Let's see how he continues to do business after this. If he doesn't pay, let's smash his stall." As he spoke, a fist was about to come down when suddenly a group of people rushed over. "What are you doing? What's all this commotion?" Liu Dapeng saw the man speaking, who had a red armband. Aye. The man became nervous upon seeing them. "Oldly, are these people trying to cause trouble?" asked the man with the red armband as he walked directly up to the stall. Before the boss could respond, those individuals quickly fled, running faster than rabbits. Liu Dapeng was astonished, realizing they indeed bullied the weak and feared the strong. This principle seemed universally applicable across the ages. These people are just dim-witted, trying to fool me with fake medicine. When they saw I wasn't falling for it, they resorted to coercion and temptation. Fortunately, you arrived just in time, Oldly sighed. Business is tough these days, and quality herbs are even scarcer. I've been here for several days without receiving any valuable herbs. But there are plenty of counterfeit products, with lots of people trying to extort money from me for those useless tree roots. If you encounter such a situation again, just shout for me. There's no need to face them alone. These people are just the type to bully the weak and fear the strong. I can't always trouble you. Besides, they wouldn't dare actually lay a hand on me. They're just trying to intimidate me with their fists." The man had a point, and he ceased his complaints, exchanging a few more words before resuming his patrol. Seeing Liu Dapeng still lingering, the boss asked, "Why have you been standing at my stall for so long? Why don't you leave? Are you not with those people?" "Big brother, do I look like I'm with them? I am so upright and handsome," Liu Dapeng replied earnestly. The man's lips twitched even more. He didn't know how to describe it. He had never encountered someone so self-absorbed before. It was amusing. "Stop with the useless chatter. What do you really want?" "I just want to see what kind of herbs you're buying, so I can go to the mountains and dig some for you. If they can't find any, it's not my fault. I will definitely find some." Seeing Liu Dapeng full of confidence, Li Tian miraculously nodded in agreement and then took out his herbs for Liu Dapeng to inspect. He felt quite troubled. Why did he trust this young man so much? He had a premonition that this young man might indeed bring him herbs. Looking at the herbs on the stall, Liu Dapeng carefully examined everything from the roots to the fragrance in his hands. He checked each detail, leaving Li Tian in awe. He had never seen a young person who was so serious. Most people who came to him to identify herbs only took a fleeting glance at their appearance and aroma. They hardly ever bothered to smell them. "Young man, what's your name?" Li Tian asked curiously. "My surname is Liu Dapeng," directly told him his name. "Oh." Seeing that the young man was unwilling to disclose his full name, Li Tian did not press further. He squinted for a while before noticing Liu Dapeng placing the herbs down and asking, "Do you buy these herbs at high prices? Will you be here every day?" "Of course." Li Tian nodded. "I never lie." Seeing how seriously the other party spoke, Liu Dapeng believed he wouldn't deceive him. It seemed he had quite the reputation here. Otherwise, why would the man with the red armband treat him so well? "Once I find the herbs, I'll come looking for you," Liu Dapeng said and left. Li Tian watched Liu Dapeng's retreating figure lost in thought. What are you looking at? Did you gain anything today? Wang Ming came to find him. Li Tian shot him a look. Do you think I'm like you enjoying such good fortune every day? It's either orchids or hunted game. I'm here trying to purchase herbs. They're not that easy to find. Don't be angry with someone like you if you don't open for business you want, but when you do you eat for 3 years. I don't have your confidence. Even if I received such goods every day, what good would it do? Heh. Li Tian gave him a sideways glance. Your mouth is really getting sharper. I can't argue with you. Liu Dapeng returned home carrying the eggs he bought from the market. When Xie Shuanglan saw he was back with the eggs, she didn't ask anything. After all, with so many people in the family, they all needed to eat, and she had to cook for those helping them build their house. After finishing the meal, Liu Dapeng went to deliver food to Xie Shuanglan. After the meal, Liu Dapeng helped with some chores at home. He wanted to finish building the house quickly so he wouldn't have to stay at the captain's house every day. Although the captain was a good person, it was quite inconvenient to always stay at someone else's home. Are you tired? Should I give you a massage? Xie Shuanglan looked at Liu Dapeng's fatigued expression, feeling a pang of sympathy. But what about you? You cook every day and help with the chores, aren't you tired? Not tired. Oh, working for myself gives me strength. I'm so happy thinking about living in a big house in the future. Seeing his wife's innocent smile, Liu Dapeng felt an indescribable warmth in his heart. It was truly wonderful to be with such a wife. Liu Dapeng picked up his wife and went into the house. How could Xie Shuanglan not understand his intentions? Her face turned beet red. Burying her head deep in Liu Dapeng's chest, she felt a strong, reassuring heartbeat, and soon the two of them fell asleep after a night of tossing and turning. Brother, sister-in-law, the sun is already high. Why aren't you up yet? Liu Erbao shouted from the doorway. Liu Dapeng wanted to throw a pillow at him, but he wasn't there, so he couldn't reach him. He looked over at his wife, who was already awake. Erbao is such a troublemaker. Just wait, I'll go teach him a lesson right now. Liu Dapeng started to leave, but Xie Shuanglan hurriedly stopped him. Although Erbao is mischievous, he knows how to handle things. He must have some reason for calling us. But we did get up a bit late. It's all your fault from last night. Her voice turned into a whisper, and Liu Dapeng didn't catch the rest of what she said, because Liu Erbao was shouting again, brother, get up. Uncle Xie is here. Uncle Xie. Liu Dapeng was taken aback and then realized. Could it be that Xie Shuanglan's parents have come over? He hurriedly got up, and Xie Shuanglan was one step ahead, running outside. There she saw her parents and younger brother all arriving together, each carrying bags. What could this mean? Daughter, why didn't you inform us about building your house? We have plenty of free time now and can help you build it. Xie's father said, while carrying his things, not pausing to speak. Xie's mother chimed in, exactly. Daughter, for such a big matter, you should have informed us. Dapeng doesn't have parents and doesn't understand these things. You should have told us so we could arrange it for him. Seeing the warm-heartedness of his father-in-law's family, Liu Dapeng silently took note of their kindness, vowing to repay anyone who treated him well in double. Don't forget about me, big sister. I can help you too. At that moment, a young boy appeared before Liu Dapeng. This was Xie Shuanglan's elder brother, who would soon be able to marry. He was also quite strong. This time, Xie father and Xie mother brought only one son, while the others likely stayed home to guard the house. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, please don't talk outside. Let's discuss everything inside. Liu Dapeng quickly greeted them with enthusiasm. Xie father looked at Liu Dapeng and said, hurry up, take me to see your house. Was he really so eager to see the house? Liu Dapeng couldn't help but smile. This old man was always in a hurry. After quickly setting things down, Liu Dapeng greeted Xie Shuanglan, and Xie mother then took his elder brother and father-in-law to the construction site. The workers had arrived early and were already busy. When they saw Liu Dapeng approaching, they gave him a quick glance of surprise, as Xie old man rarely came here, and the villagers didn't recognize him. Even if they had seen him before, so much time had passed that they had long forgotten. Father-in-law, this is my house. I plan to build on the original foundation to avoid complications, Liu Dapeng explained. If you want to build a large house in this era, you need approval, and without outside assistance, you would never be allowed to build something so grand. Thus, Liu Dapeng dared not do anything special and could only build a house similar to everyone else's. This is very good indeed. Xie father patted Liu Dapeng on the shoulder. Liu Dapeng was supporting a family and raising younger siblings, and now he was building a big house. Xie father genuinely admired Liu Dapeng. When he was of Liu Dapeng's age, he had no money and couldn't afford to build a house. When he married Xie mother, they were very poor, and only through hard work did life gradually improve. After chatting with Liu Dapeng for a while, Xie father quickly rolled up his sleeves to help. The elder brother also joined in, and Liu Dapeng followed suit as his family was all present. He couldn't just stand there like a fool. When Xie Shuanglan came over to deliver food, she saw several people working diligently, their clothes soaked with sweat. It was still quite hot at that time. Shuanglan is here. Father-in-law, let's take a break. It's time to eat. Liu Dapeng called several times before Xie father finally heard him, otherwise they would have continued working endlessly. I didn't hear what you were saying just now, Xie, father said apologetically. Xie mother came over and poured a glass of water for each of them, saying you must be thirsty, have some water to moisten your throat. After working for so long, it was natural to feel thirsty. Once the water was in hand, Liu Dapeng drank it down greedily. The water was uncontaminated and it tasted incredibly sweet. After Xie Shuanglan left, she returned with a clean cloth, dampened it slightly, and wiped Liu Dapeng's sweat. Xie father and mother watched their daughter and son-in-law display their affection, quietly averting their gazes. The elder brother wanted to watch, but was pulled back by Xie mother, who scolded, "What are you looking at? Aren't you afraid of getting a needle in your eye?" Startled by this, the elder brother quickly covered his eyes. "I won't look anymore, I won't look anymore. Can I wash my eyes?" Xie mother felt embarrassed upon hearing this. Mom and dad come over for dinner. What were you just talking about? Xie Shuanglan had dried Liu Dapeng's sweat and then came over to invite everyone for dinner. Today's meal was quite rich with meat and rice, which was already considered excellent treatment. Some people couldn't afford to eat meat even once a month, but here they could eat it daily. They still remembered Liu Dapeng's kindness and worked harder. Liu Dapeng noticed all of this. If these people were to slack off next time, he wouldn't call upon them again. Is this your father-in-law? He looks really young and strong. Where at this age, how can I still be strong? I still have aches and pains. Xie father said with a smile. He chatted with the villagers while Xie mother quietly pulled Xie Shuanglan aside, saying Dapeng has a good relationship with the villagers. Yeah, it's all right. Xie Shuanglan nodded. Meanwhile, Liu Yun heard that Liu Dapeng's father-in-law had arrived, so he hurried over, insisting on inviting them for a meal. Uncle. Just after finishing their meal and resting for a while, Liu Dapeng saw his uncle approaching. His uncle nodded at Liu Dapeng and then walked towards Xie father. In-law, it's been a long time. This time Dapeng is building a house. I hope you don't mind coming over. Liu Yun engaged in conversation with Xie father. Liu Dapeng stood by listening to their conversation. What trouble are you talking about? We're all family. Besides, helping Dapeng build a house is just like building a house for my daughter. What's the big deal? Xie father said nonchalantly. As long as his daughter and son-in-law were doing well, that was the most important thing. He was more than willing to help them build a house. Liu Yun enjoyed interacting with Xie father. Good in-laws like him were hard to come by. Usually when a daughter married out, she was like water poured out, never to return. Even if they did come, they often sought some benefits in return. Tonight my family will cook. You must come over for dinner. Why would you trouble yourselves to cook? Just coming over is enough. Otherwise we can eat at Dapeng's place. I won't go over to yours. How does that sound? Xie father didn't want to trouble his uncle. Although they were relatives, he felt it was inappropriate to burden others. Furthermore, he had heard that Liu Dapeng had also received quite a bit of care from Liu Yun in the past. If he went over to Liu Yun's house, wouldn't that just increase his indebtedness? What trouble? Even if someone else comes to my house, they will get a meal. Besides, you and I are family. Come on, don't say such things. Liu Yun emphasized the word family. Xie father could only nod in resignation, agreeing to it. Since he had said it, he couldn't refuse. That would be too disrespectful. Seeing Xie father agree, Liu Yun began preparing dinner for the evening. He also planned to buy some meat and make some dishes. He couldn't let them eat vegetarian food. Most importantly, he wanted to get a couple of pounds of wine so everyone could sit down and enjoy a few drinks, as he had nothing else planned for the night. After finishing his tasks, Liu Dapeng took his family directly to his uncle's place. He couldn't go empty-handed, so he casually picked up some items to bring along. You always bring something every time you come over. You are too polite with your uncle, Liu Yun said, feeling particularly embarrassed to see Liu Dapeng carrying things. After all, they were relatives. How could one always bring gifts? He had mentioned it several times, but it seemed Liu Dapeng didn't pay him much mind. Uncle, these aren't valuable items. These are fruits I found on the mountain, bright red and delicious, so I brought some back. Liu Dapeng opened the bag for Liu Yun to see. Upon seeing the bright red fruits so enticing and exuding a delightful fragrance, Liu Yun wondered why he had never encountered such large and fragrant fruits on the mountain before. It made one salivate, and he couldn't refuse. These fruits were picked from the space Liu Dapeng had cultivated. The wild fruits he planted were thriving exceptionally well, and they had grown larger and tasted incredibly sweet. Wife, put the items aside, Liu Yun directed Wang Xiufan. Wang Xiufan shot him a glare. If there weren't so many people today, she would really argue with him. Who did he think he was? When the bag was handed over, Wang Xiufan almost couldn't hold it. She hadn't expected it to be so heavy. Upon opening it, she was surprised to find fruits. The fragrant scent made her appetite surge, and she felt a bit reluctant to eat them. Her son was working in town, otherwise they could take some fruits to him tomorrow for a taste. She took the bag back into the house to put it away, then turned around to get busy again. The family sat down to eat, and Wang Xiufan was happily chatting with Mother Xie. Come, make yourself at home. Take whatever you want to, don't be polite, understand? Liu Yun said, seriously worried that Father Xie might feel too reserved. Father Xie nodded, and then a bowl of wine was poured for him. Here they didn't use cups, they directly drank from large bowls. Looking at the wine in the bowl, Father Xia secretly glanced at Mother Xia, wondering if he should drink. Mother Xia shot him a look clearly indicating that they had to drink given the situation. Seeing that his wife had agreed, Father Xia let out a secret sigh of relief. It wasn't that he wanted to drink, others were insisting, and his wife agreed, so he couldn't be blamed. He secretly felt pleased. With a mouthful of food and a mouthful of wine, Liu Dapeng sat there listening to the two elders recount stories of the past. He found it quite interesting and felt much more at ease. If only there were some peanuts to go with the wine at that moment. Liu Dapeng didn't drink much and wasn't drunk, but Father Xia was quite inebriated and had to be pulled back, otherwise he wouldn't have left. Liu Yun also drank himself into a stupor, leaving the women to clean up the mess. You all head back first, they'll clean up here, Wang Xiufan said. It was getting late, and she wanted them to rest early since they had to be busy tomorrow. It's fine, we might as well finish cleaning up here first before we leave, Mother Xia disagreed. Insisting on tidying up before leaving made Wang Xiufan feel embarrassed. The few of them worked together to clean everything thoroughly before Mother Xia finally took her daughter home. On the way, Mother Xia asked, "Daughter, how long have you and Dapeng been together?" Xia Shuanglan thought seriously for a moment and replied, "About a few months." Why? Mother Xia sighed. When she married Father Xia, she was pregnant within half a month. Why was there no sign of that with her daughter? But she didn't dare to ask such things in front of Xia Shuanglan, fearing it would make her daughter uncomfortable, so she said, "It's nothing. I just feel that you two are getting along quite well right now. Dapeng treats me very well, so I like him a lot. He is different from other men," Xia Shuanglan said, looking a bit shy. Seeing this scene, Mother Xia felt happy. As long as the couple was harmonious, it was better than anything else, and she took her daughter away. "Wife," Liu Dapeng called out to Xia Shuanglan, who thought he was asleep, but found out he was just pretending. "Dapeng, you scared me. What are you doing?" "I thought you were asleep," she said. "Wife, are you really so timid?" "I thought you were quite bold," Liu Dapeng teased as he pulled her close, his hands wandering over her. Xia Shuanglan immediately understood and said, "Have you bathed? Don't touch me if you haven't." Feeling rejected by his wife, Liu Dapeng felt quite wronged. Thankfully, he had already bathed. "Wife, why don't you smell me?" "Smell what?" Xia Shuanglan's face turned red at the thought of smelling Liu Dapeng. She was unwilling, and Liu Dapeng directly held her waist. The room was filled with intimacy. Liu Dapeng opened his eyes, but did not see Xia Shuanglan. He only heard the sounds of banging from the kitchen and voices outside. In this era, the walls weren't very soundproof. If someone next door farted, you could hear it clearly. Early in the morning, Wang Xiufan took a bullock cart to town and went directly to her son's place. Seeing his mother suddenly appear at his doorstep, Liu Wen was startled. "Mom, why did you come here so early?" At that moment, a young and beautiful girl emerged from behind Liu Wen. "Mom, you're here. Come in quickly. Have you eaten yet? If you haven't eaten, you should eat at home before leaving." Wang Xiufan shook her head, knowing her son and daughter-in-law would be going to work soon. "No, I just came to bring you some things. Take them, I'll leave immediately, as I have other matters to attend to." After placing the items in her son's hands, Wang Xiufan left. Liu Wen looked curiously at what was in his hands and opened it to find fruits. His wife caught the scent of the fruits and wanted to eat some. I don't know what's wrong with me these days, I have no appetite. Can you wash some fruits for me? The smell makes me really want to eat them." "If you want to eat, I'll wash you a few more. Later, should I share some with my colleagues too?" Liu Wen cheerfully agreed to wash the fruits for his wife. Before long, the two of them held hands and entered the factory to start work. Liu Dapeng did not forget about his plan to gather herbs on the mountain. While he was climbing, he felt as though something was watching him. Looking around, he saw nothing. Was it just his imagination? Even so, he dared not lower his guard, as the mountain was full of dangers. Not only wild boars, but even tigers could swallow you whole. One had to remain highly vigilant. Suddenly, the tree in front of him began to shake violently. Just as Liu Dapeng drew out his gun, his body tensed up. A white fox leaped onto him. "I thought it was something else. Turns out it's you, this little rascal." Liu Dapeng pulled the white fox off him, and the fox looked quite aggrieved. The white fox had thick fur, making it hard for Liu Dapeng to see its expression. He let it follow behind him. Today, he wasn't out hunting. He was searching for a space filled with medicinal herbs. There were many ginseng plants and other herbs inside. The more herbs, the better. After all, herbs are valuable in any era. As Liu Dapeng walked ahead, the white fox happily followed him, a bit puzzled about what Liu Dapeng was up to. It was most familiar with this forest, and if Liu Dapeng could understand its words, it could have guided him. Seeing Liu Dapeng bend down, the white fox thought he was looking for something. Wasn't it just grass? Curiously, the white fox approached, sniffed, and upon detecting the smell of herbs, it stepped back in disgust. This scene amused Liu Dapeng. "Little rascal, so you're afraid of bitterness too." Hearing Liu Dapeng say this, the white fox huffed in displeasure. It wasn't afraid of bitterness, it was different from ordinary foxes, smart and clever. Liu Dapeng held the medicinal herb in his hand, realizing that there were indeed many herbs on the mountain, which could be discovered with a little care. Moreover, there was much knowledge hidden within these herbs. Although they looked identical, their medicinal effects varied. He remained earnest in his search, while the white fox wondered what this herb digging was all about. If you don't keep up, you'll fall behind me. Liu Dapeng turned back and noticed that the white fox seemed to have lagged behind. This creature could never be tamed. Even after being in the space for so long, it was still indifferent towards him, warm at times, but aloof at others. The white fox sauntered over, then bent down to sniff, tugging at Liu Dapeng's pant leg as it walked ahead. Liu Dapeng found its antics amusing. "Little rascal, where are you taking me? Do you know where there are herbs?" As he spoke, Liu Dapeng chuckled at the absurdity of his own thoughts. It was just a fox. Was it really a treasure-seeking fox? The white fox wanted to speak, but Liu Dapeng couldn't understand, so it remained silent, tugging at his pant leg and leading the way. Liu Dapeng decided to follow to see what this little fellow was up to. The harmony between man and fox was striking. If the villagers saw them, they would surely call them monsters, claiming the fox was almost becoming a spirit. Tugging it along, Liu Dapeng exited the forest and arrived at a meadow. This was his first visit here. The place was unfamiliar, yet beautiful, with flowers blooming across the mountains as if they would never wither. Upon seeing so many flowers, Liu Dapeng thought of picking some for his wife. Seeing them would surely brighten her mood. As he admired the flowers, he discovered a large pile of medicinal herbs. How could there be so many herbs in this valley? Liu Dapeng was stunned while the white fox rolled around playfully. Rolling about, it was quite adorable. Liu Dapeng glanced lazily at the white fox, which shot him a glance back, as if to say, "Look, it was me who found this for you." Liu Dapeng walked over and rubbed the white fox's head, saying thank you. However, he merely squinted and observed without saying much. There were many types of herbs. With so many herbs available, Liu Dapeng transported all of them into his space. Even after digging up a lot, there were still plenty left. Some herbs he didn't even recognize, so he dared not dig them up carelessly. He placed the few he recognized into his space and thought he should find a medical book to study. He wondered if there were any books to exchange in the system. He planned to use his credits to obtain a comprehensive guide to herbs so that he could fully recognize them. Upon entering the space, he found exactly what he needed, a medical encyclopedia that detailed the effects of each herb. Liu Dapeng spent a long time there, and the white fox joined him, enjoying the fruits in the space that it could never get enough of. Time slipped away until afternoon, and as dusk approached, Liu Dapeng suddenly snapped back to reality, hurriedly exiting the space. He hadn't expected to be so engrossed in a book. As the two descended the mountain, they saw Xie father, Xie mother, and Xie Xuanlan calling for him. "Dapeng, Dapeng. Daughter, don't worry. Dapeng is reliable. He will be fine," Xie mother said, her daughter looking worried, feeling extremely heartbroken, unsure how to comfort her, as if it were her own husband missing. If something happened on the mountain, she would surely be very anxious. "Dapeng has never returned this late. I'm worried. There might be tigers on the mountain. I'm afraid. Xie Xuanlan's voice began to choke with emotion. Xie father hurriedly replied, "He'll be fine. If it's really necessary, you'll go gather the villagers to help search." Just as Xie father was about to head down to seek help, Liu Dapeng emerged. "Wife, I'm here." Hearing the familiar voice, Xie Xuanlan could no longer hold back and rushed over, embracing Liu Dapeng as she wept in his arms. Looking at his wife with tear-streaked cheeks, Liu Dapeng felt a pang of guilt. "I'm sorry for worrying you. Knowing my daughter is worried about you, and you still come back this late," Xie father said sternly. Xie mother elbowed Xie father. "Can't you choose your words better? They are a loving couple, and you don't need to say more." Upon hearing his wife scold him, Xie father opened his mouth, but all his words were swallowed back. He was just concerned for the two of them, otherwise he wouldn't have spoken up. "I won't return this late again. Wife, I'm truly sorry," Liu Dapeng said earnestly. Xie Xuanlan didn't want to say anything or ask for anything. At that moment, she just wanted to be with Liu Dapeng. When he was missing, her heart had been so tense, and she realized she had unconsciously placed someone deep in her heart. As they descended, Liu Dapeng carried Xie Xuanlan on his back. She felt shy, embarrassed, and didn't want him to carry her, but Liu Dapeng ignored her protests and firmly hoisted her onto his back. Xie mother and Xie father watched this scene and secretly chuckled. Their son-in-law was truly wonderful. What other men would be willing to carry their wife? With so many medicinal herbs, Liu Dapeng was eager to take action. He planned to go to town the next day to sell the herbs. He also thought about how his in-laws had helped him for several days, and they couldn't keep helping forever. Once the house was built, he told Xie Xuanlan, "Wife, let's send your parents back." Xie Xuanlan also hoped that her parents would return home. After all, she couldn't keep helping them forever. As their daughter, she certainly didn't want her parents to worry about her too much, as it would not sound good if it got out. "He'll go talk to them, but I'm afraid they won't agree. You know their personalities," Xie Xuanlan sighed, feeling helpless against her parents. Liu Dapeng chuckled. It was the first time he saw his wife at a loss. She had always been strong-willed in his eyes, and he never expected to see her in such a situation. "What are you laughing at? It's really annoying," Xie Xuanlan shot him a glare. "If the two of us talk together, we can definitely persuade them to go back." The two of them went to find Xie's father and mother. When the parents saw them coming over, they were a bit confused. Daughter, son-in-law, is there something you need? Father-in-law, mother-in-law, you've helped us for several days now. I think you must have things to do at home. Why don't you go back first? I've already hired help here, so you don't need to come over to assist us. Your own family matters are important. There's nothing going on at home. We've just been free lately. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had the time to help you. You don't need to be so polite with us, dear. Xie's mother quickly added. She didn't want to leave yet, as she wanted to help her son-in-law and daughter more so that they could have an easier time. Father, mother, we really don't need your help here. Just take care of your own matters. Xie Shuanglan said earnestly, becoming serious as she tugged at her mother's sleeve. Mother, if you keep helping me here, others will gossip. Let them say what they want. Those people just can't stand to see you doing well. I've seen through the villagers, and not one of them is good. When it comes to real work, we still have to rely on relatives, you know. Xie's mother said with heartfelt sincerity. Originally, they had come to persuade Xie's parents, but it ended up becoming Xie's parents persuading Liu Dapeng and Xie Shuanglan. The two felt a mix of amusement and helplessness, and then returned to their room. What do we do now? My parents refused to go back. Xie Shuanglan sat despondently on the bed. They'll think of a way. Your parents have helped me for a few days, and I will not let them suffer any loss, so don't worry. What are you talking about? I never said you should give my parents anything. They are willing to help you. If it weren't for my sake, they wouldn't have come over at all. Xie Shuanglan huffed and puffed. Exactly, I owe it all to my wife. Otherwise, I wouldn't even be able to build my house. Annoyed, Xie Shuanglan bit his neck, and the two embraced again. Early the next morning, Liu Dapeng went out. Today, Liu Dapeng carried a backpack, making it easier to carry herbs. He didn't want to pull them out until he reached the town. Dapeng, are you going to the town today? How unusual. Why are you carrying a backpack? The villagers spotted Liu Dapeng and greeted him cheerfully. I found some herbs on the mountain and planned to sell them in the town. Liu Dapeng didn't hide it from everyone. After all, he needed to earn money. I didn't expect you to be so rich joining the herbal seeking team. Many people from our village have gone looking for herbs, but they haven't had much luck. I don't know if what you have will work, so don't get chased away. Whether it works or not, I won't know until someone sees it. What if it does? The person sitting on the ox cart smiled. The craze for seeking herbs had not yet subsided. Liu Dapeng saw quite a few villagers gradually coming over with herbs. As for whether they were actual herbs, he didn't want to scrutinize their goods too closely. If he looked too much, they might think he was envious. The ox cart arrived at the town, and Liu Dapeng got off and headed straight to the market. It was still early, and although there weren't many stalls set up inside, people were starting to come to set up their stalls. Liu Dapeng stood there waiting for a while, and soon saw Li Tian arriving. As soon as he arrived, many people crowded around him. Liu Dapeng saw he couldn't squeeze in, so he decided to wait until those people sold their herbs before he approached. However, those people were pushing forward, and they didn't want his herbs. Damn it, don't try to fool me with a bunch of grass. What kind of herb is this? You take a look yourself. Li Tian was furious. He had been here for so long, facing these people every day, and not a single one was honest. They all came with fake goods to fool him, and he felt like they were treating him as an idiot. Many people came with high hopes only to return disappointed. When Liu Dapeng saw that there were enough people, he walked over. Li Si had no impression of Liu Dapeng, as Liu Dapeng hadn't come to the town for several days. Kid, are you planning to fool me with fake medicine? Let me tell you, that's not going to work. I advise you to go back and be honest. Li Tian had little hope for these people. He was preparing to set up his stall for the last day before going to look elsewhere. If there were no herbs here, there was nothing he could do. Brother, I know you're afraid of fake goods, but you need to take a look before you judge. You can't just see a person and claim they have fake goods. Li Tian heard someone contradict him for the first time. He curled his lip. Then I want to see if your stuff is real or fake. When Liu Dapeng opened his backpack, Li Tian was dumbfounded. Damn it, he wasn't seeing things, they were all real herbs. This kid had some skills, no wonder he was so arrogant to dare to contradict him. Brother, can you see clearly? Are they real or fake? Liu Dapeng chuckled to himself. Yes, they're real. Li Tian nodded and asked Liu Dapeng to pour out the herbs. Once they were out, Li Tian checked them over and found that these herbs were of excellent quality, surprisingly rare top-tier goods. He looked at Liu Dapeng a few more times. Where did you dig up these herbs? Brother, it's not good to talk about that. How can I expect to make money then? You're quite slick, aren't you? Okay, I'll take all these herbs. If you can find these herbs every day, I'll want a lot of them. By the way, I also need some herbs. Do you want to get to know them? You can help me find them later. Li Tian took out his own stock. He was reluctant to use these goods. If it weren't for needing this young man to find herbs for him, he wouldn't even let anyone touch them. Liu Dapeng also discovered some ginseng, but it wasn't very old. You kid, you don't recognize this, do you? It's called ginseng and is worth a lot. If you can find one, you'll be rich. Hearing Li Tian's exaggerated remarks, Liu Dapeng couldn't help but chuckle. May I ask, how much is this ginseng worth per root? Seeing Liu Dapeng stare at him blankly and ask again about the price, Li Tian felt extremely frustrated. Could it be that this person has ginseng in his hands? Impossible, impossible. Oh, ginseng is something rare and hard to come by. So he replied very seriously, the price also depends on the age. The older it is, the more expensive it becomes. Ginseng over 100 years old is even more valuable. Just casually selling it would be worth tens of thousands. So it's that valuable. Liu Dapeng understood. The last time he gifted Gu Qingzhou something, it wasn't worth that much. Although Gu Qingzhou had given him quite a bit of money, it was still less than tens of thousands. However, selling a favor to someone was still a gain for him. Alas, it's pointless trying to explain this to you. This is the price of medicinal materials. Li Tian directly shoved the money into Liu Dapeng's hands. Liu Dapeng glanced at it. There were several large bills. He didn't expect that the medicine was truly this valuable. No wonder people were rushing up the mountain like crazy. As he exited, he bumped into a hurried man. The man merely apologized to him before quickly heading to Li Tian's stall. How's it going? Have you found any medicinal materials? I've only received this little bit. It seems it will take a while longer. Li Tian took out the little bit of medicinal materials he had just gotten. The middle-aged man looked disheartened seeing such a small amount. After all, it wouldn't be enough to treat his wife's illness, and Chinese medicine takes effect slowly, requiring several months of medication. This little bit is far from sufficient. Don't worry too much, there will definitely be more found, Li Tian comforted him. The man simply forced a bitter smile. His wife lay unconscious on the hospital bed. How long would it take? Li Tian, seeing his expression, realized that his statement might have been a bit sentimental, but he still felt the need to say, just now a young man brought me quite a few herbs. I think that young man is quite lucky and should be able to find a lot more medicinal materials. I understand now, the middle-aged man said nothing further. When Liu Dapeng returned home, he discovered that the door, which should have been tightly closed, was now ajar. His heart suddenly tightened at the thought. He rushed inside, but found no traces of blood. Where had his family gone? Just as he was filled with confusion, Liu Erbao returned. Erbao, where's your sister-in-law and everyone else? Hearing Liu Dapeng ask about this, Liu Erbao sighed and said sister-in-law, and the others went over there to help. The educated youth caused a ruckus. A female educated youth was assaulted by someone from our village, and then she couldn't bear the whispers of others, so. Liu Erbao didn't say the rest, but Liu Dapeng could roughly guess what happened. Surely she tried to take her own life, though after all this was a disgraceful matter. Alas, he didn't expect the people in their village to dare do such a thing. While the two were talking, Xie Shuanglan also returned and was somewhat surprised to see Liu Dapeng. Dapeng, you're back. Xie Shuanglan seemed to lack energy, having just seen the miserable state of the educated youth. She couldn't bear it as a woman. They were all women, and thinking about others being called bitches and loose women made her feel quite uncomfortable. After all, it was a mutual agreement, not something one person could do alone. Why are they always scolding these women? Has anyone ever thought about the men's issues? If it weren't for men, how could a woman do this alone? Isn't that right? Xie Shuanglan's gaze towards Dapeng became strange, causing Liu Dapeng's heart to tighten. Could it be that his wife was getting angry? What happened to that female educated youth? Liu Dapeng quickly tried to change the subject. His wife's gaze was too intimidating. He couldn't withstand it. What could happen? She tried to take her own life, but was found in time and rescued. However, she still needs to take good care of her health. Xie Shuanglan sat down on a stool with a sigh. Dapeng, why do you think our lives as women are so hard? Liu Dapeng found himself at a loss for words. It's not just women who have hard lives, men do too, you know. Why are we still creating a gender divide? It's just that she is his wife, so he tried to soothe her. Wife, why do you say that? I'm just expressing my feelings. Seeing that female educated youth in such a miserable state made me think about our lives as women. I wonder if Liu Zhuang would marry her. Liu Dapeng said nothing further and fell silent. At this moment, it was best for him to keep quiet, otherwise his wife would definitely hold it against him. They'll go take a look at the house over there. Liu Dapeng exchanged glances with Liu Erbao, who also said, they'll go with you, elder brother. The two hurriedly left. Xie Shuanglan watched their backs and let out a silent sigh, thinking about the recent events at the educated youth point. When they arrived, the people helping to build the house were still there. Liu Dapeng initially thought they had gone to enjoy the excitement, but unexpectedly they stayed. His father-in-law saw him return and pulled him aside, saying, Dapeng, we are going back. Father-in-law, why are you going back now? Liu Dapeng was surprised. Just this morning he had persuaded them to return, but they were unwilling. How could they change their minds so quickly now? Xie's father ran his fingers through his hair and said, I'm worried, there are still 2 daughters at home. After seeing that female educated youth being bullied, he thought about his own daughters. He had not returned all this time because he was afraid, so he wanted to head back early, especially since Liu Dapeng had people helping him. Father-in-law, are you leaving now, or will you have a meal first? I can ask Shuanglan to cook. You might not want to leave without eating. Xie's father replied, what's there to eat? It's not even time for a meal yet. We want to eat. We'll head back first. You can just tell Shuanglan later. Seeing that his father-in-law and mother-in-law were truly about to leave, Liu Dapeng thought of something. He said, "Father-in-law, I have some things prepared to send back to you. Please don't leave yet, let me get them for you first." Liu Dapeng was worried that his father-in-law and mother-in-law would secretly leave, so he asked Liu Erbao to keep an eye on them and stop them no matter what. Liu Dapeng hurried back inside to tell Xie Shuanglan that her parents were about to leave. Upon hearing Liu Dapeng say that her parents were leaving, Xie Shuanglan felt reluctant, but she also knew they couldn't stay there forever, so she didn't say anything. Liu Dapeng turned and went into one of his rooms. He went in and picked some fruit from the space to take back for his mother-in-law. He also took 10 large bills and stuffed them into the fruit bag. Xie Shuanglan waited outside for a while, and then Liu Dapeng saw him come out carrying a bag filled with fruits. "Wife, take this and let your mother know later, okay?" Xie Shuanglan felt a heavy weight in her heart with this bag. As a daughter, she had not considered things as thoughtfully as Liu Dapeng did. "What should we say? Let's talk later. I'm worried your parents might leave." Liu Dapeng saw the touched expression on his wife's face and felt a joy blossoming in his heart. Xie Shuanglan nodded, taking the initiative to hold Liu Dapeng's hand as they walked together towards Xie's parents' house. "Let's not wait for our daughter. She would definitely be unwilling to let us go if she comes." Mainly, it was Xie's mother who was reluctant to part with her daughter, and everyone knew this. Xie's father said, "All right then, let's leave now." Seeing that the two were about to leave, Liu Erbao quickly pretended to have a stomachache, moaning loudly. Hearing the commotion, Xie's father and mother hurriedly asked, "Erbao, what's wrong? Is it a stomachache? If so, should I take you to see a doctor?" "Don't worry, where does it hurt? Here are some home remedies, let's see if they might help." Feeling their genuine concern, Liu Erbao felt a bit guilty, silently shouting for his older brother, "Come quickly, I can't hold on much longer. If you don't come soon, I won't leave anyone for you." Liu Erbao only held his stomach and didn't say a word, which made Xie's father and mother feel heartbroken. Xie's father was about to go find someone to borrow a cart when Liu Dapeng arrived. "Dapeng, come quickly. Look at what happened to Erbao. He suddenly has a stomachache." Upon hearing his father's words, Xie Shuanglan felt quite nervous, but Liu Dapeng remained calm, confident that Erbao was just acting to keep his in-laws around. He walked over and saw Liu Erbao winking at him, understanding the situation. He said, "Erbao is fine, but it's just an old issue. He'll take him back later. Wife, please give our prepared things to your parents." Xie Shuanglan, realizing the situation, brought the bag in front of Xie's mother. Xie's mother refused, saying, "Daughter, you take this back. I don't want it. This isn't anything valuable. I found these fruits on the mountain. We have plenty at home, and they are delicious, so I had my wife bring some for you. If you don't take it, it would be like you are being polite with me," Liu Dapeng said with a stern face. Xie's mother was indeed frightened by his demeanor. Upon hearing they were wild fruits, she felt relieved. She was worried it might be something valuable. After all, their family had already suffered losses in building their house. Sending something valuable would only add to the loss. "Is Erbao really okay? If not, we should go to the hospital and have a look." Xie's father still felt uneasy and asked a few more questions. Liu Dapeng quickly reassured him that everything was fine, and then Liu Erbao bounced back to life, saying, "I'm fine. I'm fine." Seeing Liu Erbao bouncing around, Xie's father was astonished. What was going on? How did he suddenly recover? He couldn't make sense of it. Xie's mother tugged at him, saying, "Old man, let's go home." "All right." Xie Shuanglan and Liu Dapeng sent them to the village entrance, and Xie Shuanglan watched her parents leave with reluctance. "Wife, if you're reluctant, why not chase after them and go to your family together? What do you think?" Xie Shuanglan glanced at him. "Are you just thinking of going to my family for free meals? You think I wouldn't tell anyone? In life, I am yours. In death, I am your ghost. I wouldn't leave here." Xie Shuanglan turned back, and Liu Dapeng scratched his head, wondering if he had said something wrong. He meant well, didn't he? It was just that his wife misunderstood him. "Wife, don't call me that," Xie Shuanglan huffed. Meanwhile, Xie's mother returned home and started putting the wild fruits into a container, only to discover a large sum of money inside. When Xie's mother saw the money, her breath caught for a moment. This was money. How could there be money in here? Thinking of a possibility, she hurriedly called for her husband. Xie's father rushed over, thinking a snake had entered their home, only to turn around and see his wife holding a large sum of money. "Where did you get this money? Could it be that Dapeng and the others gave this to us? Why didn't Dapeng tell us?" Xie's mother sighed. Xie's father understood why Liu Dapeng did this. If he had told them, they would surely have refused. Liu Dapeng was very thoughtful. Having his daughter marry him was a blessing for her. "This is too much money. I need to save it for now. When our daughter comes back, you'll return it to her. What do you think?" "All right," Xie's father agreed. Xie's father was not greedy. It was his daughter's belongings. Otherwise, why did they only take a few dozen coins when their daughter got married? Others took much more. He never thought to ask for more. As long as the couple was doing well, that was better than anything. That night, Liu Dapeng and Xie Shuanglan lay in bed, tossing and turning all night before Liu Dapeng finally fell asleep. In the middle of the night, Liu Dapeng woke up and went to the space where he exchanged for some seeds for grains and other supplies to plant, arranging the space to grow medicinal herbs, fruits, and vegetables, while also designating an area for grains to make planting easier, avoiding a mixed planting approach. He yawned and returned to the room to sleep, and when he did it was already morning. He couldn't get up. Xie Xuanlan called him several times, but he didn't wake up, so she stopped trying. Wife, please stop bumping into me, oh, it's uncomfortable. Liu Dapeng thought it was still early. When he opened his eyes, he was startled to find a white fox beside him. Where did his wife go? He looked around and saw the white fox making a giggling sound as if mocking him. You little fox. Angered, Liu Dapeng threw a pillow at it, but the agile white fox dodged and stared at him. Feeling uncomfortable under its gaze, Liu Dapeng got dressed and stepped outside. The white fox followed closely behind him. Wherever he went, it went too. Liu Dapeng simply picked it up and took it into the space where the white fox immediately frolicked around, ignoring him. Liu Dapeng knew this creature had come to ask for food, otherwise it wouldn't have approached him so quietly. Son, why are you home today? Aren't you supposed to be at work? Wang Zufin's eyes widened in surprise at her returning son. Liu, when feeling a bit embarrassed, scratched the back of his head. Mom, I specially took a day off today to tell you some great news. Great news? Wang Xiufan didn't think too much about it. Just say what you want to say, stop being so mysterious. Mom, my wife is pregnant. A simple statement left Wang Xiufan stunned. What? After years of waiting, there was finally news of a grandchild. While she was immensely shocked, her hands trembled uncontrollably. Heaven knows how much she wished for her son to have offspring, but the girl had never gotten pregnant, leaving her helpless. What was going on this time that it finally happened? Mom, let's go inside and talk. Still, Liu when pulled Wang Xiufan inside, otherwise she wouldn't have been able to move her feet. At that moment, Liu Yun came out of the house, and seeing his son, scolded angrily, why are you back? Aren't you supposed to be at work? You keep coming home like this, does your father-in-law know? Why are you causing such a ruckus? Liu Wen received a scolding, and Wang Xiufan immediately defended him. Old man, what are you saying? Today our son is back with great news to tell us, yet you scold him without knowing the facts. Did you ask me first? Seeing his wife defending their son, Liu Yun dared not argue further and asked what great news. Wang Xiufan nudged her son and said, you tell him, you old fool. Dad, you're going to be a grandfather. As soon as these words were spoken, Liu Yun was immediately shocked and could hardly believe it. Is it true? Such a big deal, why didn't you tell the family earlier? Old lady, hurry up and pack your things, we're going to the city to see our daughter-in-law. Wang Xiufan quickly nodded and was about to start packing. Liu Wen stopped his mother, saying, no need to pack, it's easy to go back and forth. By the way, I came here for something. Upon hearing that their son needed something, they paused again. It turned out that the daughter-in-law wanted to eat the fruit they had picked last time, but this put Wang Xiufan in a difficult position. That fruit wasn't picked by her, it was Liu Dapeng who had picked it. She instinctively looked at her husband, hoping he would ask Liu Dapeng for some, or at least tell her where it was picked. If her daughter-in-law wanted to eat it, she would surely bring it back for her. Dad, Mom, why aren't you saying anything? Didn't you say this was wild fruit? Where is it? I'll go pick some for my wife. Liu Wen didn't think much about it and had no idea it was Liu Dapeng who had given it to them. Liu Yun awkwardly began to tell you the truth, it's your cousin who picked it. Where did he pick it? We also don't know where he got it from. We were reluctant to eat it and just had your mother take it to the town. We didn't expect your wife would like it so much, and now it turns out she's pregnant. Dapeng is truly a blessing for our family. Then I'll ask my cousin where he picked it. I'll go pick some myself. Liu Yun hurriedly left, and Wang Xiufan wanted to call him back, but couldn't stop him. This child was always so impatient. Is Dapeng home? Liu Wen shouted at the door and knocked, fearing Liu Dapeng wouldn't hear. Hearing the noise, Liu Dapeng came over and opened the door, surprised to see Liu Wen back. Do you still have the fruit you gave my parents last time? Liu Dapeng looked at his cousin. He had traveled such a long distance just to ask for some fruit, and it was from his own space. How could it be bad? He now had a lot of fruit growing in his space and could spare some for his cousin. Do you know where to pick more fruit? I want to pick some for my wife because your sister-in-law found out she's pregnant and wants to eat the fruit you picked last time, which is why I came back. Liu Wen said shyly, feeling a bit embarrassed. But if my wife wants to eat it, I can only put aside my pride. What does pride matter? I still have some at home, or I'll go get it for you. Liu Dapeng hurriedly went to his room and stopped by his space to pick the freshest fruit for his sister-in-law. Since she was pregnant, it was a joyous occasion, so he picked the biggest ones. When Liu Wen saw the bright red fruits, he felt tempted to eat some himself. He had tasted these wild fruits last time, and they were quite good, not just him, but everyone said they were delicious. The distributed wild fruits were all well received. Seeing Liu Wen eagerly swallowing, Liu Dapeng laughed, why don't you wash a couple? Liu Wen immediately retracted his earlier demeanor. He wanted to leave them for his wife to eat. After all, she was pregnant, and if he ate them, it would just be a waste. Dapeng, thank you. I want to take your fruit for free. How much do you think is appropriate? Liu Wen asked, not wanting to take advantage of Liu Dapeng, especially since his family wasn't well off. He had several younger siblings to support, and there were many expenses, so he wanted to give Liu Dapeng some extra income. We're all relatives, why talk about money? If you start talking about money, you won't be coming to my house anymore. After Liu Dapeng's reprimand, Liu Wen became obedient. Just as he was about to leave, he turned back to Liu Dapeng and said, Dapeng, there's something I want to discuss with you. I just remembered it, otherwise I would have left. What is it? Liu Dapeng leaned against the doorframe, looking serious. It's about the employees at our steel factory. After eating the fruit I gave them last time, they keep asking where I bought it. If you have more fruit, you could sell it to others, and you might earn some money. After saying this, Liu Wen closed his mouth, feeling he had spoken too much. However, he genuinely wanted to help Liu Dapeng. It would be a waste not to eat those fruits. Selling them for some money would be better. Hearing Liu Wen's words, Liu Dapeng squinted. He had plenty of fruit in his space, but he didn't have time to fiddle with selling them. Selling fruits wouldn't earn much anyway. He wanted to go hunting. So he said, when I have time, I'll go to the town and let them wander around the market. I can't come often, but if they happen to be there, they can buy some. Hearing Liu Dapeng's response, Liu Wen nodded with a grin and then left with a big bag of fruit. Liu Dapeng also came out of the house carrying a hunting gun, planning to go up the mountain, hoping to get lucky and bring back a big game. The white fox also came out of the space, happily leading the way. After a while, the white fox stopped and Liu Dapeng went to take a look, discovering a lone wild goat. Just as Liu Dapeng was about to pull the trigger, the white fox blocked the gun's muzzle and gestured at it. Liu Dapeng was puzzled. Why won't you let me kill this goat? I'm here to hunt today, not to play with you. Seeing that he couldn't understand her words, the white fox glanced at him, thinking he was quite foolish, and then pointed to the goat's large belly. Liu Dapeng then realized that this was a female goat and that she was pregnant. Now he understood the white fox's intention. However, looking at such a large goat, he couldn't bring himself to let it go. Liu Dapeng felt a bit reluctant. It would be great if he could catch this goat. If he raised it in his space, there would be many goat kids, and the space would have more and more goats. Thinking of this, Liu Dapeng was filled with excitement. He had to figure out a way to bring it back. Little Bai, if you can understand my words, can you lead it over here? If you help me bring this goat over today, I'll reward you with chicken legs. The white fox turned its back to him and showed one chicken leg, as if that was not enough. It gestured for at least 3 chicken legs, and Liu Dapeng couldn't help but chuckle at its antics. All right, I'll give you a lot of chicken legs, is that okay? The white fox, having received a reward, eagerly went to find the goat. When the goat saw a white fox, it was merely confused but continued grazing. The white fox jumped onto its neck, which made the goat angry, and it tried to shake it off. Seeing this, Liu Dapeng went over to touch the goat. At this moment, the goat, confused, realized it had arrived in an unfamiliar place. It blinked in fear, not even wanting to shake off the white fox on its neck. The white fox then jumped off the goat's neck, looking proudly at Liu Dapeng. See him, amazing. The fox's tail almost shot up to the sky, which left Liu Dapeng speechless. All right, you're the best. The proud white fox didn't understand, as it could only comprehend simple words from Liu Dapeng, but it felt that Liu Dapeng was definitely praising how impressive it was. Liu Dapeng settled the goat in his space and then heard the system's prompt. Successfully captured a goat, reward of 10 body enhancement pills. Note: body enhancement pills can change a person's physique. While they want grand immortality, they can make one impervious to toxins. The explanation from the system made Liu Dapeng beam with joy. Body enhancement pills were truly a good thing. Without hesitation, he took one, leaving him with 9 more. He had to think carefully about who to give them to. Of course, the first one had to go to his wife, followed by a few younger siblings. Even if he gave them all away, he still had a few left. Thinking of this made him very happy. To think that capturing a single goat would yield so many rewards. If he could catch a tiger, would the rewards be even greater? Thinking of this, his spirits soared, but tigers weren't easy to catch. Usually they stayed hidden in their territory and seldom came out. The body enhancement pills made him feel lighter and stronger. Carrying the gun felt weightless. He tried his agility and surprisingly found he could climb trees nimbly. Not bad, not bad. These body enhancement pills were indeed great items, but only 10 were a bit regrettable. Who isn't greedy? Liu Dapeng wasn't a saint. Of course, he wanted as much as possible. With his improved physique, capturing prey became effortless. His eyesight sharpened, allowing him to sense where animals were hiding. However, he could only see a short distance ahead. Spotting something several meters away was still quite challenging. He wondered if such rewards would continue, making hunting even easier. After shooting a rabbit and a mountain chicken, Liu Dapeng headed down. Since he had caught a goat today, he was still happy even without a big catch in his hands. The system no longer rewarded him for these basic catches, meaning that rewards would only come with new types of prey. This left Liu Dapeng a bit disappointed. He had initially hoped to exploit the system's rewards. It seemed the system was quite clever, and he could not easily benefit from it. Dapeng, not bad. You managed to catch so many while going up the mountain. Liu Dapeng also prepared to go hunting. He wanted to see if he could bring back some wild chickens to treat the kids. Then he saw Liu Dapeng coming down. Looking at what Liu Dapeng had in hand, he felt envious. Even experienced hunters couldn't claim to catch so much, especially since these animals had become cunning due to frequent hunting. I'm just a bit luckier. Normally I wouldn't catch this much. Uncle Dashin, are you also going up the mountain to hunt? Yes, I'm going up the mountain to try my luck, hoping to be as fortunate as you to encounter these animals. As Liu Dashin spoke, he glanced at Liu Dapeng's prey, feeling increasingly envious. He decided not to look anymore. Uncle Dashin, your luck isn't bad either. You will definitely catch more prey. After exchanging pleasantries, Liu Dapeng went down while Liu Dashin headed up the mountain. Because he had caught so much, Liu Dapeng treated the workers who were building houses to a meal, and everyone praised him for it. Liu Dapeng did not forget his promise to the white fox, so he saved all the legs of the wild chickens for her. If anyone came to Liu Dapeng's house, they would see that the white fox was eating better than the humans. After eating, the white fox even wiped its mouth with its paw. Brother, this is really no place for a person. Can you get me out of here? I don't want to stay in this village anymore. Ooh, I'm exhausted. Jiang Lingling plopped down on a stool and complained to her elder brother. Jiang, you had no choice. They were sent here and couldn't go anywhere. They needed a recommendation letter to go anywhere. Where could they go? Seeing her elder brother silent, Jiang Lingling became angry. Elder brother, you said you would protect me, but I'm so tired now. Can you give me an easier job? I'm about to collapse. I want to work in the city. I don't want to feed cows and chickens here anymore. Jiang Lingling had heard that if she performed well, she might get recommended to the textile or steel factory to work as a laborer, which was better than exhausting herself here. So she pouted at her elder brother. Brother, think of a way for me. I can't stand it any longer, otherwise I might as well hang myself with a rope. Seeing his sister crying and throwing a tantrum, Jiang, you could only say, he'll think of a way. Just bear with it for a few days, okay? Jiang Lingling obediently agreed. Is what you said true? Jiang Yu looked at the man in front of him and asked seriously. He only knew this man who claimed he could help him and his sister leave. He wasn't sure whether it was true or not, but he was willing to take a gamble. His sister didn't want to stay here, so he had to find a way. I guarantee it. Right now you can only rely on me, otherwise who else in this village would be willing to help you? You wouldn't understand without me. Liu Dajuan said earnestly, misleading Jiang Yu, who was unaware he had fallen into a trap, treating him like a savior. But I'm afraid that if I give you the money and benefits, what if you run away later? Jiang Yu was not foolish, on the contrary, he was quite clever, though sometimes intelligence could lead to mistakes. I am from this place, where could I possibly run to? Jiang Yu, you don't trust me. Who can you trust then? No one in the village will treat you city youths well, only I will. Liu Dajuan patted his chest in assurance, pondering if this was convincing enough. Jiang Yu hesitated again and said, I'll give you half of it first. Once you accomplish the task, I'll give you the other half. Otherwise you can forget about this money. Liu Dajuan, fearing Jiang Yu might actually leave with just half, thought it better than nothing, and said, all right, you young lad are quite cunning. I am being so sincere, yet you still don't trust me. While Liu Dapeng was out for a stroll after a hearty meal, he noticed two people sneaking around doing something suspicious. He felt that these two were definitely up to no good. Unexpectedly, Liu Dajuan was so capable, quickly getting involved with the city youths. Some of these youths had suffered believing in ghosts, yet should not trust Liu Dajuan's words. Who knows how he deceived these youths? Perhaps he was just a hapless fool. Seeing the two men about to come out, Liu Dapeng changed his walking path to avoid trouble. He certainly didn't want to run into them, as he hadn't heard anything, and being falsely accused would be troublesome if he overheard their conversation. Liu Dajuan looked at the large sum of money in his hand, beaming with delight. Would his future wife still dare to look down on him now? Holding the money, Liu Dajuan returned home completely unaware that Liu Dapeng had seen their secretive meeting. Jiang Yu looked worried, having spent half of his savings. If the matter didn't succeed, it would be equivalent to throwing money away, essentially being deceived. Feeling nervous and anxious, he prayed to the heavens to ensure this matter succeeded, otherwise he wouldn't know how to live. As Liu Dapeng walked, he unknowingly arrived at the village entrance, which was a hub of gossip. He originally didn't want to linger there, but unexpectedly heard someone calling him. Dapeng, there's a spot here, quickly sit down. How's the house you're building? Do you need more hands? If not, I can help you build it for free as long as I get meals. I've heard people say your meals are quite good, is that true? The middle-aged uncle laughed as he looked at Liu Dapeng. Liu Dapeng seized the opportunity to sit down and replied, I don't need more hands for the house anymore, it should be done soon. That's great. Now your whole family can move into a new house. That's wonderful. Even though Liu Dapeng turned him down, he wasn't genuinely upset. He was just joking. He knew that his wife wouldn't agree to let him work for free. Liu Dapeng then overheard someone say, Hey, have you heard about the next village? On that big road people often hear, crying, do you think it could be haunted? During the day you shouldn't say such ghost stories, that gives me goosebumps, someone nearby chimed in. I'm just repeating what I heard, I don't know if it's true or not. But there might be ghosts, so we've been walking that road for decades. How could such a thing happen? I think someone is just pulling a prank. Some people don't believe in such talk. After all, they've abandoned superstitions. Who would still believe in ghosts? Ghosts come out at night. Do you think it's really haunted? We don't know, why don't we go take a look? Who among you is brave enough? Would anyone be willing to accompany me? Hearing that someone was trying to gather a group to catch ghosts, everyone fell silent. Who would want to stir up trouble, especially at night? Just thinking about it was frightening. Even if there were no ghosts, one might scare themselves to death. You're all useless. You talk about not fearing ghosts, but in your hearts you don't truly think that way. The man who had just spoken straightened up and turned to Liu Dapeng. Dapeng, why don't you come with me? I don't believe there are ghosts in this world, don't you agree? What are you doing? Are you looking for a scapegoat? Dapeng is busy, he has to build his house. Can't you leave him out of this nonsense? After all, it's not our village that uses this road. There are many villages. Why should we care? What are you going to do? Liu Dapeng's friends defended him while he pondered whether that road was really haunted. He couldn't tell. He guessed someone was just causing trouble. But this road passed through many villages. Oh, why would someone do that? There was something he couldn't quite understand. All right, you all are just cowards. I won't go then. Seeing that everyone really didn't want to go, the man found an excuse for himself, and the conversation ended there. Liu Dapeng chatted for a while before heading back. Upon returning, he noticed a lamp lit in his house. He stood at the door and heard Xia Shuanglan chatting with several younger siblings, their conversation lively. Liu Dapeng looked at this warm scene and felt a warmth in his heart. Big brother is back, Waya exclaimed, bouncing directly in front of Liu Dapeng. Waya had grown quite a bit, as she was no longer the pale and thin little girl from before. Perhaps it was due to better nutrition, but there was now some flesh on her face. Liu Dapeng wanted to pinch her cheeks, but thought better of it. What are you all chatting about? Liu Dapeng sat down next to Xie Shuanglan, who repeated the earlier conversation, with everyone laughing and chatting. That evening, Liu Dapeng took out his health pill. "I'll wife, open your mouth. I have something good for you." Xie Shuanglan obediently opened her mouth without asking why, making Liu Dapeng very pleased. Then he placed a black pill in her mouth, and just as she was about to ask what it was, the pill slid down her throat. "What did you give me to eat, Dapeng? It's all black," Xie Shuanglan said with a hint of regret, as she hadn't even smelled what it was, for it seemed to have absolutely no scent melting in her mouth. "It's a good thing I won't share it with anyone else, only with you," Liu Dapeng said seriously. Xie Shuanglan looked at him with such seriousness, suddenly feeling a bit nervous. What good thing, Dapeng? She thought about it, wondering what kind of good thing a black pill could possibly be. Unable to figure it out, her curiosity grew. Liu Dapeng grinned and said, "Wife, if you give me a kiss, I'll tell you. How about that?" "You wish? I don't want to know then." Xie Shuanglan pouted. Under the light, she looked exceptionally beautiful and gentle, leaving Liu Dapeng in a daze. He adored this kind of wife. Having never had one in his past life, now that he experienced the joy of having a wife, he couldn't bear to let this woman go. He decided he would keep her by his side for a lifetime. "Dapeng, why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on my face?" Xie Shuanglan noticed Liu Dapeng's infatuated gaze. She felt a bit shy. She didn't think she was particularly good-looking, but to say she was exceptionally beautiful was also an exaggeration, so she felt very bashful. "Yes, there's something on your face. Come closer, and I'll tell you." Xie Shuanglan didn't doubt the truth of his words. She obediently leaned in, only to be kissed by Liu Dapeng. At that moment, her face suddenly turned red, and Liu Dapeng had no intention of letting her off easily. He directly embraced her, and the two of them rolled around in passion. In the morning, there was a light drizzle. Although it was drizzling, it didn't significantly affect the house construction. Everyone braved the misty rain and began their work. Fortunately, the rain stopped after a while, and seeing everyone busy and lively, Liu Dapeng also went over to help. Worried about Liu Dapeng getting wet, Xie Shuanglan prepared a clean set of clothes for him. However, Liu Dapeng was reluctant to wear it, because if he worked, the clothes would get wet anyway, or it was better not to wear them. Looking at the house that was beginning to take shape, Liu Dapeng felt delighted. This was the first house of his life. Looking at this house, Liu Dapeng felt a strong sense of accomplishment. He planned to buy a house in the city later. The houses would be relatively cheap at that time, and he could buy a large area to rent out or wait until then. After the reform and opening up, these would all be money-making opportunities. "Brother, come quickly and see what I discovered." Hearing Liu Erbao's shrill voice, Liu Dapeng wanted to cover his ears. What on earth did he find? He walked over slowly and saw Liu Erbao pointing at some clumps of things that looked like hedgehogs. "Bro, who threw these prickly balls into our yard? What if we step on them?" Liu Erbao reached out to throw the hedgehog away, but Liu Dapeng quickly stopped him. "Don't touch it." Hearing Liu Dapeng say this, Liu Erbao shuddered in fear. "Bro, this isn't some terrifying thing, right?" As Liu Erbao said this, his scalp felt numb. He had never seen this thing and was afraid that it might be poisonous. What would he do then? He immediately jumped back, and seeing Liu Erbao's frightened look, Liu Dapeng was speechless. Why was he so scared? He was still a boy. "It's not a terrifying thing, but it's just a hedgehog." Liu Dapeng found something to shield its spikes and placed it on the ground. The hedgehog was startled and looked around in confusion. It had just noticed someone approaching, so it disguised itself as a prickly ball, not expecting to be discovered. It's actually a hedgehog. Liu Dapeng said foolishly. I knew it all along, bro. I was just teasing you. I'm not afraid of this thing at all. If you're not afraid of these things, then just throw it into the back mountain. This thing has no meat on it, and I won't eat it. Keeping it as a pet could hurt someone, so it's best to leave it on the mountain. Hearing that he had to throw it into the back mountain, and also do it himself, Liu Dapeng was unwilling. Bro, let's forget it. You go ahead. Really useless. Liu Dapeng grumbled, and took the little hedgehog up the mountain. After placing it on the mountain, Liu Dapeng returned. That day, Liu Dapeng stayed home, not going anywhere, not even to the mountain. Mainly, he wanted to finish building the house quickly, so he wouldn't have to keep living at the captain's house. It was inconvenient. Dapeng is back. The village chief's wife saw him and greeted him with a smile. The two houses were next to each other, although they had separate courtyards. Whenever he was back, the village chief's wife would know. I'm back. Sister-in-law, is the captain home? Liu Dapeng casually asked. His wife lowered her eyes and said, don't mention it. Something happened over at the educated youth camp again. It's noisy every day. These people just aren't cut out for work. Saying this, the captain's wife also had no solution. Liu Dapeng didn't continue the conversation with her. He turned and went to his room. It was normal for there to be disturbances at the educated youth camp. After all, they had never experienced hardship. The young ladies and gentlemen from the city were now being made to work hard. How could they bear it? It would probably take some time for them to adapt. The captain returned, and seeing his expression, the captain's wife didn't dare to ask too much. It was the captain himself who spoke up, saying, that guy named Jiang Yu doesn't know what he ate, and now he's got a stomachache. The village's barefoot doctor had visited multiple times, but couldn't figure out what was wrong. They were currently discussing whether to take him to town for treatment or keep him in the village. It was truly a troublesome situation. The captain was extremely annoyed. This batch of educated youth was far from being as honest and diligent as the previous batch. They were quite unruly, but he also knew that this batch was clearly better dressed than the last one. Their family conditions should be decent. Sending them here was unavoidable. He hadn't asked the educated youth to do any heavy labor, just to cut some grass, feed cows, and tend to chickens. Unexpectedly, even this little hardship was too much for them to bear. So what should we do? If something happens to the educated youth here, we'll be in trouble. The captain was aware of these concerns, so he felt increasingly anxious, not knowing what to do. Soon after, someone came to tell the captain, it's bad. Jiang Yu looks like he might not make it. Should we take him to town for treatment, or let him stay like this? Liu Dapeng asked eagerly. The captain glanced at the newcomer Wang Dapeng and asked, why are you so eager? Have you made arrangements with the educated youth? Otherwise, how could he be sick at this time? He was merely joking. When Wang Dapeng heard this, he protested that he was being wronged, as he had nothing to do with the educated youth. They were not related, so why would he help him? The captain thought to himself that he might be overthinking it, but it was hard not to. Wang Dapeng usually acted carefree, yet today, he seemed frantic, frequently coming to tell him about the educated youth, making him quite annoyed. Captain, let me take the educated youth to town for treatment. Looking at the overly eager Wang Dapeng, he said with concern, if you go, you need to find more people to accompany you. I'm not comfortable with you going alone. Captain, if you need to find some people, go ahead. I don't mind. I'm not afraid of any shadows. The captain shot him a glare and replied, I'm not worried about your integrity, I'm worried about your fear. Don't you know there are rumors of ghosts on that big road? I heard it's a female ghost. At this mention, Wang Dapeng became somewhat fearful. He had heard the supernatural tales from his wife, but he didn't believe there were ghosts in this world. Most likely it was just people causing trouble. However, as night fell, he thought that if he went alone, it was indeed a bit frightening. Captain, please don't say that. I still have to take the educated youth to town later. If you scare me, I won't dare to go. Don't worry, I'll make sure to find more people to accompany you. Just wait a moment. Seeing the fearful Wang Dapeng, the captain secretly despised his cowardice, but still had to send him. Has Liu Dapeng returned? I just heard my wife mention that your man is back. Can you call him out? I have something to say to him. The captain went to find Liu Dapeng, who, confused by the captain's visit, had no choice but to call Liu Dapeng out. Dapeng, I need to talk to you about something. Come over here. When Liu Dapeng approached, he realized that the captain wanted to send the educated youth to town for treatment himself. It was a troublesome matter. He didn't want to get married and was eager to refuse, but then he heard the captain say, you will be rewarded for sending the educated youth to town this time. Upon hearing about the reward, Liu Dapeng couldn't help but compromise. Noticing Liu Dapeng's silence, the captain sighed inwardly, realizing there was no real reward. Once Liu Dapeng returns, I'll have to keep persuading him. Being a captain is truly difficult. But I have no choice. I trust Liu Dapeng. If anything happens, he could shoot that ghost right. Unaware of the captain's inner thoughts, Liu Dapeng calmly said, Captain, if I go, you must give me a reward. Don't try to fool me. If you do, I'll quit next time. I wouldn't dare to fool you. I can deceive anyone, but not you, right? The captain spoke earnestly, realizing that he would have to dig into his own pocket for this reward. Given Liu Dapeng's demeanor, he couldn't just let it slide. the captain felt quite uneasy. "Wife, I'm taking the educated youth to town, and we'll be back later," Liu Dapeng said to his somewhat unhappy wife, standing at the door. He would have to appease her upon returning, blaming the captain for bothering him so late and delaying his own business. He grumbled inwardly and turned to leave. "Here, take this." Liu Dashan handed over a hunting rifle. Liu Dapeng was staring blankly at Jiang Yes back, realizing that the educated youth who was sick was him. He also noticed Wang Dajuan, giving him a disdainful look, wondering if the two had conspired to do something unspeakable. Liu Dapeng felt that this trip to town would be particularly tough. If nothing happened on the way, that would be fine, but if something did, he wouldn't be able to escape punishment from the captain. "What do you want me to do with this?" Liu Dapeng wondered, thinking it was just a trip to the town for a checkup. Could he possibly be robbed on the way? "The captain told me to give this to you. He said you're quick on your feet, and if anything happens, you can definitely deal with that." Liu Dashan thought it was getting dark and that this was an ill omen, so he quickly changed the subject and stopped talking. Liu Dapeng suddenly understood. The captain had sent so many people to escort an educated youth to town because he was afraid of the ghosts on the road. "Stop being foolish. We'll walk ahead and the educated youth can follow behind. I'll lead and you can take the rear." Liu Dashan took special care of Liu Dapeng. If it were anyone else, he would have made them go first. The person leading the way would undoubtedly face the most trouble. Liu Dapeng understood why Liu Dashan was treating him this way. He had saved his life. However, he was more than happy to walk in the back. "Jiang, you looked particularly pale, not a fake appearance, otherwise the captain wouldn't have agreed to let him go to town for treatment." At this hour, others were also complaining about the educated youth's troublesome issues. "This guy doesn't even know what he ate. His stomach keeps hurting. The doctor from our village has come several times and still can't figure it out. It's really strange. Who knows? If we go to town and nothing is found, just wait until I beat him to death." The man speaking had a violent temper and shot a fierce glare at Jiang Yu, who lowered his head and clenched his fists silently. Wang Dajuan heard this and laughed, saying, "Don't blame him. It's not like he wanted to run to town at night. Can you keep your mouth shut for a moment?" "Oh." Upon hearing Wang Dajuan's words, they became even angrier. What was wrong with Wang Dajuan today? They didn't believe Wang Dajuan. "Is this really you? When did you learn to speak like a rational person?" "Damn." Just as a few were about to fight, Liu Dashan stopped them. "What are you arguing about? Do you still want to go to town? If you keep this up, it will be too late to go and be brave later." As an elder, Liu Dashan's shout immediately silenced the young men, who merely shot Wang Dajuan fierce glares, remembering this grudge. This is the place. I've heard people say that at night women come here to cry." A man leaned in close to Liu Dapeng's ear with a soft voice, startling Liu Dapeng so much that he instinctively wanted to hit the man. The man quickly said, "Dapeng, you're not scared of me, are you?" Liu Dapeng, feeling guilty, wouldn't admit that he was truly frightened. He replied earnestly, "How could I be scared? I just think you shouldn't be mentioning ghosts all the time, okay? What era are we in? You're still indulging in feudal superstition. If someone with ill intent reports me, what then?" "I'm not the only one saying this. Many people in the village say the same thing. Why should I be the one reported?" The man, seeing Liu Dapeng's displeasure, became annoyed. Liu Dapeng rolled his eyes. "I didn't report you, did I? I'm just stating facts. Why are you getting so worked up?" As they walked to the main road, a sudden gust of wind arose, blinding a few of them. Wang Dajuan shivered and said, "Let's hurry up and go. Once we get past here, it'll be fine." "Dajuan, why do you seem to be trembling? Are you scared?" Someone teased Wang Dajuan upon seeing his frightened expression. After all, seeing others in discomfort made them feel better. "What nonsense are you talking? I'm just cold. Aren't you all cold?" Wang Dajuan shot a sideways glance at the one who just spoke. He would never admit to being scared with so many people watching. If word got out that he couldn't handle it, what would he do? A man cannot show fear. "I actually feel a bit cold too. It's all because of that youth who got sick at the wrong time, causing all of us to accompany him to town." Listening to them complain about themselves, he didn't want his people to accompany him. They chose to come themselves. What did it have to do with him? He was unsure of what to do today. He had been feeling unwell due to bad food, and he was a bit scared, fearing what would happen if he died. Dying would be a relief, but he dreaded being stuck in this broken body, unable to die or live. That would be unbearable. Suddenly someone screamed, "I see something. I see something." The person who saw it was terrified, their hair standing on end. Liu Dapeng quickly asked, "What did you see?" "I saw it too. It looks like a ghost standing over there, a ghost with long flowing hair." Liu Dashan trembled as he spoke. He felt his legs going numb and unable to move. Liu Dapeng gave him a push, otherwise he really wouldn't be able to walk. Looking at the expressions of these people, Liu Dapeng curled his lips. They were so timid but still dared to walk the night road. If they really encountered something, he guessed these people would be the first to die. "I'll go check it out. You all stay here." Afraid that the ghost would cling to Liu Dapeng, Liu Dashan hurriedly grabbed him, saying, "Dapeng, don't go. You have a family, why go over there? Let's just pretend we didn't see anything and hurry up and leave." Liu Dapeng, being held back, could only give up. In the end, they safely arrived at the town. Zhang Yu was arranged to stay in town for a day, but no one dared to return to deliver the message. Liu Dapeng said, "Then I'll go back." "I'll go back too." Liu Dashan pretended to rise. Liu Dapeng said, "Uncle Dashan, you stay here. I can go alone." He wanted to see if there really was a ghost. He always felt that it wasn't a real ghost. If it were, they would have been harmed long ago. Why would it still be here now? "Can you go alone? Aren't you scared?" Liu Dashan frowned and asked him. No joke, Liu Dapeng was indeed scared, but with the spatial ability he had, he could hide in there if he needed to, so he wasn't afraid. He thought Liu Dashan stayed here mainly because he was afraid Wang Dajuan and the youth would conspire about something. If someone ran away, they would still have to bear the responsibility, so he didn't want Wang Dajuan to follow him. "Uncle Dashan, I'm young and strong. I don't believe in such supernatural things." Seeing Liu Dapeng so serious, Liu Dashan didn't push him any further and didn't go with him. Liu Dapeng turned and left. Walking alone on the night road was somewhat unsettling for Liu Dapeng. Although he wasn't afraid of those things, the surrounding silence made him feel a bit uncomfortable. As he walked along the road, suddenly a person jumped out from the bushes, startling him. He quickly raised the hunting rifle he was carrying. Damn it, could there really be a ghost? Just as he was about to pull the trigger, the voice called out to him, "Dapeng, don't shoot. It's me." Hearing this voice, Liu Dapeng felt it was somewhat familiar. Upon looking closely, a disheveled woman appeared before him. The woman smelled a bit, and Liu Dapeng took a step back, unsure of how long it had been since she last bathed. He felt quite uncomfortable. "Who are you? Why are you here scaring everyone?" Faced with Liu Dapeng's questioning, Wu Yin smiled wryly. She originally wanted to borrow some money or food from them because she had been starving after staying in the cave for so long. While there were wild fruits on the mountain, it was not sustainable to eat them all the time. She didn't expect these people to be so easily frightened. Upon seeing her, they ran away. Thankfully, she spotted Liu Dapeng, so she came out. "It's me, I'm Wu Yin." Wu Yin pushed her hair aside, allowing Liu Dapeng to see her more clearly. Liu Dapeng saw it was indeed Wu Yin and lowered his hunting rifle, asking, "What are you doing here? Didn't you escape? Why are you still here?" Wu Yin smiled bitterly. "I wish I could escape, but where could I go? In this day and age, without a letter of introduction, you can't go anywhere. Moreover, I don't have a single cent on me. I'm afraid of being found by my family, so I've been hiding in the cave, too scared to come out. I only just came out in the last few days and didn't expect to be mistaken for a ghost." Liu Dapeng felt relieved. It turned out there was no ghost, just a misunderstanding. "Dapeng, can you give me something to eat? I'm so hungry I feel like I'm going to starve to death." Liu Dapeng grimaced and replied, "Are you a dog? Why is your nose so sensitive? How do you know I have food? When you're extremely hungry, you'll understand why others have food in their hands," Wu Yin said earnestly. Liu Dapeng took out the food his wife had given him for the road. As soon as the items were taken out, Wu Yin snatched them away and began stuffing them into her mouth. Liu Dapeng watched her, his lips twitching. How many days has this woman gone without food? Counting the days, it must be about half a month. It's truly remarkable that she has survived until now. After finishing her meal, she even licked her hands, making Liu Dapeng feel nauseated as he nearly vomited his leftover meal. After a while, he asked, "Are you planning to stay here indefinitely?" "I don't want to stay here either, but I have nowhere else to go. If I go back, my malicious relatives will surely sell me off." Wu Yin said with a hint of melancholy that in this day and age, women's lives are as worthless as straw. Anyone can trample over them. Suddenly, she turned to look at him seriously. "Dapeng, can you help me? For the sake of our past, can you help me this once? I swear I won't cause trouble for your sister-in-law again. I will behave and be good. Is that okay? This time I have come to terms with it. All this love and affection is nonsense. My family can't be relied upon. Oh, can I still hope to depend on a man?" So she didn't want to rely on a man, as she only wanted to rely on herself. However, she felt stuck as she couldn't go anywhere. She believed Liu Dapeng could help her, although she didn't know why she felt so confident. "How can I help you?" Liu Dapeng was puzzled. What could he do for her? Was he supposed to take her back to the village? But she didn't want that either. "Dapeng." Wu Yin leaned closer, and Liu Dapeng quickly stepped back. Hey, let's talk nicely and not get physical." Seeing Liu Dapeng's reaction, Wu Yin laughed. In truth, she wasn't feeling that embarrassed. Perhaps she was just a bit selfish. However, thinking about it, everyone is selfish, especially when it comes to protecting their own interests. Liu Dapeng was not a saint. If someone treated him like that, he would surely be selfish as well. "Dapeng, I want to start a business. Can you lend me some money? I promise to return double later." Wu Yin said earnestly, her dark eyes sparkling with determination, indicating she had thought about this for a long time. Liu Dapeng deliberately teased her. "Wu Yin, you need to think carefully. If you're doing business now, it's called speculation. If you get caught, you'll face criminal charges. By then, you won't just be unable to make money, you'll also be imprisoned. Even if I get caught, I won't have any complaints. I'm already living a worthless life, so why not take a risk? Why is it that men can make money while women cannot? I refuse to believe I can't make something of myself." Wu Yin said this with great seriousness, her dark eyes filled with resolve. Hearing her words, Liu Dapeng couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration in his heart. In this era, how many people could be like Wu Yan? Moreover, she was a woman and he truly respected her. Although she had scared his wife before, she had never actually harmed her. Just saying you will pay it back isn't enough. What if you don't? Liu Dapeng pointed out. Wu Yan was at a loss. She had nothing to offer as collateral, she had no money. If she had money, she wouldn't be asking Liu Dapeng for a loan. She furrowed her brow tightly. I'll lend you some, but not a lot. What if you run away or refuse to pay me back right? Liu Dapeng said. You can start with a small business. That should be enough to make a living. Okay. Wu Yan had nothing more to say. At this critical moment, it was already fortunate that Liu Dapeng could lend her money. She didn't expect to borrow a lot if the business failed, and she couldn't pay him back. How could she face him? She couldn't let him suffer. Because of her, his family's money didn't come easily. Liu Dapeng was still generous and gave her 3 large bills. When Wu Yan received the money, her hands trembled. Dapeng, I will definitely pay you back. As she spoke, she cast a grateful glance at Liu Dapeng. In his heart, Liu Dapeng didn't expect her to return the money. As long as she didn't bring trouble to him, that was enough. Liu Dapeng walked home alone on a quiet night. The surroundings were tranquil, with only the occasional chirp of a bird breaking the silence. Although it was dark, Liu Dapeng felt no fear deep down. Upon returning home, he found the lights still on. The lights in his younger siblings' rooms had long been turned off, but the one in his house was kept on for him. He saw a shadow moving back and forth at the door. It was likely his wife. She hadn't gone to bed yet. Liu Dapeng wondered if she would wait up if he didn't come home today. He pushed the door open, startling Xie Shuanglan. Wife, why aren't you asleep? Xie Shuanglan stammered, I can't sleep. In truth, she was deliberately waiting for Liu Dapeng to return. Whenever he was not home at night, she would find it hard to sleep, perhaps out of habit, but she didn't want to tell Liu Dapeng. Seeing his wife lie, Liu Dapeng didn't expose her. After taking a shower, he returned and held her tightly to sleep, quickly drifting off. The next morning, Liu Dapeng went to the captain's house to inform him about Jiang Ye's situation. He learned that Jiang Yu was genuinely ill and not faking it. The captain sighed in relief, fearing that the kid might be faking death. By noon, the group of educated youth returned. Jiang Yu had not run away. However, compared to last night, he clearly looked much better, though his face was still pale. Liu Dashan curiously ran over to him, asking questions. Dapeng, did you hear the ghostly wailing when you returned alone last night? Did it call your name? Seeing Liu Dashan asking this, Liu Dapeng burst out laughing, leaving Liu Dashan bewildered. Dapeng, what do you mean? What are you laughing at? Did the ghost scare you, silly? I think it's you who got scared silly by the ghost. There are no ghosts in this world. I saw nothing when I returned. Liu Dapeng didn't mention anything about Wu Yan. Impossible. When we went, didn't you also hear the ghost crying? There must be, however, you were lucky. Maybe that ghost was afraid of you. Liu Dapeng said, gloomily, feeling frustrated, as they had definitely heard someone crying when they left, yet nothing was seen when he returned. Did the ghost truly fear him? Uncle Dashan, you're old enough to still believe in this. I don't believe it. When you're upright, you have nothing to fear. We haven't done anything wrong nor offended that ghost, so why be afraid? Liu Dapeng patted Uncle Dashan on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. All right, I won't argue with you any longer. I didn't sleep well last night, but I'm going to catch up on some sleep. Liu Dapeng fell silent again. He went to the space and discovered that the wild sheep he had captured had given birth to lambs. The lambs were likely just born, fluffy and appearing quite adorable. They lay on the ground lazily, barely moving. Upon seeing Liu Dapeng approach, they merely squinted their eyes without making any other movements. The temperature in the space was comfortable, and it was believed they would grow quickly. After staying in the space for a while, Liu Dapeng came out. What delicious food is my wife making? Liu Dapeng leaned closer to Xie Shuanglan, who shot him a glare. All you think about is eating. There's no firewood at home, and you haven't gone to chop any. Seeing that there was no firewood at home, Liu Dapeng immediately called his younger siblings to gather firewood. He couldn't go alone, he needed to mobilize them too. They headed up the mountain together. Liu Dapeng was uneasy because there were many fierce beasts on the mountain. He warned his younger siblings, don't wander off too far. If anything happens, shout for me, understood? Don't worry, brother, this isn't our first time on the mountain. Liu Erbao stuck out his tongue at him. Liu Dapeng replied with annoyance, you're so mischievous. Do you know how to protect your younger siblings? Of course. When I Erbao do something, you can rest assured, big brother. Looking at the little adult Liu Erbao, Liu Dapeng couldn't help but chuckle. His second brother was indeed a lively character. The younger siblings followed Liu Erbao to gather dry branches nearby, while Liu Dapeng took out his axe. He planned to cut some firewood to avoid making daily trips up the mountain. However, chopping wood was also a skill. He needed to choose the dead trees to cut. Cutting down wet trees would be useless at home since they couldn't be burned and would take too long to dry. It was best to chop down those that were dying. He selected a dead tree and started chopping with his axe. Since his body had improved, chopping wood was not as strenuous. In just a few strokes, Liu Dapeng bundled the branches together, preparing to find his younger siblings. He wasn't sure if they had gathered any firewood. It didn't matter if they hadn't, as he already had enough. Liu Dapeng initially wanted to lead his younger siblings to gather firewood because he noticed a branch that was already dry. He intended to climb the tree and break off all the dry branches. Unexpectedly, he was spotted by wolves, and at that moment many wolves surrounded his younger siblings. Liu Dapeng told his younger siblings to hide behind him and protect them. Are we going to die, second brother? Waya was frightened by the number of wolves and felt certain they would perish here. Nonsense. We're not going to die. Big brother has a hunting gun. As long as big brother is here, we'll be fine. The nearby Sia immediately echoed. But big brother is very far from us. Didn't big brother say? If anything happens, just shout for him. Let's all call for big brother to come over. Liu Dapeng led his younger siblings to call for Liu Dapeng. Upon hearing their voices, Liu Dapeng hurried over and saw a pack of wolves surrounding his younger siblings, poised to pounce as if they wanted to tear them apart. Big brother is here. We are saved. Sia looked at Liu Dapeng with excitement in her eyes, sparkling as if all problems would be resolved with his arrival. Liu Dapeng was too ashamed to look Liu Dapeng in the eye. He had failed to protect his younger siblings and felt extremely guilty for getting them into a situation with wolves. Now he didn't know what to do. Liu Dapeng released 2 wolf cubs from the space, as they were also part of the wolf species. They should be easy to communicate with. The wolf cubs could already understand his words. He instructed them to make the wolves leave quickly, or otherwise he would shoot them. The 2 wolf cubs ran in front of a leading wolf, howling as if trying to say something. The lead wolf heard the cubs and swiped a paw at them. You want me to let these humans go? Impossible. You traitor wolf. Seeing their persuasion fail, the 2 wolf cubs launched an attack. However, being young, they could not withstand the adult wolves. Liu Dapeng didn't think much and directly grabbed a gun, firing at the lead wolf. The lead wolf dodged when it saw the bullet coming, but still got grazed. Now the lead wolf had no intention of attacking Liu Dapeng's younger siblings anymore. It aimed to eliminate Liu Dapeng instead. It signaled the other wolves to charge at Liu Dapeng. This was the first time Liu Dapeng had seen so many wolves. Erbao, take the younger siblings and hurry this way. I will handle it. With so many wolves, even if Liu Dapeng fought them one by one, it would take some time. Moreover, his younger siblings were still there. He was worried about accidentally shooting them, so he instructed them to leave first. Big brother, I won't leave. I'll stay and help you. Why you all hurry and go? Liu Erbao told his younger siblings. Upon hearing that Liu Erbao wanted to stay, the younger siblings also wanted to remain, but Liu Dapeng scolded them. What can you do if you stay? A small wolf can easily tear you apart. Hurry and run. Liu Dapeng's scolding made the younger siblings more alert. They worriedly said, Big brother, be careful. Saying this, he led the younger siblings down the mountain. Liu Erbao, however, stayed behind as Liu Dapeng didn't want him to. But Liu Erbao was now old enough. If he didn't follow them up the mountain in the future, he would need some skills to go alone. So he took out a gun and tossed it over. Upon seeing the suddenly appearing gun, Liu Erbao was momentarily stunned and didn't ask any questions, thinking that perhaps Big brother had hidden a gun on the mountain. Do you know how to use it? Liu Erbao honestly shook his head. He couldn't use it as he had never used one before. Shall I teach you how to use it? Liu Erbao hoisted the gun, but it was far too heavy. Liu Erbao nearly fell to the ground. Liu Dapeng said nothing and pulled out a pill from his sleeve, handing it to him. Take this, and you will have strength. Liu Erbao wouldn't doubt Big brother's words, so he ate it without hesitation, even if it might be poison. Liu Dapeng truly liked his younger siblings for their obedience. Was it Liu Erbao's illusion? He felt that the second time he lifted the gun, it was noticeably lighter. While Liu Erbao was confused, Liu Dapeng tightened the trigger and fired, taking down a wolf. Liu Erbao stood frozen, watching the bloody scene. What are you dazed about? Did you just see me shoot? Liu Erbao opened his mouth, wanting to say he had seen it, but simply seeing was useless. He didn't know how to operate it, so he closed his mouth again. So foolish. Liu Dapeng walked over, showing him how to do it. Suddenly a prompt sound appeared in his mind. Would you like to bind to the tool, Liu Erbao? While he was distracted, the wolf charged at him swiftly. Liu Erbao looked at his brother, unsure of what he was thinking. In a daze, he picked up the gun, closed his eyes, and fired. With a bang, Liu Dapeng was jolted awake, and then he saw a wolf lying in a pool of blood. At this moment, Liu Erbao was panting heavily, looking as if he had survived a disaster, which made Liu Dapeng chuckle. He reached out and patted Liu Erbao's head. Well done, second brother. Brother. Liu Erbao looked at Liu Dapeng with a beaming smile. I can do it now. I know you're capable. Thanks to Liu Dapeng's praise, Liu Erbao became much more adept at shooting afterward, and Liu Dapeng seized the opportunity to recruit the tool Liu Erbao. The wolves that were killed became Liu Dapeng's points. Seeing their companions dead, the remaining wolves dared not linger, glaring fiercely at Liu Dapeng and the others before swiftly fleeing. Watching the wolves run away, the two heaved a sigh of relief. Although they had plenty of bullets, shooting one by one was still quite exhausting. There were only 2 of them. If they had a few more people, they could have encircled the wolf pack, but for now it was better to let it go. Liu Erbao ran up to the dead wolf and kicked it hard. How dare you scare me? Look what happened to you, you were taken down by me. If you scare me again, next time I will kill you. Looking at him like this, Liu Dapeng almost forgot how scared he was just moments ago. He wondered how the other younger siblings were doing. Liu Dapeng thought for a moment. Concerned for Liu Dapeng and the others, the younger siblings informed the captain, and Xie Shuanglan also followed them up the mountain, her expression filled with worry as she prayed constantly for her man's safety. Sister-in-law, don't worry about Dapeng. He is destined for greatness and will surely be fine. Liu Yan also came to look for Liu Dapeng. Although he was comforting Xie Shuanglan, his worry was no less than hers. Xie Shuanglan said nothing more, just tightly gripping her clothing. She couldn't bear to think about what she would do if anything happened to her man. And with these younger siblings around, she couldn't express too much concern. Her heart remained tense until she saw Liu Dapeng, at which point she finally relaxed. Dapeng, Dapeng. Liu Yan shouted loudly. Uncle Liu, there's something I'm not sure if I should say. Wang Dajuan hesitated, excitement slowly filling his eyes. He knew Liu Dapeng was in trouble and had rushed over to watch the show. He wasn't genuinely there to help, he just wanted to see if Liu Dapeng was dead, if he was even better. Seeing his enemy die before him was quite satisfying, and he wanted to witness that moment firsthand. What others said didn't count, he needed to see Liu Dapeng truly dead. Xie Shuanglan cast a weary glance at Wang Dajuan, knowing he wasn't saying anything good. Are you wishing ill upon my man? Wang Dajuan felt embarrassed. Initially, he wanted to say that Liu Dapeng was definitely dead and shouldn't be searched for, casually throwing in some bad words about him. He couldn't say them when Liu Dapeng was alive, but now that Dapeng was dead, he thought it was fair game. However, a single remark from her left him speechless, and he genuinely didn't know why this woman had come along. If you have something to say, just say it. Why are you so tongue-tied? Liu Yan also disliked Wang Dajuan. He knew Wang Dajuan and Liu Dapeng didn't get along, so he instinctively disliked him as well. He had long disliked Wang Dajuan, who always incited his nephew. Anything good his nephew had would be sent to him. At that time, he thought his nephew was dim-witted, but now that his nephew had come to his senses, he was naturally very pleased. I just wanted to say, with so many wild beasts on the mountain, will Liu Dapeng be okay? Of course not. You just know how to say bad things. Liu Yan shot Wang Dajuan a glare. Wang Dajuan pouted and was about to say something when he saw Liu Dapeng and Liu Erbao coming down, having tidied up the wolves. With so many wolves, it was a problem how to carry them down, and since the wolves were quite large, the two struggled for a long time before finally finding a sturdy vine to tie them up. During the dragging down, it broke several times. It's Dapeng, it's Dapeng. Liu Yan saw his nephew and excitedly ran over. Others followed, looking at Liu Dapeng and Liu Erbao with curiosity, their eyes never leaving the dead wolves. Only Wang Dajuan stood awkwardly in place, flailing his arms. He couldn't believe that Liu Dapeng hadn't died. A disbelief filled his eyes. Liu Dapeng naturally noticed Wang Dajuan. When their eyes met, Wang Dajuan sheepishly lowered his head, hoping Liu Dapeng wouldn't discover his ulterior motives. Liu Dapeng merely glanced at Wang Dajuan before looking away. The man's thoughts were written all over his face. He hardly needed to look closely to know what he was thinking. Did you two take down all these wolves? You are truly impressive. Others in the village looked at the wolves in Liu Dapeng's hands with envy, wishing these wolves had been taken down by them. If they sold the wolves, they would be worth a lot of money. They couldn't help but feel that Liu Dapeng had been incredibly lucky lately. Not only had he killed wolves, but most importantly, he and Liu Erbao had returned unscathed. If they had encountered wolves, they wouldn't have been so fortunate. Some in the village had been killed by wolves, so they inherently feared them and other large animals. They had never hunted wolves, they could handle smaller ones, but when faced with these creatures, they could only run with their tails between their legs. It wasn't just me, my Erbao helped too. Liu Dapeng didn't forget Liu Erbao's contribution and mentioned it. Liu Erbao, feeling shy, scratched his head and said, it was all thanks to my big brother teaching me how to shoot, that's why I took down the wolf. Hearing Liu Erbao say this, everyone admired Liu Dapeng even more, believing he was not only capable of hunting, but could also teach his Erbao. Given Liu Erbao's current age, he could be introduced to a matchmaker in a few years. If someone had a niece, they would start having thoughts about him, so the looks directed at Liu Erbao were particularly warm. Brother, why are those people looking at me like that? Liu Erbao asked cautiously, feeling that these people were plotting against him. Perhaps they think you are impressive, Liu Dapeng replied, uncertain about why they were looking at Liu Erbao that way. He decided not to dwell on it. I understand now, Liu Erbao said, wearing an expression that showed he got it. Only Xie Shuanglan's gaze never strayed from Liu Dapeng. Wife, is there something on my face? Liu Dapeng asked, noticing her constant stare. Seeing her focused on him, Liu Dapeng couldn't help but tease. Wife, let's talk about this later when we get home. Xie Shuanglan was not the kind of person to make a scene, obediently following Liu Dapeng. He let the others help with the wolves, knowing he couldn't carry them alone. He made a note of those who assisted. Only Wang Dajuan walked a different path, not helping at all, occasionally mocking the others, saying, "You guys are foolish to carry wolves for others. If it were me, I would just toss the wolves aside. They aren't yours anyway." The others rolled their eyes at his comment, saying, "Wang Dajuan, you can't just complain about being lazy. Why criticize us for helping? We're all from the village. Isn't mutual assistance necessary? If you had an issue, would you want us to ignore you? How would you feel then?" "Fool," Wang Dajuan said, rolling his eyes in frustration. No matter how much he complained, it was useless, so he fell silent and stomped ahead angrily. Liu Dapeng and Liu Yun chatted as they walked, unaware of Wang Dajuan's words to the others. They only noticed Wang Dajuan's angry demeanor. "I knew this guy wouldn't be of any help. He claims to come assist, but look, he's not contributing at all," Liu Yun couldn't help but express. Liu Dapeng replied nonchalantly, "I have a history with him. It would be strange for him to help me. He probably came just to watch the commotion, but ended up getting upset instead." Upon hearing Liu Dapeng's hearty laughter, Wang Dajuan, who hadn't gone far, collided with a tree, exclaiming, "Ouch!" This only amused Liu Dapeng and Liu Yun further, who couldn't hold back their laughter. Faced with their ridicule, Wang Dajuan gritted his teeth, saying, "What are you laughing at? We're not laughing at you. Why are you so upset?" Liu Dapeng denied mocking him, yet continued to tease him openly. Wang Dajuan was about to faint from anger, but someone next to him supported him, saying, "Dajuan, are you okay? Why are you so sensitive? Leave me alone. Oh, I don't need your feigned kindness." He pushed the person away angrily and stormed off. Once the excitement faded, everyone hurried down the mountain. Seeing so many wolves, they suggested to Liu Dapeng that he should take them to sell at the supply and marketing cooperative, as he could make a good profit. They had taken down 4 wolves today. Liu Dapeng thought for a moment and decided to share one with everyone. Even though they hadn't helped him hunt the wolves, they had put in effort, and since they were from the same village, it was important to return the favor. "We caught 4 wolves in total. I can sell 3, but the remaining 1, let's all share a meal together today." When he said this, everyone eagerly asked, "Dapeng, are you really going to let us eat this wolf?" "Of course. You all helped me carry the wolves and I appreciate it. Besides, I want to eat wolf meat too. How about we have a hot pot? I wonder whose wife can cook well. We can go to their house. What do you think?" At this moment, a villager stepped forward, saying, "My wife is a great cook. You can bring the wolf to my house, and we can all help out." "All right, let's prepare it at your house then," Liu Dapeng agreed. He didn't want to prepare it at his own house. First, his house wasn't finished, and second, it was rented from the village chief. If he made a mess there, it would be awkward. Plus, he didn't want his wife to tire herself out, so going to someone else's house meant she wouldn't have to help. The plan was quickly set. Liu Dapeng carried the wolf down while being watched with envy by the others. Upon hearing the news, the village chief sat on his chair, saying, "Liu Dapeng is really becoming more adept at managing relationships. Look at how he easily won the villagers' hearts with just 1 wolf. If there's an election for village chief, he may well have a chance." Hearing the chief's complaints, his wife responded, "Dapeng doesn't mean anything bad. They helped him carry the wolves down. If he didn't give something in return, how would the villagers feel? It wouldn't sit right with them, right? Furthermore, Dapeng invited us to eat wolf meat, so he isn't neglecting us. You shouldn't think poorly of him. Hey, you're just being soft-hearted toward him because he's treating you well. You're even defending him now," the chief remarked, glancing at his wife. In truth, he hadn't thought too much about it. He just felt Liu Dapeng was too good at managing relationships, which made him feel a bit of pressure. He couldn't understand what Liu Dapeng was thinking. Once the wolves were delivered to the town, Liu Dapeng didn't let the villagers assist anymore. He only took his younger brother along and pushed a cart there. It wasn't convenient to bring the villagers along. He wasn't genuinely taking them to the supply and marketing cooperative. He wanted to sell the wolves on the black market where he could make more money. Prices at the cooperative would be standard, but selling on the black market could double the profit, especially since he had acquaintances there. "Brother, aren't we going to the supply and marketing cooperative?" Liu Erbao asked, feeling something was off as they took winding paths. He had been to the cooperative once and realized they were headed the wrong way, so he hurriedly questioned if they had taken a wrong turn. "Hey, do you know the way to the supply and marketing cooperative?" Liu Dapeng asked him with a smile. Having heard his brother's gentle tone, Liu Erbao proudly lifted his chin and replied, "Isn't that obvious? Brother, do you know what I do?" Liu Dapeng realized that his strength had been increasing lately, and pulling Liu Erbao was quite effortless. He found it somewhat unbelievable, but quickly said, "We aren't going to the supply and marketing cooperative. They don't sell for a good price. We need to go somewhere else." Upon hearing they were going elsewhere, Liu Erbao carefully pondered and whispered, "Brother, we're not going to the black market, are we? I heard that if you get caught, you'll be criticized, and it could be serious." Thinking of this made him shiver, and he stared blankly at his brother, wondering if he had already been to the black market. Thinking of home with its blue brick and tile house, he couldn't help but squint his eyes. His hands turned into fists. If it weren't for his brother, they wouldn't be living such a good life. This good life was brought about by his brother's risks. With this thought, he felt restless in his heart and realized he needed to do more for his brother in the future. What are you thinking? As long as we are careful, we'll be fine. If you don't say anything, I won't either. Who would know? Let's hurry up and go if you don't want others to see us. After his brother's reminder, Liu Dapeng quickly followed suit, and the two of them arrived at the black market in a rather peculiar manner. Wang Ming was sitting there with little business when he saw Liu Dapeng arrive. Looking closer, he noticed that Liu Dapeng wasn't alone. A half-grown kid was standing beside him. This kid resembled Liu Dapeng quite a bit, which made Wang Ming realize that they must be brothers. Being at the black market for the first time, Liu Dapeng felt not only nervous, but also a bit restrained. He warily glanced around, fearing to run into someone he knew which would cause trouble. Seeing Liu Dapeng so tense, Liu Dapeng couldn't care less about him. He was there to sell goods, and wanted to sell quickly. You haven't been here for days. Is something going on at home? Wang Ming glanced at the quietly standing Liu Dapeng, thinking that this kid didn't resemble his brother at all. His brother was quite cunning, while this kid seemed much more honest. Noticing Wang Ming's gaze on his younger brother, Liu Dapeng said, "We're building a house at home, so I haven't had time. We just found this stuff in the mountains and came here to see what price you can offer." Seeing such a big wolf, Wang Ming thought this kid could do well. Any good items would come to him. At this moment, Liu Dapeng, whom he praised for being honest, spoke up. "Uncle, give us a fair price. It's not easy for us to come down from the mountains, right? You wouldn't deceive us, would you?" He put on a pitiful expression, which startled Wang Ming. Tisk, he should have taken back what he said earlier about honest people. They were all just deceiving him. Liu Dapeng spoke freely, and Liu Dapeng didn't stop him. Eventually, he would have to face these issues on his own, so letting him adapt early wasn't a bad idea. It was just a way to train him. "You can trust my relationship with your brother. I won't deceive you. I'm the most honest one here. If it were someone else, they might cheat you out of everything," Wang Ming said seriously. Hearing this, Liu Dapeng knew he was bragging and skeptically replied, "Is that true, uncle? Do people here really love to cheat others out of everything?" Wang Ming almost fainted at Liu Dapeng's words. That wasn't what he meant. Liu Dapeng was also amused by his younger brother's comment. Then Wang Ming bought it for a price of 150. Standing beside his older brother, Liu Dapeng said little. At that moment, he heard Wang Ming whisper, "Little brother, I need to talk to you. I couldn't find you these past few days." Seeing that he had something to say, Liu Dapeng, and he walked a bit further away. It wasn't that he didn't trust Liu Dapeng, it was just that the kid had heard too much idle talk which wouldn't benefit him. Sometimes these words, if spoken carelessly, could bring trouble. If you have something to say, Wang, good, just say it. The reason I haven't come is that I've been busy. Liu Dapeng sighed. He also wanted to come here, but he couldn't get away from home. They were busy building the house, and sometimes he had to go hunting in the mountains, so he had no free time day after day. "Didn't you tell me last time that if anyone needed herbs, they should come to you? Someone came looking for me, but they want quite a lot. I don't know if you can find it," Wang Ming said earnestly, then looked at Liu Dapeng, uncertain if he could find the herbs. "What herbs do you need?" Liu Dapeng asked. He had planted quite a few herbs in his space, but he didn't know if they were the ones needed. "I don't know. Do you recognize them? I have a book here for you. I've circled the few herbs needed. Take a look." Saying this, Wang Ming reluctantly took out a book from the side, clearly recording the characteristics, appearances, and effects of certain herbs. Liu Dapeng could tell at a glance that this was a good book. It looked a bit old, but it was not worn out, indicating that Wang Ming cherished it. "You're giving this to me?" Wang Ming rolled his eyes. He had painstakingly found this book. There was no way he would give it to him. However, it was very precious. "Don't flip through it. I can't bear to do that myself. I handle it carefully, fearing it might get ruined, so be gentle with it." "All right, Wang, good, don't worry. I will definitely return it to you in its entirety. There won't be any mistakes." Liu Dapeng glanced at the contents and noticed it was somewhat different from the herbal compendium at his system home. It seemed there were things even the system didn't have, so he wanted to transcribe it all. This way he would have another herbal book. When he saw what Wang Ming had circled, he froze for a moment, feeling that it looked very familiar. He suddenly remembered that during the market someone was also buying these herbs. He stared at Wang Ming several times, wondering if that person at the market was also sent by Wang Ming. It was very possible Wang Ming was not simple and probably had many little brothers around him. "You kid, just ask what you want to know. What am I doing that seems so creepy?" Wang Ming felt uneasy under Liu Dapeng's gaze, unsure of what this guy was thinking. Liu Dapeng did not mention meeting that doctor at the market. He simply said, "Do you need a large quantity of these herbs? I can get a lot, but I'm afraid you might not want them." "Herbs? How could I not want them? These are things that cure illnesses and save lives. To be honest with you, herbs are always in demand in our black market. No matter how many black markets there are, people will always want them. I have my ways of selling these items. Just find them for me. They're worth far more than these wild goods," Wang Ming said seriously. Although he said that, Liu Dapeng still felt that hunting was more reliable. After all, he was equipped with a hunting system, not here to find herbs. Herbs are fine if available, but he certainly did not want to look for them every day, or it's too much trouble. "If there are herbs, I will definitely send them your way, but you need to give me a reasonable price." Otherwise, I might as well sell them to someone else. You've already said that herbs are in demand in the black market, so don't think you can fool me. There are some things Liu Dapeng still needed to say. Although they were quite familiar with each other and had a cooperative relationship, it was still just a partnership. Even brothers can fall out sometimes. Wang Ming twitched his mouth when he heard Liu Dapeng say this. Does this guy not trust him? They've been cooperating for so long, and yet he still doesn't feel at ease. Sigh, I won't fool you. We're too familiar for that. Why would I deceive you? If you find the herbs for me, I can benefit too. We have a mutually beneficial relationship, just find them for me. After chatting with Wang Ming for a while, Liu Dapeng realized Liu Erbao was nowhere to be found. The black market isn't that big, so finding someone is not too difficult. Liu Erbao was quickly located. Kid, let me tell you, I have something of immeasurable value here. I'm only selling it to you at a discount today because I feel a connection with you. I won't ask for 10 large bills nor 5 large bills. Before the old man could finish his sentence, Liu Erbao disdainfully interrupted. Don't think just because I'm young that I'm easy to fool. Try it again in your next life. He huffed and lifted his leg to leave. The old man, furious, blocked his path and said, Kid, I'm not trying to fool you. Do I look like your grandfather? Liu Dapeng couldn't help but laugh when he heard the old man compare himself to his grandfather. Damn, his grandfather's grave grass is already quite tall, okay? You're so despicable. How dare you say you look like my grandfather? It's too much. My grandfather has been dead for many years. Are you planning to reunite with him down there? The more Liu Erbao looked at the old man, the more he felt he was a bit foolish. Not only was he silly, but he also had issues. Why say something so inappropriate? He hated his grandfather the most because when his grandfather was young, he often beat his grandmother. Seeing the young man about to explode, the old man had no choice but to say, Hey, I was just joking. You're still young. Can't you take a little joke? A joke is one thing, but I despise my grandfather. Hearing this, the old man's heart sank. He regretted ever saying he looked like Liu Erbao's grandfather. After all, at his age, having such a big grandson was normal. It was just a joke, but he didn't expect to hit a nerve. He felt a bit remorseful and then caught sight of Liu Dapeng. Oh, that kid is back. He still remembers the last time he made 2 large bills off him, and he rushed over immediately. Young man, what brings you here today? Come, I have good stuff for you today. Take a look and broaden your horizons. This is an artifact from the Western Han Dynasty. I heard it's quite old. Come and take a look. The old man glanced at Liu Dapeng with sparkling eyes. Liu Dapeng walked over and Liu Erbao immediately said, Brother, this guy is a scammer. Don't let him fool you. If he can't fool me, he's come to try and fool you. The old man looked at Liu Dapeng and then at Liu Erbao. No wonder he thought this young man looked somewhat familiar. They must be from the same lineage. Liu Dapeng patted Liu Erbao on the shoulder, telling him not to be angry. Then he added, This guy deals in antiques. It's normal for you not to understand and get fooled by him. But if he says he has good stuff today, I'm curious to see what it is. Seeing his brother's interest, Liu Erbao suddenly realized and asked mysteriously, Brother, do you know this person? Did you buy antiques from him before? Are there really antiques? I've heard these things can be quite valuable, but there are many fakes. Last time I bought an antique from him. As for whether this antique is genuine, Liu Dapeng didn't say, and Liu Erbao didn't guess either. Seeing his brother crouch down to look at the antiques, he followed curiously, wanting to learn more. Liu Dapeng searched around the antiques. Some he recognized as those that hadn't sold last time, while others were new items. However, the quality was not high, mostly fakes. In other words, there weren't many real goods here. Just as he felt a bit disappointed, the old man took out a bracelet and said, This is a good item. I heard this was worn by a princess. Carefully holding the bracelet, he handed it to Liu Dapeng. Upon inspection, the system identified it as genuine, belonging to a certain young lady from the Western Han Dynasty. However, how could something like this worn by a princess end up here? Even if there were some, they would be extremely rare. Liu Dapeng was very clear about this, but he was still happy to find a real item. The bracelet looked pretty good and would probably be liked by his wife. Moreover, people in the village wouldn't recognize the value of this item. They might think it's fake. The old man, seeing Liu Dapeng remain silent, grew anxious and said, I bought this bracelet from a woman. She said it was passed down in her family. If it weren't for her family being in dire straits, she wouldn't have sold it. Plus, she had kept it at home without wearing it, or it looks as good as new. Liu Erbao listened carefully to the old man while glancing at his brother. Is this thing real? Brother, do you know about these antiques? He became curious and waited for a moment before Liu Dapeng asked, How much do you want for this? This would cost 4 large bills because I didn't buy it cheaply either. The old man said seriously. The one he sold to Liu Dapeng was something he found, but this time he really purchased it from someone else, so the price naturally had to be different. Seeing the old man like this, Liu Dapeng knew that bargaining this time might not be so easy. Last time he had completely stumbled upon a good deal, but this time it was uncertain. Liu Dapeng took a moment to collect his thoughts and said, It's still the same price as last time. You can sell it if you want, but I don't even know if this item is genuine. Just because you say it's a family heirloom doesn't mean it is. You old man, don't try to fool me with fake goods. Brother, you still have 4 big notes here. Tisk, I doubt even a single big note is worth anything. Who knows where you picked this up from? He couldn't help but think, why did this child look so familiar? Yet the words coming out of his mouth were so unpleasant. The old man was speechless and looked up to the sky. Indeed, he was just as cunning as his brother. Both were incredibly shrewd. It's really not easy to make some money off Liu Dapeng. Scrimping and saving, I wonder what kind of woman would marry him. Life ahead won't be easy. Back home, Xie Shuanglan sneezed, wondering who was talking about her. Could it be her man, missing her? Thinking of this, she smiled sweetly, missing him a bit. Liu Dapeng glanced at Liu Erbao and noticed that his mouth seemed to have been blessed. Staying at home was truly a waste of talent. He thought that in the future he would cultivate Liu Erbao well. Who knows, he might even become a big boss. Seeing his brother looking at him, Liu Erbao felt a bit shy, beginning to wonder if his words had been too harsh. Just as he was about to explain, he heard the old man say, "Hey Liu Dapeng, I won't chatter with you any longer. How about I add one more big note? 3 big notes, you can't let me lose money. It's not easy for me to do a small business, and I rely on this small business to support my whole family." Saying this, the old man's demeanor became increasingly pitiable, tears and snot flowing. Truly a dramatic character, Liu Dapeng knew what kind of person this old man was, otherwise he would have believed him. Wang Ming also came over, scratching his head. He didn't understand why Liu Dapeng wanted to buy these items. Was there something genuine among them? He didn't understand, but that didn't stop him from enjoying the spectacle. He grabbed some sunflower seeds, spitting out the shells while watching Liu Dapeng and the others. Liu Dapeng turned around and saw Wang Ming's expression, who awkwardly smiled. "How about some sunflower seeds?" Liu Dapeng rolled his eyes at him as he was just a bystander. "All right, 3 big notes." Taking a deep breath, Liu Dapeng reluctantly pulled out 3 big notes from his pocket and handed them over. The old man looked at the big notes, a smile appearing on his face, no longer resembling the weeping figure he was before. "Kid, come back next time. I have good stuff, and I will definitely call you." The old man pocketed the money and handed over the bracelet, not knowing whether it was genuine or not. Although he was selling antiques, it was his first time doing business. He hadn't been there long before encountering a big sucker in Liu Dapeng. Others didn't even want to look at his goods. He wondered if he could encounter another big sucker today, and the old man began to shout vigorously. People gradually came to look at his goods, and Liu Dapeng truly discovered the old man was quite clever. In no time, he managed to sell a couple of items, but unfortunately all of them were fake. Seeing Liu Dapeng's somewhat regretful expression, Wang Ming became curious and joked, "What's up? Can you really tell their authenticity?" If Liu Dapeng knew about antiques, Wang Ming wouldn't mind giving him a lesson. Although he was setting up a stall here, he didn't understand the antique business. He heard that if you don't open a shop, you won't make a profit, but once you do, you can eat well for 3 years. If Liu Dapeng buys genuine items this time, he'll be rich in the future. "I can't tell the authenticity. If I could, I wouldn't be out hunting." Liu Dapeng laughed, skillfully dodging the topic. He didn't want others to know he had a system and was cheating. "True," Wang Ming said, chuckling to himself. He felt foolish for thinking Liu Dapeng knew everything. If such a person really existed, he would be a god. How could he possibly be here in this remote place? Liu Dapeng took Liu Erbao and left. Today, Liu Erbao had gained a lot of knowledge and chattered non-stop on the way. "Brother, can you take me along next time to the black market?" After thinking for a moment, Liu Dapeng agreed. "You must listen to me and not run around. Otherwise, I won't be able to find you." Remembering how he had caused trouble for his brother by running around, Liu Erbao felt embarrassed. "Brother, I got it. I was just there to watch the excitement." Hearing that old man shout, "I had never seen anything like it before." "There's still plenty you haven't seen. If you follow me, you'll definitely learn a lot." He was increasingly impressed by his elder brother, realizing how incredible he was. He didn't expect his brother to have such an unknown side. The two of them returned in high spirits, and Liu Dapeng's wolf had already begun to heat up in the pot. The kind villagers in Wolfskin village had saved some for Liu Dapeng. They were already fortunate to be invited for meat. They couldn't greedily take Liu Dapeng's wolf skin. Wang Dajin's wife heard the villagers say Liu Dapeng was treating guests, feeling pleased. After all, her husband had participated this time, and she had heard that Liu Dapeng used the wolf to reward those who helped him. So didn't that mean they also had a share? "Dajuan, what are you doing inside? The wolf meat is about to be cooked. Let's hurry, or else there will only be soup left. Those folks probably haven't had wolf meat before. What will we do if they finish it all?" Wang Dajin's wife turned around to find Wang Dajuan, wishing she could sprout wings and fly over there. But she knew it wouldn't be appropriate for her to go alone, so she needed her husband to accompany her. Sitting leisurely in a rocking chair, Wang Dajuan was baffled by his wife's words. What wolf meat? What was going on? Seeing her husband's confused expression, Wang Dajin's wife quickly explained, "I heard from the villagers that Liu Dapeng brought a wolf to reward everyone. You should go with him too. Oh, let's hurry, I haven't had meat in a long time. Today I must fill my stomach." Hearing his wife say this, Wang Dajin's expression darkened. Liu Dapeng really brought a wolf to reward everyone, which was unlike him. At the same time, he regretted saying those things to Liu Dapeng on the mountain. Now going to eat wolf meat at Liu Dapeng's place, he felt a bit embarrassed. After all, they were sworn enemies. But thinking about everyone having a share if he didn't go, wouldn't that be a huge loss? What are you still dawdling for, Dejun? Hurry up, or there won't be any left. His wife, even more anxious than him, specially went to the kitchen to grab a large bowl, thinking that when it's time to bring back the wolf meat, there will definitely be too much for everyone to eat. So what if she brought back some? His wife, harboring a desire to take advantage, muttered to herself. Go on. Dejun, no longer hesitating, thought to himself that he had contributed too. Why shouldn't he get to eat? Meanwhile, Liu Dapeng and Liu Erbao returned, and Liu Dapeng mysteriously pulled his wife into the room. Xie Xuanlan felt a bit shy and blushed. Dapeng, what are you going to do? It's still daytime. I know it's daytime, dear wife. Look what I bought for you. Xie Xuanlan saw her husband take out a bracelet from his pocket. It was a jade bracelet, and she found it very lovely. While she was lost in thought, her husband put the bracelet on her wrist. It felt cool against her skin and was extremely comfortable to wear. Though Xie Xuanlan had never worn something like this before, she understood it must not be cheap. Dapeng, why did you buy this for me? It must be very expensive, right? Although she liked it, thinking of the price made Xie Xuanlan feel a pang of regret. She thought it would be better to save money, as there would surely be many expenses in the future. What if it's expensive? As long as my wife looks good wearing it, I'll be happy. I earn money for the sake of letting my wife live well. If my wife can't enjoy a good life, then what's the point of my hard work? Right. These words were sweet enough to warm Xie Xuanlan's heart, and she felt that marrying Liu Dapeng was her most correct decision. Liu Dapeng, are you home? Hurry up, the wolf meat is about to be cooked. If you don't come soon, it will be gone. A voice shouted from outside the door. Liu Dapeng came out with his wife, and Xie Xuanlan felt even happier holding her husband's hand. Wang Dajuan's wife came over with her husband, and the villagers looked at her carrying a large bowl with disdain. How shameless can you be? You're coming to eat, and even bringing a bowl. A woman unable to stand Wang Dajuan's wife's shamelessness remarked on her behavior of taking advantage of everything. She had heard from her husband about Wang Dajuan's situation, where he did not contribute at all on the mountain, and said that everyone should not help Liu Dapeng. But the wolves were Liu Dapeng's, and he had invited everyone to eat. How could she have the audacity to come over? If they were in their place, they would definitely feel too ashamed to come over and take advantage of it. Not only did she not help out, but she even brought a bowl. How shameless can one be? This was simply disgraceful. What's wrong? Who said you can't bring a bowl for wolf meat? I advise you to mind your own business, Wang Dajuan's wife said arrogantly, completely disregarding the woman. That woman was infuriated by Wang Dajuan's wife's words, and the two started fighting. The women nearby said they were trying to mediate, but in reality, everyone took a swipe at Wang Dajuan's wife. After being scratched, Wang Dajuan's wife's face was a mess. Liu Dapeng arrived to see his wife in a tug-of-war with a group of women, and those around showed no intention of stepping in. Wang Dajuan appeared indifferent, as if the one being beaten was a stranger, not his wife. What's going on here? The captain also came over and witnessed the scene directly separating the two. If the captain hadn't intervened, it might have gone on for a long time. Liu Dapeng pulled Xie Xuanlan aside to prevent her from being frightened by Wang Dajuan's wife. Wang Dajuan's wife's face was a mess covered in bloodstains, looking quite terrifying. It would probably take several days for her to recover, and even if she did, she would still have some scars. These women were indeed ruthless. One should never underestimate a woman's fighting strength. Liu Dapeng quietly noted this. Captain, you have to judge fairly. I'm just trying to bring a bowl. What's wrong with that? I have children at home. It's been days since we had meat. I just wanted to bring back a bowl of wolf meat for my kids. But these women couldn't stand my defiance and started fighting me. Captain, you must stand up for me. Look at what they did to my face. It's a mess. I deserve compensation from these people. Wang Dajuan's wife began to act like a spoiled child, sitting down and wailing. The women nearby weren't willing to back down, saying, Captain, it wasn't her way. She started it, which is why I fought back. I can't just stand there and let her hit me. Captain, you agree, right? Several women took turns explaining to the captain. Wang Dajuan's wife was at a loss for words against them. The captain, confused, felt there was nothing much to say about women fighting, and mediation was enough. It would be unreasonable to make someone pay. If this became a precedent, would everyone have to pay for minor disputes in the future? Everyone stop arguing. It's just a little scuffle. There's nothing to worry about. The injuries on your face don't seem serious. Just rest for a couple of days, and you'll be fine. Just eat more wolf meat to recover. The captain's words resolved the situation. Wang Dajuan's wife opened her mouth, unable to voice her grievances. She did manage to get wolf meat, but what about her injuries? She looked at her husband, who showed no intention of caring for her, striding away to drink and eat wolf meat with others. Wang Dajuan's wife felt furious. Didn't he care about her at all? Then she saw Xie Xuanlan protected by Liu Dapeng, and remembered how thin and frail she looked when she first married. Now she was getting prettier by the day, and Wang Dajin's wife couldn't help but envy the jade bracelet on Xie Shuanglan's wrist. How could it be? Comparing herself to others was truly infuriating. She thought that Xie Shuanglan's life after marrying Liu Dapeng would be similar to hers, since Liu Dapeng and Wang Dajun were such good friends, both equal in status. However, everything changed when Liu Dapeng got married. Xie Shuanglan felt a chill from Wang Dajin's wife's gaze and didn't want to stay there any longer. She took her husband and left. As for such a woman, she despised associating with her. Having been beaten, Wang Dajin's wife was determined that it wouldn't be in vain. She truly began to eat the wolf meat, heartily stuffing herself even when she felt full. Wang Dajin's wife is truly repulsive. The women over there refused to sit at the same table with her, finding her quite disgusting, fearing her saliva might fall into the meat. It's also those men who don't get along with Wang Dajun starting to sow discord around him. Wang Dajun, you should really manage that dead woman of yours. Taking her out is embarrassing, isn't it? My wife is just like this since I married her. She can't be taken out. If I had money, I'd want to change my wife, but I have no money, right? Wang Dajun lamented the unfairness of the world. Why was his wife both ugly and lazy yet fierce? Meanwhile, Liu Dapeng's wife was so gentle and beautiful. The comparison made him incredibly envious. Though I say this, you only have this one wife, and you must manage her. It's embarrassing enough in our village, but if you embarrass yourself outside, it will be a huge disgrace. Soon everyone in the area will know that Wang Dajin's wife is lazy and tragic, and that won't do at all. I've heard that because of having such a wife at home, men find it hard to get rich. The reason you haven't become wealthy must be because of this kind of wife by your side. If you don't believe me, you can ask everyone. Regardless of what everyone said, Wang Dajun seemed oblivious. However, he was particularly sensitive to the topic of wealth. He had always dreamed of becoming rich, and now hearing that his wife's laziness was blocking his path to fortune made his face darken. His strange expression left everyone stunned, and they dared not speak to him. Liu Dapeng sat nearby eating meat and occasionally chatting with the team leader. Shuanglan, you really are fortunate. The people around him envied looking at Xie Shuanglan. Then someone muttered, do you know that Dapeng's family was quite poor before? It was because he married you that he became wealthy. They say marrying is a man's second choice, and it turns out to be true. Xie Shuanglan felt a bit embarrassed as everyone spoke. She believed that her husband's wealth was not due to her influence, but rather his hard work and capability. You are mistaken. My husband became wealthy not because he married me, but because he is honest and hardworking. As long as he works diligently, he won't go hungry anywhere. An old woman chimed in saying, what Shuanglan said is correct. If we work hard, we can achieve wealth. Those lazy wives only know how to eat. They will never get rich in their lifetime. The voice was quite loud, and Wang Dajin's wife, who was eating meat, nearly choked on a bone upon hearing it. Water, water, someone bring me water. When she shouted, no one brought her water. No one got along with her, so who would willingly bring her water? Thus she turned her gaze to her husband. Wang Dajun was burning with anger, thinking that he wasn't getting rich due to his wife being lazy and greedy. Seeing her like this only fueled his anger further. Eat, eat, all you do is eat. Are you a starving ghost reincarnated? Why is it that other wives aren't like you? And you expect me to bring you water? Dream on. Hearing her husband's words, Wang Dajun's wife, who had been swallowing a bone, finally choked it down, feeling extremely wronged. Everyone was happily eating except for Wang Dajun and his wife. When they were leaving, his wife wanted to take some meat home, but had her bowl smashed by Wang Dajun. As for what happened next, anyone could guess that Wang Dajun's wife would definitely face punishment when they got home. Liu Dapeng held his wife's hand as they walked home. Now his wife was used to being led by him and enjoyed it immensely. But suddenly she started to gag. This startled Liu Dapeng, who asked, what's wrong? Did you eat too much? Or do you feel unwell? Xie Shuanglan shook her head. I don't know what's wrong. I've been feeling nauseous these days. I don't feel unwell though. After gagging a few times, Xie Shuanglan felt much better. Liu Dapeng, still worried, said, let's go see the barefoot doctor in the village. If there's anything wrong, we need to find out right away. I don't want to. Xie Shuanglan tried to resist, but Liu Dapeng pulled her along. Why are you so reluctant? Because you're scared of taking medicine. Liu Dapeng chuckled at this, as the medicine here was traditional Chinese medicine, not those pills from before. Traditional medicine is quite bitter. Those unaccustomed to it often want to vomit. Xie Shuanglan's face immediately turned unpleasant. Did her husband know her, as well as her own stomach? I'm not afraid of taking medicine. I'm not a child. Xie Shuanglan would never admit to being afraid of taking medicine. That would be too embarrassing, and her husband would definitely laugh at her. Yes, my wife is not afraid of taking medicine. She's fearless. You are so annoying. Xie Shuanglan felt that her husband's words were not sincere and thought he was mocking her. As they joked along the way, time passed quickly. When they arrived at the barefoot doctor's place, they found the door open and saw him busy inside, drying various herbs, though they were all common ones. He wouldn't seek out rare herbs, because he only treated simple ailments. Serious illnesses needed to be checked in town. When they returned, the barefoot doctor Liu Gang turned and saw Liu Dapeng, looking quite surprised. "Dapeng, you rascal came to see me again. Is it your younger siblings who are unwell this time?" "Children often fall ill. It's normal, so you don't need to worry too much," Liu Gang said with a smile. Liu Gang had dealt with the original owner before. The original owner's family always sought him out when the children were sick, and he was a good man who wouldn't charge them since they were poor. Thinking of this, Liu Dapeng walked over and said, "Uncle Liu Gang, it's not my child this time, it's my wife. She's not feeling well." Liu Gang glanced at Xie Shuanglan's appearance. Sometimes you can tell whether a patient is ill just by looking at their complexion. Seeing her rosy and vibrant face, she didn't seem sick, but he still asked, "What's wrong with your wife?" When asked where she felt unwell, Xie Shuanglan felt a bit shy, but Liu Dapeng spoke up. "My wife has been feeling nauseous these past few days. Is there something wrong with her?" Liu Gang couldn't help but chuckle at this. His laughter startled Liu Dapeng. What illness did his wife have? Xie Shuanglan was also quite nervous. What could be wrong with her? Seeing the puzzled expressions on the two of them, Liu Gang did not hide anything and said, "Dapeng, you are going to be a father." Upon hearing this, Liu Dapeng fell silent, and so did Xie Shuanglan, both stunned in place. The surrounding atmosphere was eerily quiet, and Liu Gang wondered if it felt a bit strange. Just as he was about to speak, Liu Dapeng excitedly hugged him. "Uncle Liu Gang, is this true? I am going to be a father. You young man, hurry and let go of this old man. I'm almost out of breath." Liu Gang rolled his eyes, surprised at Liu Dapeng's excitement. Other men, if they found out that their wives were pregnant, would only sigh, lamenting that their wives would not be able to help them as much. Liu Dapeng was unique. He was extremely excited to know that his wife was expecting. One must have comparisons to understand what is good and what is bad. "All right, Uncle Liu Gang, I'm sorry." Liu Dapeng apologized awkwardly. Liu Gang then stood there to inform him about some precautions. He pulled Liu Dapeng over, not wanting his wife to overhear certain things. As a male doctor, he spoke extensively to Liu Dapeng, who grew increasingly baffled. Xie Shuanglan had no idea what they were discussing. After all, she couldn't hear their whispers. Was there something she shouldn't hear? After Liu Gang finished speaking, Liu Dapeng's expression was already quite bizarre. Now that his wife was pregnant, he couldn't share a room with her. The thought caused him immense pain. After all, he was a young and strong man. However, this pain was nothing he couldn't endure, though he felt somewhat uneasy inside. "Dapeng, what did Uncle Liu Gang say to you? Can you tell me?" Xie Shuanglan began to press Liu Dapeng as they left Liu Gang's home. Liu Dapeng took a deep breath and said with a wry smile, "Uncle Liu Gang said we cannot share a room, especially during the first 3 months. We need to be careful with the fetus, otherwise it could affect the baby." Upon hearing Liu Dapeng's words, Xie Shuanglan burst into laughter, thinking it wasn't a big deal. Not sharing a room was fine. It would give her a chance to rest for a while. After all, her husband was the kind who wanted it every day, and she couldn't understand where he got all that energy. Seeing Xie Shuanglan's cheerful demeanor, Liu Dapeng felt bitter inside. "Wife, do you know how much your husband wants you? I want to tell my parents about the pregnancy. Oh, I want to go home for a visit. I want to share this good news with my parents," Xie Shuanglan said, with a smile, mentioning how her mother had always worried about her not being able to conceive, and now the baby was on the way. Liu Dapeng thought it was necessary to inform his in-laws about such a joyous matter, wanting them to share in the happiness. However, he was very worried about letting his wife go back alone, so he said, "I will accompany you tomorrow. I can't leave here. If I do, those people building the house will have no food. I can ask my uncle and aunt to help me cook. I just need to pay them. You don't need to worry about that. Let's think about what to buy for your parents tomorrow. We can't go empty-handed." Xie Shuanglan felt touched and teary-eyed by how considerate her husband was. She suddenly jumped into Liu Dapeng's arms, leaving him somewhat bewildered. "Wife, be gentle. You're not alone now. You have my baby in your arms," he said. "So tell me, who do you prefer, me or our baby?" Xie Shuanglan teased, "Are you going to stop liking me when the baby comes?" Liu Dapeng was at a loss for words, feeling that whatever he said would upset his wife, so he chose to remain silent. "Answer me. Why aren't you speaking?" "Wife, I'm feeling dizzy. Did I drink too much?" Liu Dapeng found an appropriate excuse. He had drunk a little, but didn't feel particularly dizzy. Now was the perfect time. "Are you dizzy? Grab my hand, I'll help you back." He looked at his easily fooled wife and secretly enjoyed the moment. When they returned, Liu Dapeng's younger siblings were overjoyed to learn that Xie Shuanglan was pregnant, as they would be able to play with the little one soon. They could also help their brother and sister-in-law take care of the baby. With this thought, everyone felt happy inside. Although they were still children themselves, they were already thinking about taking care of even smaller ones. "Wife, stay here. I'm going to boil water for your bath," Liu Dapeng said, about to step out, but Xie Shuanglan pulled him back. "What are you doing? I'm pregnant, not carrying a bomb. Why are you so scared?" "It's fine. Didn't the doctor say so? Just avoid heavy work." Boiling water isn't heavy work, I can do it. Ignoring Liu Dapeng's objections, Xie Shuanglan went out to start the fire. Liu Dapeng felt a bit uneasy and followed her to check. Now that there was nothing to worry about, he felt reassured and sat nearby. Over here, women are not too delicate even when pregnant. It's not like they can't do this or that. Liu Dapeng thought that the women here were quite good, unlike those in other places who act all fragile when pregnant, thinking they were something extraordinary, unable to do this or that. Seeing her husband deep in thought, Xie Shuanglan called out to him, Dapeng, what are you thinking about? I was wondering if our child will be a boy or a girl. Liu Dapeng made up an excuse. Xie Shuanglan became curious and asked, then Dapeng, do you prefer a boy or a girl? To be honest, he liked both genders. He wouldn't favor one over the other. However, deep down he wished for a sweet little daughter, soft and adorable. As long as it's born from you, I will love it. This statement warmed Xie Shuanglan's heart. She feared her husband might favor boys over girls. As a woman herself, she didn't think there was anything wrong with being a girl. On the contrary, it was because of women like them that the lineage could continue. Unfortunately, those men rarely thought this way. After bathing, they went to sleep. The next day, when Xie Shuanglan woke up, she noticed her husband was missing. Just then the door opened, and she saw him carrying a basin of fresh fruits, their enticing red color and sweet aroma filling the air. So fragrant. These are the best ones grown in the space, so he prepares these fruits for his wife every day along with ingredients from the space to ensure she and the baby are well taken care of. I didn't see you early in the morning. Turns out you went to pick fruits for me. Xie Shuanglan said, her face slightly flushed, feeling like the happiest woman in the world. Liu Dapeng neither admitted nor refuted it. In fact, the fruits he didn't pick from the mountain were all in his space, but he wouldn't reveal that secret yet, as he didn't want to tell his wife. As he approached, his wife directly looped her arms around his neck, saying, what made you think of this? You should sleep a little longer. Bao and the others have already prepared the meal. You can eat as soon as you get up. If you want to sleep a bit more, just rest for a while. Xie Shuanglan was looking intently at Liu Dapeng, her shyness clearly visible to Liu Xiaoping. He then kissed her forehead, and Xie Shuanglan was taken aback by the sudden kiss, staring blankly for a moment before pushing him away. Really, how annoying. With such a soft and fragrant wife nearby, Liu Dapeng felt incredibly suffocated since he couldn't do anything. He quickly turned and went outside, feeling slightly better when the cold wind hit him. Otherwise, he would have been too hot-headed so early in the morning. Not long after, Xie Shuanglan also got up. They had agreed to visit her family today, and she wanted to go over early. After finishing breakfast, they set off. Liu Bao was instructed to keep an eye on things and to find his uncle if anything happened, as he had already informed his uncle the night before. The lunch would be delivered by his uncle, and they would return in the evening. The two of them climbed onto the village's ox cart. In the past, Xie Shuanglan would have never let Liu Dapeng ride the ox cart as it was too costly, but now things were different. Their family conditions had gradually improved, and Liu Dapeng couldn't bear to let her walk such a long distance, so he simply hired a cart to take her to her family. Upon arriving at Xie family village, she was spotted. Oh, it's Shuanglan returning. A woman who was about to fetch water from the well saw Xie Shuanglan and smiled, saying, why are you here so early? Your parents should be out working by now. Go find your parents in the fields. Yes, I understand, Aunt Ho-Hot. Xie Shuanglan greeted her and took her husband's hand, heading directly to the fields. It had been a long time since she had visited her own land. Ever since marrying Liu Dapeng, she had been in Liu family village. The last time she returned home was also in a hurry. You should walk a little slower, Liu Dapeng said, watching the carefree Xie Shuanglan, his heart fluttering. He was genuinely worried she might fall. Dapeng, you don't need to worry about this road. I'm familiar with it. I won't follow. I've been walking it for over a decade now. At this point, Xie Shuanglan felt a bit embarrassed, recalling how she had once spilled food on this very road and received a beating from her parents. The thought of her childhood made her chuckle. Liu Dapeng noticed her smile, which was beautiful. When he was brought over by Xie Shuanglan, he saw many villagers busy with their tasks. Why does that figure look a bit familiar? Is it our daughter? Xie's father looked up and wiped the sweat from his forehead, noticing Xie Shuanglan and Liu Dapeng a bit far off. He couldn't see clearly, but felt that the figure was indeed his daughter. Upon hearing her husband, Xie's mother hurriedly looked up and exclaimed, that's definitely our daughter. I must tell the team leader that our daughter has come, as she needs to take a day off today. Xie's mother stopped working and went to inform the team leader about her daughter's arrival. The team leader, seeing that there wasn't much work to do, said, then you can go. The two of them wiped the sweat off their faces to clean up a bit and climbed out of the fields. Xie Shuanglan wanted to help her mother, but her mother called out to her, don't help me, I'm all dirty and smelly. Don't get yourself dirty. How did you two come over? As Xie's mother spoke, she climbed up to see the two of them. Liu Dapeng and Xie Shuanglan exchanged glances, and Xie's mother sensed something unusual between them. She was more worried that they had some unresolved issues, quickly saying, just tell me if there's something. I worry if you don't talk. Xie Shuanglan smiled and gently said, I have one. Upon hearing her daughter's words, Xie's mother pondered for a moment before reacting. You really have one. What do you mean you have one, old lady? What are you two whispering about? Xie's father walked over. He was very curious about the two of them. He only heard half of the conversation and was completely in the dark about what they were discussing. Xie Xuanlan nodded gently, confirming her mother's guess. Xie's mother excitedly grabbed her husband's hand, trembling with joy. Oh, old lady, don't do that, you scared me. What's going on? Xie's father was pained by his wife's grip, which was concerning. More importantly, she kept trembling, fearing her old ailments might act up again. He didn't dare move too much. Liu Dapeng slowly said, Mother, don't get excited. The doctor said the baby is still small. I'm not excited. Xie's mother didn't want to be excited. She just couldn't control herself. Feeling helpless, Xie's father still didn't understand what was happening. He wanted to pull his wife aside to ask what was going on, but no one would tell him. On the way back, Liu Dapeng told Xie's father about Xie Xuanlan's pregnancy, making Xie's father overjoyed, as this would be his first grandchild. Just thinking about it made him smile widely. Dapeng, let's go up the mountain together later. It's been a while since we hunted together. We should bring back some game for your wife to nourish her. Sure. Liu Dapeng loved hunting in the mountains as it not only earned him points, but also allowed him to train himself. It was a win-win situation. He felt his body getting stronger and stronger. Feeling quite bored here, without anyone familiar around, he only knew Xie's father and Xie's mother in this village. He didn't know anyone else. If he were in his own village, he could chat with others and boast a little. Plus, in this era, there were no mobile phones, making it very dull to just hang around. I'll mention to your mother that we're going to the mountain together. I'll borrow a hunting rifle from the village, and we'll go up the mountain with it. Xie's father also enjoyed hunting, and when he spoke about it, he almost drooled, making Liu Dapeng laugh. It turned out that men's interests were quite similar. They were heading to the mountain to hunt, and this time, Xie Mu had no objections as there was little to eat at home. Knowing that her daughter was returning, she planned to buy some provisions. However, making the round trip was not easy, especially at this hour. It was worth a shot to go up the mountain and see what they might catch. Bring back a few wild chickens for me. Let your daughter have a good feast, do you understand? As they were leaving, Xie Mu reminded them to catch a few more wild chickens. Xie Fu replied, Don't worry, even if we don't bring back several, we will definitely bring at least one for you. Xie Mu. Liu Dapeng noticed that Xie Mu and Xie Fu's manner of interaction was quite harmonious. Although they loved to bicker, deep down both cared for each other. He and Xie Xuanlan were somewhat similar. Xie Fu took him to a house and knocked on the door. Who is it? At that moment, the door opened, revealing an old man around the same age as Xie Fu. The old man glanced at Xie Fu and then at Liu Dapeng, saying, So this is your son-in-law, huh? Wow, you really brought him to show off. When my daughter grows up, her husband will surely be no worse than yours. Liu Dapeng was momentarily stunned by this boastful remark. What are you talking about? I'm not here to show off today, or I came to borrow a hunting rifle. My son-in-law and I are going hunting in the mountains. My daughter is pregnant, and I need to catch a few wild chickens to nourish her. Xie Lao's straightforward response silenced the old man, who didn't want Liu Dapeng to know how he bragged about him in the village. Feeling a bit awkward, he discreetly glanced at Liu Dapeng, who seemed indifferent. He feared that if Liu Dapeng asked too many questions, his earlier boasting would be exposed, which would be quite embarrassing. All right, I'll go get the hunting rifle for you, but you better take good care of it. If it gets damaged, you're paying for it, Xie Fu grunted. Don't worry, you know what kind of person I am. How could I damage your things? Stop dawdling and hurry up, we still need to go up the mountain. Under Xie Fu's urging, the old man quickly fetched a hunting rifle. This rifle was significantly better than Xie Fu's, likely because it had not been used for long, making it appear quite new. Catch a few wild chickens, do you understand? And make sure to save one for me. Ooh, I haven't had meat in ages. Xie Fu shot a glance at the old man. You know my situation. If I can catch something, I wouldn't need to ask you, the old man retorted, rolling his eyes. The two stopped bickering, and Xie Fu led Liu Dapeng up the mountain. This time, they ventured deeper into the woods where the animals were less cautious. If it were only one rifle, Xie Fu would not have taken Liu Dapeng inside, but with two rifles they had more assurance. They traversed the mountain, just the two of them, with no one else in sight. All that could be heard were the chirps of small birds and the growls of unknown creatures, which sounded rather frightening. The resources in this forest were still quite abundant. With good luck, they might catch a wild boar. If luck was not on their side, they could still catch a few rabbits. Just then a rabbit darted past Liu Dapeng's eyes. He raised the rifle and fired, but since this rifle was not from his own system, he missed, and the rabbit escaped. It would have been great if I had hit it. That rabbit looked rather plump, Xie Fu remarked, having also seen the rabbit. Although Liu Dapeng was quicker, he still missed, which left him feeling quite regretful. No worries, there's always the next one, Liu Dapeng replied nonchalantly, secretly wishing to part ways with Xie Fu. With Xie Fu nearby, he felt somewhat embarrassed and could not swap the rifle from his system. If Xie Fu were not around, he would have changed it. Soon after, Xie Fu spotted a wild chicken. He shouldered the rifle and took aim. His accuracy was impressive, and the wild chicken fell to the ground. Excited, he went to retrieve it, while Liu Dapeng took the opportunity to swap for a similar hunting rifle from his system, feeling confident he could catch a lot of game now. Xiaofu picked up the wild chicken and said cheerfully to Liu Dapeng, "This chicken is quite plump, weighing several pounds, but will be enough for a meal." Liu Dapeng nodded absent-mindedly, his mind still on searching for other prey. He then noticed something moving by a tree over there. Xiaofu naturally saw the movement too. He hushed Liu Dapeng and said, "Let's be quiet. I think it's a large animal. I don't know what it is and we shouldn't disturb it." Without saying anything, Liu Dapeng and Xiaofu slowly approached the source of the movement. They paused when they could finally make out what it was, careful not to get too close in case it spotted them, and ran away. It was a stag, and a massive one at that, weighing at least 200 pounds. The value of this stag far exceeded that of a wild boar, and it was a pity it wasn't a spotted deer. If it were a spotted deer, the price would have doubled. "This is a great catch. If we manage to hunt it, we will strike it rich." Xiaofu rubbed his hands together in excitement, almost drooling. This animal was difficult to hunt. If it spotted them, it would surely run away, and given its speed, catching it would be quite challenging. Therefore, they needed to take it down with one shot before it realized they were there. Surrounding it would also be quite difficult. If there were more people, they could encircle it and have a better chance, but currently they couldn't find a third person. It was just the two of them trying to figure it out. Xiaofu was not reassured. Liu Dapeng had just missed a rabbit, so he said, "You listen to my command. Let's see if we can take it down with our shot. It all depends on our luck since we only have one chance." Xiaofu's palms were sweating. He desperately wanted this stag, but feared he wouldn't hit it. His emotions were a mix of hope and anxiety, as if he were staring at a huge sum of money, yet it required great effort to obtain it, leaving the actual possibility uncertain. All right, Liu Dapeng had no objections. After all, he was confident in his ability to take down the stag. As soon as Xiaofu gave the go-ahead, Liu Dapeng fired, and the two gunshots reverberated loudly in the mountains. "What the hell is that sound? It's almost shattering my eardrums." The villagers at the foot of the mountain were stunned by the gunfire, frozen in place. The two sounds vanished, and the people regained their senses. The man looked eagerly at the mountain, wondering if there were hunters up there again. Damn, that sound was a bit too loud. He was curious about what had been shot. Initially, he was up the mountain gathering firewood, but seeing such excitement, he decided to stop and wait for the hunter to come down. "I'll go see what's going on." Xiaofu was very uneasy. Although he saw the stag fall, he wasn't sure if it was truly dead. He was afraid that the stag might recover and attack them. What if it wasn't hit? He had little confidence in himself, and even less in Liu Dapeng. "Let's go together." Liu Dapeng wanted to see if the stag was really dead. Such a large creature could fetch a good price in town. Since he and his father-in-law shot it, they would share the profits. "You stay back. I just shot the stag and pretended to be dead. If we go together, it might attack us. I'll go check it out alone." Xiaofu took a deep breath and said. He was worried about his son-in-law. If anything happened to him, his daughter would surely tear him apart. Moreover, his daughter had just become pregnant, and he didn't want any harm to come to his son-in-law. It was better for him to go alone. Liu Dapeng felt a bit moved. Xiaofu was clearly scared, but he was willing to risk himself for Liu Dapeng's sake. He would rather go alone than let Liu Dapeng face it. This made Liu Dapeng's heart feel a mix of emotions. He patted Xiaofu on the shoulder and said, "Dad, if we're going, we go together. If not, you shouldn't go." Seeing his resolute son-in-law, Xiaofu found it hard to refuse. He thought that if something really happened, he would stand in front of his son-in-law. That should suffice, right? "All right, let's go together." When the two approached, the stag was already soaked, lying still. Xiaofu confirmed that the stag was indeed dead and sighed in relief. Such a large creature had bent the grass around it. Xiaofu's worried expression turned into joy. "Wonderful. Such a large one. We can take it to town to sell. It'll fetch a good price. Heaven, what luck has fallen upon us." Seeing such a large stag brought joy to Liu Dapeng as well. This was the first time he had hunted such a creature, and he was sure the system would reward him. Sure enough, not long after, a notification came. "Congratulations, host. You have hunted a stag. Reward 3 memory-enhancing pills and 300 units of unity." After the system announced the rewards, Liu Dapeng stood there in a daze. He wasn't interested in the unity, as he could earn money with his own hands. However, he was very interested in the memory-enhancing pills. If his child consumed this pill, they would surely become a very capable person in the future. Since Xie Xuanlan already had a child, he definitely had to save these pills for his future bloodline. As for whether he could get more pills later, he didn't know, so he decided to consume one and keep the rest. Coming back to his senses, Liu Dapeng glanced at Xiaofu, who was still mumbling nearby, his smile almost splitting his face. "Dad, how are we going to get this stag back?" Hearing Liu Dapeng's question, Xiaofu snapped back to reality, feeling a bit embarrassed and awkward. He was just too happy and excited. Did his son-in-law think he was acting foolishly? Xiaofu cleared his throat and said, "This stag must weigh around 200 pounds. 2 big men like us can barely carry it down. I'm not comfortable leaving it here. If we ask someone for help, we'd have to give them something in return. Let's just work a bit harder and drag it down ourselves. In their village, you couldn't expect someone to help you for free. After all, having hunted such a large stag, one must offer some benefits in return. Xiaofu considered this, not wanting to share the rewards of the stag he worked hard to take down, so he preferred to carry it down himself rather than ask the villagers for help. Since Xiaofu said so, Liu Dapeng went along with it. He didn't know the situation in this village, but he was aware that in his own village not everyone expected benefits for help. However, Liu Dapeng had shared a wolf he hunted with everyone before, which could be considered a favor. The two of them carried the stag down, taking a break midway before finally reaching the foot of the mountain. At the foot of the mountain, the man was nearly dozing off when he saw Xiaofu and his son-in-law coming. Heavens, was that gunshot I heard really from you two? What on earth is this? The man reached out to touch it, but Xiaofu stopped him. What are you touching? It's normal for you not to recognize this creature. By the way, what are you doing here? The man smiled awkwardly. He certainly couldn't say. He was waiting for them specifically to see what they had hunted and to ask if they needed help. I was about to go up the mountain to gather firewood. When I heard the commotion, I knew you had caught something. Do you need any help? Seeing the man's eager expression, Xiaofu frowned even more. I don't need your help. My son-in-law and I can carry it down. You just go on with what you were doing. After saying this, Xiaofu signaled Liu Dapeng to follow closely, not wanting the man to cling to them. That's how the people in their village were. If there was something to gain, they would come running to take advantage. Xiaofu wasn't about to let others take advantage of him. Liu Dapeng found Xiaofu's angry demeanor amusing, though he didn't laugh out loud. If he did, it would be downright foolish. The tale of the two carrying the stag quickly spread throughout the village. After all, along the way, Liu Dapeng and Xiaofu encountered quite a few villagers. Seeing them carrying such a large stag, many ran to their home out of curiosity. Xiaomu and Xie Shuanglan were chatting when they heard a hurried knock on the door. It must be your father and your husband returning. Xiaomu, saying that her daughter shouldn't go open the door, went to open it herself. When she saw her husband and son-in-law, she froze. What is this? Of course it's our catch. Hurry and open the door, don't delay us. Let us in and we can talk later. Many villagers had come. Hearing her husband's words, Xiaomu quickly opened the door wider, allowing the two to enter. At that moment, she also noticed many people peering in. What are you all staring at? Don't you have anything to do at home? Mother Xia said as she attempted to close the door, but was stopped by a man preventing it from shutting. She stared intently at the man and asked, Xiao Lu, what do you want? And can you let me in to take a look? I've never seen such a thing before. What is it called? The man looked at Mother Xia with eager anticipation. The people nearby cheered, saying, Aunt, let us take a look too. Really, we have never seen this before. We won't make a fuss, just looking won't hurt, right? Mother Xia was quite helpless as these were all villagers. So she turned to look at Father Xia, waiting for his decision. If he agreed, she would let them in. If not, it would be fine. Seeing that everyone wanted to see the dear Father, Xia thought for a moment and agreed to let them in. After all, they were from the same village, and it was fine to take a look. Anyway, he needed to quickly take it to the town to sell, otherwise it would be hard to sell. With so many villagers arriving, Liu Dapeng was worried that they might bump into Xie Shuanglan, so he pulled her aside. Xie Shuanglan, being pulled in front of so many villagers, felt very shy and embarrassed, her face turning bright red. She lowered her eyes, not daring to meet Liu Dapeng's gaze. Watching his wife act so demure and delicate, Liu Dapeng felt delighted. Who doesn't like a woman who is as gentle as water? He liked it too. Wife, do you want to stay at your parents' house for the night? Upon hearing Liu Dapeng say this, Xie Shuanglan looked up at him curious and asked, Aren't we going back? Then she suddenly thought of something and quickly added, No, we have to go back. Otherwise there will be no one at home to manage things, and we can't keep bothering uncle's family. Bothering others, even if it was her own uncle, made Xie Shuanglan feel guilty, as if she was taking advantage of someone. Liu Dapeng gently brushed his wife's nose with his hand. Her skin was truly soft and tender, and just a light touch made it flush. You stay here, you'll go back alone. Hearing Liu Dapeng say he would leave her here alone, Xie Shuanglan's eyes turned red. She had never been apart from Liu Dapeng since their marriage, and now the thought of being separated for a day made her feel very uncomfortable, as if she was about to cry. Wife will come to pick you up tomorrow. Then aren't you going to stay with me tonight? Otherwise let me go back with you. Xie Shuanglan thought for a moment this plan was good. If she went back with him, they wouldn't have to separate so soon. You stay here with the big deer. I need to take it to town to sell. They'll give the money to Dad tomorrow. This deer was hunted by me and Dad together, and we will split the money. I will come back tomorrow. If you don't want to stay, I'll pick you up. How about it? Otherwise, if I come to Dad's place tomorrow, and you have to follow me again, it will be quite troublesome. Hearing Liu Dapeng's explanation, Xie Shuanglan understood that he was not trying to abandon her, but was considering her well-being. She immediately hugged Liu Dapeng. Liu Dapeng was momentarily stunned. He did not expect his wife to hug him so proactively. What's wrong, silly? I'm not silly. Xie Shuanglan pouted. Father and Mother Xie finally sent the villagers away, feeling exhausted. They were close to collapsing, having been bombarded with questions. Then they saw Liu Dapeng hugging their daughter. Father Xie turned to look, but was grabbed by Mother Xie, who covered his eyes. "What are you doing? Shouldn't you know that you must not witness such impropriety?" Mother Xie spoke softly, but Xie Xuanlan still heard. She felt very embarrassed and shyly looked at Liu Dapeng, saying, "It's all your fault, I don't want to talk to you anymore." And then she bashfully ran to her room, leaving Liu Dapeng in a daze. Seeing his daughter go inside, Mother Xie finally released her grip. Father Xie rushed over to ask Liu Dapeng, "Are we sending this deer to the supply and marketing cooperative? Or how should we handle it? I heard that the cooperative also accepts this kind of thing, but I don't know what the price is like. However, I've also heard that black market prices are better, but I've never been to the black market and am afraid of getting into trouble if I go. You see, where should we send it?" Liu Dapeng had already thought about where to send it. Of course, he would send it to the black market. If he sent it to the supply and marketing cooperative, he wouldn't be able to make much money. He would never give up on anything that could earn him more profit. "Dad, if you trust me, just let me sell this deer, and tomorrow I will bring you the money." "What nonsense are you talking about? You are my son-in-law, how could I not trust you? Besides, this deer isn't just mine, so I'm at ease with you selling it." Father Xie sincerely said this. He knew Liu Dapeng's abilities. He had heard his daughter say that he often hunted and sold in town. As for where he sold it, he didn't ask too much, as some things were better left unknown, and knowing too many details wouldn't be beneficial for him. Hearing Father Xie say such words, Liu Dapeng felt reassured. He was afraid that Xie would overthink. Although he was his father-in-law, everyone has their own little secrets, and he was worried about those secrets. After finishing his meal, Liu Dapeng arranged for a bullock cart from the villagers to take the deer to town. Xie Xuanlan stood at the door, very reluctant to part with Liu Dapeng. Even though she could no longer see his figure, she still stood foolishly at the door. This scene enchanted Mother Xie, who said, "My daughter, are you reluctant to part with Dapeng? If you are, you can still chase after him now." "I'm not. I said I would stay tonight, I want leave." Xie Xuanlan walked over and held her mother's hand, starting to act spoiled. Mother Xie was amused by her. "At your age, still acting spoiled with your mother. Soon you will be a mother yourself." Thinking about becoming a mother, Xie Xuanlan secretly glanced at her belly. Her belly didn't look much different from usual, but since it hid a little treasure inside, her demeanor softened. After Liu Dapeng sent the cart to town, he found a hidden place to store the deer. By this time, the black market had long dispersed, and he had to find Wang Ming early. He found another bullock cart to return to the village. By the time he returned, it was nearly dark. His younger siblings had already closed the door, thinking their big brother wouldn't return. Unexpectedly, they heard someone knocking on the door. Liu Erbao did not open the door, but stood at the entrance cautiously, asking, "Who are you?" "It's me." Upon hearing Liu Dapeng's voice, Liu Erbao slowly opened the door, surprised to see his elder brother returning so late without seeing his sister-in-law. He couldn't help but ask, "Brother, where's sister-in-law? Why did you come back alone? Did you leave sister-in-law behind?" Liu Dapeng tapped Liu Erbao on the head, saying, "What do you mean by leaving your sister-in-law behind? She went back to her parents' home for a couple of days. What's wrong with that? Aren't you guys asleep yet?" Liu Erbao pouted after being tapped. His elder brother loved to scare him, and particularly enjoyed tapping his head. What if he ended up foolish from it, and couldn't marry a wife later? "I was just about to sleep when I heard you knocking, brother. I thought it was some bad person, and I wasn't going to open the door." Liu Erbao huffed, clearly dissatisfied. Liu Dapeng tapped his head again, signaling it was done. "Go to sleep, you don't need to be here anymore." Liu Dapeng went to his room, exhausted from the day's events. The deer he had brought back was placed in his space, and as soon as he returned, the white fox that had been waiting outside dashed into his room, staring at him intently. I know. Seeing its pitiful expression, Liu Dapeng immediately understood it wanted to enter the space. As Liu Dapeng stretched out his hand, the white fox jumped into his embrace and was transported into the space. Inside the space, he glanced around at the fruits, all of which were ripe and ready for harvest. Having harvested several batches, there seemed to be enough for years. Ginseng had grown in great abundance, and other medicinal herbs had also flourished. He planned to deliver some herbs to Wang Ming and decided to uproot them all today, knowing they would grow back. In the space, everything could be automatically uprooted with his thoughts. Thus, as he thought about it, all his medicinal herbs were uprooted completely intact and placed there. The white fox munched on a fruit beside him, slightly squinting its eyes. Now that it had opened its spiritual awareness, it could understand everything Liu Dapeng did. It plucked a fruit with its paw and tossed it to Liu Dapeng, who caught it in time. "Is this for me?" The white fox nodded, appearing somewhat endearing. Liu Dapeng recognized that this white fox was no ordinary animal. It was intelligent and understood human speech. With Xie Xuanlan not in the room, Liu Dapeng felt much freer. He decided not to take out the medicinal herbs, but to keep them in the space. He planned to take them out in the morning, believing that the medicinal effects would be better that way. Having grown accustomed to having his wife by his side, he felt strange without her sleeping next to him tonight. Suddenly Liu Dapeng found it hard to fall asleep. He counted sheep several times, but still couldn't drift off, feeling so restless that he considered knocking himself out. He finally fell asleep in the early hours of the morning. When he woke up, the sky was already bright. Oh no, I have so much to do today. Liu Dapeng quickly got up. His younger siblings had already prepared breakfast. After eating a few bites, he left the house knowing there were so many tasks awaiting him. Therefore, he did not take Liu or Bao with him to the black market. If there was an opportunity, he would still bring him along to broaden his horizons. As he sat on the village's old ox cart, he overheard people discussing. I heard Liu Zhuang is going to marry that female educated youth. Moreover, I heard that girl seems to be pregnant. Oh my, he got a wife for free without spending a dime. Isn't that right? Our village has another female educated youth, doesn't it? Look at your son, still unmarried at this age. Can he? A nearby woman nudged the one beside her, who shook her head. My son can't do that. That's an unspeakable thing. If he marries, it should be done openly and uprightly. Openly and uprightly. Would those female educated youths even look at the men from our village? The nearby woman sighed. These women were educated and cultured. Would they even consider men like them who were from the countryside? This statement caused a brief silence on the ox cart, but soon enough it became lively again as everyone chatted and discussed various topics, leaving the matter of the female educated youth behind. Liu Dapeng simply listened in on the commotion. Whatever happened with the educated youth had nothing to do with him, and he had no intention of meddling. Upon reaching the town, everyone went about their business. Liu Dapeng found a secluded spot and took out the deer and medicinal herbs, knowing he was close to the black market. Carrying such a large animal drew many eyes. Just before entering the black market, someone called out to him. Hey, you there, stop. Upon hearing someone shout his name, Liu Dapeng halted and turned around to see a middle-aged man with a bald spot striding towards him. He didn't recognize the man and had no idea what he wanted. Seeing Liu Dapeng looking at him warily, the middle-aged man quickly said, I'm not a bad person. I just wanted to ask if you're selling the game you're carrying. Seeing that Liu Dapeng remained silent, the middle-aged man continued, If you're selling, I can introduce you to a good place. I'm sorry, but I already have a buyer. He didn't know this person and was uncertain if he would deceive him. Rather than sell to a stranger, he preferred to sell to Wang Ming. After all, they were old acquaintances. The middle-aged man felt a bit disappointed upon hearing this, but was also curious. He wondered who Liu Dapeng's buyer was and asked, Who is your buyer? Can I go with you to check it out? If the price given by that person wasn't high, he thought he could claim the deer for himself, and with that thought, he was suddenly motivated. Liu Dapeng had no idea what he was planning. Did he want to snatch the food from someone else's mouth? Liu Dapeng couldn't be bothered with him. The black market had its own rules. Ordinary people wouldn't cause much trouble. Liu Dapeng directly entered the black market. The middle-aged man followed him into the black market as he had a place there too. When he arrived, he saw Liu Dapeng heading straight for Wang Ming. Good heavens, it turned out to be Wang's kid. When Liu Dapeng approached, Wang Ming noticed him and said, Why are you here so early? The early bird gets the worm. You little rascal, I can't keep up with you. He glanced at the deer Liu Dapeng had placed on the ground, amazed. You kid, you're getting more capable by the day. Are you planning to hunt every creature on the mountain? If I had the chance, I would truly want to do that. Liu Dapeng spoke sincerely. After all, he needed points, and he could only earn them by hunting different prey. You little rascal, you have such grand ambitions, how interesting. I can't help but look forward to it, seeing you strike down all the lotus mist on the mountain. Wang Ming said, half-jokingly, unsure if Liu Dapeng could really hunt that many prey, and he didn't have much hope. Here are the herbs you asked for, take a look. Liu Dapeng took out the herbs, and Wang Ming was overjoyed upon seeing them. It was even more exciting than when he spotted a sick deer, because these herbs were what he needed right now. As for the deer, it was whatever. Having it or not didn't matter. While Wang Ming was examining the herbs, a voice came from a middle-aged man. Good for you, Wang Ming, with all these treasures, you don't even think to share a bit. The middle-aged man rushed over, and Wang Ming, fearing he would snatch his herbs, quickly moved them closer to himself, forcing a smile as he said, Come on, Lao Zhang, don't compete with me. It's not easy for me to make money in the black market either. Wang Ming said this with a bitter smile, but the middle-aged man didn't believe his nonsense. Wang Ming was quite cunning, younger than himself, but actually more capable. He had a certain network in the black market and had befriended many influential figures, so he shouldn't be underestimated. That's not acceptable. This kid sold you the herbs. As for the sick deer, you have to give me some too, considering our relationship, don't you think? Let the old brother earn a little too. It's been a while since I've received something this good. Now it was the middle-aged man's turn to wear a bitter face. Watching the two men put on such pitiful faces in front of him, Liu Dapeng couldn't help but stifle a laugh. It was a bit hard to watch. All right, Lao Zhang, you can take the sick deer, but you must give this kid a fair price. After all, he and I are good friends. You can't cheat him in front of me. Of course. Lao Zhang laughed heartily. then had Liu Dapeng bring the sick deer to his stall. He wanted to show off a bit as he hadn't received any good goods for days while the two beside him had received plenty, so he finally had some capital to show off. Wow, Lao Zhang, where did you get this sick deer from? When Liu Dapeng tossed the deer aside, it drew the attention of those around them, and their eyes nearly popped out. This is a sick deer, it's quite a rarity. How did Lao Zhang get it? They were very curious. Seeing their curious expressions, Lao Zhang couldn't help but flaunt. I won't tell you just to make you mad. Looking at the playful Lao Zhang, Wang Ming felt quite helpless. That's just how he is, but he's not a bad person. If you have any good stuff, you can send it his way. Liu Dapeng nodded understanding. Although the price of the sick deer is a bit cheaper than that of the sick deer, it is still very valuable, because the deer can be used in medicine, just not as good as the sick deer, but still a medicinal herb. The sick deer is a treasure all over, but it was already dead. Otherwise, even the blood alone could fetch a good price. This whole sick deer surprisingly sold for over 2,000. Comparing it to its ghost orchid, it was worth quite a lot. He was very pleased to sell it for such a high price. Plus, with the money from the herbs, he now had several thousand on hand, but he still had to share half of this sick deer with his father-in-law. He put the money in his space to avoid trouble in case it got lost. Then he went to see Xie Shuanglan at her family home, who currently only Xie Shuanglan and her mother were at home as her father had gone to work. Daughter, are you looking outside again? Dapeng hasn't arrived yet, he's probably on his way. Don't be too anxious. Xie's mother guessed her daughter's thoughts as she looked outside repeatedly. Xie Shuanglan felt a bit embarrassed. She didn't expect her mother to know her little secret. Mother, I'll go outside to take a look. Just be careful. Xie's mother reminded her again as she was worried after all her daughter was pregnant, and it wouldn't be good if she bumped into something. When she stepped outside, she saw Liu Dapeng, who also spotted her. Their eyes met, and Xie Shuanglan froze in place. A hint of shyness crossed her face. Liu Dapeng hurried over, fearing that if he walked too slowly, Xie Shuanglan would rush towards him. She tended to be rather impulsive. Wife, Dapeng. The two embraced for a moment, and Liu Dapeng quickly released her, saying, Wife, guess how much I sold the sick deer for today. Hearing Liu Dapeng asking her to guess the price, Xie Shuanglan felt that he must have sold it for a high price, otherwise he wouldn't say such things, but she still couldn't guess. Dapeng, stop keeping me in suspense. Oh, just tell me how much it sold for. My father has gone to work and hasn't returned yet. How about you kiss me, and I'll tell you. Liu Dapeng was being a bit mischievous. Xie Shuanglan looked around and saw no one around, then leaned in and gave him a quick kiss on the lips. This soft and fragrant wife stirred Liu Dapeng's desire. He wished he could take Xie Shuanglan home and pamper her properly. Xie's mother, hearing someone talking to Xie Shuanglan, rushed out and saw her son-in-law. You're here? Have you eaten? If not, eat here. I'll go make you some food. Seeing that Xie's mother was about to get busy, Liu Dapeng quickly told her not to bother, saying he had already eaten. He asked, Mother, when will father be back? He'll be back around noon. Xie's mother replied, urging Liu Dapeng to sit inside the house. It was not right to stand outside. Liu Dapeng went in with Xie Shuanglan. Xie's mother brought over a stool for the two. With Liu Dapeng keeping her daughter company, Xie's mother went off to do other things. Did you miss me since you didn't come back yesterday? Liu Dapeng asked, looking at Xie Shuanglan, who was sitting on him. I missed you. Xie Shuanglan's voice was soft and a bit shy as she said this. So do you want to come back with me today? Liu Dapeng asked. Actually, he missed his wife, but he didn't want to say it directly for the sake of face. Xie Shuanglan nodded, and Liu Dapeng quietly took out a piece of milk candy from his pocket. This is for you. Is it candy? It must be expensive. Xie Shuanglan instinctively said. Not expensive, as long as you like it, that's enough, Liu Dapeng replied. Being pampered like this made Xie Shuanglan's heart feel sweet, even though she hadn't eaten any candy yet. She unwrapped a piece of milk candy and put it in her mouth. It was sweet and fragrant, the best thing she had ever eaten. Feeling happy, her eyes squinted with delight. Only by noon did Father Xie and Mother Xie agree to enter the house. Oh, Dapeng, you're here. Father Xie, covered in dirt, clearly had just finished his work. Let me fetch some water for you to wash your face. You look so dirty. Mother Xie chattered on as she went to fetch water. She stood there waiting for the water to arrive, and then began to chat with Liu Dapeng, who immediately said, He'll give you the money for the deer later. It seemed Liu Dapeng was saying he had sold the deer, though he didn't know how much it sold for. We can talk about this after dinner. At that moment, Mother Xie returned with the water, and Father Xie promptly washed his face. The few of them sat down to eat first, and after the meal, Father Xie and Liu Dapeng sat there. Liu Dapeng took out all the money he earned today, leaving Father Xie dumbfounded at the sight of so much cash. Not just him, but everyone was stunned for a moment. The first to recover was Xie Shuanglan, as she was already used to it, because she knew her man always made a lot of money. Old lady, hurry and close the door lest others see and get envious. Father Xie's first reaction was to ask Mother Xie to close the door. It was then that Mother Xie noticed it was still open. Luckily, no one passed by their door, otherwise the whole village would know about their wealth. Saying this, she hurriedly closed the door. Mother Xia leaned against the door looking both thrilled and anxious. She had never seen so much money in her life. It was unbelievable to earn so much from just one hunt. Her heart raced violently. Dad, this money is here. We hunted it together, so it's only right we split it equally. Liu Dapeng set aside half of the money. When Father Xia saw so much cash, he shook his head and said, I don't want this much. Although we hunted together, you put in more effort, so you should take the larger share. Plus, you have more expenses building your house. Your parents can't help you too much, so you should take a bit more. Father Xia casually took a few bills, leaving the bulk behind. Liu Dapeng felt embarrassed if Father Xia was too kind, too polite. Your father is right. Hurry and put the money away, otherwise if someone sees it, it won't be good, Mother Xia chimed in. Liu Dapeng turned his gaze to Xie Shuanglan, pleading for her to persuade her parents. Xie Shuanglan, feeling helpless, walked over and said, Dad, this is the prey you and Dapeng hunted together, so you should take half. If you don't take it, Dapeng will have trouble sleeping tonight. We know how good you are to us, and we aren't short on money at home. We've saved enough for the house. Take it, Dad, your house needs repairs too. After saying this, Xie Shuanglan glanced at the house she had lived in. She remembered it had taken a long time to build, and because the family was poor, they had no money for repairs. It leaked heavily during heavy rain, but was fine otherwise. Since her son-in-law had said so, Mother Xia hesitated, torn about whether her old man should accept the money. Father Xia was similarly conflicted. He wanted his son-in-law to take more, but the son-in-law was unwilling. What to do? It was difficult for him. Liu Dapeng forced the money into Father Xia's hands and said seriously, Dad, take it. If you don't accept it, I won't go hunting with you next time. Alright, I'll take it then. You child, Father Xia chuckled at Liu Dapeng. He knew Liu Dapeng was a good kid. His daughter marrying him was his lifelong blessing. A brief reunion always ends with parting. Liu Dapeng took Xie Shuanglan back home, while Father Xia and Mother Xia sent them to the village entrance, looking reluctant to part. As Mother Xia watched them walk away, she sighed. Father Xia comforted her, saying, The child has grown up, hasn't he? He must spread his wings and fly high. If you miss your daughter, you can go stay with her. Once the house is built, there will be a place for you to stay as long as you want. Why would I go there and cause trouble for them? I was just lamenting. Look at what you're saying. Mother Xia shot him a displeased glance before they both headed back together. Xie Shuanglan and Liu Dapeng sat on the ox cart when a man riding a bicycle passed by them, deliberately ringing the bell, as if afraid they wouldn't notice he had a bike. The man had a young, beautiful girl sitting behind him, and as they passed by the ox cart, onlookers couldn't help but feel envious. Hey, that bike must cost over 100. Only the children of wealthy families can afford such things. Look at those two. They clearly seem like children from the city. I wonder why they would come to such a remote place. Maybe they came for fun. After all, the air in the mountains is good. I've heard some people say that rich folks enjoy this kind of thing. Haha, then why don't we say that our mountain folks' farts smell sweet? Someone joked. Liu Dapeng noticed Xie Shuanglan was in a daze and asked, What are you thinking about, so lost in thought? Nothing. Xie Shuanglan shook her head. Seeing her like this, Liu Dapeng didn't believe her. He continued, What would you think if we bought a bicycle for our family? Xie Shuanglan reacted strongly, her voice loud enough for many to turn and look at them. She quickly covered her mouth, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Dapeng, why do you suddenly want to buy a bicycle? Xie Shuanglan whispered. A bicycle is convenient for going anywhere. I can take you around, making trips to the town much easier for me. Xie Shuanglan initially wanted to say something else, but upon hearing Liu Dapeng say it wouldn't be convenient for him, she held back. In the past, when their family was struggling, she would have persuaded him not to, but now that their situation had improved, she saw no need to. Alright, I'll listen to you. Liu Dapeng patted Xie Shuanglan on the head, surprised that she agreed so readily. He thought he would have to persuade her. If they were to buy a bicycle, it would have to wait until tomorrow. It was getting late, so they should head home. Upon returning, they found only Wu Yo at home. Liu Erbao and the other kids were nowhere to be found. When Wu Ya saw him, she looked a bit frightened and uneasy. Wu Ya, where are Erbao and the others? Wu Ya heard her elder brother's hesitant question and replied, Urge went to the riverbank to catch loaches. Wu Ya, you must tell the truth and not deceive your elder brother. Do you know that Wu Ya is the most obedient? Isn't that right? Did he really go to the riverbank to catch loaches? Liu Dapeng coaxed and threatened, which frightened Wu Ya so much that she burst into tears. Inside, Xie Shuanglan heard the commotion and rushed in to comfort the child, saying, Wu Ya, don't cry. It's not pretty when you cry. Dapeng, what did you do to Wu Ya? Why is Wu Ya crying? Liu Dapeng sighed silently. In fact, he did nothing at all, just tried to scare the little girl. He didn't expect her to be so timid, but she wouldn't tell him where Liu Erbao went. Don't mind your elder brother, he'll take you out, Xie Shuanglan called to Wu Ya. However, she remained motionless, staring intently at Liu Dapeng, waiting for him to speak before she would dare to go out. Don't be afraid of him. Your sister-in-law will support you, Xie Shuanglan said earnestly. Wu Ya, will you tell me? If you don't tell your elder brother, you can whisper it to your sister-in-law. I won't tell anyone, okay? You are not being obedient. You listen to urge, but not to Dage, right? Aye. Lowered her head, hesitating, because she promised urge not to say. Xie Shuanglan understood that Wu was hiding something from them, so she stopped protecting her and patiently said, we are family, right? Where did Bao go? Can you tell your sister-in-law? If you won't tell your elder brother, you can quietly tell your sister-in-law. I promise I won't let it out, okay? After saying this, Xie Shuanglan took out a handful of milk candies from her pocket. Wi's eyes sparkled at the sight of the candies. She sniffed and said, I will tell. Seeing Wu agree so readily, Liu Dapeng felt that Xie Shuanglan had a way with children. Wu unwrapped a milk candy, popped it in her mouth, and then said, Bao went to the mountain to hunt. Upon hearing this, both Liu Dapeng and Xie Shuanglan's expressions turned grim. Bao is still a child. How can he go hunting in the mountains? Liu Dapeng regretted teaching him how to shoot. Now that he was gone, all he could do was hope nothing happened. I will go find him in the mountains. You all stay at home and don't go anywhere. Should we find a few more people to help? I'm worried, Xie Shuanglan said with concern. That guy Bao already knows how to shoot. As long as he doesn't encounter large animals, he should be fine. I'll check the situation in the mountains first. Don't go looking for anyone. If nothing happens, it would be troublesome to bother others. Liu Dapeng kept reiterating this, fearing Xie Shuanglan would go out looking. Liu Dapeng arrived at the mountain, but didn't see Liu Bao. He was anxious and fearful for the child's safety, so he ventured further inside. After all, the mountain was vast, and finding someone was not easy. Suddenly, he heard gunshots. It was undoubtedly Liu Bao. Bao, it's a rabbit. You shot a rabbit. Liu Sanhai brought the rabbit over to Liu Bao for him to see. Upon seeing the rabbit, he shot Liu Bao's mouth curled into a grin. Sanhai, you need to learn well from Urge, you know. When you grow up, Urge will teach you how to shoot, okay? Liu Sanhai nodded at Liu Bao's words, saying, Bao, I will definitely learn well and strive to be as skilled as you and Dage. Liu Bao basked in the admiration, feeling on top of the world. Liu Dapeng saw that both of them were safe and felt relieved. He walked over and playfully knocked Liu Bao on the head. Damn it, you hit me. Liu Sanhai took a step back in fright upon seeing his elder brother, fearing he would scold him. Liu Bao slowly turned around, noticing his elder brother had returned. The gun in his hand fell to the ground and accidentally landed on his own foot. Elder brother, why are you back? Liu Bao cried out, feeling like he hadn't even finished his business when his elder brother arrived. If I hadn't come back, wouldn't you have caused a ruckus? How can you say that? Who told you to come to the mountains? Don't you know the mountains are dangerous? Liu Dapeng glared at his younger siblings. The siblings felt guilty and lowered their heads silently, allowing Liu Dapeng to scold Liu Bao. Liu Bao scratched his head and said, Elder brother, I'm sorry, I was wrong. Is just saying wrong enough? What if something happened to you in the mountains? By the time you regret it, it will be too late. You could have come alone, but you even brought your younger siblings along. Do you not value your life? Do you think you're invincible? Liu Dapeng's stern face was still quite intimidating, scaring the younger siblings. Liu Bao was frightened as well. Elder brother, I will listen. I won't come to the mountains again in the future. Elder brother, please don't be angry with me, okay? Liu Bao was most afraid of Liu Dapeng being angry, otherwise he wouldn't take him anywhere. Seeing Liu Bao's good attitude of admitting his mistake, Liu Dapeng was still angry. While leading his younger siblings down the mountain to settle accounts, before they could leave, they heard rustling sounds. Liu Dapeng quickly became alert and said, everyone move back. He was worried that something unknown might emerge from the bushes, and Liu Bao became alert as well. Liu Dapeng stood protectively in front of his siblings when suddenly a fierce wild boar emerged from the grass. The wild boar had long tusks and appeared to be injured. It looked at everyone as if it wanted to attack. It's a wild boar. Liu Sanhai was startled when he saw it. Liu Bao was fine, having shot a wolf previously. He had gained some courage. But the two younger siblings behind were not so lucky. Liu Dapeng stared intently at the wild boar, fearing that another might emerge, as wild boars are pack animals. If a group of wild boars came, it wouldn't be easy to deal with. Fortunately, there was only one, and it was injured. Its back was covered in blood, and its foot seemed hurt, likely from falling into a trap and managing to escape. The wild boar's will to survive was still strong. Bao, when I shout, we'll shoot together. Liu Bao nodded, saying, don't worry, elder brother, I won't mess it up. Liu Dapeng shouted to open fire, and Liu Bao fired at the same time. 2 bullets shot towards the approaching wild boar, which in despair closed its eyes and fell down, unable to resist due to its injuries. Looking at the wild boar lying dead on the ground, Liu Dapeng felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Now he had money for a bicycle. Yet he did not show it on his face, coldly warning his younger siblings, did you see that? If I hadn't come, that wild boar might have eaten you. From now on, do you still dare to go up the mountain alone? This scare turned his siblings' faces pale, but Liu Bao seemed distracted, lost in thought, until Liu Dapeng stepped on his foot, causing him to exclaim, "Ouch. What are you doing, brother?" "What do you mean, what am I doing? Did you hear what I just said?" Liu Erbao scratched his head saying, "Brother, I really didn't hear you, but there's something I want to tell you." "What is it?" "Brother, what's that over there?" Following Liu Erbao's gaze, Liu Dapeng looked over and spotted something wriggling in the grass. Not knowing what it was, he picked up his gun ready to shoot if anything dangerous appeared. "Brother, wait, I want to go take a look." After observing the grass, he found no danger. If there were any, that creature would have likely run away at the sound of the gun. Thus, Liu Dapeng agreed to let Liu Erbao go take a look, slowly walking over, though in his heart, he had a vague premonition that something was here. As he approached, the creature inside seemed to have heard the noise and poked out a small head. It was a baby wild boar, probably weighing only 5 or 6 pounds, staring at him with its adorable big eyes. "Brother, it's a baby wild boar. Hurry, hurry. There are several of them." Liu Erbao was ecstatic to see the baby wild boars, and they showed no signs of aggression. He casually grabbed one of the baby wild boars, and it seemed a bit dazed in his hands, having followed its mother out to forage, unaware of what had happened. Hearing Liu Erbao call him, Liu Dapeng hurried over and indeed spotted a nest of baby wild boars which seemed to have been born not long ago. They were quite bold and not very afraid of people. Unexpectedly, their luck was so good today. Not only had they hunted a wild boar, but also captured a nest of baby wild boars. Could the wild boar that had just died have been a sow? Liu Dapeng quickly came to a conclusion. "Brother, can we raise them? We can cut pig grass for them." Xia raised her little hand to express her desire. Liu Sanhai chimed in, "Brother, let us raise them. Once they grow up, we can eat meat. We won't need to buy meat from elsewhere during the new year." Seeing his younger siblings looking at him with eager faces, Liu Dapeng didn't want to refuse. They had a point. Once they raised them, they would have meat to eat during the new year. He thought they could plant some spiritual grass in the space to raise the wild boars. Although these wild boars looked delicate, as long as they had space, they would surely thrive. So Liu Dapeng didn't worry about being unable to raise them and readily agreed. Each of the younger siblings held a baby wild boar in their arms, and together with Liu Dapeng, they headed down the mountain. They returned home directly without encountering anyone on the way. Xie Shuanglan had been at home, anxiously waiting. She even considered going up the mountain herself, but was worried about leaving Wu Yao alone at home. Just when she was about to lose patience after waiting for 10 minutes, she heard footsteps and voices outside, as if Liu Dapeng had returned. She hurriedly opened the door and saw her husband pulling a large wild boar toward her. "Wife, come help out, the wild boar is heavy," Liu Dapeng said with a smile, and Xie Shuanglan snapped back to reality upon hearing him. She walked over, but Liu Dapeng wasn't really asking for her help. He just shouted at her, because she was standing there dazed, not knowing what to do. Sister-in-law Liu Erbao called out to Xie Shuanglan apologetically, knowing she would be worried about them, so he felt very embarrassed. "Oh, you kids, how could you go up the mountain alone? You mustn't do that in the future. Do you know how worried your elder brother was when he returned? He was afraid something would happen to you on the mountain. There are many ferocious beasts up there. Although Erbao, you know how to shoot, it's still quite dangerous to be there alone if you encounter something big. Do you understand? You're also taking so many younger siblings with you." Xie Shuanglan kept lecturing Liu Erbao. As the elder sister-in-law, she felt it was her duty to educate them, so she had to say a few things to them. Liu Dapeng stood silently to the side, quietly watching Xie Shuanglan. They say the elder sister-in-law is like a mother. He truly felt that way. The children, scolded by Xie Shuanglan, didn't dare to speak. They simply nodded in agreement to whatever she said, indicating they understood. Seeing them behave obediently, Xie Shuanglan breathed a sigh of relief. She believed they would surely remember this lesson and not run around in the mountains anymore. The group brought the wild boars inside, looking at so many of them. Xie Shuanglan thought they still needed a shelter. The house over there wouldn't be built anytime soon, so they had to set up a pig pen nearby. Fortunately, these were baby wild boars, not adult ones. If they were adults, they would need a larger house, which would be more troublesome. For baby wild boars, they could easily enclose them with some boards. The group got busy cutting some wood to build a shelter. With the help of the younger siblings, they worked quickly and finished the pig pen before dark. They then placed the baby wild boars inside, who were grunting and still unaware of what had happened, not even knowing that their mother had died. "I wonder what wild boars like to eat." Xie Shuanglan stood at the entrance of the pig pen, a bit worried. She had never raised pigs before and didn't know what they ate, especially since these were wild boars from the mountains. "Don't think too much about it. Well, feed them whatever we have, and I guarantee they'll grow strong by the new year." Looking at her husband's confident demeanor, Xie Shuanglan chuckled, and her previously bad mood improved at that moment. "Okay, I'll listen to you." Xie Shuanglan then directly poured the remaining food for the wild boars, not caring whether they would eat it or not, and went back inside to rest. Liu Dapeng didn't care either. If they didn't eat, they would just go hungry for a few days. When they got hungry, they would eat anything. Early in the morning, Liu Dapeng heard rustling sounds and thought a thief had entered the house, especially since it was still just dawn. Damn, who would dare to steal from his home? Wang Dajuan had already been beaten, so he shouldn't dare to anymore. When he came out, he was utterly dumbfounded. The little wild boar had already escaped from the pen and was exploring his house, leaving a mess of droppings everywhere. He was furious, wishing he could just toss all these little wild boars away. Xie Shuanglan was equally stunned. He had gotten up when Liu Dapeng did, and seeing the ground covered in pig droppings left him feeling utterly helpless. I'll go clean it up, but it seems the pig pen can't hold them anymore. We need to find a way to make it sturdier so they won't escape again. Xie Shuanglan did not want to experience today's chaos again. Looking at all the pig droppings made him very angry, but he had no choice. He was counting on eating their meat for the new year, so he decided to endure it. Liu Dapeng rounded up all the wild boars and waited for Xie Shuanglan to clean up before putting them back in the pen, which she also tidied up. To make it more secure, she even used a tattered piece of clothing to cover the entrance. This time they surely won't escape, right? Xie Shuanglan looked at the pig pen he had built, feeling quite satisfied. Liu Dapeng's lips twitched as he noticed a piece of red clothing hanging on the pen. When the wind blew, it swayed eerily, creating an indescribable sense of unease. It's fine during the day, but if I see that red clothing fluttering at night, I'm sure I'll be scared half to death. Hey dear, is that the only piece of old clothing you have? If not, you could use my old clothes. Liu Dapeng thought bitterly. I've already given you my clothes, so why would I use yours? Enough of that, don't you need to go to the town? Hurry up and leave after you eat. Xie Shuanglan urged him to get going. Liu Dapeng helplessly took one last look at the red clothing flapping in the wind before returning to his room, hoping his younger siblings wouldn't be scared. Liu Dapeng stored the wild boars in his space and went to the town alone. As soon as he stepped into the black market, a familiar voice called out to him. Old Zhang rushed over excitedly. You managed to catch something so quickly. Let me see what it is. Upon seeing a large wild boar, he was equally thrilled. It was not easy to catch such a big wild boar these days, so he was curious about how Liu Dapeng managed to do it. Not bad, you actually caught such a big wild boar. It seems like you have a harvest every day. Do you have any tricks up your sleeve? Old Zhang was very curious. Liu Dapeng boasted, isn't it just my good luck? I'm skilled, so of course I can catch so many. Others definitely can't because they don't have my luck. Old Zhang rolled his eyes at Liu Dapeng's bragging. Can't you just speak plainly? Is there really no trick? Oh well, I won't ask anymore. This is your meal, I'm just a bit curious. I saw that wild boar today, and you have to sell it to me. All right. After Liu Dapeng said this, he followed Old Zhang. Passing by Wang Ming's stall, he noticed Wang Ming wasn't there. Old Zhang explained Wang Ming isn't here, he just stepped out for something, not sure where he went. Anyway, he's busy with a lot of business, unlike me just guarding this black market territory. Old Zhang boasted a bit more in front of Liu Dapeng as he was getting older and couldn't keep up. If he were as young as Wang Ming, he would surely be doing even better. But just thinking about it made him reluctant to put in that kind of effort. While he was talking, Liu Dapeng was just listening and smiling. No matter how much Old Zhang boasted, as long as it didn't dampen his spirits, it was fine. Wang Ming, you're here. Li Tian moved a stool for him to sit beside him. Wang Ming glanced at the herbs Li Tian had collected and noticed they were all quite ordinary. Feeling a bit disappointed, he began to persuade him. I told you to come to the black market with me, but you wouldn't. You insisted on coming to the market. Look at the stuff you collected, it's not impressive at all. It's better to go to the black market. Although the risks are high, the rewards are higher. It's definitely better than staying here. Hearing Wang Ming say this, Li Tian didn't get angry, but calmly responded, I'm used to being in the market, and I can also treat people, which is a win-win situation for me. What would I do in the black market? The prices for herbs there are ridiculously high. I can't afford that. I'll just stay in the market. If I can collect some, great, and if not, so be it. He always said this, and Wang Ming had heard it so many times that his ears felt calloused. But he couldn't press on any further. Li Tian suddenly thought of something, and said to Wang Ming, last time I met a young guy whose herbs were excellent. I used his herbs to make a few medicines, and the effects were great. But I haven't seen him around lately, and don't know if he'll come back. I even lent him my medical book. I wonder if he'll return it. Upon hearing that Li Tian had lent out his medical book, Wang Ming's eyes widened in shock. Only I asked to borrow it last time, and you wouldn't let me. Yet you actually lent it to a stranger. You're quite bold. Aren't you afraid he'll run off with your book? What's with your audacity? How could you give your book to a stranger? Wang Ming felt uneasy upon hearing this. He had known Old Li for many years, and Old Li usually treasured that medical book, not even letting him look at it. Unexpectedly this time, he actually lent it to a stranger. Goodness, who was that stranger? How could he be so impressive as to borrow a book from Li Tian? Hey, I also think I was bold to lend it to him, but I just trusted him, Li Tian murmured. Wang Ming sighed, hoping that the young man would return the book to him. After sitting with Li Tian for a while, he finally left. After selling his goods, Liu Dapeng walked past a bookstore. He remembered the medical book in his space and realized he had been too busy lately to copy down its contents. Now that he was passing by the bookstore, he decided to go in and take a look, also thinking of buying a few books to read during his leisure time to pass the time. He wondered if his wife could read. If she could, they could read together. Upon entering, he found the bookstore very quiet with a few young people engrossed in their reading. Even when someone walked by, they didn't look up, completely absorbed in what they were reading. Liu Dapeng casually opened a book, thinking that in a few years the college entrance examinations would resume. Given his current foundation, if he took the exams, he could achieve a decent score. Just as he was lost in thought, someone bumped into him. The person quickly apologized. "Oh, I'm sorry, comrade. I accidentally bumped into you. Are you okay?" Liu Dapeng turned around to see a girl with a gentle demeanor. She wore a floral dress that looked quite expensive. Since she only bumped into him and didn't hurt him, he didn't mind. "It's fine. Just be more careful next time. Luckily you bumped into me, otherwise someone else might have taken advantage of you." Hearing his words, Gu Shui laughed heartily. She found him quite interesting. She rarely went out, and this time was only because her health had improved. Her father had allowed her to go out, and he was accompanying her. He was just ahead browsing for books. She also intended to pick out a few books she liked, and unexpectedly ran into this person. Seeing the girl smiling foolishly at him, Liu Dapeng felt a bit confused. He hadn't said anything wrong, so why was she grinning like that? Could she be a bit slow? He decided not to talk to her anymore when he spotted a familiar figure, Gu Qingzhou. The two locked eyes, momentarily stunned. Gu Qingzhou approached and glanced at his daughter. "Dad, you're here." Gu Shui in front of Liu Dapeng lifted Gu Qingzhou's coat. Liu Dapeng was surprised, so they were father and daughter. But they didn't seem alike. The girl was so beautiful. "What are you staring at?" Gu Qingzhou said when he saw Liu Dapeng still lost in thought. Dad, do you know him?" Now it was Gu Shui's turn to be surprised. She hadn't expected her father to know this young man. Why hadn't she heard him mention it before? "I know him. The ginseng you have was given by him," Gu Qingzhou said casually, then motioned for Liu Dapeng to step aside to talk. Gu Qingzhou's gaze inadvertently fell on the book Liu Dapeng held, slightly surprised. He hadn't expected Liu Dapeng to be literate. What surprised him even more was that the book was from a self-study collection on mathematics and science. Did he know that the college entrance examination would resume soon? However, he had inquired about Liu Dapeng's identity and background. He was just an ordinary farmer with a younger brother and sister, and he had just married. They had no special background. How could he possibly know? Or was it just a coincidence? Gu Qingzhou suppressed his inner shock and quickly calmed down. Regardless, such a person was worth befriending. Finding a century-old ginseng proved he had exceptional qualities. As for whether he would take the college entrance examination, if he did, his future would be limitless. "You found the ginseng. You're really impressive. Are there many ginsengs on the mountain?" Gu Shui asked curiously. Her eyes were clean and beautiful, suggesting she was inexperienced in the world, perhaps well protected by her father, which was why she asked such questions. Liu Dapeng replied, "There aren't many ginsengs on the mountain, and finding a century-old one is even harder. I was just lucky to come across it. Although ginseng is scarce on the mountain, your ability to find it shows how impressive you are," Gu Shui said, looking at him with admiration. Liu Dapeng felt a bit shy under her gaze. "It's just average," Gu Qingzhou interjected, pulling Liu Dapeng away from the conversation, fearing his daughter would keep asking questions endlessly. Liu Dapeng glanced gratefully at Gu Qingzhou, surprised that his daughter was so talkative and chattering. "Are you planning to take the college entrance examination with these books?" However, there was no news about the examination yet. Gu Qingzhou asked cautiously. Not many people knew that the examination would reopen in a few years. He had someone on the inside who informed him. Looking at the book in Liu Dapeng's hand, he realized it would become highly sought after in a few years, certainly hard to come by then. Hearing Gu Qingzhou probing him, Liu Dapeng replied, "It's always good to be prepared. Whether or not I take the examination, reading more books is beneficial." These words left Gu Qingzhou with no room for criticism. He found the young man quite practical and farsighted. "You can come to visit me more often. I have some more books you might like. You can borrow them if you want." Gu Qingzhou extended an olive branch. Liu Dapeng smiled and accepted it. After parting ways in the bookstore, Liu Dapeng thought about his wife. If she couldn't read, he would have to take her along to learn to read. He couldn't be the only one going to college. His wife would definitely take the examination too. It would be more meaningful if they progressed together. Moreover, he wasn't short on money. If necessary, he could hire someone to teach her. His younger siblings also needed to study, though otherwise they would have no future. Having an education would allow them to go anywhere, while lacking it would make progress difficult. Furthermore, this upcoming college entrance examination would be particularly easy. Learning more wouldn't hurt, even if it was just for broadening their horizons. Before he knew it, he had walked to the side of the ox cart in the village. The old man driving the cart noticed Liu Dapeng was about to bump into it, and quickly yelled, "Dapeng, what are you thinking? You almost ran into it." Hearing someone call his name, Liu Dapeng instinctively looked ahead, narrowly avoiding colliding with the ox. He realized that being too lost in thought wasn't good. He smiled apologetically at the old man, who waved his hand and asked, "What do you have in your hand?" Seeing the old man curious about what he was holding, Liu Dapeng didn't hide it. Since he would be taking the college entrance examination in the future, he wanted everyone to know he could read, so he said, "It's a book. I bought a few books to read at home." The old man was quite surprised that despite their poverty, he was still taking the time to study. He couldn't understand why some people, once they earned a bit of money, would pursue such things. He was utterly speechless. Dapeng, I'm not saying this to criticize you, but you'd be better off hunting on the mountain. You might earn more money. Oh, what's the use of these books? They won't help you much. We farmers rely on our skills to eat, not on these trivial things. The old man driving the cart said seriously. Liu Dapeng just smiled and didn't respond. He certainly planned to hunt. He needed to eat and study. Sitting on the ox cart, villagers gradually started to arrive. They all curiously stared at the book in Liu Dapeng's hands. Some couldn't read and didn't know what was on it, but a few recognized a few characters. However, they were just curious about what he was doing with such useless things. But it was his business and no one pressed further. "Captain, what are you doing?" A group of cows blocked the road before everyone could enter the village. The captain was busy leading these young intellectuals in an attempt to round up the cows. This was truly frustrating. Not only did these young people not know how to manage the cattle, but they also chased them around recklessly, which made the captain extremely irritable. He felt a burning desire to curse. The young intellectuals were pale with fear. They had never encountered such a scene before. They were terrified of the cows, especially when the cows were agitated and kicked at people. These young intellectuals were all from the city and had never done such farm work before. They didn't know how to handle the cows that had run away, and they didn't take it seriously, leading to the current chaos. "You all came at the right time. Oh, quickly help me herd the cows back. If we don't get them back soon, they'll run all over the place causing trouble. Not only will the crops be ruined, but will also face penalties later." After saying this, the captain was filled with worry. He glanced at the young intellectuals, and they hurriedly lowered their heads, feeling guilty. It wasn't that they didn't want to manage the cows, it was just that the cows were truly difficult to handle. The captain called for help, and the folks in the ox cart got down, including Liu Dapeng. Those cows were incredibly strong, otherwise why would they be called strong as oxen? Liu Dapeng also put in a considerable effort to gather the cows together. Others from the village helped out, but the captain felt that Liu Dapeng was particularly strong. After all, he was young, and young people had strength. "Dapeng, you seem quite skilled at managing the cows. From now on, this task will be yours. You don't need to do anything else. Oh, just take your wife along to herd the cows. This is for your own good. Your wife is expecting, and it's inconvenient for her to do much. Herding cows will still earn you work points. What do you think?" The captain feigned concern for him, but Liu Dapeng knew that having him alone manage so many cows would save considerable labor, which was a benefit for the captain. However, herding cows was quite simple for him. With so much grass around, if he just gave them some to eat, they would likely behave. If not, he could have the white fox watch them. Now that the white fox had gained intelligence, herding cows was a breeze. The captain dared not let these young intellectuals manage the cows any longer. If they continued, not only would the crops be ruined, but there might also be human casualties. The cows had bad tempers and needed to be taken up the mountain. How could they be allowed near the villagers' doors? Thus he decided not to let these young intellectuals herd the cows anymore and would find them some simpler tasks instead. Although Liu Dapeng was keen on herding cows and enjoyed it, he pretended to hesitate, not wanting the captain to take all the advantages for himself. Seeing Liu Dapeng hesitate, the captain added later, "Let your younger siblings help with mowing grass to feed the cows. How about that?" With that said, it was certainly acceptable. Their family would only need to feed and herd the cows, and I wouldn't need to do any other work. This way they could earn work points. Good things like this were hard to come by, and Liu Dapeng immediately agreed. Others had no complaints either. Herding cows was not an easy task, especially with dozens of them. One cow was manageable, but dozens were particularly challenging to handle. Not only did they need to be kept in the mountains, but they also had to be prevented from coming down to destroy crops and from harming people. It sounded simple, but it was difficult to execute. Seeing that Liu Dapeng finally agreed, the captain felt relieved and immediately instructed Liu Dapeng to herd all the cows into the pen. They wouldn't be herding cows today, they would do it again tomorrow. The cows walked ahead, and Liu Dapeng followed behind with a whip, feeling quite impressive. From time to time, children gathered to watch the excitement. When Liu Dapeng saw that his brother was herding the cows, he eagerly joined in. "Brother, let me help you. Sure, from now on the task of watching the cows will be yours." "Oh, how did it become my job?" Liu Dapeng looked bewildered. He was just there to help. Seeing Liu Dapeng looking distressed, Liu Dapeng just smiled quietly and said nothing, letting him continue to herd the cows inside. Sooner or later, he would have to help herd the cows. He couldn't possibly watch them every day, especially since he sometimes went hunting. Hence, he needed someone to keep an eye on the cows, and Liu Dapeng was the best choice. After herding the cows into the pen, Liu Dapeng and Liu Dapeng returned. Xie Shuanglan had already prepared the meal and was waiting for him to eat. Liu Dapeng placed his books on the table. Xie Shuanglan glanced curiously at the books, and then Liu Dapeng asked, "Can you read the characters on it?" This question turned Xie Shuanglan's face red, as she couldn't read. Stammering, Liu Dapeng understood what she meant. It's okay if you can't read, or I can teach you. It's not too late to learn now. Hearing that he would teach her to read, Xie Shuanglan felt excited, but also a bit wronged. Her husband was so capable and could read, while she couldn't do anything, making her feel like she was holding him back. Thinking of this made her quite upset. Sister-in-law, reading is very simple, don't worry. Liu Erbao quickly chimed in when he noticed something was off with his sister-in-law. Liu Dapeng added, from today on you all need to learn. Understood. We also need to learn. Liu Erbao was confused. Why did he have to learn too? He didn't want to learn to read, it seemed so boring. Xie Shuanglan, who was initially in a bad mood, felt balanced once she heard that Liu Erbao and the others also had to learn. It turned out that happiness was built upon the suffering of others. Erbao, didn't you say learning characters was easy? What? Are you afraid? Hearing her say that, Liu Erbao was indignant and huffed, I'm not scared. Sister-in-law, how about we have a competition to see who learns better and faster? Sure, let's compete. Liu Dapeng didn't stop them. After all, progress comes from comparison. If they had no sense of pressure at all, it would be harder for them to learn. Only with pressure comes motivation. The matter of learning characters was soon set aside as everyone finished their meal. After eating, Liu Dapeng went into the house, took out a pen and paper. When Xie Shuanglan entered and saw him writing, she attentively observed. She noticed that her husband's handwriting was beautiful. Although she didn't recognize what he was writing, she thought it looked good. He was writing that medical book, which was thick and would take several days to finish. When he turned his head and saw his wife attentively looking at him, he gently asked, do you want to learn? Xie Shuanglan shook her head. I'll just watch from the side. Once I learn, I'll write. Seeing that she wanted to look at Liu Dapeng, he didn't stop her. He thought he should copy half of the book first, otherwise time would be wasted here. Time passed slowly as Xie Shuanglan quietly stood beside Liu Dapeng, watching him write with such focus. She had heard before that those who could read were very smart, and now the educated youth here were different from her. They could read and write. When Liu Dapeng put down his pen, he noticed that Xie Shuanglan was still beside him. He had been writing for a while, nearly half an hour, and was surprised that she was still watching him. Their eyes met, and her eyes blinked at him like the bright stars in the sky. Liu Dapeng instinctively pulled her close, asking, hey, what are you doing? What if a child sees us? It wouldn't look good if someone noticed. These words sounded like a playful pout in Liu Dapeng's ears, sweet and melodious. He laughed heartily. So what if someone sees? I'm not afraid. Oh, after all, you're my wife. Why should I care if anyone else sees? Xie Shuanglan had no way to argue with him. You really have thick skin. After a short conversation, Liu Dapeng pointed to a character in the book, saying, this is Xie, which is your surname. Let me teach you how to write your name, okay? Xie Shuanglan gently nodded okay. At the beginning, Liu Dapeng held her hand to write, and Xie Shuanglan felt very shy. Just a light touch made her blush, and this scene brought an indescribable joy to Liu Dapeng. She was quite clever. After one lesson, she could write the following characters herself, so Liu Dapeng let her write on her own. When Liu Dapeng came back in again, he found Xie Shuanglan still writing, showing no sign of stopping. Seeing that it was getting dark, he thought, how could her eyes withstand this if she continued? Stop writing. If you want to write, do it tomorrow when there's time. By the way, we need to go herd cattle tomorrow. Hearing this, Xie Shuanglan put down her pen side and asked, can we handle dozens of cattle? To others, herding dozens of cattle seemed like a very strenuous task. Cattle are not like humans, they won't listen to you. Even for a person, they wouldn't necessarily obey. But for Liu Dapeng, it was nothing. Seeing his wife's worried expression, he said seriously, I have ways to ensure those cattle will listen to my commands. Hearing him say this, Xie Shuanglan was skeptical, thinking he was bragging or trying to comfort her. However, she couldn't say much since the team leader had already arranged this and her husband had taken on this responsibility, leaving no room for her to refuse. Over here, the educated youth, relieved they didn't have to herd cattle, had already heard that rural work was very hard and tiring, and they had prepared themselves for hardship. But the thought of herding cattle was daunting. If a cow ran off, they wouldn't be able to catch it and could even get trampled. Although they got reprimanded today, they felt it was good not to have to herd cattle. I heard that a guy named Liu Dapeng from their village managed to bring all those cattle back. He is really impressive. The team leader assigned the herding task to him, but can he manage dozens of cattle by himself? Zhang Quan murmured in admiration, thinking he must meet this person someday. After all, such an impressive individual was rare to come by. Seeing Zhang Quan's admiration, Liu Dapeng's demeanor made Jiang Yu feel disgusted. He recognized Liu Dapeng as the one who bullied his sister, which made him even angrier. Zhang Quan, don't you see who you're admiring? Do you even know that Liu Dapeng is not a good person? Hearing Jiang Yu's sarcastic interruption, Zhang Quan retorted, without holding back, who cares if he's a person or a ghost? He's certainly better than you, a half-human, half-ghost. You. Jiang Yu felt provoked by his words. He had long found Zhang Quan displeasing, and now he was driven by a desire to fight. Thus the two quickly started fighting while those around them didn't dare to intervene. They fought fiercely, and there was no room to pull them apart. They feared getting caught in the fight themselves after a long day of hard work. Being beaten would be even more exhausting. However, they couldn't let these two continue fighting, so someone quickly called for the team leader. The team leader had already heard about the fight at the educated youth site and was feeling increasingly frustrated on his way over. Could these educated youths not settle down for a moment? It was either this one or that one causing trouble, driving him to the brink of exhaustion. He didn't understand why the higher-ups sent these youths to the countryside for life experiences. When the team leader arrived, he saw Jiang Yu among the troublemakers. He looked at Jiang Yu, whose nose was out of joint, but since he was an educated youth and he couldn't find a fault with him, he had been ignoring him. Now that he was causing trouble again, he decided without a second thought to reassign him to clean the pigsty. When Jiang Yu received this task, he was completely stunned. Why am I assigned to clean the pigsty? Zhang Quan also got into a fight with me. Why isn't he getting a task? In response to Jiang Yu's question, the team leader coldly laughed. How do you know I didn't assign him a task? Right now I'm assigning your task, and you will go clean the pigsty tomorrow. Jiang Yu wanted to say more, but he was intimidated by the team leader's imposing manner. If he continued to make a fuss, it wouldn't end with just cleaning the pigsty. Someone nearby tugged at Jiang Yu, saying, Jiang Yu, just drop it. This is their territory, and causing trouble here won't benefit you at all, right? Thinking about having to clean the pigsty made him very upset. He didn't want to do it. He didn't even have the courage to stand next to the pigsty because it was filthy and full of pig manure. He had never done such work in his entire life, and just thinking about it made him feel miserable. Seeing that the two had no objections, the team leader left, also rearranging the living arrangements for Jiang Yu and Zhang Quan to prevent them from fighting again. Wang Dajuan was secretly pleased when he heard Jiang Yu was assigned to clean the pigsty. This scene was caught by his wife, who asked, What are you so happy about? Did you find money? Seeing his wife, Wang Dajuan felt disgusted. After he had beaten her last time, she had become much more obedient, but he still had some resentment inside, blaming her for his inability to get rich. He hadn't really paid much attention to her lately. Whether I found money or not is none of your business. If it weren't for you, I could have gotten rich. Hearing him say this, Wang Dajuan's wife felt extremely wronged. Just because of a few words from others, their marital relationship had deteriorated. Her husband was unable to make money. What did that have to do with her? She felt useless, yet he still blamed her. Which family gets rich without the support of women? Liu Dapeng, for instance, became wealthy on his own. He didn't rely on his wife. However, she dared not voice these thoughts, knowing that if she did, Wang Dajuan would surely beat her. Looking at his obedient and quiet wife, Wang Dajuan suddenly lost interest. Then an idea struck him, and he said, Let me assign you a task. Every time Wang Dajuan's wife saw him like this, she felt a surge of fear. What kind of task could he assign? It was all nonsense. What? You don't want to do it? Wang Dajuan's tone suddenly turned cold. His wife slowly leaned closer and asked, What task? Just tell me. You know Jiang Yu from the educated youth point, right? He has been assigned to clean the pigsty. Those rich kids from the city surely can't endure such hardship. You can go help him clean the pigsty. It's not like you haven't done it before, and he will definitely pay you. Just don't forget to ask him for the money, okay? Wang Dajuan's wife blinked at him. If I go clean the pigsty for him, he will pay me. Is there really such a good thing? I'm afraid he might kick me out. Last time I even had a fight with his sister. He will pay you. Just say you are Wang Dajuan's woman. He won't dare to mistreat you. Oh. His wife was taken aback and wanted to ask if they had known each other for a long time. Wang Dajuan shot her a cold glance, leaving her speechless. Don't ask about things you shouldn't understand. Got it. Wang Dajuan's wife said timidly, not daring to ask any further questions as she was scared of her husband. After a good night's sleep, Liu Dapeng got up from bed the next day. Hearing the commotion, Xie Shuanglan also got up. They were both going to tend to the cows, and today the task of herding fell to them. In the past, there was no need for such chores in the village, but now they were busy. Xie Shuanglan hurriedly asked, Are you going right now? Why haven't you had breakfast yet? Let's wait until I finish making breakfast, then we can go. Liu Dapeng shook his head, thinking it would be better to wait for his wife to finish cooking and bring him food while he tended to the cows. Alright, I'll go cook. Once it's done, I'll bring it to you. Xie Shuanglan said, helplessly, having to go prepare the meal first. Liu Dapeng casually washed his face and went outside. He needed to go to the cow pen and lead out over 20 cows, which looked quite impressive. As he approached, he heard the mooing of cows. Liu Dapeng greeted each of them. Although it seemed a bit silly, he found it quite amusing. Dapeng, why are you here so early today? Liu Dashan was nearby feeding pigs. He knew that the task of herding the cows had fallen to Liu Dapeng, who had to manage so many cows alone, which was quite impressive. Most people wouldn't dare take on this job. How could one manage so many cows? Yet he believed in Liu Dapeng. He was so capable and surely had his ways. It's Uncle Dashan. You are here even earlier than I am. Liu Dapeng watched Liu Dashan feeding the pigs, who were being fed with pig fodder. They relied on cutting the fodder for the pigs to eat. Even so, they managed to raise robust pigs. The fodder was cut by the children of each household, and his younger siblings helped out too. I do this every day or I've gotten used to it, Liu Dapeng said as he put down his work. He pulled out a bag of grass cigarettes and rolled one, offering it to Liu Dapeng. Want to smoke? Liu Dapeng was taken aback by the grass cigarette. He didn't know Uncle Dapeng had this hobby. He had never seen him smoke before. Should I smoke? It would be nice to relieve fatigue. If Dapeng gives it, I must smoke it. Liu Dapeng smiled, taking the cigarette, as Liu Dapeng took out a match and lit it with a flick. Here, light it yourself. Liu Dapeng handed over the match. Liu Dapeng didn't hesitate, lighting the grass cigarette. He took a deep breath which made him cough, and tears almost streamed from his eyes. He had smoked before, but never grass cigarettes. This was his first time. Liu Dapeng coughed so hard from the grass cigarette that tears squeezed out. Liu Dapeng laughed heartily beside him. How's that? This cigarette is strong, right? Much more potent than those paper cigarettes in the city. Liu Dapeng wiped the corner of his eyes and smiled bitterly. Uncle Dapeng, this cigarette is too harsh. My throat feels like it's on fire. You'll get used to it, you'll get used to it. Liu Dapeng patted his shoulder. This tobacco leaf was bought from the market, and I usually wouldn't share it with others. By the way, how do you plan to handle so many cows alone? Liu Dapeng stubbed out the cigarette on the ground and stood up. I plan to drive the cows to the grassland on the back hill first. The grass is lush there, and the cows won't wander off. That place is good, but... Liu Dapeng hesitated. But what? Nothing much, just that I heard a large wild beast has been spotted on the back hill recently. Be cautious, and take a hunting rifle with you when you go out. While they were talking, Xie Xuanlan came running with a bamboo basket. Dapeng, breakfast is here. Seeing Liu Dapeng, she quickly greeted him. Good morning, Uncle Dapeng. Wow, Xuanlan, you brought breakfast so early. Dapeng is really lucky, Liu Dapeng said with a smile. Xie Xuanlan took out the corn cakes and pickles from the basket. Eat it while it's hot. I've also brought a pot of hot water. Liu Dapeng took the cake and took a big bite. It's delicious. Your wife's cooking is really good. Seeing the two of them in their intimate moment, Liu Dapeng felt a chill down his spine. Young people these days are so bold, unlike their generation, who wouldn't dare act so affectionately in front of others. So he said, you two enjoy your meal. I'll go check if the pigs have finished eating. After saying that, he turned to leave. Xie Xuanlan lowered her voice and said, when I came over just now, I saw Wang Dajian's wife sneaking toward the educated youth point. Liu Dapeng frowned. What is she going to the educated youth point for? I don't know. I saw she was carrying a broom and a shovel. This is suspicious. You shouldn't worry too much about it. Let's herd the cows first. On the other side, Jiang Yu was worried about how to clean the pigsty later. Thinking about it, his brows furrowed together. On the other side, Wang Dajian's wife had already arrived near the educated youth point. Jiang Yu was deep in thought about what to do when he noticed Wang Dajian's wife sneaking around not far away. She even gave him a strange smile which made him very disdainful. What are you here for? Wang Dajian's wife rubbed her hands together and hesitantly said, well, my husband asked me to come and help you. Jiang Yu let out a cold laugh, mocking himself internally. Wang Dajian, would he really be so kind? He must want something. Seeing Jiang Yu silent, Wang Dajian's wife took the initiative to say, it really is my husband who asked me to help you. You being a young master from the city surely can't handle this kind of dirty work. Why not let me do it? As long as you give me some money, I can help you with everything and you won't have to do anything. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu glanced at her. Sure enough, she was waiting here for him, wanting money. Wang Dajian had already profited enough from him. Now his wife wanted to profit too, truly taking him for a fool. He maintained a calm demeanor, hiding his inner sarcasm, and said, all right, if you say you'll work for me, then go ahead and work for me. He didn't want to do this dirty and tiring work anyway, and he never promised to pay Wang Dajian's wife. He only said to let her work. Thinking of this, Jiang Yu felt much better. Wang Dajian's wife was even more delighted to hear Jiang Yu let her work. She thought happily that she would earn money by working. We agreed, right? I'll work for you every day, and you have to pay me. Why are you talking so much? Are you going to work or not? Jiang Yu was impatient, though dreaming of getting paid was futile. Wang Dajian's wife wanted to say something else, but was afraid that if she spoke too much, Jiang Yu would get angry, and then she wouldn't get the job, so she dared not say anything more. At this moment, Zhang Quan approached. Jiang Yu quickly pulled Wang Dajian's wife aside and said, wait over there by the pig pen for me, and don't let anyone see you. Wang Dajian's wife promised in front of Jiang Yu, and then happily walked away. Seeing Wang Dajian's wife run away, Zhang Quan was puzzled. He looked at Jiang Yu, who had a gloomy face, not knowing what the two had just discussed. It surely wasn't anything good, but Zhang Quan didn't want to interfere. Jiang Yu was assigned to clean the pig pen, and someone as arrogant as him would definitely not be able to stand the smell from the pig pen. Thinking of this, Zhang Quan chuckled, and Jiang Yu felt that he was mocking him. He wanted to hit him, but recalling the captain's warning, he suppressed his anger. One day, he would make Zhang Quan pay. Liu Dapeng and his wife were herding a large number of cattle up the mountain. Once the cows reached the grass, they couldn't move, busy eating and ignoring how people behind them were hitting them. Liu Dapeng let them be, allowing them to eat for a bit, thinking that once they were full they wouldn't run around. Xie Xuanlan looked at so many cattle and was worried about watching them. She was afraid of losing one. Although they arranged for cattle herding, if a cow really went missing, the captain would definitely punish them. Seeing his wife look so alert, Liu Dapeng couldn't help but chuckle. "Wife, you don't need to be so nervous. We're just herding cattle, not doing anything else." Xie Xuanlan's face flushed as she didn't expect her husband to joke about her. "It's just that I'm afraid the cows will run away. If one goes missing, the captain will blame us. Don't worry. With me here, the cows won't run away. I guarantee they'll behave. Just sit here, no need to be so tense. They won't run away while eating grass." Seeing that Xie Xuanlan was unwilling to come over, Liu Dapeng walked over himself, pulled her to his side, found a clean stone to sit on, and Xie Xuanlan, feeling uneasy, stared at the cows, gradually felt more at ease when she saw they had no intention of running away. "Have you ever herded cows at home?" Xie Xuanlan shook her head. She had never herded cows. Her family had no cows and the production team didn't assign such easy tasks to her family, so she usually cut rice in the fields or did other work. Hearing that Xie Xuanlan had never herded cows, Liu Dapeng held her hand and said, "Let me teach you how to herd cows." "Sure." Xie Xuanlan eagerly nodded, thinking he would really teach her how to herd cows. Unexpectedly, he took out his hunting gun and asked her to clean it, which left Xie Xuanlan feeling extremely frustrated. Seeing Xie Xuanlan's cheeks puffed up, Liu Dapeng decided not to tease her anymore and began cleaning the gun himself. "You watch them, he'll go into the woods and see if there's any game to shoot a few back. It's boring just sitting here. These cows won't run around. If they do, just call me and they'll come right away. I won't go far, okay?" Xie Xuanlan looked at the cows, then at herself. If the cows really did run away, she might not be able to catch them. Plus, she was pregnant now. Hearing Liu Dapeng say he wouldn't go far, she replied, "You can't go too far from me. If you go too far, I'm afraid I won't be able to call you and you won't hear me." "Don't worry." Liu Dapeng turned and went into the woods. He really didn't go far, just nearby to take a look, preparing to shoot a few rabbits to have a nice meal. Otherwise, just herding cows would be quite boring. He didn't see any rabbits or wild chickens, but he did see a beehive hanging over there with a few bees patrolling. Liu Dapeng quietly walked over and saw that it was a very large beehive. This honey was rare wild honey, and these bees were different from domesticated ones. If he got stung, it would really hurt. To be safe, he entered the space first and checked the system to see if there were any full sets of tools for harvesting beehives. If so, he wouldn't have to get stung by the bees. To his surprise, there really were. It just made him a bit pained. Exchanging for this set of tools cost 50 points, and he couldn't guarantee he'd be able to harvest honey every time he went up the mountain. So the usage rate of this set of tools didn't seem very high, but he couldn't resist picking that beehive. Feeling a bit restless, he thought it over and decided to spend 50 points to exchange for a tool. Ding. "Congratulations, host, you have exchanged for a full set of honey harvesting tools." The system also gave him an extra beehive. If he could lure those bees into the beehive and keep it in the space, he would have honey every day in the future. Just thinking about it made Liu Dapeng feel happy. He suddenly thought that spending those 50 points was worth it. He chose a good spot and prepared to harvest the beehive. When the beehive was plucked, the system rewarded it with 500 points, which surprised Liu Dapeng, who never expected that picking a beehive could yield points. Seeing the dizzy bees, Liu Dapeng directly used the beehive to gather them all up and then place them in the space. After finishing these tasks, Liu Dapeng put away the smoke device. Meanwhile, Xie Xuanlan stood upright, looking at the rising smoke, wondering if there was a fire on the mountain. Worried, she hurriedly called out to Liu Dapeng. Hearing his wife calling him, Liu Dapeng thought the cow had run away and brought the beehive over. "What happened, dear? Did the cow run away?" Seeing Liu Dapeng approach and running in the direction of the smoke, Xie Xuanlan immediately asked, "What's going on over there? Why is there suddenly so much smoke?" Liu Dapeng explained that he had just collected the beehive and used smoke to calm the bees, which was why there was so much smoke. He assured her that it would dissipate soon, and Xie Xuanlan felt relieved after hearing his explanation. She glanced at him, relieved that he hadn't been stung by the bees. Although honey was valuable, it wouldn't be worth it if he got stung while collecting it. With a pained expression, she said, "Why did you go and pick that thing? Isn't it true that even experienced beekeepers don't dare to touch it? You've never done it before. What if you got stung by a bee? How could you be so brave?" Knowing that his wife was worried about him, Liu Dapeng felt warm inside, but thought that the honey he collected was for her, making it all worthwhile. While Xie Xuanlan expressed her concerns, Liu Dapeng quietly watched her, making her feel a bit shy about scolding him. "Why are you looking at me like that? I'm doing this for your sake." Lowering her head, his wife mumbled softly, and Liu Dapeng said, "You're truly wonderful, dear." The sudden sweet words left Xie Xuanlan stunned. "Don't think that just because you say that I won't be angry. I'm warning you, I will be very angry. You can't do this again next time." Liu Dapeng took her hand, urging her to sit down, then scooped out a bit of honey from the bag. "Try the taste." "Humph. Xie Shuanglan obediently tasted it. It was sweet and fragrant, but not overly cloying. After putting the cows away, Liu Dapeng and Xie Shuanglan came down. As they carried the honey back, they were suddenly tapped on the shoulder by Liu Dashan. "Uncle Dashan, you scared me to death." I said, "Why are you so timid?" "This isn't like you at all." Liu Dashan laughed heartily. He whispered to Liu Dapeng, "Let's go to the educated youth point and see the excitement." "What excitement?" Liu Dapeng was puzzled, wondering what had happened at the educated youth point. "Did you forget? Lu Zhuang, didn't he have an encounter with a female educated youth? Now he's going to pick her up. Many people are going to watch the fun." Lu Zhuang's mother was really fierce, refusing to give anything to that female educated youth, only allowing her to enter the house as a person. Their family was still arguing, and the girl was also quite miserable. Not only did Lu Zhuang ruin her body, but now his family doesn't even regard her as a person. "Son," Liu Dashan said this while Liu Dapeng already envisioned a dramatic confrontation. Who was at fault in the end? He didn't know, but that was just how things happened. Liu Dashan pulled him directly to the educated youth point, and unexpectedly his wife was also there. Seeing him arrive, she waved at him. Having his wife here, he knew he would probably get scolded again when he got home. After all, seeing too much of this made him feel bad. "What are you doing here, girl? Are you trying to seek death? If it weren't for my family's Lu Zhuang liking you, I wouldn't even let you through our door. What's so great about a girl from the city? Aren't you still going to the countryside? Aren't you going to do the same work as us? I advise you to be sensible and come back with us instead of staying here at the educated youth point." Lu Zhuang's mother said these words fiercely, while Lu Zhuang beside her couldn't even pull her away, wanting his mother to say less. After all, he truly liked the girl. The female educated youth was so provoked by Lu Zhuang's mother that her eyes turned red and she began to cry. Although she was from the countryside and was supposed to do the same work as them, she didn't hold it against Lu Zhuang, but his mother didn't regard her as a person. If she married over, she would surely suffer even more than at the educated youth point. "Annie, could you please say less? You're here to propose to the girl, not to argue. Why do you have to say such harsh words?" Someone who heard what Lu Zhuang's mother said was displeased. "If it weren't for your son ruining her, would she have turned out like this?" She was still here being picky. It was already fortunate for Lu Zhuang that any girl was willing to marry him. Although Lu Zhuang was a good person, his mother was too fierce, and there were other sons in the Liu family, so girls from 10 miles and 8 townships were unwilling to marry him. "When did my family's affairs concern you? Are you coming in or not? If not, then forget it. My son isn't incapable of marrying a wife. Moreover, you aren't exactly a pure maiden. Your reputation is already tarnished, and only my son would want you. Come if you want or don't." Lu Zhuang's mother didn't want to stay here with so many people criticizing her, so she hurriedly left, leaving Lu Zhuang looking embarrassed and at a loss. He looked at the female educated youth with a pleading expression. The girl's eyes were red from crying, and she complained, "Lu Zhuang, it's all your fault. You said you would take responsibility for me, and this is how you do it. I was deceived by you, you liar." "Shilan, I'm not a liar. I want to treat you well. Why don't you come home with me?" The female educated youth cried, even more sadly. She didn't know what to do. Now that everyone knew she was with Lu Zhuang, she faced criticism at the educated youth point, but if she went home with Lu Zhuang, she would also be bullied. She didn't know what to do. A woman nearby persuaded her that if the female educated youth went back with Lu Zhuang, people wouldn't gossip about her anymore, since a woman who had been ruined would be talked about anyway. The female educated youth packed her belongings and was pulled back by Lu Zhuang. Just like that, the female educated youth became Lu Zhuang's wife. They only registered their marriage and didn't hold a wedding banquet. As for whether they would hold a banquet later, it was hard to say. After all, the wife had already entered the door, and even if the Liu family didn't hold a banquet, no one dared to say anything. After watching the excitement, Liu Dapeng and Xie Shuanglan returned home, and they didn't speak along the way. As the two arrived home and hadn't even stepped inside, they were intercepted by Liu Da and Liu Erbao. "Brother, sister-in-law, you're back. Look at what I caught." Seeing Liu Erbao so excited, the two looked at him curiously. He joyfully pulled a grasshopper from behind him, and at the sight of it, Liu Dapeng felt a wave of nostalgia. He clearly remembered that in times of hunger they would roast grasshoppers, but now they no longer did so, as they could eat regularly. "Brother, do you remember this taste? I'll roast a few for us to eat together later." Liu Erbao licked his lips as if savoring some delicious memory, while Liu Dapeng gave him a light smack on the forehead, saying, "What are you talking about?" Liu Erbao looked puzzled. Didn't his elder brother used to say they were quite tasty? After all, he had caught those grasshoppers especially for his brother, yet Liu Dapeng seemed unappreciative. He looked at his elder brother with a grievance, wanting to say something, but Liu Dapeng spoke first. "If you want to eat them, you can do so alone. Your sister-in-law and I have things to do, so don't delay me." Ignoring Liu Erbao's bewilderment, Liu Dapeng dragged Xie Shuanglan inside. He had no desire to taste roasted grasshoppers. Seeing his frightened demeanor made Xie Shuanglan laugh. Their family had eaten roasted grasshoppers before, but she remembered those times were during years of famine, when drought had caused a surge in grasshoppers. I didn't expect you to have a scared side. I'm not scared. How about I teach you to write your name? Liu Dapeng intentionally changed the subject. Xieshuang Lan blocked his path with a pair of sparkling eyes looking intently at him, causing Liu Dapeng to genuinely feel scared. Alright, I'm scared now. Ha! Xieshuang Lan was amused by Liu Dapeng's adorable reaction. It was the first time she had seen him like this, and it was truly entertaining. Unfortunately, such scenes couldn't be seen often. After all, he was a man who valued his pride, so she refrained from teasing him. Then hurry up and teach me how to write. I want to write my name today. Liu Dapeng handed her paper and ink, but Xieshuang Lan thought it wasteful and suggested writing on the ground outside to save materials. Liu Dapeng thought this suggestion was good. When he went out, he saw Wuya and Siya and called them over. Wuya, Siya, come here. The two younger sisters walked over looking confused, thinking their elder brother had called them for something good. Today we're going to learn characters with your sister-in-law together. Upon hearing they would learn characters with their brother Siya, and Wuya felt a bit nervous and bewildered. They had never thought they would have the chance to learn how to write one day, as most children in the village didn't know characters, and they didn't see anything wrong with that. So Wuya followed up, "Brother, are we really going to learn characters?" Knowing they didn't want to learn, and also aware that most people didn't have the opportunity to study their characters, had become lazy. Not learning. How can that be? Moreover, you are still young. There will be opportunities to study in the future. If you don't learn now, it will be much harder to learn once you are in school later. Hearing their brother say this, the two felt curious and asked, "Brother, do you really think we will go to school in the future?" But you've never been to school either, right? They were girls, not boys, otherwise Liu Dapeng would have given them a light knock on the head, but instead, he just patted them. You can't compare with your brother, you know. Back then I had no opportunity, but now you have one. Don't waste time, hurry up and learn with your brother, it will be useful for you in the future. With their elder brother saying so, Siya and Wuya didn't dare to resist, and obediently followed their sister-in-law to learn. But being children, they soon grew impatient. Only Xieshuang Lan recognized quite a few characters and had learned to write her own name. "Dapeng, do you think I can do it?" "Very good, you can already write on the paper. Later I'll give you the pen and paper again, and you can write it once more to get it right." Liu Dapeng handed over the paper and pen, allowing Xieshuang Lan to write there while he went outside for a stroll. While walking around, he saw many children running frantically into the fields, which frightened Liu Dapeng into thinking something had happened. He hurriedly ran over. "What are you doing?" A child bent over and crawled into the field, not knowing what they were busy with, when suddenly a grasshopper flew onto his face, startling him to slap his own face. Damn, where did all these grasshoppers come from? Liu Dapeng was utterly speechless. The fields were full of grasshoppers. At that moment, a child crawled out of the field holding a handful of locusts, excitedly showing them to Liu Dapeng. "Brother Dapeng, look at what we caught. They're all grasshoppers and they taste delicious when roasted right. Airbao brother is the best at roasting them. He's over there roasting them now. I'm going to take these to him, and he will definitely praise me." The child scampered off, almost losing his pants, leaving Liu Dapeng speechless. He hadn't expected his family's Airbao to be so popular among the village children. He followed along and saw Liu Airbao starting a fire and roasting grasshoppers. One at a time, don't rush. The children were quite orderly, lining up one by one to wait for Liu Airbao to roast grasshoppers for them. The children usually didn't have snacks, so they were all very happy to finally catch some. Liu Airbao looked up, pondering what to say. Seeing his elder brother arrive, he hurriedly hid the grasshoppers behind his back. Liu Dapeng said nothing as he looked at him. After wandering for a while, he left. However, the sudden appearance of so many grasshoppers in the fields wasn't a good sign. He had heard that grasshoppers were most likely to appear during droughts. Could it be an omen of something? The more Liu Dapeng thought about it, the more uneasy he felt, so he directly went to the village chief's house. The village chief was also worried about the sudden increase in grasshoppers in the fields. He had heard from the elders that disasters were about to occur. Usually swarms of locusts would appear only during times of disaster. Moreover, having too many grasshoppers in the fields wasn't good for the crops which were about to be harvested. They couldn't afford any mistakes at this critical moment. "Dapeng, you've come. Your uncle is inside." The village chief's wife greeted Liu Dapeng warmly and called him in, and the village chief came out upon hearing Liu Dapeng was there. "Dapeng, did you come to find your uncle for something?" "Uncle, am I the only one who comes to find you when there's something?" Liu Dapeng smiled, and the village chief smiled back. In his heart, he genuinely believed that Liu Dapeng only sought him out when there was an issue. "There are chairs here, please sit down and speak." The captain's wife even brought him a chair, which made Liu Dapeng feel somewhat embarrassed. He thought it was enough to just stand there and talk without troubling others. "And you don't need to bring me a chair, I can just stand here. I sit on chairs at home every day, and my butt is almost getting calloused from it." Hearing his joke, the captain's wife burst into laughter. Dapeng, your mouth sure knows how to flatter. Your wife must be completely enchanted by you. She is truly fortunate to be with you. The captain's wife only chatted for a while before leaving the time for them. As men had important matters to discuss, she wouldn't stand here for long. Uncle, I saw quite a few locusts while passing by the fields. With harvest time approaching, what should we do about all these locusts? These count as work points, and when the time comes, everyone will exchange work points for food. If the locusts ruin everything, then the food we receive this year will be significantly reduced. Even with so many work points, we won't be able to trade for much. Otherwise, Liu Dapeng wouldn't be so proactive. This is something that affects him directly. I am also worried about this issue. Harvest is just around the corner, and now with so many locusts eating away at the crops, if this continues, the food we can deliver to the state will decrease, leaving us with hardly anything. If the state takes everything and the locusts consume what little remains, how will we live? The captain also didn't know what to do. He thought that Dapeng must have some solution, so he looked at Liu Dapeng hoping he would say something. Feeling uneasy under the captain's gaze, Liu Dapeng cleared his throat and said, "Captain, I do have an idea, but I don't know if you are willing to go along with it." The captain thought that as long as it was a good solution, he would certainly be willing to go along with it. After all, no one wants to see a decrease in food production. This is a matter of their benefit. Liu Dapeng continued, "The food is already ready to be harvested. We can collect it now instead of waiting. If we wait, there will definitely be a reduction in yield. To speak bluntly, we might even face a drought. Although this is just my conjecture and not certain, it's always better to think ahead. What if a drought does happen? We might end up with nothing." The captain thought for a moment and agreed that Liu Dapeng's words made sense. Although it wasn't time to harvest yet, if they dragged it out, they might end up with nothing. But harvesting now put him in a dilemma. I will go to the commune tomorrow to discuss the situation with them and see what they say. He couldn't make the decision alone. He needed to report to higher-ups. After Liu Dapeng finished talking, he left uncertain if the harvest would happen. Liu Erbao also returned after another day. The captain had gone to the commune early, where everyone there was equally worried. The locusts signaled impending disaster. They hadn't seen so many locusts in a long time, and many villagers had come to report the situation. "Ah, Captain Liu, you're here." "Yes, Director Wang, I have something to discuss with you today." Director Wang is a middle-aged man, thinning on top. Seeing that Captain Liu wanted to talk, he sat beside him. "Go ahead, what's the matter?" "There are many locusts in the village, and they're eating up the grains. Since it's almost harvest time, wouldn't it be better to harvest early?" After saying this, the captain pondered whether Director Wang would agree. After all, this bald-headed man was often difficult to discuss matters with, using his position to make things hard for others to gain some benefit. Hearing this, Director Wang frowned. If they harvested early, there would definitely be a reduction in yield. If they didn't harvest early, the locusts would consume everything, putting him in a difficult position. "Let's wait a few days and see the situation. If the locusts aren't too severe, then we can wait until the autumn harvest. If we harvest now, it will definitely decrease." After thinking for a moment, Director Wang disagreed with harvesting early since it wasn't time yet. After hearing this, the captain felt a chill. If they didn't harvest now, it would be too late later, but he was just the captain and couldn't make the decision, so he could only go back for now. Director Wang was approached by several people again who told him about the locusts in the fields. He advised them to wait a few days and see the situation. He said the same to everyone. Days passed, and the locusts increased in number, some even making their way into homes. "What the hell is this?" Jiang Lingling screamed as she saw locusts flying onto her mosquito net. Her scream drew the displeasure of several young female, sundown youths, some of whom recognized the locusts. "What are you screaming about? They're just a few bugs. Why are you so scared?" A bold young woman went over and grabbed the locust, saying, "I heard these things are delicious when fried in hot oil. Many kids in the village eat them this way." Upon hearing that locusts could be eaten, Jiang Lingling almost vomited her leftover meal. The young woman rolled her eyes and said, "You're really being dramatic. Let's catch some locusts and trade them with the village kids. I heard many kids are roasting them. If they eat them without issue, we surely won't either." The young woman who just caught the locusts said cheerfully at the youth station, as they usually had so little to eat, and sometimes they didn't even have enough. "Sister Gu, are you really going to trade with them? Won't eating this give us diarrhea? What are you afraid of? Those kids eat them without issue. How could we have diarrhea? Don't overthink it. Are you going or not? If not, I'll go by myself." The hesitant youths finally followed Gu Qing. With a whoosh, they saw so many young women running through the fields. The nearby villagers were curious and came over to watch. "Hey, what are you girls catching in the fields?" "This." Gu Qing showed them the locusts. "You have some guts." Some admired the young women, seeing that they weren't all delicate. They just didn't understand why these young women had come to the fields to catch grasshoppers. "Sister Gu, are you done yet? I'm so itchy all over, I don't want to stay here any longer. Haven't we caught enough?" A young woman, while speaking, scratched her face with her hands, making it look all scratched up. The other women, seeing her delicate skin turn into this, couldn't help but comment indeed, she is quite pampered, even their skin is different from hers. Gu Qing looked at the grasshoppers in her hands and felt that it was about time. She told the girl, all right, you go up first, they'll be there soon. Gu Qing continued to move through the field, catching for a while, before she felt she had enough to come up. The women watched her in amazement, thinking this young woman was quite interesting. Do you need a hand to pull you up? Hey, these women actually offered to help her up. Gu Qing nodded her thanks to them and took the opportunity to grab the hand of one woman and climbed up. Looking at Gu Qing with a pouch full of grasshoppers, the women asked with amusement, what are you going to do with so many grasshoppers? Gu Qing felt a bit embarrassed and stammered, unwilling to say she couldn't just admit that she was trading grasshoppers with the village kids. It was hard to explain. She had never tasted roasted grasshoppers before, but seeing the village kids eating them crispy looked delicious. Seeing that Gu Qing didn't want to answer, the woman stopped asking. Gu Qing quickly ran to the place where the kids exchanged grasshoppers, but she arrived late, so Liu Erbao and the others were already gone. Sister, what are you looking for? Feeling disappointed, she saw a child looking at her with innocent curiosity. Gu Qing was charmed by the children and asked him here to exchange grasshoppers. Can't you exchange grasshoppers? The child thoughtfully replied, oh, so you're here to exchange grasshoppers. Erbao has gone home. If you want to exchange grasshoppers, you have to go to his house. Gu Qing was puzzled, but clarified where Liu Erbao's house was. Holding the grasshoppers, she couldn't just throw them away. She had to exchange them today, otherwise carrying the grasshoppers would be useless. She wandered her way to Liu Erbao's house, and when she saw Xie Shuanglan at home, she was sneaking around not knowing what to do. Gu Qing gathered her courage and approached Xie Shuanglan asking, is this Liu Erbao's house? Xie Shuanglan was taken aback realizing that this girl was looking for Liu Erbao. Who are you? I'm here to find him. Before she could finish her sentence, a few grasshoppers jumped onto Xie Shuanglan. She expressionlessly pulled them off, unfazed. She wasn't afraid of grasshoppers as she often moved around in the fields, so she was used to them. If they were caterpillars, she might be scared, but grasshoppers didn't frighten her. Gu Qing breathed a sigh of relief as some women were indeed quite afraid of them. I'm looking for Liu Erbao to roast grasshoppers. I heard he has the best skills, and all the village kids trade grasshoppers with him. She lowered her head, feeling a bit shy, wondering what this woman would think of her. Would she think she was too greedy? But there was no choice. The young women who went to the countryside sometimes didn't have enough to eat. She herself had a large appetite and was starving by nighttime. Xie Shuanglan understood her meaning and called into the house, Erbao, come out, someone is looking for you for grasshoppers. Liu Erbao thought a village kid was looking for him, so he dashed out not wearing a shirt, but when he saw this young woman, he shyly ran back inside. Erbao might be a bit shy, just wait a moment, Xie Shuanglan added. Xie Shuanglan brought over a stool for her to sit on while waiting for Liu Erbao. Initially, she felt a bit awkward, but seeing that the people had no malicious intent, she relaxed and sat down. In no time, Liu Erbao came over. After changing into a clean outfit, he looked at this young woman with a smile and asked, sister, what do you need me for? Gu Qing showed Liu Erbao all her grasshoppers. Liu Erbao was surprised that this young woman had caught so many grasshoppers. Why was she asking him to roast all these? Can I exchange these with you? I heard the village kids all trade with you. I'm all out of roasted ones. How about this, you wait here and I'll roast them at home. How does that sound? But Liu Erbao hesitated, wondering if she could eat all these. The village kids had nothing else to eat, so they were used to it, but he worried the young woman might not be able to handle it. But what? Seeing Liu Erbao's nervous expression, did he not want to roast them for her? Or did he think she was a hassle? After thinking for a moment, she said, once I try them, you'll know. He didn't say anything else, and Xie Shuanglan helped out. She didn't expect Liu Erbao's skills to be so popular and welcomed by everyone. Even the young women came to ask him to roast grasshoppers. She couldn't help but wonder if Liu Erbao sold roasted grasshoppers at the market, would anyone buy them? But as soon as she thought that, she dismissed the idea. How could that be? The roasted grasshoppers, looking crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, were quite appetizing. Xie Shuanglan didn't like eating grasshoppers, but seeing how well Liu Erbao roasted them, she couldn't help but salivate. At that moment, Liu Dapeng returned and smelled the roasted scent. He walked over and saw a strange young woman in his house, and Liu Erbao was roasting grasshoppers for her, which left him dumbfounded. Brother, you're back. Try my cooking. Saying this, he handed Liu Dapeng a roasted grasshopper. To be honest, Liu Dapeng had never eaten this before in his life. So even if he were starving, he wouldn't want to eat roasted grasshoppers. He had a sort of fear of them. Although grasshoppers grew by eating green plants, it was still a bit hard to swallow. Dapeng, it's really good, you should try one. Xie Shuanglan said with a smile. Actually, she had never eaten roasted grasshoppers, but she enjoyed watching Liu Dapeng's reactions. Liu Dapeng raised the grasshopper to his mouth and took a bite. He couldn't describe the taste. Perhaps it was the fear of the food that made him eat it very quickly, and he really couldn't taste what it was like. Seeing everyone eating, the young woman also took one, and then spit it out, coughing and turning her face red. So this is what roasted grasshoppers taste like. It's quite strange. She regretted catching so many grasshoppers. It seemed today would be a waste. Sister, is my roast not delicious? Why did you spit it out? Liu Dapeng looked at the young woman as she discarded it, feeling somewhat disappointed. Isn't she the one who said she wanted to eat? Why did she spit it all out? Such a waste of her own cooking. I just find it a bit hard to get used to this. I thought it would be. Gu Qing didn't know how to respond as she wanted to explain, but couldn't figure out how. After all, she had already spit it out, and some things said might not be believed anyway. Liu Dapeng didn't pursue Gu Qing for other reasons and packed the remaining grasshoppers to take back. When the young women saw Gu Qing return, they were all very happy. They were waiting for Gu Qing to bring them roasted grasshoppers, but they didn't notice her somewhat pale complexion. I brought them all roasted perfectly. You all hurry and eat. These young women didn't think much of it. They shoved the grasshoppers into their mouths, but after eating they all spit it out. What was that? Didn't they say it was delicious? Why was it so terrible? Seeing everyone struggling with the taste, Gu Qing felt a bit balanced inside, realizing it wasn't just her who found it unpalatable. This is the taste I finally understand. Life in the countryside is truly tough. We must cherish our food even more from now on. Gu Qing said seriously. Hearing this, everyone was also moved. They were pampered young ladies raised in the small town, never experiencing such hardships. They had heard from their elders that in times of famine, there's nothing to eat. At that time, they thought the elders were just exaggerating. They never expected it to be true. That Gu Qing, the young woman, is surprisingly bold, catching and eating grasshoppers herself. She had never tasted this flavor before and thought it would be delicious. I bet she won't dare to eat it again next time. Liu Dapeng chuckled. That young woman must be questioning life now. He also felt a bit of doubt after that first bite, but being a man, he kept his composure. She, however, clearly couldn't stomach it. If it were me, I wouldn't be able to eat it either. Xie Shuanglan wouldn't even dare to try the grasshopper, fearing she would vomit. Being pregnant, she was particularly sensitive to smells, and if she were to eat it, she would probably throw up all night. In about 2 days, news came from above urging them to quickly harvest the grain, otherwise once the locusts finished nothing would be left. Liu Dapeng's task was still to tend to the cows for the autumn harvest, so he didn't need to get involved. After all, having one more person wouldn't make a difference. With so many people in the village plus that young woman helping out, he was not needed. As he led the cow through the fields, he noticed a large group of people approaching, some wearing headscarves and others carrying water. Dapeng, good morning. You're off to let the cows graze again. Your job is so easy. A villager teased Liu Dapeng, who retorted, Uncle, I envy you. I have to let dozens of cows graze every day. If one runs away, I have to chase all over the place. I'm alone while you all have so many people to take it easy, don't you? Hearing Liu Dapeng's banter, the man laughed and replied, You really have a way with words. I won't talk to you anymore. More women arrived, gathering in groups and chatting endlessly. Liu Dapeng hadn't walked far with the cow when many villagers came over. The scene was truly spectacular for the autumn harvest. It was a big event, and even the village children joined in. Liu Dapeng's family was specifically responsible for grazing the cows, otherwise with such a scene their family would also be involved. Most people were gathered there, adding up to several hundred individuals. They should be able to harvest all the grain in a few days. The weather had been good, perfect for the autumn harvest. Old heir's wife, are you dead? Hurry up and wipe the sweat off your man. Before they even started working, Liu's mother began directing her daughter-in-law. Her daughter-in-law dared not express her anger, casting a long glance at her mother-in-law before going to wipe her husband's sweat. What do I need you for if you can't even wipe sweat? Look at how well old San's wife treats him. Liu Lauer looked at Liu Zhuang with envy. That wife was a young woman from the city, well-educated and beautiful, unlike his own wife, who had become a worn-out housewife after working at home every day. Annoyed, Liu Lauer's wife directly tossed her cloth on her husband's face. Damn, I just said a few words, and you're acting all high and mighty, aren't you? I see you need a good beating to get back in line. Saying this, she was about to chastise her daughter-in-law in front of everyone, causing the crowd to roll their eyes. They were there to harvest, not to watch her show off. Liu Lauer, you better take it easy. I don't care about your family affairs, but this is a major event for the harvest. If you cause a fuss, don't blame me for being rude. The squad leader's words made Liu Lauer dare not make a scene anymore. Only his mother occasionally shot him a cold glare as his wife stood to the side, feeling wronged and longing for fairness. She truly hated her mother-in-law. The autumn harvest began, and everyone was busy working. Only Li Xiaolan felt somewhat out of place. She was a young woman from the city and had never done such work, so she was a bit at a loss. Liu Zhuang felt for his wife and said, Wife, why don't you just sit over here? With so many people, no one will notice you, and you can sneak a little rest. That won't do. If someone sees me, it would be bad. I'll help you out instead. Li Xiaolan shook her head, feeling sweet inside. Although her mother-in-law was difficult, her husband treated her well, making her feel that things weren't so bad after all. Liu Dapeng led the cow up the hillside. Once at the top, the old cow frolicked, finding grass on its own, while Liu Dapeng just watched. He didn't require help today because he hadn't brought Xuanlan along due to the hot sun, letting her stay home instead. He could keep an eye on so many cows by himself. Without Xuanlan here, he felt more at ease. He grabbed a handful of grass from his space and tossed it to the cows, who happily mooed in response. Now Liu Dapeng had time to do other things. His hunting rifle was already itching to be used. He felt uncomfortable if he didn't hunt for a day. Occasionally a few rabbits darted out from the forest, but they were all small creatures. What a time to be alive to encounter me. Holding the rabbit, Liu Dapeng tossed it into the spatial pouch to avoid carrying it by hand. After walking for a few minutes, he suddenly noticed movement in the forest and thought he might have come across another hunter, a fellow gamekeeper. Just as he was about to greet the person, he sensed something was off about their physique. They were far too muscular. As he approached, Liu Dapeng realized that it was not a person, but a bear. It stood upright, walking just like a human. What a fright. Liu Dapeng took a step back, gripping his rifle tightly, fearing that the bear might suddenly turn around. After all, bears are known to be dangerous to humans. Although he had never seen a bear eat a person, he had certainly heard the legends. The bear ambled forward without any intention of turning back, and despite Liu Dapeng making quite a noise, the bear remained unfazed. This left Liu Dapeng feeling perplexed. Was it possible that the bear had a hearing problem? Seeing that the bear was not attacking him, Liu Dapeng cautiously followed it from behind. Soon the bear entered a cave, and Liu Dapeng dared not follow. Who knew if the bear might suddenly launch an attack? He thought that if the bear had any allies, it could easily overpower him. But right now he was alone, not to mention its large frame was intimidating. However, he noticed a drop of blood on the ground. The bear was injured. He crouched down to smell the blood. The blood was still warm. No wonder the bear hadn't harmed him, it was injured. Liu Dapeng pondered, not rushing to enter. If the bear was truly wounded, now would be a good opportunity to take it down. Yet he was also worried that if the bear was not severely injured, it could still retaliate against him. After some thought, Liu Dapeng decided to wait outside for a while. Eventually, he couldn't wait any longer and entered. The cave was pitch black, and he couldn't see anything. The bear at that moment seemed to have vanished. Liu Dapeng was puzzled. Could it simply have disappeared within the cave? That seemed impossible. The cave didn't lead anywhere. As he searched for the bear, it was watching him, completely immobilized. It had been shot by a hunter with a gaping hole in its body. Knowing it couldn't survive, it decided not to move. As the silence settled, Liu Dapeng heard heavy breathing and realized that the bear was hiding in a dark corner, staring back at him. He felt a bit awkward. Confirming that the bear posed no threat to him, he approached and discovered a large wound in its belly, likely from a rifle shot. He wondered which hunter had shot it. It was fortunate for him. He never expected that a mere cow would lead him to a bear. This unexpected turn of events was astonishing. He walked closer to the bear and said, "Brother bear, don't be a bear in your next life. It's too hard." To his surprise, he thought he saw a tear sliding down from the bear's eye. Perhaps he was just imagining it. How could a bear cry? The bear slowly closed its eyes again, and Liu Dapeng couldn't tell if it was dead or simply resigning to its fate. He reached out to touch its fur, noticing it was completely still, likely nearing the end of its life. Once the bear's body had cooled, Liu Dapeng placed it into his spatial pouch, feeling pleased as he headed back. Not long after he left, a group of hunters arrived, rifles in hand. "I clearly saw it heading this way, so how could it just vanish? This is strange. Did someone else take it? We almost had it down, and now it's gone. What rotten luck." One bearded man grumbled to the others. "It probably hasn't gone far. Let's keep searching, and we might still find it." "All right, let's keep moving." They all thought that the bear could not be allowed to escape, as it was their quarry. If they hadn't shot it, it would have been fine, but now that they had expended bullets and the bear was missing, they were unwilling to accept it. They followed the trail of blood, but still found no bear. Liu Dapeng was thrilled. This bear could bring in a substantial sum of money. Sitting on a rock, Liu Dapeng tended to the cow, admiring the scenery not far away. Everything seemed pleasing to his eyes. He even gave the cow some extra spiritual grass. After finishing with the cow, he headed down where the production team was bustling and busy, with many people working quickly, finishing up all the grain. "Oh, Dapeng is coming down." Upon seeing the captain, he called out to him, leaving Liu Dapeng puzzled. What could the cunning captain want with him? Could it be that he wanted Liu Dapeng to help harvest the grain? But after thinking it over, that seemed unlikely. With so many cows, one person could hardly manage. Seeing Liu Dapeng looking at him skeptically, the captain pulled him aside and said, "Isn't the grain harvest finished? Someone needs to keep watch at night. Look at the men in our village. You're the only one with any capability. I can't trust others to guard the grain. I worry about them. You know what I mean." Currently, the family of Liu Dapeng is the most prosperous in the village. So while he believes others might steal, he trusts Liu Dapeng completely. Having rented his house for so long without any damage, it was clear he was a very honest person. But still, he had 1,000 concerns. Oh, what if they tried to steal something? Liu Dapeng forced a smile. He truly didn't understand why the captain would assign such an important task to him. Did he have too much faith in him? Was he not afraid Liu Dapeng might steal his own food? Captain, I still need to tend to the cows during the day. I believe in you, you'll handle it well. At night, it's just a matter of taking turns to keep watch. It's not like you'll be alone. Don't worry, I'll ensure you get extra points for your work. What do you say? The captain, trying to sweeten the deal, hoped Liu Dapeng would agree to watch the grain. Liu Dapeng agreed. Refusing would not be ideal. He noted that it wasn't just him watching, he would take his turn and others would follow, making it quite a good deal. As soon as the captain finished discussing the matter with Liu Dapeng, someone approached him volunteering. Captain, let me take on the task of guarding the grain tonight. I promise I'll keep it safe. Looking at the self-enthusiastic Wang Dajuan, I couldn't help but feel a headache. This guy would be so kind as to help guard the grain. He was probably just planning to move the grain to his own house. Captain, why aren't you speaking? Is the grain not in need of guarding? He'll guard the grain, and I don't even want work points. My captain, where can you find such a good person? Wang Dajuan was afraid the captain would disagree, even giving up work points. Oh, why was he willing to guard the grain? It was simply because he wanted to steal it. He didn't realize that his intentions were too obvious. The captain rolled his eyes at him and said, I've already chosen someone, you don't need to go. Hearing that he didn't need to go, Wang Dajuan was so angry he ground his teeth and couldn't help but shout, Captain, who are you sending to guard the grain? Let me tell you, no one is reliable except for me, Wang Dajuan. I am absolutely dependable in my work. His voice was loud, afraid others wouldn't hear him. Those nearby heard Wang Dajuan say this and couldn't help but roll their eyes inwardly. Absolutely dependable, as if he wouldn't cheat or cut corners. Just earlier, while cutting rice, they saw Wang Dajuan and his wife quietly moving aside, working slowly. Now he was so eager to guard the grain, it must be suspicious. Captain, please don't let him guard the grain. Hold your ground. Wang Dajuan kept talking, and his spittle even sprayed onto his own face. The captain was furious, saying, I have arranged it this way. Without looking back, the captain walked away, leaving Wang Dajuan in a daze. He didn't know how he had provoked the captain or why the captain was so hard to talk to. He was a bit curious about who was guarding the grain and who had taken his job. He angrily leaned to the side, feeling many people looking at him strangely. His wife didn't dare to speak and quietly stood beside him. In the afternoon, everyone went home. Wang Dajuan and his wife also returned, but they were cursing as they went, not knowing who they were cursing at. Everyone was too lazy to care. That was just how he was. We have searched this forest thoroughly and haven't seen a bear. It can't have vanished right under our noses. We clearly saw it coming this way, so why can't we find it? Just when everyone was at a loss, the last person who went to look for the bear returned, saying, I saw a cave over there. Could it be that the bear is hiding in the cave? There was blood all over the ground. Hearing this, everyone became excited. Oh, perhaps the bear really was hiding. Otherwise, how could it have gone missing? Moreover, there was blood. The bear had been injured by them, so it must be bleeding. Quick, take us to take a look. The sky is getting dark, and we need to bring the bear down the mountain. That person led everyone toward the bear's cave. When they reached the entrance, a few hesitated again. Is the bear dead or alive? Should we go in or not? They were just ordinary villagers. Although they had guns, they were still afraid of bears. A bear could crush them with a single slap. There are so many of us, and we all have guns. If each person fires a shot, the bear won't survive. Hurry up, stop wasting time. Should we prioritize our lives or the bear? You all can decide for yourselves. Everyone felt this made sense. With so many people here, what was there to fear? After all, they weren't going in alone. If they were going to die, they might as well die together. Thinking this, everyone went in, but once inside, they were dumbfounded. It was completely empty. There was nothing except for the blood on the ground. The blood on the ground had dried up, proving that the bear had long been gone, having left a long time ago. However, they had searched thoroughly and found no bear. How could it have vanished so suddenly? Damn it, we exerted so much effort for nothing. Someone slammed their fist against the stone wall, scraping their hand and drawing a little blood, causing them to grimace in pain. They regretted hitting it as soon as they did. Yeah, we followed the bear all the way here. How could it just disappear? They considered many possibilities, thinking perhaps someone had taken it away, or maybe the bear had not died and was hiding elsewhere. Either way, none of these thoughts could calm them. They had clearly had such a large bear within their grasp, but in the blink of an eye it was gone. Brother Awang, what should we do now? The bear is gone. Should we go back or continue searching? It's getting dark. Do you not know how terrifying the mountains are at night? If we continue searching, we won't find it. I think it's very likely that the villagers here took it away. Wu Awang felt this way too. He believed that the bear must be dead and had been taken away by someone. If he found out who had taken it, he wouldn't let them off easily. Do you know what this village is called? I think it's called Liu Family Village. Liu Family Village. Wu Awang muttered to himself. Then those people started walking down the mountain. Liu Dapeng had already returned home and closed the cattle in the pen. He planned to discuss this matter with his wife in advance to prevent her from worrying. When he returned home, his wife had already prepared dinner. She didn't come with him today, so the house was all tidied up. If Xie Xuanlan had come along, there would have been so many things to do when they got back. Dapeng is back. Xie Xuanlan felt relieved when she saw he had returned safely. Did you eat, wife? No, I told you not to wait for me. Have you all eaten yet? Liu Dapeng glanced at his younger siblings who all started crying out. Eldest brother, you weren't back. How could we eat? Look at how pathetic you all are. Liu Dapeng was speechless. His younger siblings laughed even after being scolded. This family was like that, always bickering, but their bond was still strong. After dinner, Liu Dapeng mentioned to his wife that he had to guard the night. Xie Xuanlan frowned and asked, why do you have to guard the night? Didn't you have to tend to the cattle during the day? Isn't that tiring during the day? The captain arranged it. I can't do anything about it. Besides, I'm not just keeping watch. I can also earn work points. Tending to the cattle won't delay me. I can just lie down and rest while watching them. Then we'll go with you to tend the cattle. Xie Xuanlan was still very concerned about him. Okay, Liu Dapeng agreed. At this moment, Liu Dashan came over. It turned out that he wasn't the only one assigned to guard the night. Liu Dashan was as well. Dapeng, hurry up, we're waiting for you. Liu Dashan shouted at him. Xie Xuanlan smiled at Liu Dapeng. You should go quickly, don't keep them waiting. I'm off, my wife. Liu Dapeng stepped out the door, and Liu Dashan hurriedly threw his arm around him. If he hadn't dodged quickly, Liu Dashan would have certainly pulled him in, and he wasn't accustomed to being embraced like that by another man. Liu Dashan began talking about the people on duty today. There were over 10 of them guarding the grains which had just been harvested and weren't dried yet. They needed to keep watch, otherwise some people would sneak over to steal the grains, as such incidents had happened before, and if caught, their work points for the year would be deducted. Even so, many were willing to take the risk. After all, times were tough for everyone, and if they could get more food, their families would be able to eat well. When they arrived, they found piles of rice stacked there, not yet spread out, ready to be laid out tomorrow. It was already late when they returned, and managing to harvest all the grains was quite an achievement. Everyone was too exhausted to even straighten their backs, let alone manage the grains. Moreover, there were thieves from the neighboring village trying to steal grains. Such occurrences happened every harvest season, and sometimes even led to fights. Tonight we all need to be armed to prevent any surprises. Liu Dashan tossed him a prepared weapon, a sturdy iron stick. This iron stick would hurt a lot when it hit someone, though it wouldn't cause serious injury, but it was enough to scare people. Liu Dapeng began patrolling with the stick along with a few other men. From time to time, they engaged in conversation. Liu Dashan, feeling bored, took out his grass cigarette and asked Liu Dapeng if he wanted one. Liu Dapeng dared not accept. He still remembered the last incident where he nearly choked on the smoke. Seeing Liu Dapeng's refusal, Liu Dashan laughed heartily. So you're afraid now? What a useless man. Are you still a man? Ha, he was indeed a man. Liu Dapeng rolled up a cigarette and took a puff. The first time was awkward, but the second time it felt much smoother and less uncomfortable. Liu Dashan was satisfied and took back his own cigarette pouch, sharing only with Liu Dapeng due to their good relationship. It looks like tonight won't be peaceful, Liu Dashan said, extinguishing the last part of his cigarette and looking at Liu Dapeng. Fortunately, we only need to guard until midnight, and it should be safe. As long as the first half of the night is secure, we'll be fine. Liu Dashan chuckled and patted Liu Dapeng on the shoulder, trying to ease his nerves. Liu Dapeng felt frustrated internally. He wasn't nervous at all. He was perfectly fine, and if it came to a fight, he wouldn't be worse than anyone else. Who would win or lose was still uncertain. A cool breeze at night dispersed the heat from everyone's bodies. Guarding the night was a painful task, as sitting there without talking would inevitably lead to drowsiness, especially after a long day of labor. Liu Dapeng hadn't fallen asleep yet, but Liu Dashan beside him had already started snoring. Liu Dapeng felt like crying. This was supposed to be a night watch, yet Liu Dashan was sleeping. There was nothing happening now, and he had no intention of waking Liu Dashan. If he could slack off, he would. Besides, there were still many people awake keeping watch. The first half of the night passed without incident, and Liu Dapeng along with Liu Dashan returned home, replaced by another group on night watch. Upon arriving home, he noticed the lights were still on. Xie Xuanlan was asleep, lying on the bed, and she looked quite adorable in her peaceful state. Liu Dapeng felt he was truly fortunate to have a wife, and he was soon to become a father. He then laid down beside his wife. At that moment, Xie Xuanlan opened her eyes and quietly glanced at Liu Dapeng, then contentedly fell asleep again. Bang, bang, bang. Uncertain of the time, Liu Dapeng heard a loud sound, startling him awake. Xie Xuanlan was startled too. They both yawned simultaneously, smiling at each other. Something is happening outside. Stay at home, or I'll go see what's going on. Xie Xuanlan tugged at his hand. If you're going, we should go together. Liu Dapeng had no choice but to concede to her insistence and took her along. By the time they stepped out, people were already rushing out. Liu Dapeng randomly grabbed someone and asked what's happening. Why all the noise? Someone must be trying to steal grains. Ew, otherwise why would there be such a commotion? This happens every year. I'm used to it. Let's hurry and see. As the person spoke, he swiftly ran off. Liu Dapeng, hearing about the grain theft, glanced at his wife beside him, worried about what would happen if she got caught in the chaos. She was pregnant now, so he didn't want her to go. You stay home, don't go anywhere. I'll be back soon. Hearing about the grain theft, Xie Xuanlan instinctively thought there might be a fight. She looked at Liu Dapeng with great concern. She knew that if she went it would only create trouble, but if she didn't go she wouldn't feel at ease. She was quite conflicted. Liu Dapeng continued to reassure her, your man is strong and healthy, nothing will happen to me. I'll keep an eye on things and won't rush forward. You can rest easy. Just be careful. I don't want to be a widow. I don't want my child to be born without a father. Xie Xuanlan held on to him tightly, finally letting Liu Dapeng leave after a long while. By the time they arrived, most of the villagers had gathered, but the night watchmen were nowhere to be seen. The captain emerged from the crowd, saying, follow me up the mountain to search. Carry torches. If we catch one person, we'll be rewarded. The captain said this because if someone from another village was caught stealing grains, that village would have to compensate for the lost food, paying by the head, so catching one person meant they would owe that village a year's worth of grain. I will definitely catch these thieves. How dare they steal from our village, treating us like decoration. One man shouted defiantly, eager to catch a few more thieves, as that would mean more grain for their village. Just thinking about it made him feel good. Damn it, stop boasting. With the time you spend talking, you might as well go up the mountain to search. That thief must have fled up there, otherwise in the dark, where could they run? People need to be found to guard the grain, otherwise if they leave, what if someone comes to steal the food? Thus a portion stays behind to guard the grain, while another part follows the captain to find people. This matter concerns the interests of the entire village. Liu Dapeng, even if he is unwilling to help, has no choice but to join them in the search for people. It was pitch black and nothing could be seen. Even if he held a torch, if someone truly wanted to hide, they could easily find a place to conceal themselves. How long are we going to search like this? Have you seen the thief? What do they look like? If we had that information, it would be easier to find them. Look, if someone is deliberately stealing grain, they certainly won't let you see their face. They've covered it up. Oh, what can we see? Let's hurry. He ran in this direction and isn't moving fast. We can definitely catch up, and even if he hides, we need to find him, understand? That makes sense, but I can't hold it in. I need to relieve myself. You all go ahead and search. I'll go over there. You lazy person, you have to go more often when you have to relieve yourself. I really don't know how to describe you. Hurry back quickly, don't slack off at the back, do you understand? Otherwise, if the captain finds out, you will be the first to suffer. The person shot him a glance. Everyone had already moved forward. The captain can't see anything, and it's just you talking so much as if afraid others wouldn't hear you. All right, I'll be back soon. The person lifted his pant legs to find a place to relieve himself. He really couldn't hold it anymore. As soon as he started, he heard someone cursing. What the hell is that smell? It stinks. A ghost. The person, startled, stopped relieving himself and ran off. What are you shouting about? Didn't you just go to relieve yourself? I heard there's a ghost over there. I was halfway through when I heard a voice. Hearing this, the person thought carefully. It might not be a ghost, but someone hiding there. What a damn annoyance to have stumbled upon this. Did you wet on the person? What do you mean? You say that's a person, not a ghost. You fool. There are no ghosts in this world. Stop with that futile superstition. Hurry and call the captain. Let's not alert him. He probably doesn't know you've spotted him. The person smiled slyly, thinking if they caught this person, they would get their share of the grain. Whoever spots the person first would get the credit. The captain, who was originally moving forward, turned back. Liu Dapeng followed behind. Unexpectedly, the person was discovered so quickly. This could be disastrous. He didn't know which unlucky person it was. Damn, this stinks. We need to run, as someone must have found out. If we don't hurry, it will be too late. The man, whose face was smeared with urine, hurriedly spoke to those beside him. They just wanted to come over and try their luck stealing some grain to take back home. After all, their families were on the brink of starvation, waiting for the next batch of grain. But the village was tightly guarded, so they had to target another village, not expecting to be caught so quickly. Let's run. Their movement alerted the captain. He quickly shouted to everyone, the person is about to escape. Hurry and stop them, don't let them get away. With the captain's shout, people surged forward. Those about to run couldn't outrun so many. Moreover, it was pitch black and they had no torches, so they ran even slower, fearing they would fall into a pit and end up in disaster. This group was surrounded, totaling about 10, and all were men. Seeing themselves cornered with their faces covered, they couldn't clearly see each other's features. You people from that village actually came to steal grain from our village. Hearing this, the Liu family villagers swore they wouldn't reveal which village they were from. So they randomly fabricated a name, saying they were from Li family village. The captain was wise and immediately saw through their lie. He said intentionally, since you're from Li family village, even better. I'm familiar with your captain. I will go to Li family village tonight to find your captain. When the captain said this, the men were dumbfounded. No way, what a coincidence. The captain knew the Li family captain, and they still wanted to make up a story. If they continued, they could frame the Li family villagers, and wouldn't that work? But it didn't seem so simple. If they really confronted the captain of Li family village, they would surely be done for. Woo-woo. Please let us go. We have the elderly and children to care for. We came to steal grain out of desperation. But we haven't even stolen any grain before being caught. Please let us go. If we're sent to our captain, we'll lose a year's worth of food. Please let us go. These people began to plead pitifully. The captain looked down on them. They were not good people to begin with. And if they truly stole grain, wouldn't that mean they would have no food left? So these people deserved no sympathy. Isn't it a bit late to say this now? After all, you stole something and were caught by us, so you must pay for the grain. Regardless of how they argued, this was the principle. Moreover, this was a rule set by several captains. If someone from our village committed an offense, our village would honestly pay up. The captain didn't want to listen to these people's chatter and ordered the villagers to lock them all in a room, saying they would deal with them tomorrow. After a long night of fuss, everyone was tired. These bastards better behave, otherwise I'll break their legs, and see how they steal chickens and dogs in the future. An old man from the village angrily said his teeth were gone, but his voice was still strong. Liu Dapeng glanced at him and gave him a thumbs up. He was impressive. It seemed this old man was a tough guy in his youth. When the old man noticed Liu Dapeng's gesture, he smiled widely, showing off his toothless grin. Young man, our generation is aging. We will rely on all of you in the future to lead our village towards a better future. The old man said with a serious expression. His eyes sparkled with a fiery light, filled with hope and longing for the future. It will happen. Our village will become better and better. Liu Dapeng echoed his words, not wanting to disappoint the elderly man, although he felt something was off in his heart. The elderly man, hearing his words, had a look of contentment on his face, then left with everyone. Liu Dapeng also went home. At that moment, Xie Shuanglan was standing at home restless. What is happening outside? Erbao, why don't you go out and see if your elder brother has returned? I'm really worried. What if they really start fighting? Even if I get beaten, I wouldn't know who did it. Liu Erbao, concerned, said, Sister-in-law, I'm going to check. Don't worry. Big brother said to keep a close eye on you. Liu Erbao rushed outside and bumped into someone. Looking up, he saw it was his elder brother. Where do you think you're going running out at night? Don't you know it's chaotic outside? Liu Dapeng said to the rushing Erbao. Liu Erbao, grabbing his brother's clothes with a face full of grievance, said, Brother's sister-in-law asked me to go find you because she's worried about you. What is happening outside? You won't let me go? I'm a little adult now. If it really comes to fighting, I'm not any weaker than others. I'm strong and very clever. I definitely won't let myself get beaten. Hearing Erbao say that, Liu Dapeng gave his head a firm pat and said, What are you thinking? Fighting is not a good thing. You absolutely cannot fight with others. Do you know that if you win it's fine, but if you lose you could end up with broken arms or legs? Just think about it. If you become disabled, how will you find a wife in the future, right? Hearing that losing could lead to broken limbs, Liu Erbao was very scared. He was just talking. If it really came to fighting, he was also afraid. Anyway, it was best to avoid fighting. When Liu Dapeng entered the house, he directly closed the door. His wife was sitting on the bed staring at him intently. As he slowly approached, Xie Shuanglan rushed forward and hugged him, saying, Dapeng, I'm scared. Xie Shuanglan was genuinely scared and not speaking falsely. She worried about Liu Dapeng getting into trouble and feared that after their child was born he would no longer be there. She was even more afraid of losing her man and having no one to rely on. Although she knew the chances of such things happening were very small, she still felt scared. She didn't want anything to happen to any member of their family. Looking at his worried wife, Liu Dapeng softly said, I won't get into any trouble, and I won't let our child grow up without a father, nor will I let you be without a husband. That night the two held tightly together. Xie Shuanglan was unwilling to let go of her man, no matter what. Even after falling asleep, she still tightly hugged Liu Dapeng, who let her be. The next morning, Liu Dapeng was preparing to go out to tend the cattle when he was informed by the villagers that there was no need to tend to the cattle. The village chief had taken a few men straight to Zhangjia village. To be honest, I've disliked that old man from Zhangjia village for a long time. He relies on the fact that there are many people in his village and often behaves in a strange manner. Now good, they have something on us. We must not let him off this time. Someone said with a laugh. This time we must make them pay dearly for stealing from us. How dare they come to our village? They must be out of their minds. They don't even consider how many strong young men are in our village. A punch from each of them could send them flying. Anyway, boasting doesn't cost anything, so these people boasted vigorously. Liu Dapeng quietly listened beside them, surprised at how well they could talk. Let's go over now. We'll reason with them, and we'll strike first. Anyone who doesn't take advantage of a good deal is a fool. We must catch them off guard. After beating them, we'll explain the reasoning. After all, they are in the wrong, and we have nothing to fear. Liu Dapeng, hearing this, realized it was true. How could they not be angry? After all, they stole from their village. If their people were to steal, they would probably get half beaten up. Stealing is not honorable. The village chief walked ahead, radiating confidence. He heard what they said behind him, but did not stop them, After all, they were in the right this time. He thought they must teach Zhang, the village chief, a lesson. Wife, my eyelids have been twitching since yesterday. I hope nothing bad is about to happen, the village chief said, glancing at his wife, feeling quite worried. Because of the twitching eyelids, he was reluctant to go outside. When villagers came to him with matters, they would discuss them at home. He didn't want to go outside, as twitching eyelids really could indicate something bad was about to happen. You village chief still believe in this? Let me tell you, nothing will happen. Don't worry about it. If you don't want to go outside today, I'll go. Just don't mind me. She turned and went out, leaving the village chief alone at home. He was very bored and flipped through his little notebook, wondering what those people had done today. The village chief, along with Liu Dapeng and their group, arrived at Zhangjia village. Their large group immediately attracted the attention of the Zhang family, and they even saw the rascals from their own village walking ahead. How could they be in the hands of the village chief? Thinking about it, it was clear something bad had happened, and immediately someone went to notify village chief Zhang. Not good. Before the person arrived, the voice reached them. Village Chief Zhang's hand shook and the notebook he was holding fell to the ground. He didn't even have time to pick it up before the person rushed in. Village Chief, not good. A big incident has occurred. A rascal from our village has been caught by someone. We don't know what he did. You need to hurry and check. The person is already at the village entrance with many people. Should we gather the brothers from our village? In case things really escalate, we'll have backup. Hearing the villagers say this, Village Chief Zhang felt a sense of dread. No wonder his eyelids had been twitching these past few days. It turned out something truly bad was happening. A rascal from their village had been caught, which meant he must have done something shameful, well, otherwise how could he have been caught? With so many people coming, it was likely that Zhangjia village would have to bleed. Thinking of this, he felt incredibly anxious, but there was nothing he could do. After all, they were from the village, and the people were already at the door. It wouldn't be appropriate not to go out. Then hurry and call everyone over. Liu, village chief, what a rare guest. What brings you to our village? Zhangchang, what are you doing? Did you get caught by someone? A clever villager stopped them outside, not allowing them to enter until their village chief arrived. Uncle, I did nothing wrong. It's all a misunderstanding. The good for nothing climbed up the pole, clearly saying they were there to steal, but now they had changed their tune. It's all a misunderstanding, so let's clear it up, Captain Liu, don't you think? After he spoke, he glanced at the captain's reaction. The captain wore a dark expression and said nothing, but the man beside him couldn't hold back. You son of a bitch, you didn't act like this when you were with us. You were clearly stealing our food, and now you say it's a misunderstanding, you bastard. Zhang Chong was beaten. The blows were so hard he nearly spat blood. He had not anticipated that these people would be so ruthless, showing no mercy as they struck him. Captain Liu, you can't bully people like this. You're already at our doorstep. Captain Zhang arrived with his men, a large group of them. Zhang Chong saw them like a savior and exclaimed, Captain, please save me. I'm about to be beaten to death by these bastards. Hearing Zhang Chong's words, Liu Dapeng punched him in the face, cursing, shut your mouth. You don't need to pay for the beating right now, and you don't have to worry about that anymore. In fact, we're making a profit from this beating. Liu Dashin was secretly hitting hard, as well, knowing that Zhang Chong was nearly beaten to a pulp. Captain Zhang looked at Captain Liu, who remained silent, knowing that this matter was not easy to handle. He wanted to save Zhang Chong, but since the captain hadn't spoken, how could he forcibly rescue him from their hands? The few captured men saw Zhang Chong nearly beaten to death, and their captain hadn't said anything about saving them. Their hearts sank, fearing they would become the next Zhang Chong. They were still young and didn't want to be crippled. Captain Liu, let's talk this out calmly. Why resort to violence? Isn't it the busy season for the autumn harvest? Everyone's very busy, aren't they? Let's keep it brief. Captain Liu snorted. I didn't let the villagers beat you to death, which is already generous. Stealing food and being caught red-handed in our village is unacceptable. Captain Zhang, what should we do about this? We established a rule that if someone steals grain and gets caught, they must pay double compensation. Don't you think we should be compensated? Hearing about compensation made Captain Zhang feel bitter. Compensation. The good for nothings in their village hardly worked. When asked to do labor, they would slack off. Making them pay for a year's worth of grain was a ridiculous thought. Is there a misunderstanding? Captain Zhang tried to ease the tension. It would be best if he could calm the people from Liu's village. No misunderstanding at all. You were caught red-handed. Quickly bring the grain from over a dozen people to our village. Several men from the village shouted loudly. The people of Zhang's village were in the wrong, so they silently looked at their captain, wondering what to do next. They knew the situation of the good for nothings in their village who never worked and were lazy. They did not perform any collective tasks, and now being asked to compensate for so much grain was very unfair. Everyone felt resentful and wished they could expel all the good for nothings from the village, though otherwise they would also be counted as part of Zhang's village. Captain Liu, why don't we sit down and have a chat? I just bought some tea leaves. I haven't had a chance to drink them yet, and today is just right for it. Captain Zhang flattered, looking at Captain Liu, hoping to ease the relationship and discuss the situation of the people in the village to see if they could avoid compensating so much grain. Captain Liu had completely grasped what Captain Zhang wanted to say, so he would never give him the opportunity to speak. Old Zhang, I won't say much. This is the rule we established. If one of our people makes a mistake, we will definitely compensate you with grain. Some things don't even need to be said, so what now? I believe you understand very well. Is there really no room for negotiation? Captain Zhang felt bitter inside, but his face wore a nonchalant smile. His smile was so fake that Liu Dapeng could see through it. It seemed that Zhang's village was about to suffer a great loss. Hurry and bring the grain to our village. It's the autumn harvest. Now, once you harvest, you can deliver the grain to us, right? I've even written the IOU for you. The captain opened his palm, revealing a piece of paper, and Captain Zhang's eyes nearly popped out. You can't be serious. By the way, old Zhang, I forgot you're illiterate. You must not understand the words on it. Why don't you have someone from your village take a look? Captain Zhang felt humiliated when he heard this in front of so many people. Although he had been illiterate, he had worked hard to learn later and recognized many characters. So he angrily retorted, "You're talking nonsense. When have I not recognized words? I recognize each character on that paper. Isn't it just about compensation? They'll compensate you. Why say those ridiculous things? It's really unpleasant to hear." He took out a pen and signed his name. Afterward, he regretted being so impulsive. Looking at the paper, he wanted to snatch it back, but Captain Liu gripped it tightly in his hand, saying, "All right, you signed. Just wait for the harvest to deliver the grain to us. Let's go." Captain Zhang was furious at having signed in such a muddled way, allowing them to take the grain after the harvest. He was so angry he nearly fainted. Captain Liu also had them release the other people who did not dare to look at their captain, fearing his gaze might cut them. Having acquired the grain from over a dozen people for nothing, those involved were quite pleased. When the time came, they would still be able to share it, albeit not much, but better than nothing. However, the captain was not so pleased, as he was wary of his own villagers doing the same thing. He turned to everyone and said, "You all saw it right. Anyone who goes to steal grain will end up like those from the other village. In the end, they will have to compensate our village for grain. So pay attention and don't stir up trouble, understand?" Upon hearing the captain's words, everyone smiled and echoed, "Captain, what do you take us for? We absolutely won't steal grain. We don't do such petty thefts, right? Exactly, we still care about our reputation, otherwise we'd be embarrassed in front of other villages." Hearing everyone say this, the captain felt relieved, especially thinking about the grain that Zhang's village had to compensate, which made him smile even wider. This trip was definitely worth it. Everything was arranged, and it was already noon, so he decided not to let the cattle out today. The children at home had already cut the grass, so even without letting the cattle out, they were well fed. When Liu Dapeng talked to his wife about the trip to Zhang's village, he often mentioned various things, and Xie Xuanlan listened particularly attentively. Her big eyes sparkled, looking very beautiful. During his free time, Liu Dapeng also taught his wife to recognize characters, calling over the little kids at home. Hearing that they were going to learn to read, some of the little ones were lazy, while others were very happy. The girls were more enthusiastic compared to the boys, who were quite mischievous and had never been to school, so they didn't understand the benefits of studying. Pay attention and learn from your sister-in-law, understand? Looking at Liu Dapeng's serious face, the little ones felt a bit scared and nervously asked, "Brother, can we not learn? We think there's nothing wrong with not writing. Many people in the village haven't been to school, yet they live fine, right?" Liu Erbao spoke up, and Liu Dapeng, not pleased, gave him a pat on the head. "As the second brother, you should set a good example for your younger siblings. How can you say such demoralizing things?" Liu Erbao looked confused. What had he said wrong? Most people in the village had never written in their lives, yet they lived well. So, he thought as long as he followed his older brother to learn hunting, it didn't matter whether he studied or not. Either way, you need to learn from me, and there will be rewards. Did you understand? Liu Dapeng then reassured his younger siblings, as he had to go out again later. He needed to sell the bear in the space. If it weren't for the space being able to preserve live things, it would have spoiled long ago. With Liu Dapeng's authority, the younger ones dared not resist. However, Xie Xuanlan felt a bit at a loss. She had just learned to recognize characters and didn't know how to teach her younger siblings, especially since there were many characters she didn't recognize. How could she teach them? "It's okay, just teach them what you know. When I come back, I'll teach you more." Xie Xuanlan was still very nervous. She had never been a teacher and didn't know how to teach these kids. She had struggled to learn characters herself and now had to turn around and teach these little ones. "Wife, I believe in you." Liu Dapeng held her hand and spoke with deep affection, making Xie Xuanlan feel a bit shy. Since her husband believed in her so much, she was determined to achieve results to show him. "All right, you can go. Leave this to me, I will teach the younger ones well." Liu Dapeng then left. He went out empty-handed because he could keep everything in the space, so the villagers didn't find it strange to see him go out. After all, he often went to the town. This time, he didn't plan to use his own face to sell the bear. He intended to use a different identity, so he used his pill disguise. After changing his appearance, he carried the bear into the black market. His large bear immediately attracted the attention of several people in the black market, and some had already come up to chat with him. "Hey young man, where did you get this bear? It's so big. Why don't you sell this black bear to me? Don't worry, I'll guarantee you a good price. You won't regret it. What do you say?" The man spoke with a mouthful of yellow teeth chattering in Liu Dapeng's ear. Liu Dapeng looked around, but didn't see Wang Ming and had no idea where that guy had gone. At a critical time, he was missing. He didn't see Wang Ming, but saw old Zhang rushing over panting heavily. After all, he was getting old and not as capable. When old Zhang ran over, he thought the man in front of him would flee since so many people had their eyes on such a big black bear, and it certainly wouldn't be his share. Unexpectedly, the man stopped and looked at him intently. He felt that those eyes looked familiar, but he had never seen this person before. "Young man, will you sell this black bear to me?" An old man came forward from behind, staring eagerly at Liu Dapeng. "Sell it to me, I can give you a fair price," old Zhang said from behind. Regardless of whether the deal was successful, he had to speak up about it. This big black bear was so tempting. "Old Zhang, how can you do business like this? I'm already negotiating with this young man. Why are you butting in?" The old man glared at old Zhang unhappily, and old Zhang snorted, "Don't think that just because you're older, I won't dare to argue with you. You know the rules of the black market. They can sell to whoever they want. We all have the opportunity to compete fairly, right?" Many black market owners nodded in agreement. Initially, they established this rule for fair competition. As long as someone entered the black market, they could sell to whoever they wanted regardless of who came first. The old man was so angry that his face turned pale. He secretly cursed old Zhang for being a bad person lacking a conscience. Old Zhang didn't care whether he was cursed secretly or openly. He was determined to get involved with this black bear. "Young man, with so many people here, who do you plan to sell this black bear to?" Liu Dapeng replied, "I'll sell it to whoever offers the highest price. I'm here to make money. After all, everyone was here to make money, otherwise why would they come here?" Everyone exchanged glances, but these were unspoken words. They didn't say it out loud, but were secretly contemplating what price to offer to outbid each other just a little and snag a deal. There were simply too many people with such thoughts, so the prices offered were all over the place. Liu Dapeng was not satisfied with such prices. He had to choose a high price to sell this black bear, otherwise why had he come here? "Young man, tell us what price would satisfy you. We've been talking for half a day, but we still haven't seen you agree." Some people were getting impatient. Although they were eager for the black bear, they could only watch helplessly, which made them feel very uncomfortable. "As long as you offer a suitable price, I will sell it, but your offers are too low. I worked hard to catch this black bear. My heavens, if you think this is too little, then how much do you actually want?" People started mumbling. They initially hoped to snag a deal, but it seemed this was not going to be easy. That person understood the market, otherwise why hadn't he spoken up all this time? Old Zhang called Liu Dapeng aside and said, "Young man, if you trust me, sell this black bear to me. I assure you I won't deceive you on the price. Although there are many people out there, they're all crafty and cunning. I tell you, selling to them might even cost you, but I'm different. I'm purely kind-hearted." "Oh, purely kind-hearted, huh?" Liu Dapeng knew old Zhang's nature, otherwise he might have believed his boast, which was a bit exaggerated. He didn't expect him to be so smooth-tongued. "I'm serious, selling to me will definitely not be a loss for you," old Zhang said earnestly, although he felt quite anxious inside. Had he overplayed his hand? "No way." After a long pause, Liu Dapeng replied, "Uncle, I was introduced by Dapeng." Old Zhang nearly fainted. It was actually Liu Dapeng who had introduced him, which made things tricky. Liu Dapeng was already quite cunning, so this young man was likely not much different. After all, people of a feather flock together. "Uncle, what price can you offer me?" Uncle's heart was bleeding. Old Zhang nearly cried. He initially wanted to profit from the young man, but it turned out he was a familiar face, making it hard to deceive him. "This black bear weighs about 100 pounds, and with its hide, gallbladder, and paws, Uncle won't make too much off you. How about 4500? Old Zhang spoke diligently. Liu Dapeng could see at a glance that he was not being honest. He noticed old Zhang visibly trembling, looking painfully distressed. "All right, let's go with what Uncle said." After being handed 4500, he took the bear and left, tossing the money into his space. He had made a sure profit, and he had basically picked up that black bear for free. Thinking of this made him feel overjoyed. As he walked happily, he heard an old woman sighing, "What are we to do?" "Mother, don't think too much about it. We have so many work points we can definitely exchange for a good amount of grain. If it were before, we could definitely exchange for a lot of grain, but this year is uncertain. Look at how rampant the locusts are, and it hasn't rained for many days. If this continues, who knows what will happen? We need to stock up on food, understand? How much money do we have left? We should buy more food." "Mother, I will follow your advice." As the two walked past him, Liu Dapeng felt a mix of emotions. What if a drought really struck? He had space and had planted quite a bit of food inside, but if everyone couldn't afford to eat, then his family eating would surely draw attention. When the time came, it would depend on whether his family's strength could protect their food. So it was very necessary for his younger siblings to grow up quickly and be able to stand on their own. On the way back, Liu Dapeng was not in a good mood. What he heard mostly revolved around the potential for disasters and the grain shortages this year, leaving everyone with worried expressions. He wouldn't bring this mood home. When he returned, he wore a faint smile. When Xie Shuanglan saw him back, she immediately came over to show him. Dapeng, look at what I wrote. She handed him a piece of paper with her neatly written characters. It must be said that Xie Shuanglan was quick at learning everything and particularly meticulous, but their younger siblings were different. Their writing was all crooked and hardly recognizable as characters. Wife, you are amazing. Eldest brother, I am pretty good too. Look, this is my name. Liu Erbao took out his writing to show Liu Dapeng. He initially expected Liu Dapeng to praise him, but upon seeing his writing, Liu Dapeng frowned. Was this even writing? It's too ugly, right? Several younger siblings burst into laughter. Second brother, I told you your writing is so ugly. Being told that his writing was ugly to his face, Liu Erbao was also proud and retorted, I can at least write my name. How about you? Can you write yours? Don't you have the nerve to laugh at me here? As soon as this was said, the room fell silent because none of them could write their names either. Liu Dapeng looked at everyone and said, let's stop here for today. He then notified Liu Erbao, tomorrow you come with me to herd the cows and carry the hunting gun. We will go hunting together. Liu Erbao's eyes sparkled with excitement upon hearing his big brother. Did this mean he wouldn't have to learn to write anymore? Learning to write was really dull. It was far more enjoyable to go hunting in the mountains. Liu Dapeng saw through his thoughts, but didn't burst his bubble. Oh, first he would take him hunting. He had his own plans. He didn't intend to sell the small game at the town. He would toss them into his space instead. Otherwise, he would process all the game, dry them out, and once dried, the preserved meat could last a long time. If something unexpected happened, these dried goods could sustain them for a while. No herding cattle today. Liu Dapeng went to bed early and didn't need to take his turn today. He let others in the village take care of it. Brother Awang, the more I think about it, the more I believe it must be someone from Liu family village who took our bear. Yesterday, I went to town and heard people say a bear appeared on the black market. Could it be our bear? Upon hearing this, Wu Awang began to doubt. He felt that the bear had likely died and been taken by someone else. He was very unwilling. How could they let the bear they had worked hard for be taken? Even if it was taken, he would demand that person return it. Such a huge bear would definitely stir up the whole village, so he planned to go to Liu family village to inquire. He guessed he would soon find out who took it. You should come with me to Liu family village tomorrow morning. The earlier we go, the better, to avoid those bastards not being in the village, making it hard to find them later. Wu Awang made the decision, and the other brothers nodded in agreement. Brother Awang, don't worry. We won't delay anything on our way home. When everyone at Wu Awang's home left, his wife looked worried and said, why don't we just let it go? If the bear is gone, it's gone, and we can just hunt another one later. You foul woman, what do you know? This is my business, stay out of it, or I'll shoot you. Wu Awang angrily replied. Wu Awang's wife, her eyes red from the scolding, dared not speak in anger. She wondered why the man who once treated her so well had turned into this. Now she often reminisced about the happy days of the past when they had just married. Wu Awang was so good to her, treating her like a precious gem. Onlookers envied the couple, but as time passed, Wu Awang gradually changed. Since he learned to hunt and mingled with others, he would either hit or scold her. Seeing you makes me feel unlucky, Wu Awang scolded before storming out. He went to find Widow Li at the village's edge, feeling that being with his wife was utterly boring, preferring Widow Li's skills in bed. Watching the man walk away, Wu Awang's wife burst into tears. It was always like this, every time they quarreled, he would never come back. She knew exactly where he went. Many people in the village reported that her husband was involved with Widow Li. She had secretly seen them together, but as a woman, what could she do? She couldn't just divorce her husband, right? At this time, divorce would bring shame, and she had nowhere else to go. Good morning, second uncle. Liu Dapeng had gotten up early, preparing to take the cattle out, chewing on a piece of wild grass he plucked from the roadside. Following him was Liu Erbao, who walked proudly ahead. Seeing some friends approaching, he began to show off. A bunch of little kids had followed behind, listening obediently to Liu Erbao. Erbao, you're so awesome. Is that a real gun? Can I touch it? I've never touched a gun in my life. This is my gun and you can't touch it. Seeing Liu Erbao refuse, the child, still unwilling to give up, pleaded, Brother Erbao, please let me touch it just once. It won't cost you a piece of meat, I promise I won't break it. Liu Dapeng, walking ahead, found it quite amusing. Good morning, Dapeng. You're out taking the cattle so early. Second uncle greeted him casually. As he arrived, he saw Liu Dashan feeding the pigs. The two exchanged a knowing glance and continued with their respective tasks. Wu Awang, accompanied by his close associates, stealthily made his way to Liu family village. At that moment, the villagers, young and old, were busy working in the fields, leaving only the children at the village entrance to keep watch, fearful of outsiders entering their village. Seeing no adults at the entrance, only children, Wu Wang took a deep breath and sent someone to grab a handful of candy. Go and charm them, ask if anyone from their village has taken a bear to the town. All right. The person beside Wu Wang immediately grabbed a handful of candy and hurried to the children. Those kids were quite clever. The adults had instructed them to squat at the village entrance to prevent outsiders from entering. They were busy with the autumn harvest and managing other matters. Children were the eyes of these adults. Furthermore, watching at the village entrance was also a way to earn work points, so the adults were quite indifferent about their children's activities. Little sister, come here. I have candy for you. Look how sweet it is. Do you want a piece? The person held out the candy, waving at a little girl nearby. The girl remained unfazed, drawing circles in the dirt. She had promised her mother that if a stranger came, she shouldn't interact with them, fearing they might be human traffickers who would take her away, separating her from her parents. So no matter what the person said, she remained unmoved. Hey, these children don't even want candy. Wu Wang silently complained, so he took out a slingshot. If they didn't want candy, surely someone would want the slingshot. Sure enough, when the boys saw him take out the slingshot, their eyes were all drawn to it. Wu Wang noticed that the kids were fond of this thing. He remembered when he was young he loved slingshots too, as they could be used to hunt birds. If they shot a bird, they could have meat, so who wouldn't want one? Moreover, making a slingshot required many rubber bands which weren't easy to come by. Therefore, having a slingshot in the village was quite impressive. Do you like me, big brother? If you do, I can give you one, but I have a small request. You have to answer my question truthfully, okay? The children remained silent, merely staring at the slingshot. One might think they were mute. Wu Wang tightened his fists in frustration. Why were these kids so hard to fool? When he was in the village, he could easily trick the local children, but the kids from Liu family village seemed as if they were stuck in a pile of dirt, unable to rise. Wu Wang asked again, saying, Who wants a slingshot? If you answer my question, I'll give it to you. This slingshot is brand new, just made, and I'm reluctant to give it away to anyone else. Just then a child was about to speak, but was silenced by a slightly older child covering his mouth. Don't talk nonsense. Do you know these are strangers? They might even be human traffickers. They spoke loudly enough for Wu Wang and his group to hear, and they all turned dark with anger. How did they look like human traffickers? They were honest, good citizens, for goodness sake. These kids, who knew if they had been brainwashed by the adults, actually thought they looked like human traffickers. They hated human traffickers the most. Although they might steal chickens and dogs, they would never engage in what human traffickers did. Kids were not human traffickers. We're good people. Do you know we are from Wu family village? We just want to inquire if anyone in your village has taken a bear to the town to sell. As long as you answer this question, I will give you the slingshot, okay? The children, hearing that they were just asking about whether anyone took a bear to town to sell, had an idea. If you give us the slingshot, otherwise you are lying. What if I tell you and you don't give us the slingshot? Exactly. My mother always says money for goods. A child huffed, then stretched out his hand, asking Wu Wang for the slingshot. Wu Wang directly handed the slingshot to the child and said, Now that you have the slingshot, can you tell us the truth? A few children took turns to touch the slingshot before saying, Recently, no one from our village has gone to sell bears. Hearing the children's words, the expressions of several people turned dark, and someone couldn't help but curse. Are you little brats trying to deceive us? The children were not easy to scold. One of them started crying loudly. Wow! Someone is hitting people. Someone is hitting people. Hearing the commotion, other villagers rushed out. Wu Wang saw many people from Liu's village retreating a few steps, realizing he hadn't even touched those little brats. He merely spoke a few words, yet they were crying out in distress. Who hit you? Tell me, and I will beat him to death. The man, muscular and imposing, made Wu Wang's brow furrow deeply. If that man threw a punch, he would likely be lying in bed for half the day. It was them. With snot and tears, the child pointed at Wu Wang and the others, saying, How dare you come to our village to bully children? What's the point of bullying kids? Come face me, an adult. You misunderstood us. We didn't bully the children. Really, we just said a few words and didn't touch him. If you don't believe us, you can ask the other children. The man beside Wu Wang swallowed hard, feeling nervous and frightened. He didn't want to fight. Seeing Wu Wang and his companions look terrified, the man knew they hadn't bullied the children. If they had, the children wouldn't be acting like this. Get out. Get out of our village quickly, or don't blame us for being rude. Wu Wang took a deep look at the man before him, realizing he had lost out by trying to sneak a profit from those little rascals. There was nothing he could do about it. What are you looking at? Hurry up and leave. If you don't leave, I'll beat you up. The man raised his fist ready to strike, and Wu Wang had no choice but to lead his brothers away. If a fight broke out, they had no chance of winning, especially since they were on someone else's turf. If it escalated, people from Liu's village would come, and it wouldn't be a onion anymore. It would turn into a group fight, leaving them no room to reason. Brother Wang, are we just leaving like this? Are the children's words true? Is no one in their village really selling bears? I can't believe that the disappearance of the bears is real, but how could no one from Liu's village be selling bears? I heard someone brought a large dead bear to sell in town the other day, so either the children are lying or it wasn't people from Liu's village. Who could it be then? Wu Wang was also confused, unsure of who did it. He felt that these children shouldn't be lying as there was no need for that. Didn't you say someone is selling bears in the black market? Why don't we go ask around there? I must find that person today. Wu Wang had an air of determination. If he found out who took his bear, he would surely break their legs. Meanwhile, Liu Dapeng in the mountain sneezed. Big brother, look, you've scared all the rabbits away. I was just about to shoot one. Liu Erbao said next to Liu Dapeng, having spotted a rabbit earlier. He had just raised his gun when his big brother sneezed, scaring the rabbit away. Now he had no idea where to find another. There are plenty of rabbits and wild chickens on the mountain. You won't find another one. Liu Dapeng rolled his eyes to the side, not wanting to be blamed if he couldn't catch anything. Liu Dapeng was there to train his younger brother today, so regardless of whether Liu Erbao caught anything, as long as he got some practice and that was enough, he didn't care how much prey Liu Erbao could catch. Big brother, I'm going to walk a little further ahead. Liu Erbao felt there were no animals around, so he shouldered his gun and wanted to go deeper, hoping for some luck. Liu Dapeng nodded and cautioned, be careful, if there's danger, come back. Don't rush, and you know your little arms and legs can't withstand a bite from an animal. He wasn't joking, there were all kinds of animals on the mountain. Take those bears for example, one slap could kill you, not to mention other animals. Some snakes could bite you if they don't kill you, their venom will. Even if you carry a hunting rifle, you must always be on guard against those dangerous animals. Liu Erbao said a quick okay to his brother, then ventured into the woods. Liu Dapeng scanned the area again. The cows were grazing over there. He could take some grass from his space so the cows wouldn't run away, just waiting for Liu Dapeng to feed them. So he found it quite easy to tend to the cows, and he was able to do other things as well. He touched the gun in his hand, preparing to take a chance. The deeper he went, the cooler it felt. Even though it was already autumn, it was still not as hot in the forest as outside. Stepping on the branches made a cracking sound, echoing eerily in the forest. There were no other hunters on the mountain at this time. Everyone was busy with the harvest, leaving only him tending cows and Liu Erbao. As for whether other villagers would enter this forest, he wasn't sure. This forest connected to many people's mountains. These people hunted in their village, and others as well. As long as it didn't harm anyone's interests, they wouldn't worry too much. After all, there were so many night creatures on the mountain that they couldn't hunt them all. Liu Erbao walked in front. Despite his young age, he was quite clever. At the slightest sound, he would perk up his ears, afraid of missing any potential catch. He was determined to show his older brother that he could achieve something today. Hiss! A terrifying hissing sound startled Liu Erbao, causing his face to turn pale. Could it be that he was unlucky enough to encounter a snake? He was most afraid of snakes. If it was a small one, he could handle it and just walk around it, but if it was a large one, he might not be able to move his feet. Before long, a massive python emerged from the woods, its thickness comparable to an arm. Liu Erbao's eyes widened in disbelief. It was the first time he had ever seen such a large snake. Upon seeing the python, Liu Erbao thought to himself that it was over, and he unconsciously loosened his grip on the gun, feeling utterly powerless. The python also noticed Liu Erbao, who was gaping in terror, as if it intended to swallow him whole. Without thinking, Liu Erbao turned and ran back, but in his haste he tripped over a tree, causing the gun in his hand to go off with a bang, and the sound reached Liu Dapeng. Liu Dapeng thought Liu Erbao had struck something and rushed over to help, only to see Liu Erbao sprawled on the ground, a python staring at him, intently, tongue flicking. He immediately pulled Liu Erbao up. Big brother, you're here. Liu Erbao felt a bit relieved at the sight of his elder brother. He couldn't explain why, but he trusted him completely. With his brother around, he feared nothing. You're useless. Pick up the gun. With such a large snake, can't you just shoot it? Are you afraid of it? His words struck a chord with Liu Erbao. He was genuinely scared. If it had been a wild boar, he might not have been as frightened, but he truly feared snakes. He had been bitten by one as a child, a memory his brother had long forgotten, yet it remained vivid in Liu Erbao's mind. Moreover, this snake could very well eat a person, which filled him with dread. Seeing Liu Erbao silent, Liu Dapeng felt he might have been too harsh, so he softened his tone and said, grab the gun. Liu Erbao quickly picked up the gun from the ground, and both of them aimed at the python. The snake seemed intelligent enough to sense the threat and began to retreat. Liu Dapeng wouldn't let it escape. With a bang, the python fell to the ground. The snake could be sold for money. Its gallbladder and skin could be exchanged for various goods, making it worth more than the wild rabbits. Come on, carry this thing back with me. Upon hearing Liu Dapeng's command, Liu Erbao was unwilling, his feet rooted to the spot as he trembled. Liu Dapeng knew well that this guy was afraid of the python, but if you fear it, you must face it bravely. Otherwise, how would things be in the future? Let me say it again, carry this python down for me. Liu Dapeng's voice was cold. Liu Dapeng feared his brother might be scared of the snake too, but after some hesitation, he slowly approached the now lifeless python. He cautiously prodded the python to check if it was really dead before finally gripping the soft, squishy body, causing Liu Dapeng to feel goosebumps. Aren't you wanting to be a hunter? A hunter cannot be afraid. In the mountains you will encounter not only wild rabbits, but also much more disgusting creatures. If you're afraid, then you shouldn't be a hunter. Liu Dapeng spoke frankly. Though his words were harsh, he felt it necessary to say them. Liu Dapeng was still young, and if he didn't want to be a hunter, he could easily choose not to. Hearing his brother's words, Liu Dapeng steeled himself. He could do it. No matter what, he wanted to be a hunter. He aspired to be as imposing as his brother, to dominate the forest and instill fear in all the animals. After all, it was just a python. He was no longer afraid. Liu Dapeng effortlessly draped the python over his shoulders. Liu Dapeng smiled with satisfaction, pleased with the decision. Now there was no need for fear. Afterward, Liu Dapeng and Liu Dapeng went down to tend to the cattle. Both needed to return home. At this moment, Wu Wang and his group arrived at the black market, intending to inquire about who had sold the black bear the previous day. The incident had caused quite a stir, and many knew about it. With a little incentive, they could gather information easily. Old Zhang naturally noticed this group, but he didn't reveal what the buyer looked like. Others, however, might not be as discreet. He couldn't help but sigh for the young man. If this group found out, it might spell trouble, as they were clearly not good people. Brother Wang, who exactly is that person? As they exited the black market, the group began to murmur about how to capture that person. They believed the black bear was rightfully theirs, having sold for such a high price, for 1,500 yuan for the smaller one, which made them envious. How would I know who that person is? There are so many villages and people. Even if we searched everyone, we wouldn't find him. It seems we can only wait for him to come to us. Wu Wang was determined to root out that person. This was real money, and he couldn't let them take all the benefits. Brother Wang, what does waiting by the tree stump for rabbits mean? Most of these people hadn't received much education, so they didn't understand the expression. Wu Wang sneered. If you had studied, you wouldn't be confused. Now look what you've done. Despite the insults, everyone internally criticized Wu Wang. He wasn't exactly knowledgeable himself, having picked up one phrase to flaunt. Cursing aside, Wu Wang continued, "Well, wait here. He will definitely come back. We just need to catch him when he does. What do you all think? But what if we have to wait for many days? What if he doesn't come?" Someone started to worry. After all, there was no guarantee the person would come. Hearing this, Wu Wang swiftly kicked the man's butt, saying, "Useless. He might come tomorrow. Why are you so anxious?" The man who was kicked glanced at Wu Wang, but said nothing. They were all accustomed to his volatile temperament. After tending to the cattle, Liu Dapeng and Liu Dapeng came down. Liu Dapeng, with the python draped over his shoulders, caught the attention of many, especially the idle children who gathered around him. Dapeng, is this a snake? What kind of snake is this? Why is it so big?" Seeing the children's curious faces, Liu Dapeng proudly raised his chin and said, "This is a python. Let me tell you, this snake eats people. You better not wander into the mountains, understand?" Hearing Liu Dapeng's words, the children took a few steps back in fright, but a few brave ones still reached out to touch the python, finding it harmless. "Did you catch this python, Dapeng?" Hearing everyone ask, Liu Dapeng, afraid of losing face, stammered, "Why ask so much? Don't you find the giant python fascinating?" The child, not understanding Liu Dapeng's inner turmoil, innocently went to look at the python. Liu Dapeng observed this and thought to himself, the little guy still cares about his image. After putting the cow in the barn, he returned and spotted Wang Dajin's wife sneaking out. She was holding her nose as she left the pig pen. Upon seeing Liu Dapeng, she was taken aback, but quickly hurried past him in silence. Liu Dapeng noticed she had been cleaning up pig droppings in the pig pen, which meant she had been doing the hard work for days. Where had that guy Jiang Yu gone? At that moment, Jiang Yu was hiding somewhere. He came out every day, and others thought he was there to clean pig droppings, but in reality, he was just resting. Once Wang Dajin's wife finished cleaning up, he pretended to return. "Jiang Yu, something's wrong." Wang Dajin's wife rushed over to Jiang Yu, her hands still dirty. Jiang Yu, disgusted by the pig droppings on her hands, retreated, saying, "Don't come closer. Ooh, just speak from there. I can't hear you." Feeling rejected by Jiang Yu, Wang Dajin's wife felt miserable. Clearly she was helping him clean up, yet he was being ungrateful. If it weren't for the money, she wouldn't be doing such work. "While I was cleaning pig droppings, I saw Liu Dapeng, and he saw me too. Do you think he will report you? What will we do then? If the team leader finds out, we will definitely be punished. What should we do?" Wang Dajin's wife spoke anxiously, as she didn't want to be punished. The team leader had said that village members shouldn't help the educated youth. She had been secretly working there for days without being discovered, but unexpectedly Liu Dapeng returned early today and caught her red-handed. Given their past grievances, she was sure he would report her, so she was desperate to find a solution with Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu hadn't expected to be discovered so quickly. Liu Dapeng was his sworn enemy. Thinking of this, he too felt anxious, but he couldn't think of a solution and said, "Let's observe for now and don't panic. If he really reports us to the team leader, we just have to stubbornly deny it, right? After all, he wasn't the only one there, right? If we don't admit it, the team leader won't be able to do anything about us, will he?" Wang Dejin's wife looked at Jiang Yu with admiration. She had to admit that city folks were cleverer than people like them. This plan was good. Oh, she was best at being stubborn and making a fuss. So she nodded and said, "Then it's settled. You won't admit it, and I won't either. That way they won't be able to do anything to us." To avoid being seen together, they walked one after the other, carefully avoiding others. After securing the cow, Liu Dapeng returned without reporting Wang Dejin's wife. He wouldn't waste his time reporting her. She wasn't bothering him, so let her do what she wanted. "Dapeng, you're back. Look at the huge snake Erbao caught. He even threw it in the house." Xie Shuanglan was terrified, clutching Liu Dapeng's hand tightly. She was afraid of such slithery creatures, especially one so large, just looking at it made her dizzy. "Where is Erbao? Is he home?" Liu Dapeng gently patted his wife, reassuring her not to be so tense, but Xie Shuanglan remained frightened. Who wouldn't be afraid of snakes, especially a woman? Even a small one was enough to keep her anxious for days. Now with such a large one, she felt she couldn't eat. "I don't know where he went. He just threw the snake on the ground and ran off. Otherwise, I wouldn't be so scared. I told him to throw the snake far away so I wouldn't see it, then I wouldn't be scared anymore." Several younger siblings were also frightened, hiding in their rooms and not daring to come out. Erbao was truly a naughty boy. Hearing Xie Shuanglan say this, Liu Dapeng also thought Erbao was quite mischievous. He had thrown the python farther away so people wouldn't see it and be scared. Xie Shuanglan's eyes widened. Her husband wasn't afraid of snakes. Seeing Xie Shuanglan completely stunned, Liu Dapeng gently stroked her head and said, "Don't be afraid, I'm here. Besides, the snake is dead. We'll take it to town to sell while it's still fresh. We can sell the snake all for some money and make some new clothes for our child. What do you think?" Hearing Liu Dapeng say this, Xie Shuanglan felt shy and lightly punched his chest with her small fist, saying, "Our child is so small, who does he need clothes already? We can prepare them in advance. In a few months he'll be born." Xie Shuanglan thought Liu Dapeng was right, but she felt it was too early to prepare clothes. They still had time to get ready when it was closer to the birth, so she decided not to pursue the matter further. Liu Dapeng had someone call Liu Erbao over. Knowing what his older brother wanted, Liu Erbao was reluctant to return. As he expected, his brother asked him to carry the python out. "Brother, can I not carry it?" Liu Erbao felt very wronged. If he carried the snake, the whole village would know. Just thinking about it made him feel embarrassed. "There's no choice," Liu Dapeng said seriously. If Liu Erbao didn't carry it, he would have to do it himself, and he would be the one embarrassed. So Liu Dapeng assigned the difficult task to Liu Erbao. Under his brother's threat, Liu Erbao had no choice but to lift the python. The snake hung around his neck like a scarf. As they walked back, they attracted many onlookers. The idle men at noon were shocked to see such a large snake around Liu Erbao's neck. "Erbao, you've made it big. You actually hung a snake around your neck. Are you crazy? Aren't you afraid it will bite you?" Hearing others tease him, Liu Erbao blushed and replied, "What are you afraid of? It's just a snake. I can shoot one dead with a single shot. Uncle, I'm not saying you're old, but why are you still afraid of this? I thought you were tough." The uncle who was being teased looked at Liu Erbao and smiled as he said, "You little rascal, you've actually learned to tease your uncle. At such a young age, you've got quite the clever mind." Liu Erbao mischievously smiled at the uncle, and after boasting a bit, he and Liu Dapeng went out. "Look at you all smug. Wasn't there someone just now saying they didn't want to carry the snake?" Liu Dapeng, with nothing better to do, teased Liu Erbao. He enjoyed watching Liu Erbao's embarrassed expression, and sure enough, upon hearing this, Liu Erbao's face turned incredibly awkward. "Bro, why are you hitting me where it hurts? I was afraid others would laugh at me, but it turns out they admire me. They don't know the snake was caught by you. Otherwise, I'll tell them later, and they'll admire you too." "Come on, I don't want to be admired by anyone," Liu Dapeng said calmly. His abilities had already made many villagers envious, so sometimes it was better for Liu Erbao to take the spotlight for him. At least he could remain an outsider. Seeing that his brother really didn't want to speak up, Liu Erbao was confused and didn't think too much about it. The two of them then headed to the town. When Liu Erbao appeared in the town carrying the large snake, he attracted a lot of attention. Many people turned to look at him, and he was now used to such gazes. Just a moment ago in the village, quite a few people had looked at him like this, so he felt no embarrassment at all in the town. "What the hell is that kid carrying?" Wu Wang, along with others, squatted in a corner and noticed Liu Erbao and the massive snake, nearly dropping his jaw in shock. Although they were adults, they were still terrified at the sight of the large snake. If it were alive, it could easily swallow them whole. Such incidents of snakes eating people weren't unheard of. It had happened before, but it was rare. Wu Wang couldn't even recall which year it happened when a snake devoured a child, and when they opened the snake's belly, the child's body was still intact inside, though devoid of life. "Wang, it's a big snake. A lot of people are going to see it, as should we go too. Let's not just hang around here, let's go watch the excitement. The people beside him, seeing Liu Dapeng carrying the snake, wanted to go see the commotion. What are you looking at? Stay here honestly. That big snake has nothing to do with you. I heard big snakes are valuable, especially the snake gall and skin, which can be made into bags. I wonder if that's true. Wu Wang thought of this and recalled his own bear, which could also be sold for money. He looked pained. It's true, I've heard people say this stuff goes for a high price on the black market. I wonder where these guys plan to sell it. Others merely mentioned it casually, but Wu Wang took it seriously. He stared at the large snake, thinking that if he bought it and sold it on the black market, wouldn't he make a profit? The more he thought about it, the hotter his heart became, so he said, "You guys find a few to come with me. Oh, I want to make a deal with that person." Those few were a bit confused as to what business he was talking about. They didn't even have any money. Do you want to get rich? If you want to get rich, follow me. Wu Wang looked at these people, feeling speechless. Hearing the mention of making money, they immediately perked up like chickens that had been given blood. Several people followed Wu Wang to find Liu Dapeng. They blocked Liu Dapeng, and Liu Dapeng exchanged a puzzled glance with Liu Dapeng. It was daytime. Who would dare to act unruly in public? Are you guys selling that snake? Wu Wang asked nervously. He didn't know why, but he felt a bit scared seeing Liu Dapeng, who was clearly taller and stronger than him. Seeing the other party's foolish expression, Liu Dapeng sneered inwardly. How could someone like this dare to block the road? Didn't he fear being sent flying with a single punch? What do you want? Why are you asking so many questions? Liu Dapeng didn't speak, but Liu Dapeng beside him glared at these people. Kid, I'm not talking to you, I'm talking to the person next to you. I can take that snake off your hands, tell me what price do you want? He looked back at Liu Dapeng, believing that the one who could make decisions was certainly Liu Dapeng. What could a child like him decide? He felt that this matter surely wasn't initiated by a child. Feeling disregarded, Liu Dapeng was quite unhappy. He angrily said, "So what if I'm a kid? Does that mean I don't have the right to speak?" Wu Wang's eyes widened. He didn't expect a child to have such a temper. He only said a few words, and the child exploded like a firecracker. He continued to ask Liu Dapeng, "Are you selling the snake?" Liu Dapeng intended to find a pharmacy to sell the snake, as they also bought such things. Now suddenly someone came out wanting to buy his snake. He was curious about what price he could offer. "Then tell me, what price do you offer for this snake?" Seeing that the other party started to ask for a price, Wu Wang calculated in his mind, thinking that others didn't understand, and deliberately lowballed, saying, "How about this? I'll give you 2 big yuan coins to sell the snake to me." He thought 2 big yuan coins were a fortune given the size of the snake. If he gave too much, he wouldn't make any profit. When Liu Dapeng heard this, he burst into laughter. Wu Wang was confused, wondering why Liu Dapeng was so happy. "Do you think him a fool? Besides, the snake gall alone is worth more than 2 big yuan coins. If you can't pay the price, then don't block our way, or we have business to attend to." Liu Dapeng and Liu Dapeng were about to leave, thinking this person might offer a decent price, but instead he severely undercut them. Now Wu Wang realized that he couldn't fool them easily, so he continued, "Then how about I add one more? Will that work? 5 big yuan coins is what I'm offering, take it or leave it." Liu Dapeng dropped this line, and a few people were stunned. 5 big yuan coins were beyond their means, so Liu Dapeng and Liu Dapeng directly took the snake to the pharmacy. "What a face you have. Don't you know who my brother is?" Someone beside Wu Wang started to boast. Wu Wang, feeling irritated, knocked the person on the head. "What status do I have? If I had any status, I would have been rich long ago. You idiot, why didn't you boast about my status just now?" The person who got hit felt bitter. He only wanted to amuse Wu Wang, but ended up getting hit instead. Thinking about it made him feel exhausted. Before long, Liu Dapeng and Liu Dapeng emerged from the medical hall, having sold a total of 4 large unity notes, all at the request of Liu Dapeng. Otherwise, no one would have agreed to such a quantity. Indeed, he had been too naive, thinking that money was easy to earn. Although they had only bought a few large unity notes, it was still quite good for Liu Dapeng. He immediately took out one of the notes and handed it to Liu Dapeng. Liu Dapeng stood there in a daze, asking, "Brother, what are you giving me this for?" They were still young, relying on their elder brother for everything, and now he was even taking his money. Liu Dapeng felt embarrassed to accept it. "This is for you. You contributed today by bringing that snake to the town." Liu Dapeng felt it necessary to reward his younger brother. He had killed the snake, and the system had granted him considerable rewards. Just now the system had unexpectedly rewarded him. "Congratulations, host, for killing a python. Reward a well of spiritual spring." When he heard about this reward, he was left dumbfounded, standing there in shock until Liu Dapeng called him back to his senses. The spiritual spring was a valuable item with endless uses. It could improve their family's health and perhaps even grant them longevity in the future. Thinking of this made him very excited. Having Liu Dapeng, this tool was indeed worthwhile. Building a house at home requires money too. In the past I couldn't earn any, but now I can make money. Brother, just consider this as me contributing to the bricks and tiles for the house. Liu Erbao spoke with utmost seriousness. Liu Dapeng went along with it. He would need money to marry in the future, and it would be his elder brother who contributed. So saving this money for him was completely fine. Liu Erbao could still take care of the money needed for marrying and for supporting their younger siblings. Liu Dapeng did not return home immediately, but took Liu Erbao to the station store. Although the town was small, it had all the essentials. They arrived at the station store, which was quite large and crowded. Inside, many people were shopping, and those who were there looked extraordinary, dressed differently from them. They were the wealthy folks of the town, with many working in the local factories, making them the primary customers here. Additionally, this was where one would come to buy wedding necessities. Thinking about this, Liu Dapeng felt fortunate. His family had been very poor back then, yet Xie Shuanglan was willing to marry him. Her family had not insisted on buying these items. Otherwise, no matter how much he emptied his pockets, he would not have been able to marry Xie Shuanglan. It was Liu Erbao's first time in such a place. He looked around nervously, fearing that others would speak ill of him. He even blushed when he saw a little girl of similar age. Liu Dapeng found it amusing that she was already shy at such a young age. "Brother, what are we here for exactly?" Liu Erbao cautiously leaned closer to Liu Dapeng. Just now his elder brother hadn't mentioned what they were doing here, and he had no idea. "You'll find out soon enough." Liu Dapeng teased, not revealing anything to Liu Erbao. He walked straight to the sales clerk, who seemed a bit impatient upon seeing their plain attire. "Just tell me what you want to buy." Feeling a bit irritated by her impatience, Liu Dapeng thought to himself that these people relied on their jobs at the station store to act high and mighty. If they were not working there, they would be no different from him. Just an ordinary person. "I want to buy a bicycle." Upon hearing Liu Dapeng's request, the sales clerk sized him up from head to toe, unable to see him as someone wealthy. After all, did he have a ticket to buy a bicycle? Did he have money? She quickly asked, "Do you have a ticket and money?" Liu Dapeng had prepared all this beforehand. Back in the black market, he had someone help him acquire a bicycle ticket. As for money, he had it, so, without further ado, he pulled out the ticket. He had no intention of showing her his cash. When the sales clerk saw someone she looked down upon actually present a bicycle ticket, her eyes widened in disbelief. Then she smiled at him, saying, "We have bicycles, but they aren't cheap. What brand do you want?" Hearing her sudden change in attitude, Liu Erbao couldn't help but mumble, "Looks like she judges people by their appearances." The young sales clerk naturally heard this. Being a girl, her face flushed slightly, but she deliberately ignored Liu Erbao's comment, smiling at Liu Dapeng instead. "Comrade, come this way. The bicycles are over here. You can choose whatever you like." As Liu Dapeng approached, he noticed that the selection of bicycles was quite limited, with only 2 available. He couldn't help but chuckle, thinking there would be many bicycles to choose from. The sales clerk began to introduce the bicycles' listing prices. Liu Dapeng directly chose a Forever brand bicycle. Seeing Liu Dapeng select a Forever brand bicycle, the sales clerk felt it was quite astonishing. She hadn't expected this young man to choose such a good bicycle. "He'll take this one." "Good." The sales clerk pushed the bicycle out. It cost a total of 150 yuan, and Liu Dapeng paid without hesitation. She opened her mouth to say something, but he didn't give her the chance. The sales clerk now felt a bit regretful, realizing that if her attitude had been a little better earlier, she might have had a chance to chat with this young man. Thinking further, if he didn't marry, she might have had a chance to marry him. But now it was too late. The young man had left. "Xiaolong, what's wrong with you? Didn't you just sell a bicycle? Why aren't you happy?" Her colleagues beside her looked at the sales clerk in confusion. "I'm not unhappy," the sales clerk replied, lacking energy. She felt she had missed out on many things. When the bicycle was pushed out, it attracted many people's attention. In this era, those who could ride bicycles were capable individuals. Either their families had wealth, or they worked in factories. Otherwise, how could ordinary people ride such things? "Brother, can you ride it?" Liu Erbao looked at the bicycle with admiration and immediately asked his elder brother. Liu Dapeng had ridden bicycles in the past, but after so much time without practice, he wasn't sure if he could still ride. "He'll give it a try," Liu Dapeng said as he placed one foot on the bicycle. It was surprisingly fast, exceeding his expectations, and he nearly collided with someone, but fortunately, he managed to steady himself. Liu Erbao ran after him, panting heavily. "Brother, wait for me, I can't catch up with you." Liu Erbao felt that this bicycle was truly amazing. Although it only had 2 wheels, it really was fast when in motion. However, it was a bit hard to control. His elder brother almost crashed into someone, and he wanted to try it himself. If he really wanted to try, he should return home, where there was enough space and no risk of hitting anyone. When he rode the bicycle, then the village kids would surely envy him. He had already envisioned being surrounded by a group of children, all envious of him. "What are you thinking? Are we going back or not?" "Of course we are going back," Liu Erbao said seriously. If he didn't go back now, would he really stay in town for New Year? "Get on once we go back." Liu Dapeng had no intention of pushing the bicycle back. He was determined to ride it home. When his elder brother suggested he ride the bicycle, Liu Erbao had doubts in his heart. Was his brother really skilled enough? Would he end up in a ditch? Thinking of this, he felt a bit scared. None of them had ridden a bicycle before, so he naturally didn't trust his brother's ability. Didn't he just crash into someone? This was the best proof. Are you really going to let me sit behind you? Seeing Liu Erbao's anxious expression, Liu Dapeng really wanted to peel back his head and see what was on his mind. Did he really think his skills were that bad? He had joined a cycling team back then. Although he couldn't be the captain, he was still a member. Even though he hadn't ridden in years, his skills were still intact. If you don't want to ride back with me, then you can walk back. Liu Dapeng had no intention of giving him money to take a bullock cart home. Now that he had a bicycle, he wanted his brother to ride back with him. Upon hearing he had to walk back, Liu Erbao immediately refused. Even if he had to die, he wanted to die on his brother's bicycle. 2 wheels were certainly better than walking with his own 2 legs, so he climbed on without hesitation. Hold on tight, I'm taking you back now. Liu Dapeng told Liu Erbao to hold on tight. At first, Liu Erbao was a bit unsteady and nervous, but as Liu Dapeng rode further away, he became less tense. It had to be said that his brother had some skill. He just didn't understand how his brother, who had never ridden a bicycle or dealt with such things, could suddenly be good at it. Was this what they called talent? Being a member of the Liu family, he wondered if he had any of that talent. Lost in thought, the two arrived at the village entrance. The bicycle immediately attracted the attention of the elderly men taking a stroll at the village entrance. When they saw Liu Dapeng riding a bicycle back, they couldn't tear their eyes away. Someone immediately stepped forward to ask Dapeng, "Where did you get this bicycle? It looks brand new. It couldn't have been bought by you, right?" They were no strangers to such things. After all, with Liu Dapeng's abilities, buying a bicycle wasn't too difficult. His family was still building a house, so they surely had some spare money. Their lives were getting better and better, and everyone could only envy that. Money was in their pockets, and they couldn't take it away, so all they could do was envy and be jealous. "Old Liu, you're right. This bicycle was bought by my elder brother. What do you think? Isn't it great? Is it the first of its kind in the village? I've never seen a village with someone as impressive as my brother, who even bought a bicycle," Liu Erbao said proudly. Although it wasn't his purchase, he felt honored to be a member of the Liu family. Hearing him say that, old Liu chuckled and said, "You little brat really knows how to boast." Upon hearing this, Liu Erbao was unhappy. This wasn't boasting, he was speaking the truth. He had never seen anyone in his village with a bicycle. There were only 2 bicycles in town. His brother had one, and the other was just sitting there, not sure if it would ever be sold. Seeing the two about to argue, Liu Dapeng shook his head. Indeed, they were just kids. While the two were arguing, Liu Dapeng pushed the bicycle home. He wanted to let his wife enjoy it a bit, and also let her try the bicycle. Behind him followed a group of village children. These kids were enviously watching but didn't dare to touch Liu Dapeng's new bike, fearing they would damage it and have to pay for it. Most importantly, they would get scolded by their families, so they could only watch with longing. Liu Dapeng naturally noticed these children's thoughts, but said nothing. In this day and age, having a rare item was not surprising for kids to follow. It was the same when he was small. He would run to whoever got a television, even in bad weather, just to watch. But that era could never return. It was all just fond memories. "Wife, I'm back," Liu Dapeng shouted as he entered the house. Xie Xuanlan was startled. If she hadn't recognized Liu Dapeng's voice, she would have thought someone was here to cause trouble. When Xie Xuanlan came out, she saw many children in the house. Liu Dapeng pushed a brand new bicycle right in front of her, and she was momentarily stunned. "Wife, do you want to try?" Liu Dapeng asked with a smile. Xie Xuanlan came to her senses and saw many children looking at her eagerly. She shook her head. "I won't try." As Xie Xuanlan said she didn't want to try, Liu Dapeng pushed the bicycle inside. Once the children lost sight of the bicycle, they left, and now there were only the two of them at home. Liu Dapeng told her about what happened today. Suddenly, Xie Xuanlan thought of something and quietly asked, "Did you meet anyone while herding cows on the mountain these past few days?" Seeing his wife's strange expression, Liu Dapeng replied, "I didn't run into anyone." "What's wrong?" "It's nothing. I just heard someone say a group of people from another village came to ours asking about something. I thought since you often herd cows on the mountain, you might have seen them." Xie Xuanlan was somewhat worried. Those people didn't look like good ones. Also, had her husband encountered any bears? She heard they were asking if anyone had brought a bear to town to sell. What was the situation? Xie Xuanlan wasn't sure and only had a vague understanding of it. Upon hearing his wife mention someone was inquiring in the village, Liu Dapeng became more curious and asked what were they asking about. Seeing her husband's curiosity, Xie Xuanlan said, "I heard those people are trying to find out who sold the bear in town. Such a big matter like selling a bear, if someone did, our village would definitely know about it." Upon hearing his wife's words, Liu Dapeng felt a jolt in his heart. It seemed that the bear he picked up had an owner. Fortunately, he hadn't used his face to sell goods, so others wouldn't recognize him. Otherwise, it would have caused trouble at home. Liu Dapeng thought he should be more cautious in the future and avoid using his face for selling. Suddenly, Xie Xuanlan turned to him and asked, "Dapeng, have you ever encountered a bear while herding cattle on the mountain?" Liu Dapeng tapped her forehead and thought, "What are you thinking? Is it that easy to run into a bear?" If he said there were bears on the mountain, his wife would worry. Not wanting her to be concerned, Liu Dapeng told a lie. Xie Shuanglan believed him. When she heard Liu Dapeng say he hadn't encountered a bear, she felt relieved. Bears can kill with a single swipe after all. That evening the village chief came to his house, which left Liu Dapeng somewhat confused, not knowing what the chief wanted from him. Dapeng, I heard you bought a bicycle in town today and brought it back. The village chief asked, thinking Liu Dapeng was quite capable. In this day and age, even he as the village chief couldn't afford such a thing. He never expected the first person to buy a bicycle would be from the poorest family in the village. Who would have thought that in the blink of an eye they had become wealthy? Indeed, fortunes shift, one never knows when it will turn to someone else's favor. Liu Dapeng nodded and confirmed that everyone in the village had seen him buy a bicycle, so there wasn't anything to hide. However, he was unsure what the village chief was really after. He hoped it wasn't to borrow his bicycle. He hadn't ridden it much yet and couldn't lend it out. He had already thought of how to decline the chief's request. Then he heard the village chief say, I know you are a capable person who otherwise your family wouldn't have become prosperous so quickly. Since the autumn harvest has just passed and everyone has worked hard, I want to organize a hunting trip to the mountain and have you lead it. What do you think? Don't worry, I won't let you lead for free. When we distribute the spoils, you can take the largest share, okay? And you won't need to herd cattle anymore. The village will cover the labor points for your whole family. With the chief saying all this, what more could Liu Dapeng not understand? Leading the hunt would bring him benefits, but there were also risks. He hesitantly asked, Chief, who should I take with me to hunt on the mountain? I can't take inexperienced hunters. The mountain can be dangerous. If we're going to hunt, we need seasoned hunters, otherwise I can't lead them right. The village chief naturally understood Liu Dapeng's reasoning. There were hunters in the village who were willing to go up the mountain to hunt. Although there were many hunters in the village, he wanted Liu Dapeng to lead. After all, he had never seen a hunter as skilled as Liu Dapeng, who could even kill tigers. So he thought that with him leading, everyone's safety would be ensured, and they could hunt large game, which would be a good thing. I know what you're saying makes sense, so I thought you could choose the hunters yourself. You can pick a few, and I've already spoken to them. They have no objections. It's not like they go hunting every day. It's just that after the autumn harvest, everyone has worked hard, so I thought we could let everyone enjoy a hearty meal. The village chief sighed as he spoke. Upon hearing the chief's explanation, Liu Dapeng felt that the chief was genuinely good, wholeheartedly caring for the villagers. If he were the village chief, he would not just take advantage of the position, he certainly wouldn't dedicate himself to the villagers like this. He couldn't do that. All right. Upon hearing Liu Dapeng agree, the village chief felt delighted, and his smile grew even brighter, with wrinkles forming on his face. After leaving Liu Dapeng's house, the village chief felt quite pleased. Xie Shuanglan, standing by the side, had overheard the conversation between the chief and her husband, and she was a bit worried that he would be going hunting again. Seeing his wife looking gloomy, Liu Dapeng hugged her and said, Wife, why not smile a little? Xie Shuanglan couldn't bring herself to smile. If it were anyone else instead of the village chief, she would never let her husband go hunting. Hunting is too dangerous. They had enough food at home, so why did he need to run up the mountain every day? After soothing his wife for a while, Liu Dapeng went to sleep. Waking up, it was already the next day, and he almost forgot that he didn't need to herd cattle today because the village chief had said he wouldn't have to do it anymore. His family also wouldn't have to work tirelessly for labor points every day. The chief had said that as long as he went hunting with the hunters, the whole family's labor points would be provided by the villagers. Just thinking about it made him feel quite pleased. Jiang Yu had been anxious for several days at the youth point without seeing himself reported by Liu Dapeng, which made him feel at ease. To be honest, when he was assigned to clean the pig pen, he had never raised pigs before and found it dirty, tiring, and smelly, so he was unwilling to come over. After the autumn harvest, everyone was less busy. Wang Dajuan, having nothing to do, wandered around and found someone else herding the cattle in the cattle pen. Guoqiang, why are you herding cattle here? Isn't it Liu Dapeng? Wang Dajuan asked, puzzled. Liu Guoqiang chuckled at Wang Dajuan and said, the task of herding cattle has been assigned to me. Dapeng is busy. He will be taking the villagers to hunt on the mountain in a couple of days. Is that so? Wang Dajuan felt it was a pity. He thought Liu Dapeng would have to herd cattle every day, but unexpectedly he wouldn't need to do it so soon. Thinking about how tired he was during the harvest, and that he had just been taking it easy these past few days, he didn't expect Liu Dapeng to be even quicker in taking it easy, not needing to work so soon. It was truly infuriating to see someone else doing better. Liu Guoqiang didn't notice Wang Dajuan's change in expression as he took the cattle out. After all, with so many cattle, he couldn't manage them all by himself. The village chief had said he would help him find someone to herd the cattle early so he could return sooner. Seeing Liu Guoqiang walk far away, Wang Dajuan suddenly realized that since the village chief was arranging for people to hunt on the mountain, those people would surely benefit. He also wanted to go hunting. With so many people hunting, he could slack off without being discovered and still gain benefits. Thinking this, he turned and left. The village chief was not at home, so he could only wait for him at the chief's house. The squad leader went to assign tasks to the group of educated youth, and Zhang Quan approached saying, "Hello, Uncle Squad Leader." Suddenly, the squad leader was caught off guard by the unexpected familiarity, thinking this kid must have some request, otherwise why would he call him uncle? He realized that among these educated youth, Zhang Quan was the most astute. This young man was down-to-earth, unlike Jiang Yu, who was shrewd and calculating, clearly scheming against others while thinking they were unaware. Hearing the squad leader say nothing in response, Zhang Quan continued, "Uncle Squad Leader, I heard your village is going hunting in the mountains. Is that true?" The squad leader was slightly taken aback, not expecting that even the educated youth knew about this matter. However, it was not a big deal, so he replied, "Yes, our village is preparing for a collective hunt. Why are you asking so many questions?" Now Zhang Quan looked at the squad leader with eager eyes, leaving the squad leader bewildered. What on earth did this kid want? I said if you have something to say, just say it directly. Why are you looking at me like that? It's a bit creepy. Zhang Quan touched his face, wondering if he really looked that scary. Then he said, "Uncle Squad Leader, I was thinking, can I join you for the hunt? I want to broaden my horizons. I'm from the city and have no idea how hunting works. Can you take me along? I promise I won't hold you back, you can trust me." It wasn't that the squad leader looked down on him, but he thought these educated youths were too fragile, with skinny arms and legs, delicate skin. Just a bit of wind or rain could make them sick. Did they really think they could hunt with them? It was laughable. Forget it, you educated youths are like soft dough, easily crushed. Don't even think about joining the hunt. It's dangerous out there, it's not a game, it's real knives and guns. The squad leader intentionally exaggerated the dangers to scare Zhang Quan away, and he was speaking the truth, though very few had real skills. Who dares to go up the mountain? No one dares. Hearing this, Zhang Quan became a bit angry. Although the educated youth were indeed delicate, they were definitely not the kind of weaklings the squad leader described. He was not weak. Although he grew up in the city, he was different from others. He patted his chest and said, "Uncle Squad Leader, don't underestimate me. I have some real skills. I used to learn martial arts from my grandfather. I won't hold you back on the mountain, okay?" The squad leader was speechless. He had made himself so clear, yet this young man still wanted to go up the mountain. Did he think it was just fun and games? Seeing that the squad leader was ignoring him, Zhang Quan didn't give up pleading for a long time before the squad leader finally agreed. It was truly a headache. This young man was too good at talking, like a sparrow chirping in his ear. It was just taking along an educated youth, it shouldn't be a big problem. After agreeing, Zhang Quan returned to his home, only to see Wang Dajun there. He was startled. "Squad leader, where have you been? I've been waiting for you for a long time. I was just about to go home when you showed up." Wang Dajun started flattering the squad leader, who merely squinted his eyes and remained silent. This kid was probably hiding something unpleasant. "Just say what you need to say and don't try to fool me. I won't fall for that." The squad leader replied coolly, "I heard you're taking people to the mountain for a hunt, so I thought I could join too. I have a hunting rifle at home, and I'm quite good at hunting," Wang Dajun said proudly. Fortunately, the squad leader knew who he was, otherwise he might have believed him. With someone like him being a good hunter, he'd be lucky if he didn't get eaten by the prey. "Don't try to convince me but want help. This time Liu Dapeng is in charge of selecting people to go to the mountain. Talking to me is useless." Hearing that Liu Dapeng was in charge, Wang Dajun immediately became furious. "Squad leader, are you out of your mind? How can you let him choose people? Look at him, he's not a good person. If I go to ask him, he definitely won't agree. Squad leader, just let me go. I know the power is still in your hands as long as you nod in agreement. Would Liu Dapeng dare not let me go?" The squad leader scoffed internally. He was clever, but he would never agree. "Just do what you need to do. What do you want to go to the mountain for?" "We're not going for fun. We'll be in the mountains for several days. Don't talk to me about this anymore. I need to go home and get things ready. I have to take everyone with me to hunt in the mountains." Wang Dajun was pushed out by the squad leader and left feeling angry, thinking the squad leader was targeting him, likely due to his conflict with Liu Dapeng. He sulked. The squad leader wouldn't let him go, but he was determined to follow them quietly, observing their actions. Thinking this way made Wang Dajun feel much better. He hummed a little tune as he went home. "Zhang Quan, do you really want to go hunting with them?" A similarly aged, educated youth sat on the edge of his bed, asking curiously. Nearby, Jiang Yu, upon hearing that Zhang Quan was going hunting in the mountains, secretly prayed he would meet his demise there and not return. "Yes, I'm going hunting in the mountains. I've never seen anyone hunt before, and this time I can broaden my horizons." "You really want to broaden your horizons? I've heard hunting is very dangerous and you might encounter tigers in the mountains. Do you know what a tiger is? It could easily kill a person. What would you do if you ran into one? Besides, you don't know how to hunt. With so many people, they won't be able to look after you. You shouldn't go." This person truly cared for Zhang Quan and didn't want him to get into trouble. After all, they had all come to the countryside together and had chatted so much that they had become friends. "There won't be any problems. They'll protect myself, so don't worry. Who knows, I might even bring back a rabbit for dinner. We can have a feast tonight, right?" Hearing Zhang Quan say this made the other person chuckle. You think you can bring back a rabbit? Just keeping yourself alive will be a feat. If you encounter danger, don't rush forward. You know those people have weapons that you don't. Yeah. Time passed quickly, and Liu Dapeng didn't have much to prepare as he had everything he needed in his space. This time he left Liu Erbao at home. It wouldn't do to leave the house empty, especially since the younger siblings were still small. Keeping Liu Erbao home was the best option. Brother, are you really not taking me with you? I want to go too. It's not that I don't want to take you, but there's no one at home to look after things. Your sister-in-law is pregnant, and I can't rest easy leaving you alone at home. Liu Dapeng said earnestly. Liu Erbao hung his head, realizing his elder brother was right, so he had no choice but to stay behind. Seeing Liu Erbao's lackluster spirit, Liu Dapeng patted his head. Once we return from this hunt, I'll take you with me for a few days in the mountains. What do you think? With my brother saying so, how could I refuse? Liu Erbao looked up, his eyes sparkling. Brother, you must not go back on your word. We've made a pact. You must take me hunting for several days and nights. Liu Dapeng breathed a sigh of relief, glad that Liu Erbao was someone who listened. Otherwise, he would truly have no idea how to persuade him. Over here, Xie Shuanglan also seemed a bit down, worried about her man leaving her for several days to go into the mountains, which made her mood rather poor, fearing something might happen. Wife. Liu Dapeng called her several times, but she ignored him. Liu Dapeng knew she was upset, but there was nothing he could do. The captain had arranged it this way, so he had to go. Let me get you a glass of water, wife. Liu Dapeng brought over a glass of water which was from a spiritual spring in their space. He often gave it to his wife, so she didn't experience morning sickness. Perhaps this was the effect of the spring water. He had heard that some women felt uncomfortable while pregnant, but his wife seemed perfectly fine. He had given the little kids at home the spring water as well. Xie Shuanglan took the water and sighed. Dapeng, will you be gone for several days? When will you be back? A few days probably. Wife, you'll miss me, right? I will miss you too. When I return, I won't leave again, all right? Xie Shuanglan pinched his hand. You always deceive me. Ooh, I don't believe you anymore. How could I dare deceive you? I won't deceive anyone, especially not you, my wife. Trust me, ooh, I genuinely care for you. Liu Dapeng said earnestly. Xie Shuanglan believed him, standing on her tiptoes to kiss his face. Promise me you'll be safe. Liu Dapeng nodded. This was mutual affection. Xie Shuanglan treated him well, and he reciprocated. They would live like this together for a lifetime, which was actually quite nice. Liu Dapeng felt she was patient enough with others too. Soon Liu Dapeng had chosen his companions for the hunt. This time the captain was personally leading the expedition, so early in the morning many of them gathered at the foot of the mountain. At this moment a sneaky figure appeared in the back, but no one paid him any mind, allowing him to evade notice. Then everyone's attention was drawn to the educated youth behind the captain. Captain, what are you doing? Why did you bring the educated youth along? The captain coughed a few times and said, this comrade wants to join us for the hunt in the mountains to broaden his horizons, so I agreed to let him come along with our group. That shouldn't be a problem, right? Dapeng, do you think this is all right? If it really I assent, I can send him back. Liu Dapeng hadn't even replied, yet when Zhang Quan immediately protested at the captain's suggestion to send him back. Captain, you promised to take me to the mountains. You can't go back on your word. And to all the brothers here, although I am an educated youth, I am also a man. If you all can hunt, I want to learn too, is that okay? His pitiful appearance left the others at a loss for words. They hadn't expected there would be a good one among the educated youth. Dapeng, why not just take him along? Liu Dashan chimed in from behind. He thought bringing an educated youth along wouldn't be a problem. They could even share their great deeds with the outside world later. He had heard that these educated youths were quite cultured. When they spoke, they had their way with words. Liu Dapeng nodded. He thought bringing one along wouldn't be a big deal. He would just need to be more cautious. Seeing that everyone was not sending him away, Zhang Quan felt deeply moved, calling everyone brothers. This was how men bonded, and soon they became close. Since they intended to hunt large animals, they couldn't remain only on the outskirts. They had to venture deeper. Moreover, since they planned to stay in the mountains for a few days, they needed to choose a good spot, one with a water source to provide them with water, and also to go where the prey was abundant. They found a cave which was relatively quiet. If it rained while hunting, they could shelter inside. They first gathered a pile of firewood there just in case an emergency occurred. Having firewood ready would be best. On the first day, they didn't catch anything. They just searched for things. Wang Dajuan spent the whole night outside, feeling like cursing. If only he could stay in the cave, it would be so much more comfortable. Luckily, it didn't rain outside. From now on, they would start hunting in earnest. Liu Dapeng led everyone through the woods. Occasionally, a few rabbits would dart out, but they were quickly shot by the other hunters. Liu Dapeng didn't compete with them, as he didn't care much for such small game. Uncle Dashan, can I touch your gun? Zhang Quan was clever. He got close to whoever was friendly to him. Thus, he had a good relationship with Liu Dashan. When Liu Dashan saw him wanting to touch his gun, he was reluctant. "Young man, you can't just mess around with this gun. If it goes off accidentally, it wouldn't be good. It's fine if it hits something, but if it hits a person, that's not acceptable." Hearing Liu Dapeng say this, Zhang Quan felt a bit disappointed. He admired these hunters who could use guns to hunt. If it were him, he wouldn't even know how to use a gun. He noticed that everyone listened to this brother named Liu Dapeng. If he could build a good relationship with him, that would be great. He pulled out a box of cigarettes from his pocket. He was reluctant to smoke them. He usually just looked at them. Gritting his teeth, he found a place where no one was watching and offered the box of cigarettes to Liu Dapeng, who was quite surprised to see it. "Zhang Quan, what are you doing?" Cigarettes were not like those in later years. They could be obtained. In this era, they were valuable and ordinary people couldn't buy them. Only people from the city could have them. "I'm not doing anything. I just have a box of cigarettes. I usually don't smoke, so I'm giving them to you," Zhang Quan said with a smile, not explaining the reason. Liu Dapeng wouldn't accept it. Flattery without reason often harbors ulterior motives. Liu Dapeng naturally knew that this statement was intended to deceive him, so he did not accept it. "I don't usually smoke, so take it back and leave it there." Hearing Liu Dapeng's unwillingness to accept, Zhang Quan felt quite troubled in his heart. He merely wanted to offer flowers to the Buddha, hoping to learn a bit more from Liu Dapeng. Every time he thought about how effortlessly others burned through his thoughts, he simply decided to drop the pretense and said, "Brother Dapeng, can I touch your gun? When the prey arrives, could you lend me the gun so I can have a try?" At this, Liu Dapeng finally understood. So this young man's intention behind offering him cigarettes was to touch the gun. It was no big deal, he didn't mind. He thought if had known earlier, he would have taken the pack of cigarettes. After all, they were just a freebie. "All right then, if you want to touch it, go ahead." Liu Dapeng generously handed him the gun. Zhang Quan was very happy, not expecting Liu Dapeng to be so nice, not only not coveting his possessions, but also being so generous. He had certainly made a good friend. Zhang Quan was a person of principles. When he said he would only touch it once, he really only touched it once without going for a second. This left Liu Dapeng bewildered, realizing he was indeed an honest person. He carried the gun and continued walking forward, while behind him Wang Dajun followed, feeling quite miserable. He didn't know where these people were headed. They had been wandering in the woods for quite some time without any respite. "It's strange today, why haven't we seen any large animals?" Liu Dapeng felt puzzled and thought it must be something unusual. Liu Dapeng felt the same. The absence of animals indicated that perhaps more formidable creatures had appeared, causing the others to hide. This was not good news for them. What could these more powerful animals be? Everyone be extra cautious. Don't you know that at times like this one must be even more vigilant? If you lose your life here, it will be over for you all. The captain cautioned those behind him. "Don't worry, we will definitely be careful," everyone replied in unison. The captain instructed everyone to stay close and not to fall behind. In case of any unexpected situations, they would be able to respond accordingly. After all, anything could happen in the forest. There had been people who lost their lives here many years ago. Although they hadn't heard of any animal attacks recently, it was still best to be cautious. "Finally, we can rest," Wang Dajun said as he saw the group stop and found a place to sit not far from them. Just as he was about to relax, a robust tiger suddenly sprang out from the forest. Upon seeing the tiger, Wang Dajun's legs went numb and he forgot to react. The tiger stared at him, drooling. Coming back to his senses, Wang Dajun hurriedly shouted, "Help! Help! Did you hear something?" the captain asked the others, wondering if he was imagining things. Everyone had heard the sound and spoke in unison. "It sounds like someone is calling for help. Why does that voice sound so familiar? Like Wang Dajun's." Hearing this, the captain felt it indeed resembled Wang Dajun's voice. What if he was secretly following behind? This was bad. What if something happened? Without hesitation, the captain gathered everyone to go toward Wang Dajun. At that moment, Wang Dajun's leg had already been bitten off by the tiger, and it was a bloody sight. "It really is Wang Dajun. Oh my god, it looks like his leg is broken, bitten off by the tiger." Nearby, the tiger bared its teeth, displeased with the interruption to its meal. It showed no interest in the unconscious Wang Dajun, instead turning to roar at the group. Everyone hurry, shoot. It was only when Liu Dapeng shouted that everyone came to their senses and began firing at the tiger. With so many people armed with hunting rifles, even if someone missed, others would surely hit the tiger. It was struck by a bullet and became enraged, preparing to flee. Liu Dapeng, seeing it trying to run, shot it directly in the chest, ensuring the tiger could not escape. The tiger lay beside Wang Dajun, still wide-eyed, even in death. Wang Dajun's leg was undoubtedly ruined. Liu Dapeng walked over. This was Zhang Quan's first time seeing a tiger injure someone, and with the leg bitten off and the bloody side, it was quite nauseating. He couldn't help but run to the side and vomit. Liu Dapeng glanced at Zhang Quan, but said nothing. After all, fear is a natural response, especially in such a situation, and most people truly could not handle it. The smell of blood was overwhelming. Although the tiger was dead, everyone felt no joy as Wang Dajun was injured. Even though he hadn't gone hunting with them, seeing him like this was distressing for everyone. The captain ordered for Wang Dajuan to be carried away immediately to find a doctor, unsure if they would make it in time. The captain also instructed everyone to take the tiger down because of this incident. He did not allow them to continue deeper into the mountains. A tiger of such size could fetch a good price if sold. What a pity, how did Wang Dajuan sneakily follow us without us noticing? Liu Dapeng lamented. If they had discovered Wang Dajuan was following them earlier and brought him along, he probably wouldn't have been bitten by the tiger. Now it seemed that nothing could be done. He hoped Wang Dajuan's wife could handle the news of her husband's severed leg. This is just fate. Wang Dajuan's injury has nothing to do with us. Otherwise his wife would come to us in a fuss, and we killed the tiger too. Though the words were harsh, they were the truth. It wouldn't be right to say that because Wang Dajuan was hurt the tiger should be divided in half for him. So everyone hurriedly reported this matter to the captain. The captain merely sighed and said nothing else. After all, they had all shot the tiger. If they hadn't, who knows if Wang Dajuan would have lost his life here. Who could be blamed? Just blame his bad luck. When the tiger was brought down, everyone initially felt pleased to see it, but upon seeing Wang Dajuan injured, they stared wide-eyed in disbelief, chasing after them and asking, Wang Dajuan, what happened? Didn't he go up the mountain to hunt with you? How did he get injured? We found him on the mountain. We don't know what happened to him. He might have been bitten by something, perhaps. Somebody pretending to be serious said this was the story they had agreed upon on the mountain. If they said Wang Dajuan was bitten by the tiger and they had shot the tiger, wouldn't his wife come to cause a scene? Oh my God, what could have bitten him like this? What will Wang Dajuan's wife do? Dajuan's wife, I've been looking for you all day. Why are you still here chatting? Hurry up, has your man come back? Something has happened to him. The woman looking for her was panting heavily. She had shouted for a long time over there, but hadn't heard Dajuan's wife say anything. It turns out she ran to the village entrance to chat with those women. But what would she do if she knew her husband had been injured? Dajuan's wife didn't believe her man would get into trouble. She smiled and joked with the woman. Don't lie to me, my husband won't have any problems. I don't believe what you're saying. Her husband was exceptionally cunning. If he got into trouble, there wouldn't be any smart people left. The woman listening to Dajuan's wife's words was puzzled by her logic. If something really happened, how could she not believe it? What would she need to say for her to believe it? She sighed and said, forget it, you don't believe it. Soon your husband will be carried out. He still needs to go to the town to see a doctor. Believe it or not, you should prepare some money early. It looks like your husband is severely injured. Oh, whether he can survive is still uncertain. Pest, stop cursing my husband. Dajuan's wife said this as she was about to stand up and fight with the woman. Soon she couldn't smile anymore because she clearly saw her husband being carried over, and the people looking at her had sympathetic expressions on their faces. Dajuan, what happened to you? Don't scare me, Dajuan. Dajuan, don't leave me. Dajuan's wife rushed over like an arrow, wanting to grab her husband, but was stopped by someone. What if he wasn't in trouble and she shook him like this? What would happen if he died? Don't shout. Hurry up and come with me to the town. Do you have any money? Going to see the doctor in the town requires money. Seeing everyone ask about this, Dajuan's wife stammered. All her money was hidden by her husband, and he never gave her any. Where would she get the money? When people saw her like this, they knew she had no money, but no one would lend her any. The Wang family was like a bottomless pit. If they borrowed, they wouldn't pay it back. You need to find a way to gather money, otherwise go to your family. Your family is close by. If you wait too long, your husband might not survive. Hurry up and go. Faced with everyone's constant urging, Dajuan's wife remained unmoved. It wasn't that she didn't want to go, as she had fallen out with her family. Even if she went to borrow, even if she knelt, her family wouldn't lend her money. They owed a lot of money to their family, so how could they have money to lend her? Will he be treated or not? If not, we won't carry him to the town. Let him die here. Someone began to lose patience. Dajuan's wife stuttered, I'll find a way. Can you at least take my husband to the town first? Let him see the doctor. He'll come back with the money. We are from the same village. Please don't ignore him in his time of need. We are from the same village. That phrase awakened everyone. No one wanted to take her husband to the town. After all, it was a troublesome matter. All right, then, since we are from the same village, we will take your husband to the town. But if you don't bring the money, they won't treat him. If they abandon him halfway, your husband will die, and it will be troublesome for us to take him to the town. Okay, thank you all. Dajuan's wife wiped her tears and then ran off. She went to find Jiang Yu, who still didn't know about Dajuan's incident. Jiang Yu, someone is looking for you. Someone saw Dajuan's wife coming to find him and informed Jiang Yu inside. Jiang Yu frowned, who was looking for him at this time. When he went out, he saw Dajuan's wife looking disheveled, as if she had been crying. Her eyes were red and swollen, looking particularly unappealing. He disdainfully said, What do you want here? Jiang Yu, I've been cleaning pig pens for you for so long. Isn't it time for you to pay me? My husband is in trouble. He had his leg bitten off by something on the mountain and urgently needs money. Please give me the money. Dajuan's wife said sincerely. The nearby educated youths who were originally going to leave stopped to watch the excitement upon hearing what Dajuan's wife said. Jiang Yu felt embarrassed and angrily scolded. What money? When did you clean the pig pen for me? I didn't know at all. Can you stop making a scene here? I don't want to see you leave. Dajan's wife saw that he refused to acknowledge her and was about to drive her away. She immediately couldn't sit still. She couldn't work for nothing. It was agreed that he would pay her 1 yuan a day, but now she had not received even a single cent. She immediately grabbed his pant leg and said, "John, you please do me a favor and give me the money. My husband urgently needs money to save his life. I don't want to come to beg you unless it's absolutely necessary. Please, considering my miserable situation, return my money to me. This is what I earned through hard work. I've been cleaning pig pens for so long, and this is my reward." More and more people gathered to watch. Some were there to see the excitement, while others mocked him. "Jiang Yu has come. You must have someone do your pig pen cleaning for you. I knew it. Every time you came back from cleaning the pig pen you were clean. It turns out someone else did it for you. She's talking nonsense. I didn't ask her to clean as she did it on her own. I never said I would pay her. That was her own assumption. It has nothing to do with me." Jiang Yu pretended to be a victim too. Dajan's wife saw through it. What a guy, he had been deceiving her all along. Working for free was unacceptable. She quickly cried, "Jiang Yu, please give me the money. We agreed on 1 yuan a day. I'm not asking for much, but you must give me the money my husband needs. I've been cleaning pig pens for so long, I deserve it. Please, considering my pitiful state, help me out and give me the money." If I were you, I would give her the money. Her husband has a broken leg and urgently needs money. Hurry up and give it to her. Zhang Quan quickly said. Although he also disliked Dajan's wife's demeanor, he found her quite pitiful. After all, she was a woman, and what could she do without money? Dajuan was still waiting for her to bring money to the hospital. Hearing Zhang Quan say this, Jiang Yu became even angrier. "If you care about her so much, why don't you give her the money? Why should I pay her? I owe her nothing. Don't go crazy here. I'm telling you, if you make a scene, I'll throw you out." Jiang Yu was getting serious, directly pulling Dajan's wife outside.